Arrow God, if you die, I'll die with you. In the cramped rental room, a handsome young man let out a furious roar and suddenly snapped his eyes open. He panted heavily, veins bulging on his forehead, bloodshot eyes filled with ferocity, his entire being like a savage beast unleashed from its cage. But in the next instant, Qin Chuan froze. He was certain he had perished together with the Arrow God, so why was he still alive? As he looked around, long-sealed memories slowly resurfaced. This was the place he had lived right after graduation, a tiny room in a village in Thessaly in Zhanghai City. Yet there was a problem. After Tianqi fused with Blue Star, Zhanghai City had long since been occupied by bosses and razed to the ground in the ensuing battles. By force of habit, Qin Chuan pulled out his phone. The time displayed on the screen was October 11th, 2033, the very day Tianqi launched its servers. I've been reborn, and I've come back 10 years to the day Tianqi's servers first opened. Understanding dawned on Qin Chuan in an instant. A surge of complicated emotions welled up in his chest, but he forcibly pushed them down. After weathering countless life-and-death battles, his state of mind had long been tempered into an unruffled calm. Though returning from death was extraordinary after witnessing Tianqi's fusion with Blue Star and the descent of gods that plunged the world into calamity, Qin Chuan felt that rebirth was hardly worth mentioning. Yes, Tianqi would fuse with Blue Star. This online game, hailed as a 100% simulation of reality, became a global sensation the moment its servers went live, drawing in countless players. What made Tianqi truly wondrous was not only its epic-defining technology, but the fact that players could at a certain price extract their in-game abilities into reality. Thus the transcendent era began. Yet before humanity could indulge for long in its excitement, monsters from Tianqi began appearing all over Blue Star. As time passed, ever more terrifying bosses started rampaging freely. In the end, the gods descended. In his previous life after Tianqi's launch, Qin Chuan clawed his way forward step by step, relying on exceptional game sense to rank among the world's top 10 experts, fusing all of his abilities into his own body. Yet even so, before the deities of another world, even after exhausting every means at his disposal, he could only manage mutual destruction, one life for one. At the thought of the gods, overwhelming might, a bitter taste rose in Qin Chuan's mouth. Could humanity truly win? But soon Qin Chuan's spirits lifted. Since he had been reborn, he would naturally have to rewrite the ending. Steadying his thoughts, Qin Chuan looked to the side. In the small room stood a game login pod brimming with a sense of futuristic technology. He had spent his entire savings to purchase it, all for the sake of farming gold more efficiently. Yes, at first Qin Chuan had entered Tianqi solely to farm gold and improve his living conditions, but his gaming talent was absurdly high, and he quickly made a name for himself. Given a second life, I must raise my strength as fast as possible, Qin Chuan thought. In his previous life, he had indeed devoted himself to the game, but unaware of the apocalyptic crisis behind Tianqi, he had let many opportunities slip by. This time, however, Qin Chuan was determined to fight Tianqi to the bitter end. Glancing at the time, he saw there were still more than 6 hours before the servers opened, enough to buy some dry rations and drinking water for storage. Just as he was thinking this, his phone chimed incessantly. It turned out to be the company group chat. His supervisor was frantically tagging him. Qin Chuan leaving a message on read. What's that supposed to mean? Do you still want this job or not? Qin Chuan, you've got 3 minutes to haul yourself back to the company, or you can get lost for good. Before Qin Chuan could reply, his colleague Lu Daong sent a private message. Xiao Chuan's supervisor Li is blowing his top. If you can't make it back in time, I'll try to cover for you first. Qin Chuan replied, I'll handle it. Then he opened the work group. You fat bastard, I've tolerated you for a long time. If something needs changing, change it yourself. I'm officially informing you now. I'm done with this job. With that, he exited the group chat without hesitation. The next second, supervisor Li's private messages came flooding in. Qin Chuan blocked him outright. Lu Daong sent another message advising, Xiao Chuan, I know that Li can go too far, but jobs are hard to come by these days. If you can endure it, things will blow over. Lu Daong was known as a consummate nice guy. When Qin Chuan had first joined the company, it was Lu who had shown him the ropes. Qin Chuan replied, Yonggu, my mind is made up. You don't need to persuade me. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan sent another message. You might want to keep an eye on the new game Tianqi. It's really hot right now. I'm planning to build my future there. Lu Daong replied, You mean that online game claiming to be a 100% simulation of reality? Isn't that a bit unreliable? Qin Chuan understood Lu Daong's worries. He had elderly parents above and children below, burdened with a mortgage and car loan, and he was no longer young. Asking him to play games for a living was something his family would never accept. Having returned through rebirth, Qin Chuan naturally knew just how important Tianqi would become, but he could not possibly tell Lu Daong everything. All he could do was type, From my experience, the gold farming returns in Tianqi won't be low. You might consider giving it a try. Putting his phone down, he ended the conversation. He had said all he could. Whether Lu Daong seized the opportunity would be up to him. For now, the most pressing task was to prepare provisions and wait for the server launch. By the time Qin Chuan finished his shopping and returned to the rental room, it was already after 7 in the evening, with less than 5 hours left before launch. After a quick wash, Qin Chuan laid down inside the game pod. Although he could not yet enter the game, he could at least make some preparations in advance, such as drawing his talent and pre-selecting a class. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had drawn the Conqueror talent, which allowed him to stack his attack power in battle. Paired with his heavy armor warrior class, he had been both incredibly tanky and terrifyingly lethal. If nothing unexpected happens, I should get the Conqueror talent again. As for my class, maybe I'll stick with warrior. It's what I know best, he mused. As he pondered, the game pod began scanning his body. Player data collected. Constructing game character. Deity. Alert. Divine will fragment detected. Commencing purge. Faintly a hysterical roar echoed through Qin Chuan's mind. Mortal, you deserve death. Cold sweat broke out across Qin Chuan's back. This was a voice he could never forget, even in death. It belonged to the Arrow God. Qin Chuan had never imagined that the Arrow God with whom he had perished together in his previous life would have a fragment of will hitch a ride back with his rebirth. Truly worthy of being called a god, their methods were unfathomable. Yet what happened next left Qin Chuan even more astonished. The game pod was actually purging the Arrow God's will fragment. What kind of black technology was this? Oh, it was Tianqi's technology. In that case it made sense. And yet if Tianqi was backed by the gods, how could it dare target a fragment of the Arrow God's will? Qin Chuan vaguely sensed that the deities collectively referred to by humans as the gods were not a monolith. Within their ranks, different factions and power blocks abounded. Regardless, this sudden twist left him with a heightened sense of urgency. He had to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. Only then might he have a chance to rewrite his fate when the gods descended. Under normal circumstances after the scan, he would tweak his character details, draw his talent, select a class, and then wait for launch. But with this unexpected interruption, Qin Chuan no longer knew how the process would proceed and could only wait patiently. Fortunately, the outcome came quickly. The game pod once more emitted its emotionless synthetic voice. Purge complete. Commencing talent draw. Ding. You have obtained an SS grade talent. Sniper God. SS grade talent. Qin Chuan was slightly stunned. For as far as he remembered in his previous life, the highest talent ever publicly revealed worldwide had only reached grade. Perhaps there had been SS grade talents before, but none had survived until the descent of the gods. As for that soul grade talent holder, he had relied on that gift alone to stand at the very summit of all players across the globe. Among the top 10 experts of the world, he alone could suppress the remaining 9, as if pressing them down and beating them at will. Such was the decisive weight of talent. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had awakened a grade talent conqueror, and with his own aptitude and relentless effort, he had already become one of the top 10 experts. Yet now he had actually awakened an SS grade talent. Not conqueror. Qin Chuan's thoughts raced. It seemed his rebirth had brought about certain changes. For now he could not tell whether they were good or bad, but at least from the current situation it appeared to be a blessing. This was an SS grade talent. And grade talent alone could forge the world's #1. Just imagining what height in SS grade talent might elevate him to made Qin Chuan's heartbeat quicken. Is it because of the Arrow God's shard of will? Qin Chuan pondered in secret while checking what attributes this SS grade talent called Sniper God actually possessed. Sniper God LV1 SS grade. Effect 1. All long-range attacks are guaranteed to hit, and their damage type is converted into true damage. Effect 2. For every additional meter between him and the target, damage increases by 10%. Even as a 10-year veteran of Apocalypse and someone who had experienced rebirth, Qin Chuan still could not help but find his breathing growing heavier. With just a single glance, Qin Chuan realized how terrifying this talent truly was. By the mid-game, once players' attributes have risen, launching attacks from several thousand meters away will be nothing out of the ordinary. If divinity is unlocked, they could even strike across thousands of kilometers. And with Sniper God's damage amplification at a distance of 1,000 meters, the damage will already have reached 100-fold. Most crucially, long-range attacks are guaranteed to hit and deal true damage. This means that unless someone activates invincibility, no matter how high their armor is, it will be meaningless. Only an immense health pool can withstand the blows. Yet no matter how high one's health, how many hits could they endure? Invincible. This talent is simply invincible. And this is only Sniper God at LV1. If it continues to level up, the damage might very well soar into the heavens. Qin Chuan grew increasingly excited, and at the same time a realization dawned in his heart. The awakening of this talent was in all likelihood closely tied to the Arrow God. After all, when the Arrow God had appeared, he had boasted in an overbearing manner that his archery was unrivaled under heaven and above earth. If he truly possessed the Sniper God talent, then those words had been no empty brag. Fortunately, I used 7-stage great jumps and 3-stage charges to rapidly close the distance back, then otherwise it would have been hard to say who would have lived or died. Qin Chuan could not help feeling a trace of lingering fear. He then furrowed his brows, having thought of a problem. Under normal circumstances, upon obtaining the Sniper God talent, one would definitely choose the archer class. Yet Qin Chuan had experience in killing the Arrow God. Although it had been a mutual annihilation, it was still a kill, so he clearly understood the limitations of that class. Its damage was astonishingly high, but its life-preserving abilities were not particularly strong. Qin Chuan's creed was that only by staying alive could one deal damage, which was why in his previous life, he had chosen the warrior class. However, in this life his talent had changed, so choosing warrior again would clearly be inappropriate. Yet the archer class also had its constraints. For a time, Qin Chuan found himself caught in a dilemma. At that moment, the game pod's voice sounded once more. Honored player, and SS grade talent has been detected, recommending the class with the highest compatibility for you, Archer. Ding. Based on your talent grade, all hidden classes within the Archer branch have been unlocked. Qin Chuan was not surprised by this notification. After awakening, a talent apocalypse would recommend related classes according to that talent. If the talent was high enough, it would even unlock hidden classes. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had awakened a great talent, and thus obtained the Heavy Armor Warrior, a hidden class specializing in defense. Combined with the Conqueror talent, he had become both incredibly tanky and capable of outputting strong damage. Now Apocalypse had given its recommendation for his SS grade talent and unlocked all related hidden classes for him. This was the privilege granted by a high-grade talent. However, Qin Chuan had no intention of following Apocalypse's recommendation. He understood the weaknesses of the Archer class all too well. Even hidden classes could not fundamentally resolve those issues. At this moment, a flash of inspiration darted through Qin Chuan's mind. He knew which class he should choose: Assassin. Yes, Assassin, the class that walked within shadows and sought survival along the edge of a blade. At first glance, the Assassin class seemed entirely unrelated to the Sniper God talent, even downright contradictory. After all, Sniper God demanded distance, whereas Assassin was positioned as a close combat damage dealer. Yet what Qin Chuan valued was the Assassin's capacity for staying alive. The Assassin's class identity was high attack and low defense, pursuing the utmost in burst damage, and to balance this, they possessed several unconventional life-saving methods. The most basic stealth did not even need mentioning. Bit was the hallmark skill of Assassins. Beyond that, there were abilities like Shadow Step, Ghost Cloak Evasion, and Sprint. A whole array of skills tailored toward retreating the moment a fight could not be won. Of course, these alone were not enough for Qin Chuan to abandon the most compatible Archer class in favor of Assassin. What he valued most of all was the Assassin's passive ability, Stealth Break Strike. After breaking stealth, the Assassin's first attack would deal additional damage. What was crucial was that this damage benefited from both talent and equipment bonuses. In other words, the damage of Stealth Break Strike could fully enjoy the amplification of Sniper God. I remember that in my previous life, the top-ranked Assassin leveraging equipment and skills pushed the damage multiplier of Stealth Break Strike beyond tenfold, to the point where each strike was practically a guaranteed kill. If that is then combined with the Sniper God talent, even at a distance of 100 meters, the final damage could reach 100-fold, and it would still be true damage unaffected by damage reduction. And this is only Sniper God at level 1. If I obtain talent stones to enhance it further, the damage will increase even more. The more Qin Chuan thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. Apocalypse was different from ordinary online games. The boundaries between classes were not so rigid. The simplest example was that Assassins could also wield bows. They just had fewer skills available than Archers and could not learn the Archer's signature abilities. But to Qin Chuan, he had no need for an arsenal of flashy skills. All he required was to remain hidden in the shadows and unleash Stealth Break Strike from several hundred meters away. That would suffice. With dozens to over 100 times damage amplification, even a casual arrow would be enough to instantly slay a boss. If he possessed additional long-range skills, the damage would be even more outrageous. After the instant kill, he could slip back into stealth and make his escape. Could there be a safer way to fight than this? It's decided. Assassin it is. Qin Chuan was not the dithering sort. Once he made up his mind, he would not waver. Facing Apocalypse's suggestion, he responded directly with his mind. An excellent recommendation, but I choose Assassin. Very well, recommending AR. For a brief instant, Qin Chuan felt as though the synthetic electronic voice had frozen. Fortunately, the game pod quickly issued a new audio prompt. Based on your talent grade, all hidden classes in the Assassin branch have been unlocked for you. Once chosen, your class cannot be changed. Please choose with caution. Whether it was his imagination or not, Qin Chuan could not help feeling that the voice had placed special emphasis on the words, choose with caution. Yet he could not be bothered to dwell on such details, and instead eagerly examined the class options. There were quite a few hidden classes within the Assassin branch, and Qin Chuan went straight to inspect the top 5. Before confirming a profession, relevant information can be previewed. There is still some time before the server opens, providing enough opportunity for comparison. 5 hidden professions, each with different abilities. Enhances frontal combat capabilities, emphasizing a berserk style of a rampaging rogue. Skilled in poison concoction, a deadly assassin who strikes with precision. Specializes in evasion, capable of taking on the role of a secondary tank, the Phantom Walker. Utilizes blades to break magic, possessing the ability to absorb mana, known as the Mage Slayer, the Breaker of Laws. Enhances stealth, equipped with various strong concealment techniques, the Shadow Assassin. One must admit that hidden professions are indeed impressive. Just looking at the descriptions feels astonishing. Any of these 5 professions would make other players envious, and for Qin Chuan, he could choose any without hesitation. To maximize the capabilities of the sniper talent, the Berserker and Breaker of Laws must be excluded first, as both branches focus on specialized melee capabilities lacking any ranged skills. Without any skills, even with the sniper talent relying solely on bow and arrow basic attacks would not suffice. The assassin does have ranged attack capabilities, but the main issue is its fragility. Oh, I remember this branch has few survival techniques. The Phantom Walker can indeed survive well, but when faced with ranged attacks, especially area damage spells, it struggles. Its evasion capabilities are mostly effective against melee attacks. Moreover, it has too few ranged techniques, making it difficult to synergize with the sniper. That makes the Shadow Assassin seem like the only solution. Qin Chuan fell into contemplation as he looked at the introduction of the Shadow Assassin. Setting aside the enhancement multiplier of the breaking stealth attack, just the enhancement of stealth is enough for me to choose the Shadow Assassin. The reason Qin Chuan chose the assassin over the profession that best matched his talent is to enhance his survival capabilities. After all, when the time of the god's descent arrives, staying alive is the most important thing. With a preliminary decision made, Qin Chuan turned his attention back to the Shadow Assassin, this time focusing on the profession's characteristics. Shadow Assassin type hidden profession trait 1 is stealth duration increased to permanent profession trait 2. Breaking stealth attack adds an additional 50 damage profession trait 3. Unique, only one Shadow Assassin can exist at a time. 3 profession traits. Among them, there is not only the breaking stealth attack enhancement that Qin Chuan values most, but also permanent stealth. In Qin Chuan's vision, combining the sniper talent with the assassin's breaking stealth attack not only allows for high damage output, but also enables him to become invisible right after, minimizing the chances of being countered. Now he has everything he wishes for. What is there to hesitate about? As for trait 3, it surprised Qin Chuan somewhat. As far as he knew, hidden professions in Tianqi could exist multiple times. For example, in his past life, heavy armored warriors, though rare, could still be found among many skilled players. The differences between professions are more reflected in their talents. However, the Shadow Assassin is different as it is uniquely defined. Although it is also a hidden profession, it is clear that the Shadow Assassin is of a higher tier. There is no further hesitation, it must be the Shadow Assassin. I choose the Shadow Assassin. Qin Chuan made his choice. The game system also provided a corresponding announcement. You have selected a profession which cannot be changed thereafter. Please enter a character name. Night Wanderer. Character name is available and has been locked. Countdown to the server opening 1 hour 42 minutes. While waiting, Qin Chuan began to think about what he would do once he entered the game. First and foremost, he needed to acquire a bow. Well, this goes without saying. After all, Qin Chuan's early damage relies entirely on the sniper, and a small dagger alone would not suffice. There is a blacksmith shop in the novice village. He could sell all the novice equipment to buy a low-level bow back, which is not a big problem. Considering the initial attributes of the game character, 30 meters should be the maximum range. 30 meters with a damage bonus of 300% plus the additional damage from the breaking stealth attack. Calculating based on an initial attack power of 10, the damage would reach 45, which is already considerable. Wait, I overlooked one point. Qin Chuan pondered. His calculation method was correct, but he neglected the skill damage of the breaking stealth attack itself. I remember that at level 1 the fixed damage of the breaking stealth attack is 20 points. That means the damage is 10, 20, 300,150,135. Moreover, this does not account for critical hits and weak point attack bonuses. If the talent levels up, the damage multiplier will likely increase and the damage will be exponentially higher. Qin Chuan estimated briefly and felt that the potential of the sniper talent was boundless. Furthermore, due to the existence of the breaking stealth attack, he could deal more damage than a traditional archer. This, although everything was as he envisioned, Qin Chuan could not help but marvel at how miraculous Tianqi was. The range damage of an assassin being higher than that of an archer, who would believe that? The key is that compared to conventional archers, Qin Chuan not only has a 100% hit rate, but can also disappear right after the attack. It couldn't be easier. Invincible, this profession and talent combination is simply unbeatable. Qin Chuan grew increasingly excited for the server launch, eagerly anticipating to enter and wreak havoc. However, there were still some matters to prepare beforehand. Let me think, what opportunities are there in the novice village? Qin Chuan quickly recalled. Setting aside everything else, Tianqi itself is a world full of opportunities, and as the first stop for players, the novice village hides countless secrets. In his previous life, Qin Chuan was too focused on farming for gold and did not dig deep into the secrets of the novice village. Many things he only learned later. Now that he has been reborn, he naturally intends to utilize the information from his past life. First, he'll go to the hunter and unlock the hidden quest. That item is unique, and I must not let someone else get it first. Qin Chuan had made up his mind. In his past life, that item was discovered by some player who was bored a month after the server opened, but since Qin Chuan knew about it, he would not turn a blind eye. Who knows if his rebirth will bring some butterfly effect? If that item is obtained by someone else first, he would truly be too late to cry. After obtaining the item, there are subsequent tasks, but that player from my past life lacked strength, leading to a task failure, so the rewards remain unknown. However, the first task grants a unique item, so the subsequent rewards will surely be even stronger. I have a hidden profession and an SS steer sniper talent. Even defeating a boss in an unknown is not an issue, just a matter of spending a bit more time whittling down health, and perhaps I could even attempt the follow-up of that task. Qin Chuan was diligently recalling various information from his past life as time ticked away. Ding, Tianqi is about to open. Countdown 10, 9, 8. The notification sound brought Qin Chuan back to reality. When the countdown ended, the system provided a prompt. Would you like to log into the game? Log in. Logging in. If players experience dizziness, nausea, fainting, or seizures, these are normal reactions. Please do not panic. Brave adventurer, may you create a future in Tianqi. A flash of white light passed, and Qin Chuan found himself in an entirely new environment. Meanwhile, the system prompt echoed in his ears. Welcome to Tianqi. You have been assigned to Novice Village No. 9527, wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience. Seeing the familiar yet strange Novice Village, Qin Chuan took a deep breath, igniting his fighting spirit. Let's take a look at the starting skills. Qin Chuan summoned the character panel. Nickname Night Wanderer. Class Shadow Assassin unique. Level 101000. Attributes Strength 5, Constitution 5, Agility 8, Spirit 4. Attack 10. Defense 7. Health points 100. Mana points 50. Equipment: Novice Dagger Attack, 5 Novice Leather Armor Defense, 1 Novice Leggings Defense 1. Skills: Shadow Stealth LV1 Enter Stealth State, dealing an additional attack 120 damage on a critical hit, consuming 5 mana, cooldown 20 seconds. Shadow Throwing Knife LV1 using Shadow Energy to create throwing knives, dealing attack 110 damage, consuming 5 mana, cooldown 10 seconds. Shadow Strike LV1 a powerful melee attack, dealing attack 110 damage, consuming 5 mana, cooldown 5 seconds. What a surprise. Originally, Qin Chuan planned to sell all his starting equipment and go to the blacksmith to buy a longbow to attack monsters from a distance. With his skills, kite fighting was not a difficult task. However, now the starting skills of the Shadow Assassin directly compensated for this. With the Shadow Throwing Knife in hand, a longbow was no longer necessary. Moreover, the damage from the critical hit exceeded Qin Chuan's expectations. In addition to the fixed 20 damage, it was also linked to his attack power. Coupled with the Shadow Throwing Knife, one-hit kills on monsters of the same level were a piece of cake. Truly worthy of a hidden class, it's indeed formidable. Qin Chuan felt increasingly delighted. He then closed the character panel and prepared to head to the hunter for a quest. But then Qin Chuan found himself unable to move as players surrounded him from all sides. Tianqi's promotional efforts had cost a fortune, and coupled with the hype of a fully immersive simulation, it attracted countless players' attention. Now that the game had opened, the long-awaited players surged in. Wow, this is so realistic. The wind on my face actually feels real. Wow, I can even smell the scent of the earth, even the dog poop. Is this realistic? Ugh. Anyone looking for a partner? CPDD. Everyone hurry to take quests, or you won't be able to get any. My big knife is already eager to go. Brothers of the Iron Blood Brigade gather. Here, let's go for the first kill. Players experiencing such a realistic game for the first time were so excited they didn't know where to go. However, soon different voices began to emerge. What the hell? Why is this monster so good at positioning? I missed both of my fireballs. What a trash game, I can't even defeat a rabbit. Hey, where are the quests? Why are there no exclamation marks above the NPCs' heads? Damn it, I went to ask the village chief for a quest, and that old man kicked me out. These reactions were all within Qin Chuan's expectations. Tianqi is highly free, perhaps even too free. There are no beginner hints, no quest guides, everything must be discovered by the players themselves. Moreover, the small monsters inside do not wait stupidly to be beaten like in other games. They not only dodge, but also launch sneak attacks, and even flee for help when their health is low. Watching the novice players resurrect and challenge the rabbits again, Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly. Cherish the happy moments now, for when Tianqi completes its first phase of fusion, death in the game will reflect in reality. If you die in the game, you will truly die in reality. At that time, Tianqi will reveal its truly terrifying side. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan suppressed the various emotions in his heart and squeezed through the crowd, heading towards the hunter's house in the village. After much effort, he finally arrived at the hunter's door, only to find it surrounded by players. From the gloomy expressions of the players, it was clear they had failed to receive a quest here. This is not surprising. Normal players can only trigger hunting quests after reaching level 3. Seeing Qin Chuan approach, a well-meaning player called out, "Brother, don't go there, that cripple won't give you a quest." Whoosh. An arrow shot out from the hunter's house, instantly killing the player who had just spoken. The surrounding players were shocked. What the hell can NPCs attack players? Is this novice village or a den of thieves? Yet Qin Chuan was not surprised. In Tianqi, NPCs are not real NPCs, but sentient beings. They will even descend to Blue Star after Tianqi's fusion, but due to the rules of Tianqi, they cannot reveal themselves. However, if players show disrespect, NPCs have the right to take matters into their own hands. For example, this hunter who had been injured in battle now had a limp. If players hit his sore spot, they would be instantly killed by an arrow. The corpse of a player on the ground transformed into white light, and moments later the player who had been killed rushed back, angrily ready to confront the hunter. However, he clearly forgot that he was just a level 1 novice. As soon as he stepped into the hunter's yard, he was sent away by an arrow again. Meanwhile, the village's guard team passed by without a glance. The other players trembled in fear, their voices lowered significantly. Many began to reconsider. They had already tried various methods, but still could not receive a quest. Rather than waste time here, it would be better to go out and kill a few rabbits. Yet Qin Chuan pressed on, moving against the tide towards the hunter's house. Entering the small house, the calm hunter hung his bow on the wall, completely ignoring Qin Chuan, and proceeded to scoop up a ladle of well water and drink it. Qin Chuan wasted no time, stating directly, "I want to buy the skull of a strange beast." The hunter, drinking water, trembled suddenly, turning his head with sharp eyes fixed on Qin Chuan, asking in a dark tone, "Not for sale?" Then he inquired, "Where did you hear this news?" As he spoke, the hunter walked toward the wall. If Qin Chuan's answer did not satisfy him, he would likely receive an arrow. But Qin Chuan was not intimidated at all, calmly saying, "We can resurrect, so even if you kill me now, it won't matter." Hearing this, the hunter slowed his pace, a hint of sarcasm appearing on his face. "So what? I don't want to sell a what can you do to me?" Qin Chuan smiled. "I can't do anything to you, but don't you want to kill the Wolf King for revenge? Help me kill the Wolf King, and you give me the skull of the strange beast." Qin Chuan knew that the hunter had a limp because he was attacked by the Wolf King. Although Qin Chuan found it hard to understand how a hunter who could obtain the skull of a strange beast was defeated by the novice village's Wolf King, it didn't matter, he just needed to trigger the quest. And Qin Chuan's words evidently struck a nerve with the hunter, who displayed a hesitant expression. However, after sizing Qin Chuan up a few times, he disdainfully remarked, "You think you can kill the Wolf King with your strength?" Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, "You don't need to worry about how I will kill the Wolf King. 3 days within 3 days, I will bring you the Wolf King's head. However, in exchange you must give me the skull of the strange beast right now." Qin Chuan's words plunged the hunter into contemplation. He hesitated. The skull of the exotic beast was something he had fought tooth and nail to obtain. He had hoped to ascend to greater heights with it, only to be ambushed by the Wolf King. Although he had survived, he had lost a leg, rendering him utterly incapacitated. The thought ignited a fiery rage within the hunter. He could no longer take revenge on his own and could only rely on others. Moreover, in his current state, even holding the exotic beast's skull would be futile. It was better to vent the anger within. If he couldn't have it easy, neither would the Wolf King. As for Qin Chuan's advance request for the task reward, the hunter was indifferent. He understood the rules of Tianqi. After a moment of thought, the hunter slowly spoke, "I can give you the skull of the exotic beast, but don't forget your promise. Bring me the Wolf King's head within 3 days. Qin Chuan's expression brightened, and he hurriedly replied, "It's a deal." Ding, accepting the time-limited quest. Hunt the Wolf King. Quest description: the Wolf King ambushed the hunter, causing his injuries. The hunter is eager to kill the Wolf King for revenge and bring back its head for a generous reward. Quest rewards: 3,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, and 30 points of hunter favor. Quest countdown: 3 days. Please note you have advanced the quest rewards. If you fail to complete the task on time, the rewards will be revoked and 5 points will be deducted from all attributes as punishment. As the system notification rang out, the hunter made a new move. He approached the bedside, moved it aside, and took out a wooden box from under the bed, solemnly handing it to Qin Chuan. Ding, you have obtained a special item, the skull of the exotic beast. Exotic beast skull, unique item. Effect 1: a blessing of the exotic beast. Gain an additional 5 free attribute points with each level up. Effect 2: hunting moment. Gain 1 evolution point for each kill, 100 monsters, 1 BOSS, applicable only to equipment or skills. The points required for evolving the same target will increase. Current evolution points 1. Note the advanced quest rewards are locked. They cannot be traded, destroyed, or discarded before the quest is completed and will not drop upon death. Impressive. Qin Chuan whistled. As expected of a unique item, its attributes were indeed formidable. In Tianqi, leveling up once grants 1 secondary attribute and 2 primary attributes, plus an additional 5 free attribute points, totaling 10 points. Now the blessing of the exotic beast adds an extra 5 points. It is equivalent to Qin Chuan leveling up 1.5 times. Even considering Qin Chuan's hidden profession, which provides more attribute boosts, those 5 free points are still significant. As the saying goes, a swift step leads to a rapid advance. With Qin Chuan's memory, his early advantages would snowball rapidly, ultimately placing him at an unprecedented height. Moreover, even in the later stages, the exotic beast skull would remain relevant. It could even be said that its true potential is unleashed in the later game. The strength of the exotic beast skull lies not in Effect 1, but in Effect 2, gaining evolution points by killing monsters. Although its application is limited to equipment and skills, the point is Qin Chuan does not need to evolve anything else. A player's strength comes from 3 sources. Talent, which is fixed upon entering the game and cannot be changed, can only be enhanced. Secondly, there are equipment and skills. In the early stages, the core focus is on skills. Particularly Shadow Stealth and Shadow Dagger are both exceptionally strong skills. Moreover, the exotic beast skull also provides a point of evolution, which is a pleasant surprise. Qin Chuan planned to find a place to use it to enhance himself. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan left the hunter's cabin without looking back. Hunting the Wolf King wouldn't be easy, at least he needed to level up a few times to enhance his attributes first. It was a good opportunity to accumulate the evolution points from the exotic beast skull. Qin Chuan's earlier performance had caught the attention of the surrounding players. Especially the moment he took the wooden box from the hunter, many players were taken aback. What's going on? How can this guy take on the quest? Immediately some players protested. How can this guy take on the quest? He's definitely cheating. This guy must be cheating. Not necessarily, I just saw this kid's tone was very firm. Could it be that this cripple only responds to hard tactics? Whoosh. Thud. The player who spoke boastfully fell to the ground. Let me try. A player bravely stepped forward, declaring, "Old dang, hand over your quest." Whoosh. Thud. More players surged forward, attempting to snatch the item from the hunter. Other players also took a different approach, blocking Qin Chuan's path. Qin Chuan did not want to waste time arguing with these people and directly activated Shadow Stealth. As Qin Chuan's figure suddenly vanished, several players were left stunned. Where did he go? How did he disappear? Is this a stealth skill? No way, I'm also an assassin, how come I can't stealth? This guy must have gone VIP. Quick, show me the recharge link, I want to swipe my card. This is rigged, it must be rigged. Walking in the shadows, Qin Chuan checked his skills. Shadow Stealth is actually starting to cool down. Another delightful discovery dawned on Qin Chuan. In his past life, he was a warrior, but he also understood the characteristics of assassin skills. That is, stealth skills start their cooldown only after being broken. Yet the Shadow Assassin broke this limitation, allowing the cooldown to start directly in stealth mode. What does this mean? Qin Chuan understood it all too well. He could completely wait in stealth for his skills to cool down, and after executing a breaking move, stealth immediately afterward. He wouldn't need to follow the usual assassins who after breaking stealth had to either choose to hide again or engage in combat for a time before sneaking away. The safety factor was maximized. The only downside was that Shadow Stealth had a bit of a long cooldown of 20 seconds. Looks like I need to evolve Shadow Stealth first to shorten the cooldown. Or find some cooldown gear, Qin Chuan thought. While pondering, he weaved through the crowd. He felt the immense power of the Shadow Assassin once again. That is permanent stealth. Regular assassins have a time limit on their stealth. Even if the stealth skill is maxed out, it ultimately has a time limit, and the cooldown only starts after breaking stealth. The vulnerable phase is when an assassin is at their weakest. But Qin Chuan is different. As long as he wishes, he can achieve infinite stealth. Moreover, he has one more advantage over regular assassins. He does not need to find opportunities up close, but can simply throw a flying dagger from afar, making it difficult for conventional breaking detection methods to find him. No matter how hard the enemy thinks, they would never expect an assassin to appear from dozens of meters away. With stealth, Qin Chuan quickly reached the village entrance. The beginner village was bustling with noise, but the commotion outside the village was 10 times greater. Everywhere he looked, countless players were striving to level up. After experiencing the initial chaos, players found the most effective way to level up, which was to team up. However, even in teams, their monster-killing efficiency remained low. Qin Chuan chose the Wild Boar Plains as his leveling spot, a zone where monsters began at level 5. At this hour, virtually no players ventured here. His gaze swept across the field and swiftly locked onto his target. Wild Boar, level 5, HP 500, attack 50. Defense 30. Skill charge. With my current stats, throwing shadow daggers from 30 meters yields only 185 points of true damage. 3 strikes required to fell a wild boar. Far too inefficient. Qin Chuan mused inwardly. Were other players to overhear such thoughts, they'd spit in disbelief. Only 185 damage. Is that even human speech? Most players barely scraped 5 or 6 points stabbing rabbits with kitchen knives. Yet he dealt nearly 200. What more could one possibly demand? And this was against a level 5 wild boar boasting 30 points of defense. At this stage, ordinary players couldn't even pierce its hide. But Qin Chuan possessed an SS steer talent and a hidden class. Naturally, he pursued the absolute pinnacle of performance. Thus his attention turned to the beast skull, an item imbued with 1 evolution point not to be wasted. His damage output stemmed not only from the sniper's passive bonuses, but also heavily relied on the ambush strike granted by Shadow Stealth. Alas, his talent conferred no effect upon the beast skull, otherwise he would have undoubtedly evolved the sniper ability itself. This first evolution opportunity therefore belonged solely to Shadow Stealth. Clutching the beast skull, Qin Chuan activated it immediately. First evolution consumes 1 evolution point. Evolve Shadow Stealth. Yes. Ding. Shadow Stealth has evolved. Quality upgraded common black iron. In Tianqi, both equipment and skills adhered to a unified tier system. From lowest to highest, the tiers were common black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, and legendary. 8 ranks in total. Qin Chuan knew, however, that beyond legendary lay even higher tiers, though no player could access them at this stage. Truth be told, he had originally hoped to evolve the beast skull itself. Yet it was not equipment, but a consumable item, outside the scope of evolution mechanics. Truly a balanced system, Tianqi outright eliminates any possibility of exploiting bugs. Qin Chuan sighed faintly, then opened the updated stat panel for Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth LV. 1 black iron tier enters stealth, ambush strike, deals additional attack, 120-50 damage. Costs 5 mana. Cooldown 18 seconds. What constitutes a qualitative leap? This is it. Simply ascending from common to black iron triggered a dramatic surge across all attributes. The attack multiplier increased by 20%, an advantage subtle in early stages yet profoundly impactful later when player attack stats soared into the tens of thousands and beyond. Of course, such scaling mattered most mid to late game. Early on, fixed damage mattered more, and this evolution more than doubled that value. It catapulted Qin Chuan's offensive capability into another stratosphere, and even shaved 2 seconds off the cooldown. Perfect. Utterly perfect. He gazed at the dimmed beast skull in his palm, elation surging within him. No wonder that player from his past life, despite joining the game a full month late, surged ahead to claim a place among the top 10 masters. This beast skull had been indispensable. Truthfully, had that player possessed even modest talent, or a standard class, his achievements might have soared even higher. I wield an SS steer talent, the sole hidden class, and now the beast skull's power. I will not merely surpass my former self. I shall scale heights never before reached. Qin Chuan's resolve burned brighter. He refocused on the distant wild boar, and without hesitation launched a shadow dagger. A blade of pure obsidian energy coalesced in his hand and shot forward with lethal velocity. He distinctly felt an invisible force adjust his stance the instant he threw, enhancing both speed and precision. That's the sniper's hidden effect. Perhaps 30 meters isn't my limit after all. He reflected silently. His original 30-meter benchmark had been calculated from past life experience. After all, level 1 characters possessed meager stats and limited potential. Yet clearly the sniper's influence extended far beyond its literal description. Even as Qin Chuan pondered, the shadow dagger crossed the 30-meter gap and struck the wild boar squarely in the abdomen. 329. The colossal damage numeral flared above its head, slashing away a massive chunk of its health bar. Qin Chuan felt a twinge of regret. It hadn't crit. A clean kill would have followed instantly. Next time I'll aim for the eyes. The sniper's correction makes a hit there highly probable. He plotted silently. Meanwhile, the wild boar, furious at the sudden assault, locked onto Qin Chuan, lowered its head, and charged. But in the next heartbeat, its target vanished. Bewildered, it halted mid-stride. What just happened? Wasn't someone standing there moments ago? Where had they gone? Had it imagined the whole thing? Was anyone even present? Confused, it abandoned further thought and resumed grazing, though strangely it felt ravenous, as if hollowed out from within. From the distant shadows, Qin Chuan paused, briefly waiting for his skill to recharge. 10 seconds later, Shadow Dagger cooled down, and he hurled it again, deliberately aiming for the boar's eye. 494. Weak point strike. A massive numeral erupted above the beast's head. Mid-graze, the wild boar collapsed, silent, lifeless. Ding. Defeated level 5 wild boar. Gained 50 experience points. Bonus 20 XP for defeating a monster 4 levels above you. Total 70 XP acquired. Even Qin Chuan felt slightly embarrassed. In his past life, wielding only an attire talent and playing a heavily armored tank-class warrior, he'd rarely managed to kill monsters more than 1 or 2 levels above him, and always painfully slowly. And that had been considered exceptional. Ordinary players required parties just to survive encounters. Experience gains were meager, divided among several members, and leveling progressed at a glacial pace. Yet compared to the generous XP yield, Qin Chuan cared more about verifying his hypothesis. Emerging from the shadows, he fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, the sniper talent corrects motion, enabling flawless accuracy. Wherever I aim, there the dagger strikes. I may not yet be a peerless master, but I am unquestionably among the elite. Armed with this revelation, he immediately revised his leveling strategy. At 30 meters, weak point strikes still fell short of an instant kill against level 5 boars, just shy of the threshold. But it hardly mattered. Those 2 shadow daggers had revealed something else entirely. 30 meters was not his limit, not even close. Though his raw attack power remained unchanged, he could simply step back, extending range to 35 meters, 50. Even at 100 meters, he was certain he could strike with surgical precision. Such was the unshakable confidence bestowed by the sniper talent. At 100 meters, with tenfold damage amplification layered atop the already formidable ambush strike base, how much devastation he could unleash, even he dared not fathom. Assassin plus sniper, no god could evade it. Once Shadow Lurk cooled down, Qin Chuan slipped into stealth and scanned for his next target, a level 5 wild boar, this time standing 40 meters away. Though confident he could strike the boar from 100 meters, there was no need. Retrieving drop gear would only waste time and effort. At 40 meters, a critical hit would suffice to obliterate the level 5 boar. No sense exhausting himself unnecessarily. Even as this thought crossed his mind, he had already lined up his aim and flicked his wrist. The black shadow dagger flew forth, silent and swift. The boar, head bowed in placid grazing, remained utterly unaware that death's shadow had already fallen upon it. 657. Critical hit, its health bar vanished, instantly granting a generous 70 experience points. Qin Chuan swept his gaze across the carcass. Unsurprisingly, not a single bristle had dropped. He remained perfectly unruffled. After 10 years grinding in Tianqi, he knew the game's ruthless generosity, or rather its stinginess, by heart. The difficulty was punishing the drop rate abysmal. Yet Qin Chuan never expected rare loot from such minor foes. True equipment came only from bosses. His sole objective was leveling. 70 experience per boar, just a dozen would suffice for a level up. At 1 boar every 18 seconds, it would take mere minutes. The realization made him inwardly marvel. It was astonishingly fast. This pace of advancement truly unprecedented. The first player to reach level 10 receives an exclusive reward. I missed it last time, but this time I'll seize it without hesitation. With purpose now clear, he resumed hunting, becoming the boar's grim reaper, drifting unseen through the tall grass, striking once and killing instantly, never needing a second blow. Lost in the rhythm of flawless eliminations, Qin Chuan soon received the long-awaited notification. You have leveled up to level 2. You gain 5 free attribute points. Shadow's power surges within you. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Beast Blessing activated. You gain another 5 free attribute points. A cascade of notifications brought him to a halt. Even among hidden classes, hierarchy exists, he mused silently. In his past life as a heavy armor warrior, each level granted only 3 extra attribute points beyond the standard allotment, yet the Shadow Assassin bestowed 5. No wonder it was a unique singular class, truly peerless. Combined with the bonus from the Beast Skull Relic, Qin Chuan earned a staggering 20 attribute points per level, double that of ordinary players. This is cheating, definitely cheating. Oh, it's me who's cheating. Well then, never mind. Qin Chuan stood calm and composed. Cheaters were universally condemned. Unless, of course, you were the cheater, then you simply concluded your exploits weren't audacious enough. For his 15 newly acquired free attribute points, he resolved to allocate them in a 2-1 ratio between agility and strength. Agility being the assassin's core stat, dramatically enhancing attack speed, movement speed, and critical strike chance. Yet speed alone was insufficient, a raw offensive power also mattered. To accelerate leveling further, he intended to hunt higher-level boars, and without superior gear, boosting strength was essential to amplify damage output. As these thoughts settled, he finalized his allocation. The character panel shimmered with renewed clarity. Nickname Night Wanderer. Class Shadow Assassin. Level 2, 502,000. Attribute Strength 11, Constitution 6, Agility 20, E Spirit 5. Attack 16. Defense 8. Health 160. Mana 60. His health pool was slender, but Qin Chuan paid it no mind. As an assassin, innate frailty was inevitable, maxing constitution offered negligible returns. Moreover, he was the sole remote-ranged assassin in existence. Strike and vanish, never foolishly trading blows. Having allocated all points, he advanced once more, his gaze now fixed on a distant boar. Wild boar. Level 7. Health 1050. Attack 105. Defense 70. Skill charge. Its stats dwarfed those of the level 5 variant. This was one of Tianqi's hidden mechanics. Monster levels progressed in 5-tier intervals, with each tier introducing exponentially greater stat disparities. Players, however, possessed their own avenues of growth, equipment skills, and class advancement, commonly known as first and second transcendence. A level's even boar, over 1,000 health, still worth testing. Qin Chuan gathered shadow energy into his dagger and hurled it forward. 782. Critical hit damage surged, but against such inflated health it fell short of an instant kill. Enraged by the blow, the boar let out a furious roar and lowered its head to charge. Qin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. He activated Shadow Lurk, and his form dissolved into the air. The boar charged blindly ahead, yet Qin Chuan had already begun repositioning mid-stealth. By the time it reached his former location, he stood over a dozen meters away. The moment Shadow Dagger cooled, the wounded boar collapsed. Ding! You have slain a level 7 wild boar, 70 experience points awarded. Bonus 35 experience for defeating a foe 5 levels above you. 105 experience points in total, enough to visibly nudge the experience bar forward. Yet this outcome left him unsatisfied. He preferred dispatching level 5 boars in a single strike over expending 2 hits on level 7s. The base yield plus bonus made the former far more efficient overall. Qin Chuan paused to reflect. Should he return to town and purchase a bow and arrows? After careful calculation, he dismissed the idea as impractical. He possessed the sniper talent. Damage would remain formidable even with ranged weaponry. Yet without guaranteed one-shot kills, he'd be forced into kiting, constant movement, and evasion. Not that he lacked skill, but at his current level, surrounding boars would quickly lock onto him. With insufficient agility, even seasoned players couldn't outrun a charging boar. If caught, his fragile frame would crumble instantly. Better to stand firm at range than flee haphazardly across the map. If 40 meters proved inadequate to slay a levels even boar, he would simply step farther back. Surely at 80 meters, with double damage, he could land the final blow. Can Shadow Dagger even reach that far? A doubt surfaced. To test it, he immediately targeted a boar 80 meters away. At that distance, the boar shrank to little more than a speck. Yet Qin Chuan perceived it with crystalline clarity. And deep within, he felt absolute certainty: one throw, one hit. Shua. The black dagger shot forth in perfect straightness. Then under Qin Chuan's watchful gaze began to dissipate, dissolving entirely into shadow energy at the 50-meter mark before vanishing into the ether. Qin Chuan frowned, then relaxed. He had uncovered the root cause. His current attributes were insufficient to project the skill across dozens, or hundreds, of meters. At 50 meters, my uncritical damage, including the critical multiplier, totals 976 true damage. Still insufficient to fell a levels even boar in one strike. To guarantee a one-hit kill, I'd need consistent critical strikes, but my current stats make that impossible. His gaze shifted toward a nearby level 6 boar. Health 900. Perfect. You're next. 976. Weak point attack. The 6th level wild boar, grazing, slowly collapsed on the spot. Ding killed a level 6 wild boar, gained 60 experience points. Killing it at level 4 grants an additional 24 experience points. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. A one-hit kill, the experience points are acceptable. Calculating the efficiency of leveling up is still quite good. Just a dozen wild boars are enough to level up. Perhaps after leveling up, I should allocate more attribute points to strength. While waiting for Shadow Stealth to cool down, Qin Chuan continued to ponder. What limits him now is his attack power. However, after careful consideration, Qin Chuan abandoned this idea. Not only that, but he even considered revising his previous plan to allocate all free attribute points to agility. The damage increase from enhancing strength is limited. In Qin Chuan's current output, the critical damage from Shadow Stealth accounts for the vast majority. Among them, the fixed damage from the critical hit is of utmost importance. In that case, it would be better not to increase strength, but to stack agility. Rather than adding a few points to strength, it would be better to kill a few more monsters to accumulate evolution points. With the high base value of the black iron level Shadow Stealth, if it can evolve to bronze level, it could at least double. However, the points required for the second evolution are at least 2, or even more, and there's also the Shadow Dagger that needs evolution. It seems I have to keep working hard. Qin Chuan resolutely threw himself into leveling up. With his current experience gained speed, he can level up in at most 10 minutes, which isn't slow. As Qin Chuan continued to slay wild boars, a team was also heading towards the wild boar plain. A few people chatted as they walked. Boss Longting, can we handle the wild boars at our level? The lowest there is level 5. Are you teaching me how to do things? No, absolutely not. Don't worry, the boss is a hidden class heavy armored warrior with defense 3 times that of ordinary players. Xiaoxue is also a divine fire priest able to imbue our attacks with holy damage sufficient to break through the wild boar's defenses. That seems to be the case. I was overthinking it. I can only say that Tianqi is too popular, the low-level area is packed with players, and there are hardly any monsters left. Rabbits barely survive 2 seconds before being hacked to death. If we stay in the low-level area, leveling up might actually slow down. We might as well try here. Exactly. With our setup, we can easily handle monsters of higher levels, and with the additional experience bonus, it's definitely faster than struggling to fight over monsters. The boss is brilliant. As they chatted, they quickly made a new discovery. A player in the team holding a longbow pointed at a wild boar corpse in the distance, surprised, and said, "Someone got here earlier than us." The heavy armored warrior at the front looked around puzzled. "Why don't I see any other teams? Right to kill wild boars, at least a small team should come. Not just that, ordinary players coming here are just asking for trouble. The other party is probably just like us, also a hidden class." Tianqi is indeed a place of hidden talents. Such a small novice village has so many hidden classes. Not seeing anyone, could it be that they were sent to the resurrection point by the wild boars? It's possible. A look at those wild boars, their attributes soar starting from level 6, not to be underestimated. The leading heavy armored warrior waved his hand to interrupt the discussion, saying in a deep voice, "Everyone pay attention and try to find level 5 wild." Before he finished speaking, he saw a level 6 wild boar collapse suddenly in the distance. Not only that, but a ball of light also fell beside it. From the icon, it was equipment dropping. The archer in the team immediately became excited and shouted, "That wild boar committed suicide." As he spoke, he prepared to step forward to pick up the equipment. However, before he could take a step, he was pulled back by the captain. The man looked serious and said, "There's someone." The archer looked up and saw a figure slowly materializing. After glancing at them from a distance, it vanished again. The brief interval made the archer doubt whether he had seen it wrong. Turning to look at the other teammates, they also had expressions of disbelief. It seemed like someone was there, but it also seemed like no one was there. So is there or not? The heavy armored warrior looked at the assassin in the team and said, "This should be the assassin's stealth skill." The assassin nodded and shook his head, explaining the skill form should be stealth, but the problem is stealth cannot be used directly after breaking invisibility. It has to wait for cooldown. The heavy armored warrior inquired, "Could it be strong invisibility?" The assassin shook his head vigorously. "Impossible. No matter what game, strong invisibility is considered a relatively advanced skill, and it cannot be learned by a player of this level." In fact, the warrior knew this as well. He was also an experienced player. The warrior's mind stirred, and he shouted loudly towards the spot where the figure had disappeared, "I am Longting Tianxia, and I would like to make a friend with you." Longting Tianxia has now realized there was indeed a player present just now. So that level 6 wild boar did not commit suicide, it was killed, and it was a one-hit kill. Moreover, the immediate stealth maneuver of the other party indicated that the opponent was definitely an assassin-type hidden class. This invigorated Longting Tianxia's thoughts. He was determined to create the first guild of Tianqi, and such a skilled player was someone he could not afford to miss. Meanwhile, the hidden Qin Chuan was also momentarily stunned. It turned out to be him. In his past life, Qin Chuan had dealt with Longting Tianxia many times. Because they were both heavy armored warriors, they had put in great effort to compete for the top spot on the warrior leaderboard. In the end, Qin Chuan secured the top position with a better-suited talent firmly sitting at the top of the warrior leaderboard. Now encountering Longting Tianxia and seeing the heavy armor on the other party, Qin Chuan felt a bit of nostalgia. Naturally, Qin Chuan would not agree to Longting Tianxia's invitation. He could never settle for being subordinate. However, Longting Tianxia was indeed a person worth befriending. With that in mind, Qin Chuan exited stealth and appeared openly, saying, "So it's Longting Tianxia, I've heard much about you." Longting Tianxia immediately sent a friend request. Player Longting Tianxia requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Yes, no. Qin Chuan chose to accept. Longting Tianxia looked at the new name in his friend list and clasped his hands, saying, "So it's Night Wanderer, I've long heard of your name." The archer behind whispered, "Night Wanderer. It seems there's no expert with that ID." Longting Tianxia turned around and glared at him angrily, saying, "Shut up." Longting Tianxia possesses great insight. Although he cannot recall any master named Yi Yushun, it does not hinder him from recognizing Qin Chuan's potential. Not to mention anything else, the ability to instantly kill a level 6 wild boar is enough to prove his strength. One must understand that a level 6 wild boar has as much as 900 health points. Even without any defensive skills, an ordinary player would take a long time to defeat it. Yet under Yi Yushun's hand, it was killed without a hint of resistance. Longting Tianxia knows he cannot achieve that. Not only him, but even their 5-member team together could not kill a level 6 wild boar in one attack. In my team, the majority have hidden classes, not to mention our talents are all B or a grade, which isn't bad. This Yi Yushun's exaggerated damage must also be due to an A-grade talent, right? No, I also have an A-grade talent, although it enhances defense. However, when converted to attack power, it wouldn't allow me to kill a level 6 wild boar in one hit. Could it be that Yi Yushun has an S-grade talent? Longting Tianxia was shocked by his own conjecture, feeling a twinge of envy. As for jealousy, there is a bit, but not much. Suppressing his thoughts, Longting Tianxia extended an invitation. "Brother Yi Yushun, would you like to join our team to level up together?" Based on Longting Tianxia's assumptions, Yi Yushun's talent cannot be low, and the ability to kill wild boars instantly is likely related to this talent. However, such high damage surely cannot be consistently achieved. During the downtime of Yi Yushun's damage, their team could level up with him. Longting Tianxia does not expect to recruit him this way, but at least it could build some goodwill. With familiarity from teaming up a few times, a future collaboration could lead to greater endeavors. The few members teaming up with Long Tongue Tianxia were old comrades quickly understanding the captain's intentions, and they said in unison, "Brother Yi Yushun, let's form a team. It guarantees efficiency." Yes, with the heavy armored warrior in front you can just focus on dealing damage. Let's level up before other players arrive. To their enthusiastic invitation, Qin Chuan politely declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I am used to being a lone wolf." Long Tongue Tianxia felt a bit regretful. However, one of the archers in the team voiced his dissatisfaction, muttering, "Acting all high and mighty, be careful of getting gored by a wild boar." His voice was not very loud, but it was enough to reach Qin Chuan's ears. Qin Chuan paid it no mind. Why bother with a passerby? Long Tongue Tianxia frowned and scolded, "Go apologize to Brother Yi Yushun." Qin Chuan waved his hand, saying, "President Long Tongue need not be so courteous. I will be leveling up first." After saying that, he activated stealth and collected the gear he had dropped earlier. He glanced at the attributes. Wild boar leather armor, common grade, constitution 2, defense 20. Equipment requirement level 6. The attributes are decent, but he cannot equip it for now, so it had to be set aside. On the other side, the archer in Long Tongue Tianxia's team typed in the team chat complaining, "This Yi Yushun is too pretentious. He just instant killed a level 6 wild boar. He must have used some talent or item." If it was talent, such a high burst damage talent would definitely have a long cooldown. If it was an item, how many more times could he use it? The boss kindly invited him to join the team for experience, yet he didn't appreciate it. Although the others in the team remained silent, they shared similar thoughts. Even Long Tongue Tianxia himself felt a bit uncomfortable. Having played so many games and already established a reputation, it was somewhat embarrassing to have his invitation rejected. However, Long Tongue Tianxia did not show his emotions on his face, merely gazing into the distance. He was waiting for Qin Chuan's next strike. According to Long Tongue Tianxia's expectations, if Yi Yushun wanted to replicate that previous high burst, it would take at least half an hour of cooldown. Before that thought could fully form, he saw a level 6 wild boar collapse in the distance. At the same time, Yi Yushun's figure appeared in the distance. So soon he can attack again. Long Tongue Tianxia's brow twitched. From the previous moment until now, it had barely been half a minute, yet Yi Yushun could explode with such damage again. He must truly have an S-grade talent. However, in the next second, Long Tongue Tianxia noticed something amiss. Wasn't Yi Yushun's position a bit too far? Normally, an assassin would initiate their attack from behind the monster, right? The Divine Fire Priest in the team also noticed this and couldn't help but say, "Yi Yushun can kill monsters from so far away. Could he be an archer?" "Impossible," the adjacent archer stated firmly. "What kind of archer class can kill monsters above their level? Moreover, I observed that the wild boar that was killed had no arrow wounds on it. I can guarantee that Yi Yushun cannot be an archer." A new mystery emerged before Long Tang's team. How could an assassin kill a monster from a distance of 50 meters? Is he an assassin or a sniper? Ridiculous. Just as Long Tongue Tianxia and the others were puzzled, Qin Chuan entered stealth mode again. Moments later, another carefree wild boar fell dead. The archer who was observing closely couldn't help but curse, "Damn, is he cheating?" And here the game claims there are absolutely no cheats, boasting without a draft. Long Tongue Tianxia knew some insider information. It was said that Tianqi was developed jointly by countries around the world, so, with such high technical standards, cheats would definitely not exist. However, the scene before him truly made him doubt. 20 seconds for each instant kill damage. If he wasn't cheating, it was utterly inexplicable. Just as Long Tongue Tianxia was questioning life, another wild boar collapsed and died. The archer in the team had not yet spoken, but another assassin could no longer sit still. This assassin felt like a dog before Qin Chuan. "Is there such a big gap between assassins?" the assassin murmured, bewildered. The archer beside him patted the assassin's shoulder, speaking in a dejected tone, "I can understand your feelings. I just want to ask, how can an assassin kill a wild boar from 50 meters away, leaving me as an archer with nothing to say? Let's just say, can this game still be enjoyable?" The two stared at each other, lamenting the unpredictability of life. Long Tongue Tianxia tightened his grip on his shield, saying in a deep voice, "Be careful, a monster is coming." While they were chatting, a wild boar targeted them, lowering its head and charging forward. Bang! Long Tongue Tianxia was knocked back 3 steps, and his health bar was nearly empty. Fortunately, the team's priest was quick to react, casting a preemptive healing spell that immediately topped off Long Tongue Tianxia's health. Then he also imbued his teammates with the Divine Fire Mark, executing the actions fluidly. The team's assassins and archers also stopped chatting, drawing their weapons, and starting to deal damage. 5. The fixed damage from the Divine Fire Mark kept popping up. In the face of the wild boar's hefty health bar, their damage seemed so insignificant. As for their own output, they couldn't even break through its defenses, so what damage could they inflict? However, the good news was that they could at least deal some damage. As long as Long Tongue Tianxia could hold on, defeating this wild boar was not a problem. After a chaotic battle, Long Tongue's team finally killed the level 5 wild boar and achieved victory. "We are indeed quite powerful," Long Tongue Tianxia encouraged. However, the response was sparse and his teammates showed no desire to speak. Long Tongue Tianxia was somewhat annoyed. They were being so ungrateful. The priestess pointed into the distance and said, "Boss, I suspect someone is cheating." Turning back to look, Long Tongue Tianxia saw that while they were struggling to cooperate to kill the level 5 wild boar, Yi Yushun had already killed 3 wild boars. And they were all level 6. Damn, Long Tongue Tianxia cursed. I officially report there are cheats here. If possible, Longting Tianxia wanted to ask where Yushin bought his cheat, and if he could get one too. This monster is simply outrageous. Everyone take a moment to regain your composure, especially you Xiaoxue, restore your mana to full. Longting Tianxia said. In his mind, he added a thought. And adjust your mindset as well. Anyone who saw their entire team struggling to defeat monsters for so long only to be outdone by someone else's casual strike would inevitably feel a sense of defeat. Seeing the team's morale falter, Longting Tianxia quickly said, everyone don't be discouraged. Setting Yushin aside, we are still very strong. At this point, other players couldn't possibly hunt level 5 wild boars. They were incapable of doing so. This statement received unanimous agreement from the crowd. Indeed, they were powerful players. As long as they didn't compare themselves to Yushin. The assassin in the team chimed in. I guess Yushin's talent is probably related to ranged attacks. In other words, his melee abilities must be weak. The assassin seemed to have found the meaning of life and proudly declared, my talent increases melee damage by 20% of my potential in the later stages, is limitless, definitely not inferior to Yushin. So in this regard, it's a 50-50 match between me and Yushin. I can't compare to him in ranged attacks, and he can't compare to me in melee. The nearby archer felt a bit gloomy. You can still compare melee with Yushin, but as an archer, I can only compare ranged attacks with him. However, the archer quickly found his own strengths and said, Yushin's ranged attacks are likely due to his class skills. He definitely doesn't have shooting skills. When it comes to archery, I am above Yushin. The boss knows I am a professional shooter in the real world. The assassin and archer exchanged smiles, regaining their confidence, but Longting Tianxia felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Can't you two have a bit of ambition? But after a moment's thought, Longting Tianxia felt confident too. In terms of defense, he is also above Yushin. Longting's team rallied confidently, searching for the next target. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, was unaware of Longting Tianxia and the other's inner journey. He was still leveling up. After a few attempts, Qin Chuan was already adept at shooting from a distance of 50 meters, just waiting for his attributes to improve so he could further distance himself and ultimately achieve kills from 1,000 miles away. If the arrow god descends again in this life, he will definitely know what it means to be a sniper. Qin Chuan thought to himself as he casually threw a flying knife, instantly killing a wild boar in the distance. You have reached level 3. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The beast blessing has activated. You gain an extra 5 free attribute points. This time Qin Chuan did not allocate attribute points to strength. Unless he was going all in on strength, it wouldn't make much sense. Compared to strength, the assassin needed agility attributes more. With 15 free attribute points allocated to agility, Qin Chuan's agility attribute reached an astonishing 37 points. It is known that ordinary assassin players, even with all points in agility, would at least need to be level 6 or 7 to achieve such high agility. By that time, Qin Chuan's attributes had already improved further. The gap between him and ordinary players would only continue to widen. Getting the beast skull first was indeed a wise choice, Qin Chuan thought happily. If I kill around 60 more wild boars, I can earn 1 evolution point. It seems I won't have enough to further evolve Shadow Stealth unless a boss appears. Right, how did I forget about that? Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. There was a setting in Tianqi that if players repeatedly kill a certain type of monster in large numbers at the same time, a corresponding boss would be triggered. In fact, this is also the easiest way for novice village players to encounter bosses. Qin Chuan turned to look at the location of the novice village. If nothing unexpected happens after the player's crazed slaughter, the rabbit boss should soon be activated. While pondering, Qin Chuan caught sight of Longting Tianxia's team abandoning a wild boar with only 1/3 of its health left, running towards the novice village without looking back. He immediately knew that the boss had spawned. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan also headed towards the direction of the novice village. At this moment, his 37 points of agility were proving their worth. He not only caught up with Longtang's team, but also easily overtook them. On the other side, outside the novice village, countless players were rushing forward excitedly. Everyone get out of the way, if this boss is mine. Just because you say it's yours, it's yours. Did you write your name on it? This place is reserved by our Rasha Palace. If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave. What a ridiculous guild, thinking they can reserve a spot. Take this knife from Grandpa. Outside the novice village, an exceptionally large rabbit was hopping around, devouring players with a crunch. But this did not dampen the players' enthusiasm at all. This was the first boss in the novice village guaranteed to drop good items. With Tianqi being so popular, even a random piece of equipment could sell for a high price. The dream of getting rich was within reach, and players pushed forward one after another. If someone got in their way, the hot-tempered players would even slash at them directly. However, it wasn't long before players noticed something was off. A boss had spawned, which was a good thing. But why were they unable to deal any damage at all? Upon further inspection, the boss defense was as high as 250 points. Immediately, someone shouted in anger, "Crap, where's the planner? Is this boss something new players can deal with? Geneva, give me my money back. Damn, who the hell is touching me? Are you looking for death? Excuse me, Square Lady, could you please not block the way? Only those who can fight can deal with this boss. We need our mage to step in. Sisters, let them see the power of our 5 fireball sect." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 fireballs flew out simultaneously, accurately hitting the rampaging rabbit boss. However, the mage's excitement was abruptly halted the next second. Miss? Resistance. 5 fireballs, total damage 0 points. The rabbit boss shook its body completely in scathe and continued to chase after players to munch on. However, among the players were indeed those with hidden professions who could deal some damage due to their class advantages. As this accumulated, they managed to chip off a layer of health from the rabbit boss. Seeing such a remarkable achievement, the players grew even more excited. Even the players who couldn't break through its defenses had no thoughts of retreating, eagerly pursuing the boss to strike. It didn't matter that they couldn't deal damage, while others couldn't either. Tianqi has a setting that in outdoor boss battles, if no player or team deals over 50% of the decisive damage, the ownership of the dropped items will be randomly selected among all players participating in the battle. In other words, everyone has a chance to touch the divine gear. What could be more exciting than this? Nothing. Plus, since this is right outside the novice village, players can easily respawn, letting everyone feel carefree. Seeing that the boss health had already dropped by 5%, several guild leaders were quite anxious. They were determined to claim the first kill of the server, but if the accumulated damage was insufficient, it would all be in vain. Fortunately, their competitors were also at a loss, which eased their worries a bit. As everyone was calculating their strategies, a massive damage number floated above the rabbit boss head. 976. Weakness attack. The sniper truly deserves the SS level talent. He can even correct his predictive attacks, Qin Chuan thought to himself. The boss's attributes are exceedingly high, not only in terms of specific numbers for attack, defense, and health, but also in speed. Qin Chuan had just aimed at the wild rabbit boss's eyes to throw his knife, but he didn't have much hope in his heart. After all, this rabbit jumped faster than an ordinary rabbit, its head swinging so quickly that it almost left an afterimage. Hitting was already difficult, let alone landing a critical attack. Yet Qin Chuan still managed to do it once again, proving the might of the sniper's talent. After unleashing the shadow knife, Qin Chuan decisively entered shadow stealth while glancing at the boss's remaining health. Giant wild rabbit black iron level. Level 5. Health 465, 225, 0000. Attack 350. Defense 250. Skill jumping. Description: born from the vengeful fury of the wild rabbit clan, possessing powers that surpass those of ordinary wild rabbits. This wild rabbit boss has been surrounded and attacked by hundreds of players for several minutes and has only lost 5% of its health, which is about 2005 to 600. Now with one knife throw, he directly dealt nearly 1,000 damage. Such damage he could deal once every 20 seconds. In a minute, he could surpass the total damage output of other players. However, Qin Chuan did not let his guard down. Because more players were rushing back, including elite players like the Dragon Rising team. Their single-hit damage might not be high, but accumulated it could still be substantial. According to the rules of the game, if he couldn't deal more than half of the decisive damage, Qin Chuan couldn't guarantee that he would receive the spoils. Qin Chuan calculated quickly. I can execute a stealth attack 3 times in a minute, dealing nearly 3,000 damage. To deal more than half of the decisive damage, I would need 8 minutes. However, the number of players is increasing, and there are too many variables in that 8-minute time frame. What if I don't wait for Shadow Stealth to cool down, and instead supplement with Shadow Knife? After all, Shadow Knife has a quick cooldown. No, that's too risky. This is the first boss of the Novice Village. Dealing high damage would definitely make me the target of everyone. Once I reveal myself, I will surely be besieged, and with my current health, I can't withstand much. Even with the red name penalty, it won't stop those crazed players. For a moment, Qin Chuan found himself in a dilemma. It was rare to encounter a boss. Was he really going to let this opportunity slip away? Just as Qin Chuan was pondering how to secure his claim to the loot, other players were already in an uproar. What was happening? They had been attacking the boss for a while, and it was a joyful situation for everyone as they had a chance to loot equipment. Why did such an exaggerated damage number suddenly appear? What the hell, is there a cheat? Did I just see that right? Was it over 900 damage? There's no decimal right. 976 damage, and it's a critical hit. Who in the world is playing this game? I can't even break through their defenses, and my total damage output is still 0. Can we even continue playing? I from the Azura Palace strongly protest. Bro, where did you get that cheat? Is it stable? Regardless of whether it's a cheat or not, we need to root that guy out and stop him from dealing damage, otherwise the loot from this boss will have nothing to do with us. Exactly, that makes sense. Brothers, keep your eyes peeled. If you spot any suspicious individuals, attack immediately. We must clear him out. Players were discussing amongst themselves, and even though they were being attacked by the wild rabbit boss, it didn't affect their determination to identify the mysterious player. Some players even started casting skills at the spot where Qin Chuan had appeared earlier, trying to kill him while he was in stealth. Qin Chuan, hidden in the shadows, felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he could stealth seamlessly, otherwise he would have definitely been killed by these crazed players. This further reinforced Qin Chuan's belief that his choice was wise. If he had chosen the archer profession as recommended by the game, he could certainly deal more ranged damage, but he would never secure the loot. As long as he approached the boss, countless players would rush over to attack him. In such a scenario, unless he dealt over half of the boss's health with one shot, it would all be in vain. As for scattering the other players, the feasibility was nearly 0. Although his attributes were high, he had not established a decisive gap with other players. This boss spawned too early. If only I could wait a little longer to gather evolution points to enhance my abilities, I wouldn't be so passive. Forget it, I should just wait for Shadow Stealth to cool down, Qin Chuan thought. At the same time, the Dragon Rising team also hurried back, glancing at each other after hearing what had just happened. The assassin in the team said, "It's Night Wanderer." The Divine Fire Priest Xiaoxua chimed in. At this stage, the only player who can deal nearly 1,000 damage is Night Wanderer. I can't think of anyone else. No wonder he doesn't team up with us. That turns out we were holding him back. The other side. A key question was raised by the archer in the team. Boss Night Wanderer has made his move. Should we still contest this boss? The other teammates immediately understood his meaning. At this stage, we can't form a raid. We can only have a team of 6 at most. Even with Xiaoxua here, we can't deal more than half of the decisive damage. It's a pity that the novice village is randomly assigned. Otherwise, if we Dragon Rising's players gathered, we could definitely take down this boss. Other teams are the same. Without Night Wanderer, everyone can only rely on chance. The issue lies with Night Wanderer. I've observed him before. His attack frequency is about every 20 seconds, and he can deal enough decisive damage in a maximum of 8 minutes. In 8 minutes, even if all the players from the novice village came over, their collective damage would probably not match Night Wanderer's. The excitement of discovering the boss gradually faded, replaced by contemplation. He was weighing the pros and cons. Just as Dragon Rising was deep in thought, a group of 20 to 30 players rushed over, shouting that they were coming for the guild leader. The character names above these players were particularly consistent. Dragon Rising Wapi. Dragon Rising Knight Attack Widow's Gate. Dragon Rising I Don't Eat Beef. Dragon Rising. Although there are no guild tokens at this stage, it's not difficult for players to adopt the same format for their character names. Seeing his subordinates coming to assist, Dragon Rising felt quite pleased. However, the previous issues still lingered. Just as he was deep in thought, Qin Chuan struck again. 976. Critical hit. The high damage floated up, and the wild rabbit boss's health visibly dropped a little. Surrounding players widened their eyes, trying to locate the suspicious target. But they failed. The moment Qin Chuan attacked, he re-entered stealth, lying in wait for another opportunity. Qin Chuan's subsequent move also solidified Dragon Rising's decision. He called over his subordinates and instructed them to move away from the wild rabbit boss. The other guilds were left in confusion. What was happening? Was the Dragon Rising guild truly giving up on such a great opportunity to secure the first kill of the boss? This was not in line with Dragon Rising's style. Just as several guild leaders were about to probe for more information, they heard Dragon Rising announce loudly, Night Wanderer, our Dragon Rising guild, is giving up on this boss. Night Wanderer. This name caught several guild leaders off guard. They had never heard of such a master before. Judging by the ID format, he was not a member of any guild. Then where did he come from? Other players, upon hearing Longting Tianxia's words, became excited. So it's called Night Wanderer. You better not let me catch you, kid. I just saw someone attack from a distance and then disappear immediately. Could it be that so-called Night Wanderer? If he can stealth, he must be an assassin. Speaking of which, I am an assassin too. Why can't I stealth? Do we really need to be treated differently in a game? It's exhausting. I'm a hidden class assassin. Although I can stealth, I have to wait for the skill cooldown after breaking stealth. That Night Wanderer can stealth seamlessly. What's the principle behind that? No need to overthink it. He must be cheating. By the way, brother, are you stable? Longting Tianxiao abandoned this boss. Does he want to befriend Night Wanderer? Such a lack of backbone. Exactly, a mere Night Wanderer. I could easily destroy him. How can you withstand over 900 points of damage? Qin Chuan didn't take the other player's words to heart. Instead, Longting Tianxia's remark made him smile knowingly. It was indeed the same Longting Tianxiao from his memories. As for Longting Tianxiao revealing his name, Qin Chuan didn't care. After the boss was killed, he wouldn't hide his ID. Other players would know it anyway. It was only a matter of time. Longting Tianxia's statement showed that he and the entire Longting guild did not wish to be enemies with him. While pondering, Qin Chuan once again threw out in Shadow Dagger. 976. Weak point attack. The wild rabbit boss's health bar dropped a bit more. The players who had been waiting at his last attack position realized that Qin Chuan had appeared farther away, feeling a bit like they had wasted their effort. What are they waiting for? He is an assassin who can stealth. Many players started to back out. They couldn't break through the defense. The reason they were here was to gamble on probability. But now with Night Wanderer basically locking down the loot rights, they were just wasting time here. They might as well level up. However, some guilds were not willing to give up. A man with the ID Roshan One Strike scoffed, relying on stealth. He doesn't know his true worth. Get him out for me. Whoosh. Bang. An arrow flew into the air, exploding into a dazzling light sphere. Qin Chuan recognized this skill at a glance. The signature skill of archers, the flare. It is the nemesis of assassins. It seems that other players are also hidden dragons and crouching tigers, not to be underestimated. Qin Chuan thought. Yet he was not the least bit flustered. It was true that flares countered assassins, but there was a prerequisite: the determination of skill priority. In cases of the same rank, the higher the skill level, the more advantageous it is. A simple example, a LV1 flare cannot detect a LV2 stealth. If they are the same level, then it comes down to luck. Besides that, the comparison is the skill quality. Qin Chuan's Shadow Stealth had evolved and was already Black Iron level. A normal flare, unless upgraded to level 4 or higher, would not be effective against him at all. Therefore, this flare would do nothing but dazzle other players' eyes. Roshan One Strike smile froze on his face. Where was Night Wanderer? He looked at the player beside him, who also wore a confused expression, shouting, "My flare is already LV3. How could it possibly not detect an assassin? He must be cheating." Qin Chuan couldn't help but glance at that hunter player. This guy had something. How could he manage to upgrade his skill to LV3 in such a short time since the server opened? Many players' main output skills wouldn't be upgraded for several days, yet this guy upgraded in less than half an hour since the server opened. He must have obtained something good or has some talent bonus. However, Qin Chuan did not take this to heart. The world of Tianxi was vast. Even with his memories of rebirth, he couldn't possibly seize all opportunities. What he needed to do was to take the most important opportunities, and that was enough. For instance, the skull of a strange beast. No matter how high the skill level is, if it doesn't enhance quality, it ultimately lacks significance. However, this situation still served as a wake-up call for Qin Chuan. He had a first-mover advantage, but he couldn't rest on his laurels. Only by forging ahead could he ultimately change his fate. Regaining his focus, Qin Chuan looked at Roshan one strike, but ultimately did not make a move. It was unnecessary to waste a precious output opportunity on him. He might as well go hunt the wild rabbit boss. He hadn't accumulated enough decisive damage yet, so he couldn't waste his output. Other onlookers waited a long time, but still saw no sign of Night Wanderer, and they began to mock openly. What kind of Roshan Hall is this? Big talk, little skill. Everyone keep your eyes open and don't join a guild with no capability in the future. Just practice more if you're weak. Roshan one strike was so angry his face turned red, glaring fiercely at the hunter beside him, angrily saying, "Did you hear that? Go back and practice more." The hunter felt a bit disgruntled. What did this have to do with him? Clearly the other side had more powerful trump cards. This broken guild really wasn't interesting. Not far away, Longting Tianxiao watched Roshan one strike, and the hunter, his eyes flashing with brilliance. He could no longer hold back his desire to poach. However, speaking of which, Night Wanderer actually wasn't afraid of a LV3 flare. That was important information. Could his stealth skill also be LV3 or even LV4? Or perhaps it wasn't about level, but rather quality. In a short moment, Longting Tianxia analyzed a wealth of information and increasingly felt that Night Wanderer was unfathomable. Such a master, even if he couldn't bring him into his guild, must not be made an enemy. Behind Longting Tianxiao, the team members also felt convinced. Originally, they felt a bit frustrated, especially since this was the first boss in the novice village, and yet the leader directly gave up. But upon seeing Roshan one strike's embarrassment, they suddenly felt their leader's foresight. With Night Wanderer around, they truly had no chance. Their hunter didn't have a LV3 flare. Moreover, even if he did, what would it matter? Longting Tianxia called out to Roshan one strike. "One strike, be careful when walking the night. Don't let Night Wanderer take you out." Roshan one strike looked angry, but deep down he felt a bit anxious. That Night Wanderer dealt nearly 1,000 damage to the boss. If he targeted him, he would probably be taken out in one hit. With that thought, Roshan one strike quietly warned, "Everyone keep your eyes peeled, don't let anyone get close." You shoot another flare. Whoosh. Bang. The light sphere appeared again. However, after waiting a long time, Roshan one strike still did not see a fatal attack. Instead, the wild rabbit boss's health bar dropped a small segment. Roshan one strike's mood was very complicated. Night Wanderer did not take him out, that was good. But the other party's actions undoubtedly indicated that he was completely disregarded. Being ignored is more hurtful than being killed. Qin Chuan paid no heed to how Luo Sha Yi Daozhan thought, or how other players would respond. What he needed to do now was to continuously output damage and claim the spoils. From the current situation, there seemed to be no major issues. Luo Sha Yi Daozhan's attempts made many guild leaders realize that they had no means to counter the Night Wanderer. Moreover, their own output was insufficient. Even if they continued fighting, they could not claim the spoils. Although it was possible that the Night Wanderer would not secure the spoils either. But what was the point? If the Night Wanderer couldn't claim the spoils, he could always wait for the next boss. Yet the one they had offended was a top assassin who struck with lethal precision. With such a being focused on them, they could forget about living in peace. Several guild leaders gathered together to discuss briefly, and soon reached a consensus, calling back their guild members. Shui Yunge gives up the boss. Traveler's Home gives up the boss. Mingwang Palace gives up the boss. The abandonment statements from several guilds surprised the casual players. At the same time, it also gave many players a sense of vindication. In previous games, these guilds were notorious for their tyranny. Wherever there was a wild boss, they would monopolize it. Casual players had no chance to get close. Many had suffered losses and ultimately had to swallow their grievances. How could they compete with guilds relying solely on personal strength? But now the Night Wanderer demonstrated through action that an individual could contend with guilds, even putting pressure on them. Of course, not all guilds abandoned the boss, mainly because they realized that the Night Wanderer's attacks were not limitless. One guild leader shouted, "Brothers, don't be fooled. Although the Night Wanderer can stealth seamlessly, he still has to wait for skill cooldowns. If we all attack together, the spoils of this boss are not yet decided." Another player chimed in, "Exactly. If the Night Wanderer wants to claim the spoils, he cannot focus on attacking us. Let's go fight the boss and see what he can do against us." Many players were tempted. It seemed reasonable. Charge. Let's secure the first kill. The scene quickly descended into chaos again. Not far away in the observing Long Tung team, the priest, Xiao Shui, said, "Guild leader, what should we do?" Xiao Shui added, "Of course, I'm not suggesting that we go for the boss. Our Long Tung dynasty is renowned for its credibility. We cannot go back on our word. What I mean is, can't we help the Night Wanderer and give him some face?" The archer agreed, "I think that's a good idea. Our Long Tung dynasty still holds weight in the eyes of casual players. If the boss speaks up to make them stop, a portion of players should listen." However, the assassin was somewhat hesitant, saying, "While the reasoning is sound, won't it make us seem too lowly? We are a well-known guild, and it wouldn't sound right to curry favor with a casual player." The team's discussions reached Long Tung Tianxia's ears. He had similar considerations. However, in the end, Long Tung Tianxia chose to hold back. The reason was simple. He believed that even without his assistance, the Night Wanderer could still secure the boss spoils. He had that capability. The output capabilities of other players were on a completely different level from that of the Night Wanderer, especially after several other guilds had given up. The boss health bar noticeably dropped much slower. Without elite players like them relying solely on those casuals, they could barely manage 1/3 of the damage output. And the direction of events was close to what Long Tung Tianxia had predicted. Although the Night Wanderer did not attack frequently, his single-hit damage was sufficiently high, with each hit dealing nearly 1,000 damage, which added up to a significant amount. Watching closely, Long Tung Tianxia discovered another issue. His tone somewhat astonished. The Night Wanderer is always targeting weaknesses. The archer in the team also changed his tone, saying, "This guy is definitely a top-tier flying knife expert in reality. Even with my custom bow, I can't be as accurate as he is." Every strike was a weak point attack, and he was using thrown knives, relying entirely on feel. Not to mention, a rapidly moving target like the boss, even hitting a stationary target, is something few can achieve. The archer was self-aware. Even as a professional marksman, he couldn't achieve this level. Who exactly was this Night Wanderer? The Wild Rabbit boss was still rampaging, its attack power far beyond what current players could withstand. Of course, its defense was also impenetrable for current players. Under normal circumstances, it would take a coordinated effort from novice village players to wear it down. However, now, due to Qin Chuan's appearance, this situation was directly shattered. It had been over 4 minutes since he started attacking, firing 12 shadow knives and dealing over 10,000 total damage. Such exaggerated damage left many players feeling depressed. Were they playing the same game? Meanwhile, those guilds determined to secure the first kill found themselves in a difficult position. Their collective damage barely matched the Night Wanderer's, and although the boss still had over half its health, the claim to the spoils was basically decided. Continuing to fight seemed to hold little meaning. Looking back, their previous boasts seemed like a joke. So what if the Night Wanderer couldn't attack them and the boss simultaneously? He had already reached their limit with just one strike. Soon 2 more guilds chose to give up and retreated to observe the situation. They would not be able to claim the boss, but they could still hope for some drops. Surely, it wouldn't be so fortunate that everything dropped would be usable by the Night Wanderer. What he couldn't use would mostly be up for grabs, and that would be their chance to showcase their financial strength. Several guild leaders thought of this and hurriedly instructed their subordinates to gather gold coins. In an instant, outside, the novice village had turned into a place for collecting goods. High prices for game currency. Priority for large amounts. Time slowly passed as the Wild Rabbit boss continued to annihilate players, while Qin Chuan maintained his rhythm, utilizing stealth strikes to deal high damage. After each attack, he would stealthily move, never lingering in one position. After 5 minutes, Qin Chuan's cumulative output reached an astonishing 26352, meeting the threshold for decisive damage. This meant that the claim to the boss spoils was now firmly in his hands. Seeing this scene, the remaining players who were still holding out lost their resolve and retreated. As the number of players decreased, the Wild Rabbit boss gradually lost its attack targets and quickly locked its hatred onto Qin Chuan. However, it could not perform a counter-stealth, so it could only leap forward at the moment Qin Chuan attacked, attempting to eliminate this detestable enemy. Not far away, Luo Sha, Yi Daozhan cheered for the boss in his heart. Get up and eliminate that Night Wanderer. The Wild Rabbit boss was incredibly fast, leaping over 10 meters in a single bound, reaching the position where the Night Wanderer appeared in the blink of an eye. Moreover, upon landing, it would generate a shockwave capable of instant killing current players. Without a target to draw fire, it seemed unlikely that the Night Wanderer could hold out for much longer. But Luo Sha, Yi Daozhan's hopes were destined to be dashed. Qin Chuan's attacks continued, indicating that he had not been hit by the Wild Rabbit boss. Some players noticed something was off. Why was this Night Wanderer so fast? Just how high was his agility? Ordinary players failed to inflict enough damage to attract the wrath of the bunny boss, thus their retreat was completely unobstructed. As more players withdrew, the grasslands outside the village became increasingly desolate. This in turn left many players even more astonished. The speed of the bunny boss was indeed astonishing. Each leap left behind an afterimage, allowing it to cover several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Some players calculated that even if they attacked from 40 meters away, they would not be able to retreat to a safe distance before the boss approached. Stealth was of no use, as they would still be hit by the shockwave upon landing. Yet Yi Yushin managed to evade it. The bunny boss counterattacks could not harm him at all. Yi Yushin's agility attribute must be above 20, otherwise he wouldn't be able to dodge the boss landing shockwave. Not just that, I've calculated that 20 points of agility would still lose a bit of health to the shockwave. Even if Yi Yushin's stealth is special and won't be broken, this continuous attrition would still be unbearable. Could it be that Yi Yushin's agility exceeds 30? How many levels would that take? How did he level up? Didn't you see him dealing nearly 1,000 damage per hit, killing monsters above his level with ease? But the game hasn't been open for long. It's impossible to be at level 7 or 8 already. Don't forget, Yi Yushin has a hidden class which grants additional attribute points. I suspect he has allocated all points to agility. Protest. Why does all the good fortune fall to Yi Yushin alone? The players were stirred into a fervor. They didn't mind being unskilled themselves, as everyone was more or less the same. However, if someone stood out too much, they wouldn't hesitate to focus their attacks on him. Amidst the discussions, Long Tung Tianxia spoke up. Why? Simply because of Yi Yushin's talent. Everyone must have drawn for talents when entering the game, right? Players who obtained hidden classes can attest that they all have at least level talents. Long Tongue Tianxia's words made many players contemplative. However, some raised objections. I have a level talent, and also a hidden class, but I only gained 3 additional free attribute points. At this stage, it's difficult to have a single attribute exceed 30. I glanced from afar. Just now Yi Yushun is currently level 3. Even if all his free attribute points are allocated to agility, it wouldn't surpass 30 points. Is it possible that Yi Yushun's hidden class is stronger and provides more attributes? That is a possibility, but we cannot rule out the chance that Yi Yushun possesses exceptional equipment. Speaking of which, previously at the Hunters a player obtained something from an NPC. Could it be that it was Yi Yushun? Now that you mention it, I remember that player also went stealth. Looking back now, it's highly likely to be Yi Yushun. Wasn't it said that Tianqi had no internal testing? How did Yi Yushun know that there were good items at the Hunters? I seriously suspect Yi Yushun is a shill from the game company. Qin Chuan, who was waiting in the shadows for his skill cooldown, was dumbfounded by the players' imaginations. Yet some of their details were surprisingly close to the truth. Indeed, among players there are many talents, and one cannot afford to be careless. Qin Chuan thought to himself, then swiftly struck the bunny boss in the eye with a knife. 976. Weak point attack. The health bar dropped a little more, and in a few more minutes, it would be depleted. Immediately after Qin Chuan's attack, the boss retaliated fiercely, jumping back to its previous position and kicking up a cloud of dust. Such a shockwave was sufficient to send a fragile assassin back home. However, Qin Chuan was prepared. He began to move while in stealth. With a high agility of 37 points, he was able to leave the shockwave's position in time, suffering no damage whatsoever. My current attributes are still not high enough. After defeating this boss, I will continue leveling up, striving to reach level 5 as soon as possible. This time I won't use my evolution points yet. I will save them to further evolve Shadow Stealth. Today's performance should have raised the alert of several guilds. They will surely invest heavily in training archers, as relying solely on black iron level stealth is not stable enough. Maintaining a mindset of reflection is a habit of Qin Chuan's. It helps him make wiser choices. Of course, mainly because the bunny boss posed no threat to him. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well think a bit more. 976. Weak point attack. After taking countless throwing knives, the bunny boss finally fell, unwillingly dropping several light spheres. The surrounding players watched with envy, but unfortunately the spoils belonged to Yi Yushun. Even if they rushed over, they wouldn't be able to pick up anything. Nonetheless, many players still gathered around. They whispered among themselves, preparing to ambush Yi Yushun when he went to collect the loot. Yi Yushun was an assassin and had allocated all points to agility, so he undoubtedly had low health. A round of concentrated fire would surely take him down. They couldn't loot the boss, could they not take down Yi Yushun? Qin Chuan naturally noticed the players' movements, but paid them no mind. After killing the boss, he received a multitude of notifications. You have killed a black iron level boss, gaining 3,000 experience points. This kill is the first in the server, earning you an additional 20 free attribute points, 1 skill point, and 10 prestige points. You have reached level 4. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the exotic beast has activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The hunting moment has activated. You gain 1 evolution point. A total of 35 free attribute points. Qin Chuan allocated them all to agility. He glanced at his attribute panel. Attributes: Strength 13, Constitution 8, Agility 74, Spirit 7. 74 points in agility. Such an exaggerated value would be more fitting for a level 10 player, yet Qin Chuan achieved it at level 4. To describe Qin Chuan, now the phrase light as a swallow comes to mind. The speed boost from high agility was very intuitive. As for the evolution points, Qin Chuan initially intended to upgrade Shadow Throwing Knife, as 1 point would suffice. However, after witnessing the LV3 flare, Qin Chuan decided to continue evolving Shadow Stealth. After all, he evolved Shadow Throwing Knife to increase damage, but evolving Shadow Stealth would also achieve this while further enhancing his survivability. It was a win-win situation. As he pondered, the system notifications sounded again. This first kill will be announced server-wide. Do you wish to hide your nickname? No. Player Yi Yushun has killed the black iron level boss Giant Bunny. We hope all players continue their efforts. With that, the first boss battle in the novice village drew to a close. Qin Chuan looked at the Giant Bunny, its corpse surrounded by 5 light spheres. For pieces of equipment and a skill book, this was undoubtedly a massive drop. Especially the drop of the skill book left Qin Chuan stunned. Such items were notoriously hard to come by in Tianqi. In his past life, he had farmed endlessly and hardly encountered any. Yet upon his rebirth, the first boss had dropped one. Just as Qin Chuan marveled at his good fortune, Long Tongue Tianxia sent him a private message. Yi Yushun, if you have any equipment you don't need, can you sell it to me? Don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you. Qin Chuan was not surprised by Long Tongue Tianxia's request. He was quite familiar with this individual. In reality, he was the heir of a multinational conglomerate, a top-tier rich second generation, determined to create the #1 guild in Tianqi, and had put in tremendous effort to achieve that. Before Qin Chuan's rebirth, although the Long Tongue dynasty did not become the top guild, it was still among the elite ranks. This time, with Qin Chuan achieving the first kill of the boss and obtaining multiple items, it would be impossible for Long Tongue Tianxia not to be tempted. However, this guy had a strong sense of pride, conducting his affairs with integrity and never resorting to underhanded tactics. Qin Chuan clearly remembered that after Tianqi began to merge with launching, it caused significant upheaval in the real world, with Long Tung Tianxia contributing both financially and physically. Perhaps there were intentions to win people's hearts, but compared to those who did nothing, it was already much better. If there were any useless equipment, offering it to him would also be a good choice. With this in mind, Qin Chuan replied no problem. Upon receiving a response from Yi Yushun, Long Tung Tianxia felt relieved and typed in the team chat, Yi Yushun has agreed. Several teammates were also quite excited. The giant wild rabbit was a black iron level BOSS, dropping equipment of at least the same grade, and the level requirement would not be too high, making it a coveted item in the novice village. If their team could obtain 1 or 2 pieces, their strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. The assassin in the team remarked, I just watched for a long time. Yi Yushun's talent is definitely in the ranged category, yet he inexplicably chose the assassin class, which shows ambition. Long Tung Tianxia said this illogical combination, however, yields unexpectedly good results. If Yi Yushun had chosen the archer class, even as a hidden profession, he would never have been able to claim the boss's ownership. The archer agreed, that's right. If Yi Yushun were an archer, he would have been surrounded and taken down by other players long ago. No matter how high his output is, he wouldn't have had a chance to approach the boss. The priest Xiaoxua added, after this boss battle, even if other guilds have issues with Yi Yushun, they will have to weigh their own capabilities. Can they withstand a sneak attack from dozens of meters away? The group exchanged glances. They had initially doubted Yi Yushun's choice, but now it seemed they were on the first level of understanding, while Yi Yushun was at least on the 5th. A ranged attacking assassin was simply outrageous. The key point was that Yi Yushun's ranged damage was explosively high. How could anyone withstand that? This reasoning was understood by the several guild leaders present, so no one had any extra thoughts. Instead, they all began expressing their desire to acquire any and used equipment from Yi Yushun, willing to pay high prices. At this moment, a player noticed that the glowing orbs around the wild rabbit boss were gradually disappearing. This indicated that Yi Yushun was there. Immediately, a desperate player shouted, quick, use area skills to cover the attack. Yi Yushun's agility is only in the 30s, as long as we use a few more skills, we can definitely flush him out. Even if we don't get all the loot, just 1 or 2 pieces will make us rich. In an instant, several skills were unleashed, and other players swung their broken blades wildly at the air. Stealth only made him invisible, it didn't mean he couldn't be hit. If it had been before Qin Chuan defeated the BOSS, he might not have been able to dodge so many skills. Even if his awareness kept up, his attributes limited his performance. But now, under the boost of 74 agility, as Qin Chuan picked up the dropped items, he had already sprinted over 10 meters. By the time the players began their chaotic attack, he had already darted away 40 to 50 meters. It seems I was too easy to talk to, Qin Chuan thought to himself. With a casual throw of a shadow flying dagger, he directly eliminated the player who had been leading the shouting. Thud! The suddenly dropped player fell to the ground, startling those nearby. It's Yi Yushun. He made a move. Wasn't he just picking up equipment? How did he run so far? Who said Yi Yushun's agility was only in the 30s? I've calculated that this kind of speed cannot be achieved without 50 agility points. It must be the reward attribute points from the first kill of the boss. We underestimated him. The guy who just got killed is an elite member of the Luo Sha Hall. It looks like Luo Sha Yidao Zhan isn't giving up and wants to confront Yi Yushun Heiden. He really isn't afraid of being targeted. The surrounding players' discussions made Luo Sha Yidao Zhan turn pale, and he hurriedly shouted, I don't know this guy. He's not from our guild. There was no response. Luo Sha Yidao Zhan thought he was safe. But just 10 seconds later, a flying dagger appeared silently, directly killing him. At the same time, Qin Chuan's voice echoed in the void. In the future, if outdoor bosses appear, don't let me see anyone from the Luo Sha Hall kill on sight. For Qin Chuan, it didn't matter who had instigated the players just now. It was unimportant. Even if it truly wasn't Luo Sha Yidao Zhan's instruction, it was irrelevant. What mattered to Qin Chuan was establishing authority. Another point was that Luo Sha Yidao Zhan had poor character, and eliminating him left Qin Chuan with no psychological burden. Even if Tianqi and Launching merged and the death mark reflected in reality, he would not regret eliminating Luo Sha Yidao Zhan. Moreover, Luo Sha Yidao Zhan's death made the surrounding players realize an important issue. If Yi Yushun wanted to kill someone, there was simply no way to defend against it. This also made Long Tung Tianxia's judgment increasingly clear. Yi Yushun must be befriended, never antagonized. Qin Chuan hid in the shadows, waiting for his skills to cool down, and took the opportunity to eliminate several members of the Luo Sha Hall, thoroughly expressing his stance. He kept his word. Thus, the remaining players completely lost their aspirations. Qin Chuan also had time to check the loot. The first thing he was concerned about was the skill book. Tier Black Iron level passive skill that deals damage while tearing the wound, causing attack power 20 damage per second for 3 seconds, limited to physical profession learning. Because the giant wild rabbit was a Black Iron level BOSS, its drops were at least of this grade. This saved him some evolution points, which was an extra gain. For physical professions, tier is considered an essential skill. It doesn't require additional operation. No damage is triggered simply by hitting, making it nearly continuous in combat, greatly enhancing sustained output. The only downside might be that tear cannot stack. Even if the attack speed is fast enough to hit 10 times a second, it still only has 1 layer of tier damage. However, this isn't a big issue. What Qin Chuan cared about was whether this sustained damage could benefit from the sniping mastery. With my current attack, plus the fixed damage from tier, it's about 24 points per second totaling 72 points over 3 seconds. If it can receive the boost from sniping mastery at a distance of 50 meters with a 5-fold increase, it will reach 360 points. Even though Qin Chuan could deal nearly 1,000 damage with a single flying dagger, 3 to 400 points of damage was still considerable. Of course, the premise is that tier can benefit from the sniping mastery. Qin Chuan was eager to test his assumption, but there were still a few drops he hadn't checked, so he wasn't in a hurry. It wouldn't be too late to deal with the equipment first. However, in his heart, Qin Chuan was basically certain that tier enjoyed the benefits of the sniping mastery. With a casual gesture, the skill manual dissolved into a streak of light and merged into Qin Chuan's body. Ding! You have mastered the skill Rend, level 1 Iron Deer. Having acquired the skill, Qin Chuan turned his gaze to the equipment in his backpack. First was a dagger shaped like a rabbit's fang. Rabbit Fang Dagger, Iron Ear, attack 50, agility 5, required level 5. Exceptional. At the novice village stage, 50 points of attack was an exceptionally high value. Most crucially, this damage would be dramatically amplified under Sniper God's doubling effect. The sole drawback was its level requirement, 5, which meant Qin Chuan could not yet equip it. Yet this posed no real obstacle. With Ren now at his command, his damage output surged once more, enabling him to challenge higher-level wild boars, and his leveling pace would not slow in the slightest. Indeed, it would accelerate even further. He moved on to the next item. Wild Rabbit Leather Armor, Iron Ear, defense 20, health 200, required level 5. This armor offered substantial improvement for Qin Chuan. He allocated no stat points to Constitution. Even at level 5, his base health remained only 190. Yet this leather armor granted an immediate boost of 200. It had to be kept. Though he possessed infinite stealth, caution remained prudent. Of the boss's 5 drops, the first 3 are all useful. My luck truly has improved. Qin Chuan mused inwardly. In his previous life, fortune had never smiled upon him so generously. Prosperity ascends, steadily, unceasingly. Satisfied, he turned his attention to the next piece of gear. Rabbit Tendon Longbow, Iron Tier, attack 50, agility 5, required level 5. Essentially, this was the ranged counterpart to the Rabbit Fang Dagger. At this stage, players may wield only one weapon type. Holding onto this bow serves little purpose. I recall Longting Tiexia leads a marksman in his squad. If the price is fair, I'll sell it to him. True, by mid to late, Tianqi players mastered every martial art imaginable. Because by then Tianqi had long transcended the realm of online gaming and fully merged with reality itself. And in reality, there were no rigid restrictions governing equipment usage. Qin Chuan had once witnessed a priest-clad head Toto in plate armor swinging a warhammer with berserker fury, shouting virtue subdues all, mid-combat. But for now, Tianqi remained a game, bound by class limitations. Ideally, Qin Chuan would equip both the Rabbit Fang Dagger and the Rabbit Tendon Longbow simultaneously. Such synergy would yield staggering explosive damage. Alas, that remained impossible, for now. He reluctantly abandoned the idea. He could of course retain the longbow and sell the dagger instead, but again it held little practical value. He had no need for kiting just yet. Wasn't hiding and hurling throwing knives far more elegant. Gathering his focus, Qin Chuan examined the final item. Rabbit Bone Shield, Iron Ear, defense 50, health 100, strength 5, required level 5. Qin Chuan immediately forwarded the shield's attributes to Longting Tiexia. The next instant. Senior, name your price. I'll pay whatever you ask. Senior, please reply. Brother, you're my elder brother. This gear must go to me. Qin Chuan suppressed a quiet chuckle. Just as he remembered, Longting Tiexia principled, but only in moderation. He typed back casually, I need gold coins. How much do you have? Tianqi allowed direct bank account binding for cash transfers, untraceable, secure, and utterly reliable. Yet Qin Chuan had no urgent need for large sums of cash. Gold coins, however, were indispensable. A certain quest required holding a specific quantity of gold coins to activate. Upon receiving the message, Longting Tiexia instantly typed into the squad chat, how many gold coins have we gathered? Boss, replied Xiao Shui, the Divine Flame Priestess. Several other guilds are also bidding for Night Wanderer's gear, and given that current monsters drop at most 1 or 2 copper coins. Longting Tiexia cut in, I only want the result. Understood, boss. Xiao Shui reported swiftly, we've set the rate at 1 copper coin for 5 yen kingdom credits. So far we've collected 15 gold coins, spending over 750 yen kingdom credits. 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 1000 copper coins. Longting Tiexia nodded faintly. Intensify acquisition efforts. Before he could finish, another message popped up in the chat. Night Wanderer had sent a screenshot of the Rabbit Tendon Longbow's attributes. Longting Tiexia forwarded it instantly to the marksman in his squad. The marksman's mouth nearly twisted sideways with excitement, gazing at Longting Tiexia with fervent anticipation. Longting Tiexia smiled. Look how eager you are. I'll acquire it all together. Since Night Wanderer willingly shared the gear stats, he clearly intends to prioritize us as buyers, so we must reciprocate generously. No hesitation, offer top price. Xiao Shui, spend freely, funds are no concern. I still have modest reserves. Xiao Shui thought to herself, modest. Hardly. She promptly led her team to the novice village to purchase in-game currency. Meanwhile, Longting Tiexia seized the opportunity to deepen rapport with Night Wanderer. This was unquestionably a pillar worth clinging to, tightly. Longting Tiexia asked, Senior, what's your bottom price? I currently hold 15 gold coins, but other guilds are active too. At most I might gather 40. Qin Chuan calculated swiftly. At current market rates, 1 gold coin equaled 50,000 yen kingdom credits. 40 coins thus approached 2 million, or even more. With player output still scarce, and multiple guilds competing, the price was inevitably surging. After brief contemplation, Qin Chuan replied, "No haggling. I'll take 30 gold coins for both items flat." Longting Tiexia accepted without blinking. He cared little for expenditure. If over 1 million credits could elevate his squad's strength and secure Night Wanderer's goodwill, the deal was nothing short of extraordinary. Longting Tiexia possessed keen foresight. He knew Tianqi would undoubtedly dominate the global gaming industry, and his early investment would yield returns tenfold, even 100-fold. Yet in his heart, even those future gains paled beside the connection forged with Night Wanderer. Undoubtedly, Night Wanderer would pursue solo boss hunts and possess the capability to succeed. His inventory of high-tier gear would grow ever richer. So long as Longting Tiexia cultivated that bond, wouldn't his own arsenal expand accordingly? With Night Wanderer's aid, Longting Dynasty shall reign supreme as Tianqi's foremost guild. Longting Tiexia stood radiant with triumph, while guild masters elsewhere grew restless. They'd requested Night Wanderer's friendship, but received no response. They couldn't reach him nor learn what gear he held. Yet Longting Tiexia's reaction confirmed it. Night Wanderer did possess surplus gear. Knowing rare treasures existed, yet being utterly unable to claim them, gnawed at their nerves. One guild master attempted to probe gently, but Longting Tiexia, ever astute, feigned helplessness, his expression a mask of frustration. "I can't reach Night Wanderer either. What should I do?" Then turning away, he raised the purchase price for in-game currency, clear proof of unwavering resolve. From the shadows, Qin Chuan nearly burst into laughter. What a consummate actor this man was. Qin Chuan was not one to linger indecisively. If he were to auction the 2 pieces of equipment publicly, he could indeed sell them for a higher price, easily exceeding 40 gold coins, and in a competitive bidding war, even breaking 100. But it wasn't necessary. 30 gold coins were already sufficient to initiate the quest. Moreover, to sell them at a high price would require waiting for various guilds to gather funds, which would take time. Unless he opted for cash. With that time, Qin Chuan would rather hunt a few wild boars to level up. After all, he had 2 level 5 pieces of equipment in hand. Once he exchanged the equipment, leveling up would be faster, and reaching level 10 quickly to unlock the main city teleportation array would open up more opportunities for him. In comparison, selling for an additional 10 or 20 gold coins was hardly worth mentioning. Once the awakening merged with reality, the supreme beings within it would possess everything. What was currently available was merely an appetizer. While waiting, Qin Chuan was not idle. He had just obtained a skill point from the first kill of a boss, which he could use. There was no hesitation. He directly upgraded his Shadow Stealth skill. Ding! Shadow Stealth level increased LV1, LV2. Shadow Stealth LV2 Black Iron Grade Enter Stealth State. Additional damage of attack power 120-100 on critical strike. Consumes 5 mana. Cooldown time 18 seconds. Unlike upgrading the grade, increasing the level does not enhance the damage multiplier, but rather increases the skill's fixed damage value. Nonetheless, it was still an enhancement. Especially with the sniper's bonus, even the slightest improvement could not be overlooked. At a distance of 50 meters, a critical hit could deal 1590 damage, which was quite substantial. The efficiency of Longting Tianxia was high. Within a few minutes they sent a message, "Boss, the gold coins are ready." Qin Chuan was not one to dawdle. He initiated the trade and secured 30 gold coins. With the coveted equipment in hand, Longting Tianxia messaged, "Boss, in the future contact me for good items. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price." Qin Chuan casually replied, "All right." Then without further delay, he left the novice village and headed into the wild. However, this time, he didn't plan to go to the wild boar plain. The reason was simple: his damage output had exceeded expectations. If Rending could benefit from the sniper's bonus, then my total damage would be close to 2,000. However, speaking of which, a level 10 wild boar only has 1,500 health points, and it can't withstand the direct damage of Shadow Dagger, so it wouldn't even survive to receive Rending's damage. Qin Chuan was taken aback. Having too high damage was also a problem. It made testing skills difficult. As for reducing the distance to decrease damage, it was indeed a viable method, but unnecessary. He knew a good place where elite monsters roamed, all at level 10, providing very generous experience rewards. Longting's squad set out once again with their 2 freshly acquired pieces of equipment. They planned to return to the wild boar plain, hoping to encounter the Night Wanderer. A casual chat could deepen their bond. However, when Longting's squad excitedly arrived at the wild boar plain, they found not a single wild boar corpse. In other words, the Night Wanderer was not there. Longting Tianxia queried, "Isn't the Night Wanderer leveling here?" The divine fire priest Xiaoxue also looked puzzled. "The monsters here are of a decent level, and there aren't many players. It's quite a good leveling spot." After discussing for a while with no conclusive results, they could only suppress their doubts. At that moment, the assassin in the party said, "Boss, the brothers from the Rakshasa Hall have sent word that Rakshasa Idao is looking for the Night Wanderer. Should we inform him?" Longting Tianxia waved his hand. With Night Wanderer's strength, even 10 Rakshasa Yidios couldn't stir up a wave. What we need to do is level up quickly so that Night Wanderer doesn't end up with good equipment that we can't use, making us appear weak. If Night Wanderer were to despise us, that would be a huge loss. The squad nodded in agreement. Qin Chuan's destination was the granite hills north of the novice village. There was a sheer cliff there, bottomless and filled with elite monsters, making it a place that ordinary players would rarely visit. However, for Qin Chuan, it was the perfect spot. Boom, boom, boom. Even before approaching, a heavy footfall echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. After moving forward several hundred meters and crossing a hill, a familiar sight came into view. In his line of sight, towering rock giants over 4 meters tall were moving back and forth, leaving deep footprints with each step. Granite Giant Elite level 10 health, 3500 attack, 150 defense, 400 skills, throwing rocks earthquake. While the health of a level 10 wild boar is 1500, the Granite Giant's health is more than double. However, this was not the most troublesome aspect. The real issue lay in its defense. This creature boasted a staggering defense of 400, exceeding that of black iron gray giant hares. Let alone the players who were generally only 1 or 2 levels low, even level 10 players would struggle against this creature. It had high attack power and was cumbersome to deal with. For ordinary players, it would be more convenient to fight level 10 wild boars. It was precisely for this reason that the boss of the Granite Hills was only discovered 2 months after the game launched. Indeed, there was a boss here, and it was of a high-caliber silver grade. However, the triggering conditions were quite strict. One needed to kill 100 elite granite giants, and it had to be done solo. This task was akin to climbing a mountain for other players, but for Qin Chuan it was as easy as pie. Let's first verify the damage of rending, he thought. He then aimed at the distant granite giant and threw a flying knife. 1590. Critical hit. Despite the granite giant appearing to be made of solid rock seemingly without weaknesses, it actually had one: its head, which was its core. As he dealt damage, Qin Chuan had already entered stealth mode. The granite giant, unable to locate its attacker, let out an enraged roar, raised its arms, and smashed the ground, picking up stones and hurling them into the distance. His companions looked over in confusion, wondering if it was out of its mind. Oh, it didn't have a mind, so nothing to worry about, Qin Chuan observed from the shadows. At that moment, the rending damage on the granite giant began to take effect. 120. As the damage numbers floated up, Qin Chuan felt a sense of relief. The rending damage was able to benefit from the sniper's bonus. Though he was nearly certain of this, it was essential to confirm it. 120. 120. In the span of 3 seconds, the granite giant lost another 360 health points. Adding the previous damage from Shadow Dagger, its health was now below half. In other words, Qin Chuan could kill a granite giant with just 2 flying knives. Once the skill cooldown ended, he unleashed Shadow Dagger once more. 1590. Critical hit. Boom. The granite giant's health bar emptied, its body shattered into countless fragments, merging back into the hills. Ding, you have killed a level 10 granite giant, earning 150 experience points. As you are 6 levels above, you gain an additional 90 experience points. The experience rewards were generous. Truly a top-tier elite monster, the experience points are abundant. Qin Chuan's face was filled with joy. Although it took 2 flying daggers to defeat a granite giant, which wasn't very efficient in terms of efficiency, it was even less effective than taking down a level 10 wild boar. However, considering the activation conditions of the silver tier BOSS, this loss is acceptable. By the time he reaches level 10, he will perfectly switch to silver equipment in the main city, which would be delightful. Of course, Qin Chuan did not forget about the hidden quest on him, and he planned to take down the Wolf King before leaving the novice village. He remembered that the Wolf King was a bronze tier BOSS, not as formidable as the granite giant, but still formidable. Put in more effort to also secure the first kill of the bronze and silver tier bosses. Qin Chuan's heart was filled with fighting spirit as he devoted himself to leveling up. Ding, you have killed a level 10 granite giant and earned 150 experience points. Since you are 6 levels above the target, you gain an additional 90 experience points. You have reached level 5. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You have additionally gained 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the exotic beast is activated. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. With all 15 points allocated to agility and equipping the 2 pieces of gear in his bag, Qin Chuan's attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Nickname Night Wanderer. Class Shadow Assassin. Level 5, 905,000. Attributes: Strength 14, Constitution 9, Agility 9, 15, Spirit 8. Attack 64. Defense 30. Health 390. Magic 90. Equipment: Rabbit Tooth Dagger, Attack 50, Agility 5, Wild Rabbit Leather Armor, Defense 20, Health 200, Novice Leggings, Defense 1. Skills: Shadow Stealth LV2, Black Iron Tier, enter stealth state. Deals an additional attack 100 damage on the first strike, consumes 5 magic, cooldown 18 seconds. Shadow Dagger LV1 uses shadow energy to create a flying dagger, dealing attack 110 damage, consumes 5 magic, cooldown 10 seconds. Shadow Strike LV1 deals a powerful melee attack, dealing attack 110 damage, consumes 5 magic, cooldown 5 seconds. Tier LV1 Black Iron Tier passive skill causes damage while tearing the wound, dealing attack 20 damage per second, lasts for 3 seconds. Agility has reached 96 points. To be honest, if Qin Chuan hadn't allocated 5 points to strength at the beginning, his agility would have already surpassed 100. But it's not a big issue. The enhancement from attributes and equipment propelled Qin Chuan's strength to new heights, with his attack power skyrocketing. After a brief contemplation, Qin Chuan calculated his damage limit at a distance of 50 meters. Shadow Dagger plus the first strike and stealth plus a weak point attack, total damage 2,781. Total damage from tier over 3 seconds, 492. Total damage 3273. What a pity I still can't take down the granite giant with a single dagger. Qin Chuan clicked his tongue, feeling a sense of regret. If other players heard this, they would definitely report him. You can deal over 3,000 damage at level 5. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? When we were level 5, we were still battling wits against wild boars. Although it still took 2 flying daggers to slay the granite giant, Qin Chuan was not in a hurry. Don't forget he had a trump card, the skull of the exotic beast. The evolution points obtained from defeating the giant wild rabbit had been saved up waiting to kill enough monsters to gain more evolution points to unlock the secondary evolution of Shadow Stealth. The Bronze tier Shadow Stealth would have considerable improvements in both damage multiplier and fixed damage. By then, taking down the granite giant with a single hit would be entirely feasible. He might not even need to wait for tier to take effect. Ding, you have killed a level 10 granite giant and earned 150 experience points. Since you are 5 levels above the target, you gain an additional 75 experience points. Another granite giant fell. The distance to Qin Chuan's next level up grew ever closer. At this rate, by the time Qin Chuan activates the granite giant lord, he would be nearing level 10. The total time taken would likely be less than half a day. That was fast, Qin Chuan exclaimed. He vividly remembered that in his previous life, he reached level 10 on the 3rd day after the server opened. Even that was considered fast. There was no way around it. On one hand, there were too many players making it hard to farm monsters. On the other hand, the monster killing was too slow, and if they couldn't fight monsters of a higher tier, the basic experience wouldn't be substantial. If they fought lower level monsters, they would also suffer some degree of experience reduction penalties. Overall, leveling up in Tianqi was undoubtedly a painful process. Except for Qin Chuan. Ding, you have killed a level 10 granite giant and earned 150 experience points. Since you are 5 levels above the target, you gain an additional 75 experience points. You have reached level 6. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You have additionally gained 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the exotic beast is activated. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. He leveled up again. Casually assigning the attribute points to agility, Qin Chuan felt no waves in his heart. His leveling was just stealth flying daggers, with no complexity at all, making it quite monotonous. Fortunately, there were still other hopes amidst the monotony. In a little while I'll have enough monster kills, and I can evolve Shadow Stealth. Having a bronze tier skill in the novice village, I bet no one would believe it if I told them. Qin Chuan felt a sense of pride. In this life, his development speed was far faster than in his past life. However, even so, Qin Chuan remained vigilant. As Qin Chuan wreaked havoc among the granite giants, their numbers dwindled rapidly. Whenever a granite giant was shattered into fragments, its remains would quickly merge into the ground under some unknown force. Qin Chuan knew this was activating the granite giant lord. The increasingly visible array patterns on the ground were clear evidence. According to the information unearthed by players, this boss was sealed here. However, as time passed, the sealing formation gradually became ineffective, allowing the boss's energy to leak out and react with the granite here, creating a multitude of granite giants without self-awareness. For other players, this was just a fun story. But Qin Chuan was different. He had been reborn and knew the essence of Tianqi. This boss very likely comes from another world integrated by Tianqi. Qin Chuan had a bold conjecture in his heart. Moreover, intuitively his guess was very likely to be true. So if Blue Star ultimately cannot resist the gods, will it also merge into Tianqi, becoming part of the game and descend into another world? This thought crossed Qin Chuan's mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The secrets behind Tianqi were too numerous and profound. In this life, I will definitely change my fate. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, gathering shadow energy into a flying dagger, accurately hitting the granite giant's head in the distance. Ding, you have killed a level 10 granite giant and earned 150 experience points. Since you are 4 levels above the target, you gain an additional 60 experience points. You have reached level 7. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You have additionally gained 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the exotic beast is activated. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Hunting moment activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Qin Chuan had finally obtained what he sought. Combined with the evolution points he already possessed, he now had more than enough to perform the second evolution of Shadowstalk. This evolution consumes 2 evolution points. Proceed with the evolution of Shadowstalk, and yes, ending. Shadowstalk has evolved. Quality upgraded from black iron to bronze. Shadowstalk LV2 Bronzeteer. Entering stealth grants a guaranteed ambush strike, dealing additional damage equal to attack power 14400. Costs 5 mana, 16-second cooldown. And the damage output soared instantly. In a certain sense, Tianqi was remarkably principled. It would never reset a skill's level simply because its quality tier had improved. Skill tier and skill level formed 2 interdependent, yet mutually independent systems. At Bronzeteer, Shadowstalk's base fixed damage is 200. Since I've previously leveled it twice, the fixed damage now stands at 400. Qin Chuan mused silently. Now let me test its damage. Knees gaze locked onto a granite golem idling distantly. The granite golem trembled faintly, twice, but then stood motionless, bewildered, gazing blankly upward at the sky, as if pondering some unfathomable truth. Were no external interference to occur, perhaps after tens of thousands of years it might even awaken primitive sentience. But for now it would serve only as stepping stone for Qin Chuan's ascent. 6,356. Critical hit in previously Qin Chuan's Shadow Dagger strike dealt nearly 280 direct damage, plus another 500 in laceration damage, for a staggering total of 3300. Yet now with Shadow Stock elevated to Bronze tier, his direct damage alone exceeded 6300, enough to execute a granite golem outright without needing laceration at all. Qin Chuan emerged from the shadows deep in thought. I acted rashly. I should have sold the laceration skill scroll to Longting Tiexia. 5 million yen kingdom credits would have been guaranteed. Still, it was merely a passing thought. Qin Chuan knew full well that his current damage surge stemmed entirely from Shadow Stock's high fixed ambush damage. Yet fixed damage carried an inherent limitation. Even if his character's attack power later surpassed 10,000, the fixed value would remain unchanged. In future battles, laceration damage would be indispensable. One more level should suffice to activate the boss. Qin Chuan felt a quiet thrill of anticipation. Soloing a silver tier boss had been within his reach in his past life, but never so early, not during the beginner village phase. Even the player who in his past life had first discovered the Granite Lord ultimately required reinforcements to defeat it, and the battle had been brutal, won only through relentless corpse runs and repeated resurrection. But now, Qin Chuan believed he could do it alone. Meanwhile, Longting Tiexia sat atop a boulder striking the pose of a thinker. Had the game permitted smoking, he surely would have lit a cigarette, and he simply couldn't fathom it. Xiao Shui, the divine flame priestess, asked gently, "Boss, are you alright?" Longting Tiexia waved a hand dismissively, gazing skyward with quiet gravity. Tell me, where is Yi Yushun leveling? How did he reach level 7 in the blink of an eye? A teammate typed a question mark. Silence fell over the group. No one dared respond. Their elite squad, composed entirely of hidden class characters, had labored tirelessly against wild boars, yet collectively stood only at level 2, still short of level 3. They'd thought their progression commendably swift, until their leader announced Yi Yushun had reached level 7. Their rogue muttered dryly, "I have a feeling before we even equip those 2 items, Yi Yushun will have soloed a spawned boss," and claimed far superior gear. The archer brightened. "I hope it drops a longbow," and then circling back, "I told you, he definitely doesn't know archery. Otherwise he'd have kept the rabbit tendon longbow. So I'm still evenly matched with Yi Yushun, 50-50. Longting Tiexia had long since abandoned the urge to retort. Xiao Shui paused in reflection. Could it be that Yi Yushun previously looted a dagger, and bound by game rules couldn't carry a longbow? That's why he sold it. Whether he possesses archery skill remains unconfirmed. The archer's expression fell. Though reluctant to admit it, the logic held. Yet he refused to yield verbally. Archery isn't easy to master. Yi Yushun definitely can't shoot. Yes, that must be it. Longting Tiexia composed himself, brushed dust from his trousers, seized his shield, and bellowed, "Forward!" 6356. Critical hit. 6,356. Critical hit in each Shadow Dagger strike fell the Granite Golem. These level 10 elite monsters were utterly defenseless before Qin Chuan, so much so that he felt a strange dissonance. Was this truly the same Tianqi he remembered? It was simply too effortless. The sole imperfection. Shadow Dagger dealt single target damage. However swift the kill, it could never rival area effect clearing. I'll need to acquire a universal range skill scroll soon. Best if it drops naturally, but if not, Longting Tiexia can keep an eye out. That shouldn't be difficult. Qin Chuan reflected inwardly. He'd delayed evolving Shadow Dagger not only because Shadow Stock held higher priority, but also because it was inherently single target, ill-suited for large-scale combat later on. Tianqi, a hyper-open-ended virtual reality MMORPG, offered skills not only through class mentors, but also via skill scrolls. Among these were universal skill scrolls freely combinable into customized skill sets. In essence, players could forge hybrid archetypes, such as a healing warrior or a dual-blade priest, if they so desired. Such builds were notoriously underpowered, hence rarely adopted by ordinary players. While Qin Chuan diligently honed his craft, and Longting Tiexia, spurred by rivalry, intensified his own training, Luosha Yudaism, after surmounting countless obstacles, finally received word of Yi Yushun's whereabouts. "You mean Yi Yushun is leveling in the Granite Hills, the northernmost reaches of the beginner village?" Luosha Yudaism's voice betrayed skepticism. Into his knowledge, that zone teemed with level 10 elites boasting impenetrable defenses, suicide for ordinary players. Yet upon reflection, he deemed the intelligence highly credible. Others might dare not tread there, but Yi Yushun certainly would. "Yi Yushun, the humiliation you inflicted shall be repaid 100-fold. Rage burned in Luosha Yudaism's eyes. As guild master of the Luosha Hall, commanding thousands, he had been publicly obliterated by Yi Yushun in broad daylight. His prestige lay in ruins. How could he possibly retain authority without eliminating Yi Yushun? Do you truly believe Black Iron Tier stealth ensures invulnerability? A contemptuous smirk flickered across his lips as he clenched a scroll tightly against his chest. This was a peerless artifact, acquired at tremendous cost, specifically designed to counter assassins. It would ensure Yi Yushun's utter, irreversible downfall. Qin Chuan was naturally unaware that Luosha Yidao Zhan was gathering strength to find trouble with him. At this moment, he was still slaying the granite giants. However, as his level increased, the additional experience gained became less and less, coupled with the rising experience required for level ups. His speed of advancement inevitably slowed down. Yet even so, it was still several times, even 10 times that of an ordinary player. 6,356. Weakness attack. Ding, you have killed a level 10 granite giant, gaining 150 experience points. You have gained an additional 30 experience points for killing 2 levels above. You have reached level 8. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The beast's blessing has activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Allocating all attributes to agility. Qin Chuan glanced at his attribute panel. Attributes: strength 17, constitution 12, agility 14, 05, spirit 11. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth. With such agility, even the speedster Wolf King wouldn't be able to escape his pursuit. The reason Qin Chuan did not rush to kill the Wolf King for the quest was precisely because that fellow was notoriously fast. Quick attack speed, even quicker at fleeing. Unlike ordinary SSS, the Wolf King did not possess a strong sense of territoriality. Once it was low on health, it would flee frantically. If a player's agility was insufficient, they simply could not keep up. But for Qin Chuan now, this was no longer a problem. After defeating the Granite Lord, he'll go find the Wolf King. Qin Chuan set his plan. At this moment, after Qin Chuan's frenzied slaughter, the traces of the magical formation on the ground became increasingly evident, and occasionally, there would be tremors from beneath the earth. This indicated that the Granite Lord was awakening. After calculating the number of granite giants he had killed, he realized that it was not far from fully activating the boss. It would take at most a few minutes. However, before Qin Chuan could take further action, he received a message from Longteng Tianxia, Night Wandering God. Are you in the Granite Hills? Luo Sha Yi Daozhan has taken people over there. Qin Chuan was not surprised. Luo Sha Yi Daozhan was notoriously petty. Having been killed by him, he would definitely come back to seek revenge. As for how Luo Sha Yi Daozhan knew he was in the Granite Hills, it was actually simple. Luo Sha Hall was considered a large guild with many members. Even if randomly assigned from various novice villages, they could gather over 100 people. As long as one put in the effort, they could always find Qin Chuan. The simplest way was to look for the corpses of monsters. Ordinary players were busy hunting rabbits while elite teams were hunting wild boars. Only Qin Chuan was leveling up in other high-level areas. But that was not the main point. The main point was that Qin Chuan wanted to know what cards Luo Sha Yi Daozhan had up his sleeve. Just because Luo Sha Yi Daozhan was petty did not mean he was foolish. On the contrary, this person was quite scheming. By bringing a group over so conspicuously, he must have some confidence. While he pondered long, Tang Tianxia sent another message. A little brother reported to me that Luo Sha Yi Daozhan found a scroll, but doesn't know what it's for. A scroll. Qin Chuan suddenly realized, so it was that item. This made sense. With that item in hand, even a typical assassin would indeed have nowhere to hide. Qin Chuan replied, if I'm not mistaken, did Luo Sha Yi Daozhan make a big statement in the novice village calling many players to witness his revenge against me? Long Tang Tianxia on the other end was stunned. Night Wandering God knows this too. Did he previously have dealings with Luo Sha Yi Daozhan? However, if they had fought before, then Luo Sha Yi Daozhan had no reason to confront Night Wandering God again. Luo Sha Yi Daozhan was a bit reckless, but he was definitely not stupid. After pondering, Long Tongue Tianxia message, do you want me to bring people to help? As long as you Night Wandering God say the word, the Long Tongue dynasty will absolutely stand by your side. Qin Chuan replied, there's no need to go to such trouble. Let your people continue leveling up. After thinking for a moment, Qin Chuan sent a message, you can gather some funds. There may be equipment available later, and this time I want Yingguo coins. Once the Granite Lord is activated, even if it's not a massive drop, there will definitely be several items of loot. It won't all be useful. Silver-grade equipment, if converted to gold coins, wouldn't even be enough to empty the novice village. Qin Chuan was preparing to get some Yingguo coins to improve his living conditions. The rented place he was living in was average. It was time to change to a better location. Long Tang Tianxia paused for a moment, then immediately reacted, excitedly asking, are you about to fight a boss? Qin Chuan replied, almost. If you're free, you can come to the Granite Hills. Just be careful not to get too close. Long Tongue Tianxia quickly replied, he'll be there right away. After finishing, he shouted in the team, quick, stop hunting wild boars, let's go check out the commotion. The team members were all familiar faces and immediately understood what Long Tongue Tianxia meant. The assassin said, is Night Wandering God going to confront Luo Sha Hall directly? The archer calmly analyzed, the boss must have informed Night Wandering God of Luo Sha Yi Daozhan's movements, yet still asked us to check it out. Night Wandering God's confidence is high, or it seems he has grown stronger again. Long Tongue Tianxia said, that's for sure. Just a moment ago. Wait, how did he reach level 8? The team members exchanged glances. They vaguely remembered that not long ago Long Tongue Tianxia was still marveling at Night Wandering God reaching level 7, leveling up rapidly. It had only been a short while, and he had leveled up again. Wasn't it said that the later levels in Apocalypse become harder to achieve? How come they didn't notice? Ridiculous. Before setting off, Long Tongue Tianxia asked the Divine Fire Priestess, Xiao Shui, how much cash do we have left? Xiao Shui replied without hesitation, less than 200 million Y. Long Tongue Tianxia waved his hand, it's nothing. Night Wandering God said he might have equipment for me, and it needs to be in cash. Xiao Shui pondered and said the Granite Hills are full of elite monsters. If there's a boss there, it would at least be bronze grade. Due to limited output, players currently have little currency, which means bronze grade equipment wouldn't sell for much gold, making it indeed less worthwhile to exchange for Yingguo coins. Night Wandering God was quite astute. Long Tongue Tian Xia shook his head. The boss there is very likely to surpass bronze grade. Although bronze grade equipment is valuable, it can always sell for a price that worst it would just take a day or two. Only silver grade equipment simply wouldn't be feasible with the current output of game currency. Hiss. The assassin and archer gasped. Silver grade boss. A black iron giant wild rabbit had players crying for their mothers. How fierce would a silver grade be? It would probably squash a bunch of kids with a single punch. The assassin seemed to think of something and said, do you think Night Wandering God is deliberately waiting for Luo Sha, Yi Dao Zhan in the Granite Hills hoping to use the boss to take them out? Long Tongue Tian Xia nodded. It's quite possible. Night Wandering God's damage is very high, but the attack interval isn't short. Trying to take down all the members of Luo Sha Hall would be too laborious. Speaking of this, Xiao Shui interjected, boss, we can have other brothers from novice villages keep an eye on general remote area group skill books. Night Wandering God will definitely need them. The players in the know. 95-27 Rookie Village were filled with excitement. Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan was about to challenge Yi Yushun. If it weren't for Yi Yushun's interference, they would have had a chance to claim the loot. However, after defeating the BOSS, Yi Yushun swiftly eliminated several members of the Luo Sha Hall, including the president, making many players realize that they couldn't stand against Yi Yushun. Initially thinking the matter was settled, everyone prepared to continue hunting rabbits, but unexpectedly Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan stood up, rallying his subordinates in the Rookie Village, claiming that Luo Sha Hall would represent all players in the hunt against the villain Yi Yushun. Embracing the principle of enjoying the spectacle without fear of trouble, more and more players joined in, quickly numbering in the hundreds. After all, they couldn't snag the wild rabbits, so they might as well enjoy the show. Such a grand display only fueled Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan's self-satisfaction. This is the will of the people. Yi Yushun, your rampant ways will surely lead to your downfall. A president who knew Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan curiously inquired, and upon learning that they were going to confront Yi Yushun couldn't help but feel worried. After all, Yi Yushun could stealth indefinitely and was not afraid of level 3 flares. How could they possibly counter such an opponent? Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan, however, smiled mysteriously and claimed to have an ace up his sleeve. As for what that ace was, he didn't elaborate. His confident demeanor made several presidents intrigued. They hadn't entirely relinquished the boss out of willingness. They could only hold back against Yi Yushun. Now that Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan was preparing to act, they felt compelled to see for themselves. However, they held back, choosing not to openly join the ranks of Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan, but instead followed from a distance. In case Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan failed, they could still claim they were merely there to enjoy the spectacle, avoiding any grudge from Yi Yushun. A large gathering of low-level players naturally attracted the attention of wild monsters, which soon swarmed in and were cut down by chaotic attacks. However, as they delved deeper, the monster levels increased and casualties among the players began to appear once they entered the level 5 area. Ordinary players simply couldn't withstand the attacks of high-level wild monsters. At this moment, Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan stepped forward, standing at the front with the members of Luo Sha Hall. Such actions earned him the favor of many solo players. Long Tongue Tian Xia watched from a distance and remarked, Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan is quite the talent. He hasn't forgotten to expand his influence at this time. The assassin scoffed disdainful. I think he's courting death, trying to arm wrestle with Yi Yushun. He's not exactly thinking clearly. The archer completely agreed, speaking gravely. Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan is overestimating his abilities, foolishly challenging my nemesis, and is on the path to destruction. Long Tongue Tian Xia, puzzled, asked, you have a nemesis. Who is it? Xiao Shui quietly replied, Yi Yushun. Long Tongue Tian Xia suddenly understood, eyeing the archer up and down, shaking his head, while clicking his tongue in dismay. The archer was enraged, exclaiming, what do you mean by that look? Do you think I'm unworthy of being Yi Yushun's nemesis? Long Tongue Tian Xia didn't answer, fearing to hurt the feelings of his old friend. But the assassin had no such reservations, laughing heartily, old John, you should take a good look at yourself. How can you compare to Yi Yushun? Can you solo the wild rabbit boss? The archer was nearly fainting with anger. These two troublemakers were too infuriating. After joking for a while, Long Tongue Tian Xia announced, up ahead is the Granite Hills. By the way, have you felt an earthquake? The archer, still miffed, took a moment to calm down, and since saying, indeed, there's a tremor, and it's intensifying. It seems the boss Yi Yushun mentioned is likely underground. They continued forward, only to hear a string of angry curses ahead. Damn it, how did we trigger a monster spawn? What kind of attributes are these? 10 of me wouldn't be enough to withstand a single punch. Does Yi Yushun level up in such a hellish place? I think Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan is in for a rough time this time. Humph, what does Yi Yushun have to be arrogant about? Isn't it just relying on unlimited stealth and high damage? I could do it too. Enough talking, the granite giant is coming again. Everyone, I will take my leave respectfully. Long Tongue's squad found a safe spot and looked from a distance, nearly laughing out loud. Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan, who had come with great ambition, was now being chased around by a granite giant. Looking at the attributes of the granite giant, Long Tongue Tian Xia could no longer smile. With such attributes, they certainly couldn't take it down unless they reached level 5 and equipped themselves properly. However, all they could see were players rolling around in panic, surrounded by dozens of granite giant corpses. Moreover, from the scene where those giant fragments were merging into the ground, it was evident that even more giants had vanished without a trace. Long Tongue Tian Xia silently calculated for a moment, his tone somewhat shocked. Based on Yi Yushun's recent leveling speed, he can likely take down a granite giant in just 2 strikes, dealing at least around 2,000 damage. I remember when Yi Yushin fought the giant wild rabbit, he only dealt 1,000 damage. How did it double so quickly? The archer wore an expression of indifference as expected of my nemesis. Xiaoxua added Yi Yushin must have obtained a dagger that significantly boosts his attack power. While that made sense, Long Tongue Tianxia still felt something was off. As they discussed in the distance, Luo Sha Yidao Zhan after a tremendous struggle finally killed the granite giant just before dying himself. Such a feat left Long Tongue Tianxia somewhat impressed. He actually didn't get one-shotted, that's somewhat impressive. However, considering that Luo Sha Yidao Zhan had over a dozen priests continuously healing him, it wasn't too surprising. Fortunately, the granite giant that respawned was the only one, and the players finally avoided total annihilation. Luo Sha Yidao Zhan composed himself and shouted into the air, Yi Yushin, come out and face me. Since he had already decided to confront Yi Yushin, Luo Sha Yidao Zhan naturally wouldn't hold back. Other players widened their eyes, eager to see how Yi Yushin would respond. It was likely to be another quick kill with flying daggers. Luo Sha Yidao Zhan had also taken precautions. He specifically recruited a hidden profession as a helper to transfer damage, redirecting fatal blows to teammates. He brought dozens of people with him. Even if Yi Yushin could kill them instantly each time, it would take considerable time. During this, his subordinates could continuously return from death. Either Yi Yushin would have to battle them to the death here, or he would leave this place. This is the perpetual motion machine strategy of Luo Sha Yidao Zhan. Of course, his goals were not limited to this. He was waiting as long as he confirmed that Yi Yushin was here, it would be his moment to strike. Come and kill me quickly. Luo Sha Yidao Zhan secretly anticipated. However, instead of the instant kill flying daggers, he awaited a granite giant in the distance suddenly dropped dead. At the same time, a figure flashed and disappeared into the distance. It was Yi Yushin. Luo Sha Yidao Zhan was overjoyed, just about to pull out a scroll when he nearly fell over. At the same time, a figure flashed and disappeared into the distance. It was Yi Yushin. Luo Sha Yidao Zhan was overjoyed, just about to pull out a scroll when he nearly fell over. With a thunderous roar, a colossal, terrifying figure surged upward from beneath the cliff's edge, so vast its very presence dimmed the surrounding light. After tumbling headlong across the ground, the players steadied themselves and gazed toward the distant giant, their voices rising in unison with awe. Holy, how enormous! Standing now at the cliff's rim was a towering boss over 20 meters tall, its entire body forged from obsidian black stone. Notably, those 20 meters represented only its upper torso. The remainder of its titanic form remained submerged deep beneath the cliff. One could scarcely fathom its full stature were it to stand upon level ground. Ordinary players before it would be no more significant than ants. Yet once the initial shock subsided, their eyes blazed anew, not with fear, but with feverish excitement. A boss, and not just any boss, a silver tier 1. Charge. Kill the boss and loot epic gear. I heard that Dragon Ascension secured 2 pieces of equipment from the giant hare earlier. Night Wanderer even netted 30 gold coins, nearly 1 million in total. That was merely a black iron tier foe. This is silver tier. We're talking tens of millions at least. Fortune awaits, right here, right now. Without pausing to scrutinize the boss's stats, the players brandished their weapons and charged forward. Longting Tianghua had long received Qin Chuan's warning and kept well clear. Now with time to spare, he examined the boss's attributes and instinctively drew a sharp breath. Did this monstrosity truly belong in a beginner's village? Amos Obsidian Lord Silverdeer level 10 in health, in attack, in defense, 3 in skills, Shattered Rock Strike, Boulder Toss, Petrified Skin, Crushing Fist in description, a sealed Titan Lord. Eons of imprisonment have eroded his primordial might, yet even in diminished form his emergence heralds unrelenting fury and annihilation. Hiss. Longting Tianghua winced, grinding his teeth, his head throbbed. This creature, even his full set of level 10 gear wouldn't withstand a single blow. Its stats were utterly absurd. His teammates shared the same grim realization. The ranger glanced at his rabbit tendon longbow, then at the boss's staggering defense, and reached an inescapable conclusion. Barring extraordinary circumstances, he wouldn't even scratch its armor. Meanwhile, the priestess, Xiao Shui, focused on something altogether different. After a moment's quiet contemplation, she murmured, This boss is likely to drop defensive gear. Longting Tianghua nodded instantly. Let's hope Night Wanderer can solo it. Then we'll claim the new gear. The assassin frowned. Unlike the giant hare, this boss almost certainly possesses ranged abilities. Can Night Wanderer evade area effect attacks? Longting Tianghua waved dismissively. We'll observe first. They could see the boss's visible stats, but its skill mechanics remained unknown. No matter, the Rakshasa sect would unwittingly scout for them. Activating the boss before the Rakshasa sect arrived had been Qin Chuan's precise plan. Qin Chuan's current state bore stark strengths and weaknesses. His advantages were absolute stealth and devastating damage. Against ordinary players, a single strike meant instant death. His flaw, however, was painfully clear, abysmally low attack frequency. Though Shadow Dagger's cooldown was relatively short, it mattered little. He could only strike again after Shadow Stealth recharged. Breaking stealth prematurely would leave him perilously exposed. Rakshasa Yudaizan had arrived with dozens of underlings. Even if Qin Chuan struck down 1 per second, clearing them all would take half an hour. Should the Rakshasa sect resort to corpse-rushing tactics, the cycle would never end. Better then to let the boss dispatch them instead. With Amos's skill damage, the battlefield would be purged in mere moments. Concealed within shadow, Qin Chuan raised his hand and loosed a shadow dagger. Unlike the granite giant, Amos's weakness lay in his abdomen, shielded by jagged rock plates briefly exposed only when he moved. Still, given Qin Chuan's overwhelming damage output, even non-critical strikes would suffice to solo Amos. Only time would differ. To avoid complications, Qin Chuan chose precision. Every strike aimed squarely at the weak point. He possessed the skill, a Y hold back. 6356. Critical hit, even with 400,000 health points, damage exceeding 6,000 remained formidable. The next second laceration activated. 164. N164. N164. In over 3 seconds, cumulative damage approached 7,000. At a rate of 3 strikes per minute, Qin Chuan would fell Amos within 20 minutes. Truly worthy of a silver-tier boss. The health bar is astonishingly long, Qin Chuan mused aloud. Nearby Longting's squad stood utterly dumbfounded. Too far away to read the damage numbers above the boss's head, they nevertheless gauged Night Wanderer's power from the sheer volume of health drained. Damn it, did I miscount? Did Night Wanderer really deal over 6,000 damage in one strike? Xiao Shui instinctively adjusted her glasses. Precisely 6356 points, followed by 3 successive ticks of 164 each. Only Night Wanderer could achieve that. No other player possesses such capability. The ranger remained unruffled, smiling faintly. Night Wanderer is my archrival. Such strength comes as no surprise. The assassin beside him covered his eyes, unable to watch. He feared his friend had lost his mind, but truthfully his own heart refused to settle. Were they even playing the same game? The disparity felt unreal. While Longting's squad watched in detached fascination, Rakshasa Yadazen seethed, close enough to witness the damage numbers flickering above the boss's head. And precisely because he saw them, he grasped the widening chasm between himself and Night Wanderer, a gap that at present seemed utterly insurmountable. Perhaps opposing Night Wanderer will prove the gravest mistake of my life, Rakshasa Yadazen thought uneasily, yet the challenge had already been issued. Retreat was impossible. Night Wanderer was no negotiator. As the thought crossed his mind, darkness fell over Rakshasa Yadazen's vision. He looked up to see a boulder several meters in diameter hurtling straight toward him. Boom. The earth convulsed violently. Rakshasa Yadazen stood defiantly unmoved. Good news, damage transfer had saved him from instant death. Bad news, his entire party had been obliterated by that single boulder. No one remained to share incoming damage. If Night Wanderer targeted him directly, he would fall without resistance. Gritting his teeth, Rakshasa Yadazen produced a scroll and tore it open. It had been prepared specifically for Night Wanderer. Those circumstances had forced an unexpected detour, boss hunting. No matter. Once Night Wanderer's stealth was dispelled, his demise was inevitable. Rakshasa Yadazen had already stationed over a dozen guild mates at the resurrection point, each wielding AoE skills, unleashing relentless barges upon it. Should Night Wanderer be sent back, escape would be impossible. Night Wanderer, if you die, expect deletion, Rakshasa Yadazen sneered coldly and tore the scroll without hesitation. A strange radiant force enveloped the entire granite hills. Every player received a notification: the gaze of the god of light falls upon this place. All shadows shall be laid bare. At the same time that Luo Sha Yidao Zhan used the scroll, he suffered a second attack from the boss Amos, directly returning to the resurrection point. However, he did not care at all. It's better to return to the resurrection point anyway. It's just the right time to see how Yi Yushun was continuously killed. He did not believe that under this scroll Yi Yushun could maintain stealth. Qin Chuan also received a system notification, not surprised at all. Long ago, when Long Tongue Tian Xia contacted him and informed him that Luo Sha Yidao Zhan had acquired a scroll, Qin Chuan already knew what kind of item it was. The gaze of the god of light, black iron level, also known as the revealing scroll. From the name, this scroll is definitely high-end and impressive. Since it is related to the god of light, how could it not be top-notch? But in fact, Qin Chuan really wanted to tell Luo Sha Yidao Zhan that he bought a counterfeit. In Tianqi, even during the gaming phase, items related to deities are at least of the dark gold level. How could a black iron level scroll have any connection with the god of light? It is a wild fantasy. This thing is just something an unscrupulous NPC uses to fool new players. Of course, that doesn't mean this scroll is useless. On the contrary, it is quite useful, capable of breaking all stealth effects below the bronze level. Note, it only works on effects below the bronze level, excluding bronze level. When fighting the giant wild rabbit, Luo Sha Yidao Zhan deduced that Yi Yushun had a black iron level stealth skill. Therefore, using this scroll as a trump card is not an issue. But the problem is that Qin Chuan possesses the beast skull, which has further evolved his shadow stealth to the bronze level. For a black iron level revealing scroll to expose bronze level stealth is indeed wishful thinking. If this is Luo Sha Yidao Zhan's trump card, then Qin Chuan can only express disappointment. He thought there would be something good, but he didn't expect it to be this. Qin Chuan remained calm in the shadows while Long Tongue Tian Xia felt somewhat anxious from a distance. If Yi Yushun's stealth is broken, he definitely won't be able to solo this boss, and may even be killed instantly. He had received news that Luo Sha Hall had surrounded the resurrection point, preparing for indiscriminate attacks. Once Yi Yushun returned to the resurrection point, he would not be able to come out again. Of course, by that time, he would surely gather the brothers of the Long Tongue dynasty to break through Luo Sha Hall's blockade and rescue Yi Yushun. Long Tongue Tian Xia informed Qin Chuan of all the information and advised Yi Yushun, while nothing has happened yet, it's better to leave here. The boss is right here, and it won't be too late to come back after the scroll's effect ends. While sending the message, Long Ting Tianxia was also looking around, wanting to see exactly where Yi Yushun was. But to his surprise, even after straining his eyes, he couldn't find anyone and couldn't help but ask his teammates, "Have you seen Yi Yushun?" "No, didn't see him." The responses from several people were surprisingly uniform. Long Tung Tianxia felt relieved. It seems Yi Yushun is quite cautious and has already left. That's more like it. As long as the Green Mountain remains, there's no fear of not having firewood. At this moment, Xiao Shui voiced her speculation. "Boss, is it possible that Yi Yushun's stealth has already reached the bronze level?" Long Tung Tianxia instinctively wanted to say impossible, but the words got stuck in his throat. This revealing scroll can break black iron level stealth, yet until now Yi Yushun has not shown himself. Either he truly has bronze level stealth, or he has secretly left this place. Long Tung Tianxia personally hoped it was the latter, but then he saw the boss's health bar drop slightly. The damage of over 6,000 was particularly eye-catching. It was Yi Yushun. He did not leave. Then the answer was obvious. Yi Yushun's stealth skill had indeed reached the bronze level, completely ignoring this black iron level revealing scroll. Long Tung Tianxia didn't know what to say. They were both hidden professions, and he was the president of the Long Tung dynasty, yet he currently didn't even have a black iron level skill, while Yi Yushun was already at bronze level. After a long silence, Long Tung Tianxia sighed. Luo Sha Yidaozhan really spent those 2 million in vain. Compared to his teammates, Shock the Archer was unusually calm. As expected of his nemesis, he really had some skills. The attack from the obsidian giant Lord Amos continued. It was now very angry. An ant kept launching sneak attacks from the shadows, yet it could not do anything to the opponent. Damn, it wasn't the power of shadows purified by the god of light. How did it appear again? Amos' anger grew even higher, constantly picking up stones nearby and throwing them, wanting to smash that annoying guy. Even an unlucky granite giant was grabbed and hurled through the air for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, dazed and taking down the surrounding unlucky players as well. Since the boss was activated in just half a minute, over 100 players had been killed and sent back to the resurrection point. Meanwhile, the damage dealt by the players to the boss was all zero, completely unbreakable. Occasionally, when players dealt single-digit damage, they would be turned into mush by a slap the very next second. Luo Sha Yidaozhan came in grandeur, attracting hundreds of players, but they were no match for Amos. However, this did not affect Qin Chuan at all. He maintained his rhythm, continuously using shadow-throwing knives to deal high damage. It looked simple, but the process was actually very perilous. As a silver-level BOSS, Amos had very strong perception. The moment Qin Chuan made his move, Amos would retaliate. Tons of heavy rocks in its hands were like toys, easily tossed out with such speed that it could even create a sonic boom. To be honest, if Qin Chuan's agility hadn't reached 145, he would not have been able to dodge such fierce attacks. The flying speed of those boulders was too fast, appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye, or if he reacted slowly, he would meet his demise right there. Qin Chuan was in stealth, otherwise Long Ting Tianxia would have seen a figure jumping around, which would surely shatter his image of Yi Yushun as a mighty figure. Amos attacked for a long time, noticing that the bug was still alive and had not been killed. This surprised Amos. Such a weak and actually managed to survive. After taking a few more throwing knives, Amos' mentality began to shift. "And you shall die," Amos roared in frustration. To vent his anger, he turned his gaze to the remaining players. With a loud rumble, the players who came to watch the excitement were all wiped out. Long Tung Tianxia, watching from a distance, broke into a cold sweat and sighed. "Fortunately, Yi Yushun reminded us. Otherwise, if we were closer, we probably would have been sent back too." He had just seen players running nearly 200 meters away, yet still getting crushed by a stone from Amos. The accuracy was comparable to that of a guided missile. As he watched the entire granite hill being smashed into a basin by Amos, Long Tung Tianxia received a message from Yi Yushun. "How much are you prepared to spend?" Long Tung Tianxia was exasperated. "Big brother, this is a silver-level boss. Can you take it more seriously? You being so nonchalant is a real blow to morale." Upon receiving the news from the Night Wanderer, Long Tung Tianxia felt a surge of complex emotions. On one hand, there was joy. After all, judging by the tone of the Night Wanderer, any equipment that he could not use would surely be passed on to him. This would greatly benefit his rapid rise, allowing the Long Tung dynasty to compete for the title of the first guild in Tianqi. On the other hand, Long Tung Tianxia was astonished by the composure of the Night Wanderer. It is important to note that Tianqi is a virtual reality online game, and in pursuit of realism, the perspective is fixed in the first person. In such a situation, facing a 20-meter-tall giant would create an incredibly exaggerated visual impact. Long Tung Tianxia thought from a different perspective and felt that he would likely be unable to remain so calm. When confronted with a creature far larger than himself, human instinct would inevitably evoke fear, especially the despair of a boulder flying toward him with no way to dodge. It was enough to make one's heart race. Fortunately, Long Tung Tianxia had been through many trials and quickly adjusted his mindset, replying swiftly, "A small target. I can transfer the funds at any time." Qin Chuan responded, "No need for that much. This boss drops level 10 equipment, and you won't be able to use it for now." Upon hearing this, Long Tung Tianxia became anxious and hurriedly assured, "Don't worry, big shot. I will definitely practice hard and won't let you down. If there's any equipment in the future, just find me, and I will take it all." Qin Chuan flicked a throwing knife, dealing over 6,000 damage, then dashed off just in time to escape the impact zone of the falling boulder, casually messaging Long Tung Tianxia. "Good. In the shadows watching the enraged, Amos Qin Chuan felt a sense of superiority. No matter how high the attack power, it still had to hit to count. No matter how thick the defense in the face of real damage, all beings are equal. As the only remote-type assassin, Qin Chuan suspected Amos was probably bewildered. But if he had chosen an archer, that would have been a disaster for him. Really good, the shadow assassin is truly impressive. Qin Chuan grew increasingly satisfied with his choice. He secretly anticipated that if the arrow god descended again after being struck by his throwing knife, he wondered what expression would cross their face. However, thinking about this now was a bit premature, as Qin Chuan had yet to leave the novice village. The immediate priority was to defeat this boss and then return to find the Wolf King to trigger the hidden storyline. To be honest, if it weren't for Qin Chuan having seen the relevant quest flow in his past life, he would never have thought that the Wolf King could be linked to Amos. This statement lacks precision. Between the Wolf King and Amos, there is a crucial intermediary role. Once we defeat Amos and activate the hidden dungeon at the cliff, we can drive the Wolf King over. Taking advantage of the skill cooldown, Qin Chuan recalled the entire quest chain. First, he needed to accept the quest to hunt the Wolf King from the hunter. This quest has both a public version and a hidden version. The hidden version is what Qin Chuan completed, allowing him to obtain the exotic beast skull. The public version is available to all players. As long as players reach level 3, they can receive hunting tasks from the hunter. After killing a specified number of wild boars, bulls, and wolves, as required, the final task, hunting the Wolf King, will be unlocked. Of course, the normal quest rewards do not include the exotic beast skull, as that item is unique. No matter which version of the Wolf King quest, it ultimately triggers the hidden follow-up. That is to delay killing the Wolf King, letting it flee to the cliff's edge and jump into the dungeon entrance. It's quite magical, but that's how the quest chain is arranged. Once the Wolf King jumps into the dungeon, it will summon the hidden boss of the novice village, the resurrected Blood Baron. Qin Chuan gazed toward the novice village, his eyes clouded with a hint of gloom. Who would have thought that the village chief of the novice village cursed by the Blood Clan became a pawn of the Blood Baron? If Tianqi were an ordinary game, I would commend the planners for their creativity in hiding so many Easter eggs. Unfortunately, it's not. The hidden side quest of the novice village signifies the resurgence of the Blood Clan. As the Blood Clan descends with Tianqi, they view Blue Star as a buffet. Recalling the past, it felt as if the wails of his kin echoed in his ears with a lingering scent of blood in his nostrils. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan cast aside the distracting thoughts. Even if he knew the plot direction of the future with his current lack of strength, there was little he could do. Strengthening himself was the top priority. Amos, you shall become the stepping stone for my growth. Qin Chuan looked at Amos and raised his hand to throw a flying knife. Amos, struck by the knife, slammed the ground in anger, but it was futile. Qin Chuan was simply out of his attack range. However, just because Qin Chuan was safe didn't mean the other players were as fortunate. Upon learning that the boss respawned here and was silver grade, the players in the novice village immediately took action. Did you say it's not going to break defense? What does that matter? I'm going anyway. Will I get killed? What's to fear? It's just a game. What? You say the Night Wanderer is also here. Then it's fine. I'll go back to continue hunting rabbits. Rational players, upon hearing the news of the Night Wanderer, immediately chose to turn around and return to the novice village to hunt rabbits. They knew that as long as the Night Wanderer was involved, this boss had nothing to do with them. But there were also stubborn players. They adhered to the belief that their fate is determined by themselves, charging forward one after another. Some were gored to death by wild boars along the way, while others were taken down by the respawning granite giants. Even if they miraculously made it to the BOSS before they could land a couple of hits, they would be swatted into a pulp. Yet, even so, nothing could dampen the players' enthusiasm. Qin Chuan observed in secret, unperturbed. Other players could come and go as they wished. After all, they wouldn't claim the spoils of war. Except for those from the Rakshasa Hall, he'd deal with them one by one. 10 minutes later, Amos' health bar had dropped below half. 99% of that damage was inflicted by Qin Chuan. In other words, he had already secured ownership of the boss's drops. Long Tongue Tian Xia, observing from a distance, felt relieved. Good, the equipment was basically in hand. Based on the attributes of this BOSS, dropping some defensive gear was a sure thing. It didn't matter that he couldn't wear it now, while practicing hard was what mattered. Once he reached level 10 and equipped 1 or 2 pieces of silver-grade gear, his attributes would surely soar. Could the other guild leaders manage that? No, they couldn't. Long Tongue Tian Xia said with a hint of arrogance, if I hadn't insisted on leveling up at the Wild Boar Plains, how would we have met the Night Wanderer, and how would we have had the opportunity to obtain such good equipment? After speaking, he looked up at the sky, wearing an expression that urged others to praise him. The assassin and the archer familiar with Long Tongue Tian Xia's character chose to ignore him. Xiao Shui was quite gracious, saying boss is wise. Long Tongue Tian Xia laughed heartily, replying, Xiao Shui speaks. Well, I'll go find the finance department to collect 2 months' salary as a bonus. The assassin and the archer exchanged glances and said in unison, the boss is wise. Amos possessed no special mechanics, nor a second phase. After enduring countless thrown daggers, this silver-tier boss, formidable enough to dominate the novice village, collapsed in fury and frustration. His obsidian-black rocky body lost its luster, rapidly fracturing into jagged cracks before shattering into scattered rubble that crashed thunderously to the ground. Amidst the settling dust, several silvery glows shimmered faintly. And hidden within them, a gleam of gold. Qin Chuan's heart surged with exhilaration. A massive drop. An extraordinary, unprecedented haul. He had even obtained a golden tier loot item, despite being far below the boss's level. In Tianqi, loot rarity almost invariably matched the boss's tier. Only under vanishingly rare circumstances would an item of superior rarity drop. How rare exactly? To put it plainly, across 10 years of grinding Tianqi in his previous life, Qin Chuan had witnessed such an occurrence only a handful of times. Globally, the odds remained abysmally low, though true luck gods did exist, players whose extraordinary fortune yielded such drops far more frequently. Yet that blessing came at a steep price. Luck gods rarely survived long. After Tianqi merged with Blue Planet, they swiftly vanished without a trace. Boss defeated Silver Tier Obsidian, Lord Amos. Awarded 2000 experience points. And this is the server's first kill. Bonus rewards granted 5 free attribute points, 5 skill points, and 50 renown points. Level up. You have reached level 9. And you gain 5 free attribute points. In Shadow's power converges. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Beast Blessing activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. In Hunting Hour activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Level up. You have reached level 10. And you gain 5 free attribute points. In Shadow's power converges. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Beast Blessing activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. In this first kill announcement will be broadcast server-wide. Conceal your nickname. No. In-player Yiyu Shun has achieved the world's first kill of Silver Tier boss Amos the Obsidian Lord. All players are encouraged to strive onward. You are the first player to reach level 10. This achievement will be announced server-wide. Conceal your nickname. And no. In-player Yiyu Shun is the first to attain level 10, unlocking the leaderboard. All players are encouraged to strive onward. You have reached level 10. Proceed immediately to your class mentor to complete your initial class advancement. And note, until advancement is completed, your experience cap will remain locked. Excess experience will automatically pool. A cascade of notifications chimed incessantly, as a Silver Tier boss Amos's inaugural defeat bestowed exceptionally generous rewards, especially the abundant experience, propelling Qin Chuan 2 levels instantly. That meant any usable gear dropped by Amos could be equipped immediately. 10-level Silver Tier equipment vastly surpassed 5-level Iron Tier gear in raw attributes, and he now commanded a wealth of free attribute points to allocate. Moreover, the 5 skill points were no trivial boon, sufficient to elevate all remaining skills to level 2, or to advance Shadow Stealth alone by 2 levels. Each upgrade represented a significant enhancement. Yet the evolution point held paramount importance, though advancing Shadow Stealth again required 4 such points, and he currently possessed only 1. As for other skills, he had yet to decide whether to evolve them. No matter, he had ample time to deliberate meticulously. He allocated all 80 free attribute points to agility, then glanced at his current stats. Attributes: Strength 19, Constitution 14, Agility 22, 45, Spirit 13. Over 200 agility. What did that signify? Translated into the real world, it would render him the planet's undisputed fastest runner, shattering every known human limit. A man who moves like the wind was the perfect epithet. Slightly unbalanced, Qin Chuan mused inwardly. I hope some gear boosts strength or constitution. He opened his inventory and began inspecting his spoils. First and foremost, the golden tier loot, his utmost priority. Doppelganger Effigy Golden Tier artifact absorbs a fatal blow on behalf of the user and teleports them to a pre-designated safe zone. Activation is voluntary. Uses remaining 11. Qin Chuan was stunned. It was this item. During Tianqi's game phase, the Doppelganger Effigy ranked among the least sought-after Golden Tier artifacts. Most players accepted death as a minor inconvenience, merely requiring a brief corpse run. But Qin Chuan knew the truth: Tianqi would soon manifest as reality. Their death would be absolute, and thus the Doppelganger Effigy's value would soar exponentially, because an extra life. Who wouldn't covet that? As a long-range stealth assassin specializing in infinite evasion, Qin Chuan already enjoyed exceptional survivability, yet the sight of the effigy still thrilled him deeply. An invaluable treasure, not for sale at any price. Merely possessing this single artifact warranted engraving Amos's name indelibly in his memory. What a fine fellow he was. With quiet delight, Qin Chuan secured the effigy and turned to his next spoil. Obsidian Plate Armor Silver Tier 300 Defense 100, HP 10 Strength. Requirement Level 10, Strength 50. In Tianqi gear imposed no class restrictions, only attribute thresholds. Qin Chuan followed a pure agility build. This heavy plate armor was utterly incompatible with him. He casually shared its stats with Long Tung Tian Xia, prompting an immediate effusive flood of brotherly praise so fervent it could melt millennium-old glacier ice. He then examined the third spoil. Obsidian Necklace Silver Tier 100 HP 300 Mana 20 Spirit. Requirement Level 10, Spirit 50. Qin Chuan retracted his earlier sentiment. Amos's demise was thoroughly justified. What utter nonsense had he dropped? The plate armor made sense. The creature was literally a hunk of obsidian rock. But this necklace? Preposterous. A thick-browed, broad-faced brute like Amos. Did he look remotely capable of dropping caster gear? He ought to feel shame. Fortunately, Amos dropped abundantly. Qin Chuan turned to the fourth item, one he could equip. Heart of the Mountains Ring Silver Tier 200 HP 200 Mana. Requirement Level 10. In effect, generates a shield absorbing 3000 damage for 30 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Its base stats were unremarkable, merely flat HP and mana bonuses devoid of secondary attributes. Its effect, however, was both potent and precisely what he needed. He well remembered Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan lying in wait at the resurrection point. Every additional survival tool was invaluable. A 3000-point shield equaled several lives' worth of durability. Qin Chuan scrutinized it twice more, confirming no hidden attribute requirements, before finally exhaling in relief. Frankly, if the next item bore restrictive requirements, he'd have reconsidered his stat distribution entirely. 2 more drops remain. I pray they're usable too, he murmured softly. Qin Chuan whispered to himself, then turned to the 5th spoil, and froze astonished. What in the world is that? What appeared in Qin Chuan's sight was an item. Guild token silver grade item can be used at the main city affairs officer to establish a guild with a maximum of 1,000 members in Tianqi. Establishing a guild requires a guild token. The maximum member capacity varies based on the level of the guild token. Low-level guilds can use higher-grade guild tokens for expansion without needing to disband and re-establish the guild. For players, establishing a guild not only enhances their sense of belonging, but also offers more practical benefits. That is to start a team. In addition to the upcoming team dungeons, normal outdoor battles and small dungeons allow players to form teams of up to 6 members. Beyond that, it's not possible. However, after establishing a guild, the guild leader and vice leader can start teams forming groups of up to 100 to 1,000 people, depending on the guild's level. This is extremely advantageous in outdoor boss battles. The rule in Tianqi is that players or teams must deal over 50% of the accumulated damage to an outdoor boss to gain ownership of the loot. Not everyone can deal enough damage alone, like Qin Chuan. Most players tackle bosses in groups. The importance of a guild is evident here. Honestly, if they could start teams, those major guilds wouldn't easily give up on the giant wild rabbits in the novice village. Therefore, Qin Chuan was very clear that at this point, even if players were all in the novice village, as long as he presented the guild token, it would definitely attract the attention of the leaders of various major guilds. It is not an exaggeration to say that this guild token could fetch a price in the hundreds of millions. He vaguely remembered that the first guild token in his past life seemed to sell for over 300 or 400 million. At that time, focused on making money, he had fantasized about how nice it would be to secure one for himself and retire right then and there. Unfortunately, he never obtained one, even when he perished alongside the arrow god. Reflecting on the past, Qin Chuan felt somewhat wistful. He then began to contemplate how to handle this item. Without a doubt, this is definitely the first guild token in the server. The first established guild will receive a server-wide announcement. Which major guild would give up such a golden opportunity for fame? Not to mention, if Longting Tianxia knew about this, they would certainly not hesitate to shell out money. However, Qin Chuan was contemplating another issue. That is whether to establish a guild himself. After much thought, he decided it was unnecessary for the time being. His rate of improvement was too rapid for ordinary players to keep up. Finding teammates who could match his pace would likely yield only a few across the entire server. If something urgent arose, he could simply form a team. There was no need to start a guild. Moreover, he wasn't skilled at management. Dealing with the trivial matters of running a guild would drive him crazy. With this in mind, Qin Chuan felt a sense of clarity, and looking at the guild token, he became very calm. Let's use it to improve my life, he muttered. However, now was not the right time to use the guild token. Qin Chuan was waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of Luocha's one-blade slash. After securing the guild token, Qin Chuan looked at the last dropped item. Power Stone silver grade item permanently increases strength by 20 upon use. Nothing more to say, he used it directly. Only after handling all the loot did Qin Chuan feel at ease to check private messages. Scrolling through the chat records, Longting Tianxia's emotions went from initial excitement to subsequent anxiety and finally to a feeling of despair. The journey was quite dramatic. Qin Chuan felt a bit embarrassed and sent a message. I was busy with something else just now. In the distance, Longting Tianxia, once again striking a thinker pose, suddenly sprang up and shouted to the sky, "What? Great. I hit the jackpot." A rogue kicked him and said, "Are you out of your mind?" Longting Tianxia, however, was not angry and replied, "The Night Wanderer replied to me saying he has 2 pieces of equipment that he can give me." He proceeded to share the attributes of the obsidian plate armor and the obsidian necklace in the team chat. The rogue and archer both sighed in unison. None of them could use it. However, they both understood that the equipment they could use would also be usable by Night Wanderer, making the chances of getting them very low. Unless it was a ranged weapon like a bow or crossbow. They couldn't even think of other slots. Longting Tianxia said, "Night Wanderer hasn't given me a price yet. Xiaoxue, analyze it for me. What would be a suitable amount?" Xiaoxue calculated for a moment in her mind and said 5 million. Huh. Longting Tianxia was stunned. It wasn't that he thought it was too much, but rather that it was too little. He had spent over 1 million on 2 pieces of black iron grade equipment before. How could these 2 silver grade pieces be worth only 5 million? Without waiting for Longting Tianxia to speak, Xiaoxue continued. Although I haven't directly talked to Night Wanderer, judging from previous situations, for some reason Night Wanderer seems to hold a favorable view of the boss. Longting Tianxia frowned and said unhappily, "So you want to take advantage of this goodwill to ask for a low price?" "That's not my character." Xiaoxue replied, "Boss, please let me finish. What I mean is, in addition to 5 million, also give 20% of the shares of Longting Dynasty." For convenience in management, Longting Tianxia had long registered Longting Dynasty as a club. After years of hard work, he had amassed a large number of elite players across multiple fields. It was no longer just a simple gaming guild. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a comprehensive group. 20% of the shares was not a small number. Hearing Xiaoxu's words, both the rogue and archer were shocked. As veteran members of Longting Dynasty, their combined shares only amounted to 15%. Yet Xiao Xue was proposing to give Night Wanderer 20%. Even though they knew Night Wanderer was formidable, they still felt a sense of imbalance. Why should he get to do whatever he wanted just because he could solo a boss? Well, it seems he really can. The two fell into deep thought. Longting Tianxia also pondered, saying, this is indeed a good idea, but the final decision lies in Night Wanderer's hands. If he doesn't want any real ties with us, he likely won't accept shares, so we need to prepare a second plan. Xiao Xue nodded and said the second plan is still 5 million plus 2 universal range skill books no lower than Black Iron Grade. Longting Tianxiao praised, Xiaoxu's proposal truly resonates with me. He then opened his friend list and sent the first proposal. In Longting Tianxia's heart, he sincerely hoped Night Wanderer would accept the shares. That would mean Night Wanderer would formally join Longting Dynasty, and together they could definitely establish the #1 guild in Tianqi. After sending the message and receiving no response for a long time, Longting Tianxia grew anxious again, muttering to himself, would Night Wanderer think I'm probing his true identity with the shares? What if he gets angry and deletes me from his friends list? Xiao Xue, you need to come up with an idea for me quickly. Xiao Xue felt somewhat helpless. Her boss wasn't originally like this. However, considering the potential Night Wanderer displayed, he was indeed worthy of such attention. Just as Longting Tianxia was feeling restless, he finally received a reply from Night Wanderer. Your chief strategist has given 2 proposals, right? I choose the second one. Longting Tianxia was astonished. Although he had never met Yi Yushun before, the latter's demeanor suggested an intimate understanding of him. Longting Tianxia even suspected that Yi Yushun might be a smurf account created by someone he knew. After all, how could even the chief strategist be aware of him? Furthermore, he could directly mention 2 plans and unhesitatingly choose the second. The archer, having known Longting Tianxia for many years, noticed the change in his expression and inquired, is there a problem? Longting Tianxia pondered for a moment, organizing his words before responding, I feel that Yi Yushun knows me well, but among the people I know there's no one who corresponds to him. The archer wore a thoughtful expression. Longting Tianxia's intuition was sharp. What he said indicated a near certainty. Then the question arose. Who exactly was Yi Yushun and how did he come to know Longting Tianxia? However, no matter how the archer thought, he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. Longting Tianxia waved his hand, saying, forget it, there's no need to dwell too much on this question. Perhaps Yi Yushun learned about my character through other channels. After all, the Longting Dynasty he founded was considered one of the top gaming guilds in the country. Many media outlets had interviewed them. Perhaps Yi Yushun had read a few reports and thought he was a decent person, hence showing goodwill. Xiao Xue nodded in agreement, saying for now Yi Yushun seems to be a friend rather than an enemy. There's no need to be overly cautious to avoid affecting our cooperation. The others quickly exchanged glances, agreeing with this reasoning. Once he came to terms with it, Longting Tianxia no longer hesitated and quickly sent a message. Our offer remains 5 million yen nation coins plus 2 ranged skill books of no less than Black Iron level. This was the proposal Qin Chuan wanted. He had no intention of considering the first plan that Longting Tianxia had sent earlier. Although he had dealt with Longting Tianxia many times in his past life and found him quite suitable as a friend, it did not mean he would trust him, especially concerning his true identity. He remembered that in his previous life, many top gaming experts did not perish at the hands of foreign races, but were instead backstabbed by those around them. Why was there no SS level talent among the top 10 experts on Earth in his past life? The reasons were self-evident. While the 20% stake in the Longting Dynasty was indeed worth a fortune, it could allow Qin Chuan to retire comfortably. Yet he knew that when despair struck, having wealth without strength would only make one a target on the chopping block. At that time, he might not even have any wealth left. As the apocalypse began to merge, the economic system of the real world would collapse within a very short period. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan sent a string of characters to Longting Tianxia. Longting Tianxia was quite generous, not even asking when he would receive the equipment, and directly instructed Xiao Xue to transfer the funds. Dear player, your virtual account has received 5 million yen nation coins, which can be withdrawn to your bank card at any time. The reason Qin Chuan felt at ease accepting cash was that binding a bank card in the apocalypse would also create a virtual account. He could withdraw that 5 million cash in batches. Longting Tianxia would not be able to trace the cash flow effectively. Once the transfer was complete, Qin Chuan initiated a trade with Longting Tianxia, passing over 2 pieces of equipment. Longting Tianxia was deeply moved. Unable to find Qin Chuan's location, he could only speak to the air, saying, Yi Yushun, rest assured, I will mobilize the entire guild to collect those 2 skill books and deliver them to you as quickly as possible. Qin Chuan did not respond directly, but sent a friend message, no hurry, I trust President Longting's integrity. There was no need for further words. Longting Tianxia was a smart person who would not play tricks or delay the delivery of the 2 skill books. Even if he had a moment of madness and truly wanted to renege, Qin Chuan had plenty of ways to make him understand what it meant to face death. Longting Tianxia inexplicably shivered but thought little of it. Looking at the equipment in his bag, he excitedly said, let's go, let's level up. By the way, Xiao Xue, keep an eye on the skill books for me. Sure, boss. At the resurrection point in the novice village, the camping behavior of the Luo Sha Palace sparked the anger of many players. Especially for those innocent bystanders, it was bad enough that they were ambushed by wild monsters, but after respawning they were still attacked by other players. Was there no martial virtue left? Luo Sha Yi Daozhan, may you have a son without an X. What a trash guild. If you can't deal with Yi Shun, then take it out on us, ordinary players. Brothers, let's fight these idiots. Just who do you think you are, Luo Sha Yi Daozhan? Do you know who I am? I'm the one who gifted the dog of the vice president of the Underworld Palace's cousin's neighbor. The resurrection point was in chaos, and the expression of Luo Sha Yi Daozhan became increasingly grim. He had been sent back by Amos with a slap and had not witnessed Yi Shun being revealed from stealth, but he thought it wouldn't be a big problem. After all, it was the gaze of the god of light, black iron level. How could a low-level assassin contend with the god of light? As soon as Yi Shun broke stealth, he would undoubtedly be killed on the spot by the boss. Once Yi Shun returned to the resurrection point, he would be immediately overwhelmed by their continuous group attacks, leaving no chance of survival. At that time, Yi Shun would either kneel and beg for mercy or delete his account. However, what Luo Sha Yi Daozhan did not expect was that after waiting for a long time at the resurrection point, he and his team had wasted their skills for nothing. Aside from hurting the innocent, they achieved no results. Among the revived players, there was no trace of Yi Shun. Not only that, but the subsequent news left Luo Sha Yi Daozhan somewhat dazed. Was that silver-level boss still losing health? And each hit was over 6,000 damage. Undoubtedly, the only one capable of doing this was Yi Shun. Then the question arose. How did he overcome the gaze of the god of light, black iron level? Luo Sha Yi Daozhan couldn't figure it out. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much. Due to Luo Sha Palace indiscriminately casting skills at the resurrection point, many players had just respawned only to die on the spot. They had already felt frustrated being sent back by wild monsters, and now dying again on the spot made their anger impossible to contain. Under the lead of several hot-tempered brothers, the wronged players quickly formed an anti-Luo Sha alliance and fought fiercely with the members of Luo Sha Palace. In the chaos, guilds that had grievances with Luo Sha Palace quietly joined in successfully ambushing Luo Sha Yi Daozhan, sending him and his subordinates back to the resurrection point, then imitating them by camping at the resurrection point. Just as Luo Sha Yi Daozhan revived, darkness enveloped him again, and enraged, he cursed loudly, vowing to take revenge. But what awaited him was the next round of skills. After being tormented a few times, Luo Sha Yi Daozhan finally gave and waved his hand and logged off. Damn, Yi Shun will deal with you once I wake up. Qin Chuan learned about the resurrection point from Longting Tianxia. Aside from exclaiming as expected of you Rakshasa One Blade Slash, he was at a loss for words. Qin Chuan hardly gave much thought to someone like Rakshasa One Blade Slash. After defeating Amos, he did not rush to leave, but instead approached the edge of the cliff. Amos' corpse had already shattered and was slowly merging into the earth, quickly leaving an opening in its place. Following the gap, downward led to the entrance of a hidden dungeon. Qin Chuan was well acquainted with the route, and a few leaps brought him to a platform below the cliff. There was a cave here shrouded by a translucent light curtain, and the overgrown weeds made it hard to see the scenery behind. However, Qin Chuan knew this was the place. The moment he reached out to touch the light curtain, he received a system notification. Ding, you are the first to discover the hidden dungeon. It will be announced to the entire server. Do you wish to hide your nickname? No. Player, Night Wanderer, has discovered the hidden dungeon Crimson Tomb, below the cliff, inviting players to explore. Please note this dungeon has a high difficulty level. Please choose an appropriate difficulty for your strategy. Once the announcement was made, all players were stunned. Oh, it's Night Wanderer again. It had become a habit. No, what did the announcement say? Hidden dungeon. The moment the word dungeon was mentioned, a glimmer of desire ignited in the player's eyes. Farm the dungeon. Loot gear. Strike it rich. In an instant, all players stopped their current actions and began discussing where that dungeon was. Originally intending to level up in the wild boar prairie, Longting Tianxia also halted his steps, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message. Night Wanderer, is that dungeon located in the Granite Hills? The announcement did mention the hidden dungeon below the cliff. The only place with a cliff terrain in the novice village was the Granite Hills to the north. Moreover, the announcement came swiftly, and even Night Wanderer's speed could not reach another location. Longting Tianxia speculated that Night Wanderer most likely discovered the dungeon entrance while looting after defeating the boss. The reason he inquired was primarily due to his concern that if this dungeon was a one-time event, he did not want to compete with Night Wanderer. No matter how good the dungeon was, it could not surpass his friendship with Night Wanderer. However, Longting Tianxia soon realized he was overthinking it. Night Wanderer's reply was very straightforward. The dungeon is where Amos appeared. Follow the slope downward to reach it, but I suggest you prepare at level 10 before coming. Longting Tianxia replied, of course, my level is too low right now. There's little point in entering the dungeon. With level 10 silver equipment ahead and a hidden dungeon waiting for exploration, Longting Tianxia's desire to level up was burning fiercely, and he immediately led his team members toward the wild boar prairie. On the way back, Longting Tianxia saw many players hurrying along in groups. It was evident they were also heading to explore the dungeon. In the team chat, the assassin asked, boss, aren't we going to explore the dungeon? What if someone else gets the first kill? That would be a pity. The archer also said, yeah, we can't compete with Night Wanderer in the wild, but the dungeon is different. Each team is independent, so we don't need to worry too much. However, Longting Tianxia shook his head, and said Night Wanderer knows the strategy capabilities of the Dragon Dynasty, yet he still told me to wait until level 10, indicating that this dungeon has a high difficulty level. Moreover, with Night Wanderer around, it seems unlikely that anyone else could achieve the first completion record for this dungeon. Even if Ahua and the others are in the same novice village as us, they won't be able to compete with Night Wanderer. Given this, why rush? It's better to focus on leveling up. If Night Wanderer can solo a level 10 silver boss, we won't be able to do anything but drool over the gear if we don't upgrade. After a few exchanges, the assassin and archer also agreed with Longting Tianxia's decision, albeit feeling a bit speechless. Once upon a time, they were regulars for first kills of bosses in major online games. Now, however, a Night Wanderer had emerged, defeating them effortlessly with his single-handed prowess. Where could they complain about this? Compared to Longting Tianxia's calmness, most players did not think that much. The dungeon was there, wasn't it meant to be conquered? At worst, they could run back to retrieve their corpses. Oh, what was there to fear? Brothers, let's charge. Players formed small teams in 2s and 3s, braving the firepower of the granite giant, and step by step, they reached the platform below the cliff, finally seeing the long-desired dungeon entrance. Please choose the dungeon difficulty. Normal, warrior, king, nightmare. A few players discussed and decided to play it safe, first tackling normal to gather some gear before considering the subsequent difficulties. Then they were wiped out by the first wave of minions. Standing at the resurrection point, the team exchanged bewildered glances. What had just happened? As more players appeared at the resurrection point, everyone realized a problem and began to voice their complaints. What kind of broken dungeon is this? Even normal mode is so difficult. You dog planner, do you think we're not human? While leveling, Longting Tianxiao received a message from a guild member. As Night Wanderer had said, that dungeon was indeed very challenging. So far, elite strategy teams, organized by various guilds, had not even seen what the boss looked like. They were all defeated in the first wave of minions. Although their equipment was lacking and their attributes were lower, it shouldn't be to the point of being unable to clear even normal difficulty. Isn't this bullying honest players? Upon receiving the news, Longting Tianxia smiled lightly. You guys just lack patience. You can't rush to eat hot tofu, you know. Night Wanderer was good to me, reminding me to wait until level 10 before going. Otherwise, if I were to join in cursing the planner, he would surely bear some of the blame. Thinking of this, Longting Tianxia felt a surge of pride. My bond with Night Wanderer, can you outsiders compare? By the way, how far has Night Wanderer gotten in the dungeon? Why hasn't the first completion announcement been made yet? A mere hidden dungeon for Night Wanderer, it should be an easy task. Longting Tianxia naturally did not consider that after discovering the hidden dungeon, Qin Chuan did not rush into grind, but instead left directly for Wolf Slope. To be honest, if he hadn't known about that hidden quest chain, he would have begun grinding the dungeon by now. However, for now, he was not in a hurry. Qin Chuan was well aware that with the current levels and equipment of the players, clearing normal difficulty was already a challenge, with the subsequent 3 difficulties being increasingly extreme. Of course, compared to the special mode activated by the Wolf King diving into the dungeon, even nightmare difficulty was insignificant. The only exception was the final hidden boss, the resurrected Blood Baron, which was incredibly powerful and very torturous to fight. On the road to Yalangpo, Qin Chuan pondered how, after obtaining the heart of the Shuizhu Baron, he might confront the newbie village chief with such upright indignation that the man would sob and regret his past deeds. Of course, that was only a fantasy. In reality, once players exposed the village chief, he would not repent. Instead, he would tempt them, urging them to join the ranks of the Shuizhu. If players chose to join, then one day, whether by genuine will or by coercion, they would submit to the arriving Shuizhu, become their lapdogs, and take pleasure in slaughtering their own kind. Qin Chuan had no idea how many players would succumb to the lure of extra attributes and swallow the village chief's lies. Others might be uncertain, but Qin Chuan knew that Luosha Yidao Zhan had not resisted. Not only had he fallen, he had dragged the whole Luosha Dian into the pit. When the Tianqi begins to merge and the death mark manifests in reality, deal with Luosha Yidao Zhan, Qin Chuan mused coldly. He was not petty or vengeful by nature, yet Luosha Yidao Zhan's deeds made Qin Chuan feel that acting as an executor of justice would not be unwarranted. Thanks to his high agility, Qin Chuan moved far swifter than ordinary players and soon arrived at Yalangpo. Before he drew near, overlapping howls rose from the tall grass. The metallic stench in the air left mouths dry and palms clammy, making one fret that a wolf might leap from any shadowed corner. No ambush, however cunning, could outmatch Qin Chuan's stealth. While tracking the Wolf King, he casually dispatched wolves in his sight with a throwing knife. A locked experience cap mattered little. Once he completed his class advancement, the stored experience would be granted. He also needed to accumulate evolution points, so he killed every wild monster he encountered. No waste. He'll need skill points for the special mode later. Better use them now, Qin Chuan thought. He had gained 5 skill points when he killed Yamosi and had not spent them. He had already decided how to use them. Spend them all upgrading Anying Chinching Shadow Stealth. 5 skill points would raise Anying Chinching by 2 levels. Ding! 2 skill points consumed. Anying Chinching level increased from LV2 to LV3. Anying Chinching LV3 Bronze tier. While Stealth Deploy and EG Reveal Strike deals additional damage equal to attack power, 14600 costs 5 mana, cooldown 16 seconds. Ding! 3 skill points consumed. Anying Chinching level increased from LV3 to LV4. Anying Chinching LV4 Bronze tier. While Stealth Deploy and EG deals additional damage equal to attack power, 14800 costs 5 mana, cooldown 16 seconds. Although leveling a skill only added a flat value rather than increasing the multiplier, Qin Chuan paid it little heed. Given how modest his current attack power was, even doubling the multiplier would not match the benefit of a fixed bonus. A fixed increase of 400 points after the compounded bonuses from Poyan, e.g. Ruodi and Gongji weak point attack and Jushin, would become truly substantial. It would be enough to push anying Feidao Shadow throwing knife past the 10,000 mark, the decisive leap from 4 digits to 5. If there was a shortcoming, it was that talent progression still offered no clues. Jushin was only LV1 and had vast room to grow. The problem was that talent ranks were difficult to raise. For most players, the talent they drew was fixed the moment it appeared. That Jushin remained able to advance despite being an SS tier talent spoke of its potential. Qin Chuan even suspected that Jushin's true standing exceeded its current appearance, being only LV1 might be why it was provisionally labeled SSS. Considering Jushin's awakening had ties to the arrow deity, Qin Chuan dared to conjecture that the Jushin talent was essentially a Shinj divine rank, a necessary road for mortals to tread toward the realm of gods. Finish the special mode deal with the village chief, then head to Zhuqing, Qin Chuan hoped inwardly. The newbie village was merely the first stop of the Tianqi. The main city and the subsequent expansions were the true vast world. A howl split the air. The Wolf King's cry reverberated across Yalangpo. Compared with its former majesty, it now fled like a dog bereft of home, tucking its tail in frantic flight. Swish. Thud. An elite wolf at its flank collapsed and died without a sound. The Wolf King dared not look back. This enemy was far too terrifying. After only a few sneak attacks, it felt the pull of death. A couple more strikes, and Yalangpo might well change masters. A choked series of howls escaped the Wolf King. Then a throwing knife struck it, but its health bar dipped noticeably. Terrified, it sealed its mouth and fled, not daring to draw breath. A single obsession burned in the Wolf King's heart: it must reach that place. If it could get there, even if it meant its own ruin, it could force that cursed enemy to pay with life. Qin Chuan watched the Wolf King flee north with a satisfied expression. The creature showed cunning, knowing to lead an unbeatable enemy toward its mortal foe. Indeed, the Wolf King and the Shueju Baron were archenemies. More precisely, it was the hatred between werewolves and the Shueju. Though the Wolf King remained a wolf, its genes harbored an ineradicable loathing for the Shueju. After Qin Chuan activated the hidden instance, the Wolf King was mysteriously guided to sense an enemy to the north. But it was too weak to slay that foe. No matter encountering an enemy it could not confront meant death was always possible. So it chose to lead the foe to that unknown enemy and let them fight to the death. Its own death mattered little if the enemy suffered too. Many players preparing to raid the hidden instance, Xinghong Mushua, witnessed an unforgettable scene. The ruler of Yalangpo, the bronze rank boss Duyan Longwang, had somehow run all the way to Huiganji and Xiuling. Yet he looked battered, reduced to slivers of health. A player grew excited. This was a boss handed to them on a platter. He prepared to strike, but before he could act, the Wolf King swatted him away with a single paw. Scorn flashed in the Wolf King's eyes. Weak humans. If I cannot defeat that shadowed enemy, am I to be bested by you? Stoked with fury, it could not hold back and lashed out madly at the surrounding players. Qin Chuan in the shadows was annoyed. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and jump into the instance. He raised his hand and threw a knife. 4,600. To avoid killing the Wolf King outright, he closed the distance to 30 meters and deliberately aimed away from vital spots. Even so, the high damage number forced the Wolf King to face reality. Its gaze cleared. The scent in the air was unmistakable, and the Wolf King knew its mortal enemy lay not far off. Without hesitation, the Wolf King leapt from the cliff's edge and flew straight toward the dungeon entrance. In the next instant, a terrifying grim voice rolled across Huiganji and Xiuling, tinged with shame and fury. Damn beast, what do you think you're biting at? With the fury of the vampire baron, the entrance to the Crimson Tomb gradually changed from translucent to a blood-red hue, exuding an ominous aura. At the same time, all teams currently tackling the dungeon received a game notification. The slumbering vampire baron has been awakened, and his wrath now envelopes the entire Crimson Tomb. Ding, monster attack power increased by 20, attack speed increased by 20. Beneath the health bars of all the monsters, an additional buff status appeared, Baron's Fury. The already struggling teams faced utter devastation. In an instant, the resurrection point was filled with curses as players tenderly greeted the game developers with their account details. They were truly defeated. This game was exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, how did a vampire baron suddenly appear? Moreover, the dungeon monsters had also grown stronger. It was absurd. Although Baron's Fury did not increase the monster's health or defense, the boost to attack power and speed was still lethal. Many teams clung to their main tank, relying on healers to barely maintain progress. Now, with the monster's attack power skyrocketing, the main tank became as fragile as paper, unable to withstand the damage. Without a tank to draw aggro, the remaining team members were merely lambs to the slaughter. Many players came to terms with reality, choosing to abandon the raid and return to leveling up. They refused to believe that they couldn't defeat it once they reached level 10. Hearing the reports from his subordinates, Long Tung Tianxia decided to pause the raids of several elite teams and focus on leveling up instead. The first clear of the Crimson Tomb was temporarily out of reach. As for the sudden increase in dungeon difficulty, Long Tung Tianxia speculated that it was most likely the doing of the Night Wanderer. Thinking about this made Long Tung Tianxia feel a surge of anticipation. He was eager to know how long it would take the Night Wanderer to clear this dungeon. Also, what difficulty would he choose? Barring any surprises, it must be the highest nightmare difficulty, Long Tung Tian Xia thought. His eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. The arrival of the Night Wanderer reignited the long-dormant passion of his youthful gaming spirit. He was determined to make a name for himself in Tianqi, catching the attention of the Night Wanderer. The instigator of all this, Qin Chuan, was currently selecting the dungeon difficulty. Tianqi had a rather friendly feature allowing players to directly choose different difficulties without having to clear each one sequentially. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, but it was simply too time-consuming. Clearing the first 3 difficulties would indeed grant first clear rewards and plenty of equipment. But it held little significance. Qin Chuan had long since made his plans. After defeating the Vampire Baron, he would return to expose the village chief's true identity, activate the main city's teleportation array, and complete his first career advancement with the profession mentor. Gathering his focus, Qin Chuan chose Nightmare difficulty. Ding, you have selected Nightmare difficulty. Please note that this difficulty has undergone unknown changes. Please choose cautiously. Are you sure you want Nightmare difficulty? Yes. As he confirmed, the dungeon entrance emitted specks of starlight, and Qin Chuan smiled slightly, stepping inside. Upon entering the dungeon, Qin Chuan heard the howls of wolves coming from deep within. However, unlike before, this time the howls were tinged with a rasp. Qin Chuan understood that this was because the Wolf King had been transformed into a death wolf, its body decayed, thus altering its voice. Accompanying this was the low laughter of the Vampire Baron. I smell the scent of fresh flesh. Ooh, how delightful. Intruder, I shall drain your last drop of blood. Go, my minions, bring the intruder to me. Ooh, I want a feast. With the Baron's command, the entire Crimson Tomb was filled with the excited howls of vampire minions. Thud, thud, thud. Chaotic footsteps surged from all directions, and in the dim light, terrifying creatures quickly climbed along the walls, rushing towards the dungeon exit. Qin Chuan glanced around, and the monster attributes appeared before him. Awaken Vampire Minion, level 10 health, 1 attack, 400 GD defense, 280 skills, bite, disease, infection, blood tracking. Description: adventurers who entered this place years ago transformed into minions by the Vampire Baron faithfully guarding this tomb. Level 10 monsters, yet possessing a staggering 10,000 health, their attack and defense were also formidable. In the wild, they would be considered mini-bosses. But here they were merely the most ordinary of monsters. This was the Nightmare level difficulty. Even though it was a dungeon capped at level 10, it was still not to be underestimated. A dozen vampire minions charged and then froze in confusion. Where was the enemy? They could smell the scent of living humans in the air, yet could not locate where the intruder was. It was a stealthy enemy. The vampire minions quickly made a judgment and huddled together. They had encountered stealthy enemies before and knew their weakness. Their attack range was limited, and to initiate an attack, they would inevitably enter the attack range of the minions. As long as the enemy left the stealth state aside from the attacked minion, the rest would swarm and tear the intruder to pieces to present to the Baron. The vampire minions had a well-thought-out plan, but unfortunately they encountered Qin Chuan, the unique ranged assassin. 11,503. Weakness attack: a flying knife struck the head of one vampire minion, instantly depleting its health, and it collapsed to the ground. Ding, killed a level 10 vampire minion, gained 200 experience points. Experience cap has been locked. Excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. With the experience secured, Qin Chuan immediately activated Shadow Stealth. The remaining vampire minions were bewildered. They clearly sensed an enemy's presence. Yet immediately afterward it vanished without a trace. This was a common trick of stealthy enemies, one they were accustomed to. However, this time they had to admit that they had seen little. The scent of that enemy came from dozens of meters away. Wasn't he a stealth user? How could he attack from such a distance? Could he be a marksman? But that didn't fit, as marksmen wouldn't stealth. The vampire minions felt their intelligence was lacking, as their previous tactics suddenly seemed ineffective. According to their script, the enemy, after eliminating a hapless minion, would be at their most vulnerable before the next stealth, unable to withstand their offensive. Why was this time different? Where had things gone wrong? Before the vampire minions' pitiable brains could conjure an answer, one of them dropped dead on the spot. Just like last time, the vampire minions clearly felt the fleeting presence of a living being. It still appeared from dozens of meters away. Roar! Roar! One minion could not suppress its bloodthirsty desire and charged towards the scent, its claws wildly slashing through the air in an attempt to locate the enemy. But its actions were destined to be in vain. Seconds later, the minion, still clawing at the air, stiffened, its health depleted, and it collapsed with a bewildered expression. Qin Chuan had never cleared the Crimson Catacombs in his previous life, as this dungeon was not discovered until 1 month after the game's official launch, and it imposed a strict level cap. By then, Qin Chuan had already surpassed level 30. Even if he spent a fortune to return to the starting village, he would still be barred from entering the dungeon. Still, he researched its layout and strategies thoroughly. His primary focus was mastering the boss's abilities, so that next time he encountered a similar foe, he would be fully prepared. As for the minions, they posed no challenge whatsoever. Nightmare-tier foes fell instantly beneath his throwing knives, utterly defenseless. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan resolved to end the incursion swiftly, cutting straight through the catacombs. Faced with those razor-sharp daggers, the vampiric thralls exhausted every trick, yet could not locate the unseen assailant lurking in the shadows. All they could do was lash out blindly with furious futile claws, before collapsing silently into cold corpses yielding mere experience points. No bonus XP for defeating higher-level foes, rather meager, Qin Chuan muttered wryly. Having grown accustomed to slaying enemies far beyond his own level, fighting mere peers now felt strangely hollow. Any player familiar with the dungeon's official walkthrough standing nearby would have drawn their blade on the spot. Was that even human speech? They were being torn apart by ordinary difficulty minions, while he slaughtered nightmare tier ones with a single flick of his wrist, then dared complain about insufficient experience. Protest. Vigorous protest. Minutes later, the first wave of vampiric thralls lay motionless, their lives extinguished beneath Qin Chuan's blades. Beyond a generous influx of experience, they dropped 2 common-grade level 10 weapons, unremarkable in stats destined only for quick disposal. Though they fetched little gold, they would at least improve his daily rations. Even within Nightmare Tier dungeons, minions, no matter how formidable, could only drop common-grade gear unless their item rarity was artificially elevated. Thus, farming high-difficulty dungeons solely for superior loot from minions was a futile endeavor, a fact Qin Chuan had lamented more than once in his past life. Back then, he had been a heavy-armored warrior blessed with the rank talent Conqueror. Once his level and equipment scaled up, he could solo minions effortlessly. Yet the resulting common-grade gear sold for pennies, severely dampening his enthusiasm for gold farming. Enough. I never expected much from minions anyway. Let's place our hopes on the boss. Qin Chuan steeled himself anew. Though constrained by its level ceiling, the Crimson Catacombs remained no trivial affair. As a nightmare difficulty dungeon, its standard bosses were all silver tier, while its hidden boss, the Vampire Baron, soared to the terrifying gold tier. Moreover, upon activating the special mode, the transformed Wolf King shattered its former limits, ascending to silver tier status. In effect, the final confrontation demanded simultaneous combat against both a gold tier and a silver tier boss. For ordinary players, the pressure was overwhelming. Even elite guild squads struggled to endure. Yet Qin Chuan remained utterly unperturbed. So long as the boss lacked any ability to detect stealth, he could clear it alone. Clearing corridors, dispatching foes in swift succession, and amassing a pack full of common gear, he finally stood before the first boss. A colossal bat hung upside down from the catacomb's vaulted ceiling. Bloodbat Silver Tier in level 10 in HP, 3500, 3500 in attack, 150, 300 in defense, 800 in abilities. Shrieking Sonic Wave Lightning Lungebat Swarm Call Life Drain Description, a pet of the Vampire Baron notorious for feasting on human brain matter. N. These stats paled beside those of Amos. Yet this came as no surprise. Amos's origins dwarfed those of this wretched bat. Even after millennia of imprisonment, he retained silver tier strength, his peak power long since faded into legend defied estimation. Gazing upon the seemingly dormant bloodbat, Qin Chuan drew a slow breath, then loosed his dagger and vanished into stealth, sprinting forward in the same fluid motion. Boom. In where he had stood moments before, a black shadow plummeted, shattering the stone floor beneath it with jagged fissures. Amidst the swirling dust, the bloodbat shook its head and emitted an irritated screech. Its speed was extraordinary, yet still it had failed to strike its target. This battle, it sensed, would be anything but easy. Qin Chuan knew full well stealth granted concealment, not invincibility. Should an enemy's blow land, damage would still register. The bloodbat's defining trait was velocity, blistering, unparalleled velocity. Had he not fled the instant he struck, he would have been pulverized like the stone beneath him. But evading the lunge did not mean safety. Failing its assault, the bloodbat instantly shifted tactics, its belly swelling before it unleashed a piercing shriek. An invisible shockwave erupted in a fan-shaped blast, reducing stone blocks before it to fine dust. One could only imagine the devastation of taking that blow heated. Even a fully armored main tank would stagger. Qin Chuan's slender frame stood no chance. Surveying the rubble, the bloodbat found no corpse, immediately realizing its foe was elsewhere. With a powerful wing beat, it soared back to the ceiling, its crimson eyes sweeping the chamber with predatory vigilance. From the shadows, Qin Chuan's expression tightened. No wonder this was a nightmare tier boss. The counterattacks flowed flawlessly, seamlessly. An average assassin wouldn't survive the first lunge. Pity. You drew the wrong opponent. A faint smile touched his lips. The moment his shadow stealth cooldown expired, he struck again and bolted once more. Boom. And the bloodbat crashed down, only to follow with another sonic shriek. More boulders exploded into fragments while Qin Chuan remained unscathed, waiting patiently in a distant corner for his skills to recharge. Even a silver tier boss could not pierce his stealth, provided it lacked sound-based detection. Of course, this advantage also stemmed from Qin Chuan's evolution of shadow stealth to bronze tier mastery. Had it remained at its base unevolved state, the bloodbat's acute senses might have roughly pinpointed his position and anticipated his movements. Now, however, Qin Chuan could only offer a silent apologetic shrug. You're doomed. Several more daggers bit deep, driving the bloodbat's health below half. Enraged, the bloodbat shrieked again, whereupon swarms of bats burst forth from surrounding chambers, circling wildly in the cavernous tomb. Phase 2, summoning countless bats to overwhelm the player. Crucially, these bats drained life with each strike. If left unchecked, players could find themselves dealing less damage than the boss regenerated. To Qin Chuan, however, this phase changed nothing. Their speed lagged far behind the bloodbats. They couldn't even graze him, let alone replenish the boss's vitality. Of the boss's 4 abilities, 3 were utterly useless against him, and the 4th, Life Drain, was equally futile. Without locking onto him, the bloodbat could not even cast it. Its demise was therefore inevitable. In crash, and the bloodbat's health bar emptied. It plummeted from the ceiling in a lifeless heap. Ending. Defeated level 10 silver tier boss bloodbat. Awarded 2-0 experience points. An experience cap activated. Excess XP automatically transferred to reserve pool. Hunting moment activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Current total 2. In the summoned bats scattered in panic. Qin Chuan stepped forward and collected the fallen loot. Blood Siphon Blade. Silver tier 300 attack, 15 agility, REQ. Level 10. And he equipped it instantly. His attack power surged to 300, catapulting his damage output to new heights. Now he held absolute confidence the Vampire Baron would fall beneath his blade. After equipping the blood-drinking blade, Qin Chuan's base attack power surged to 339, more than tripling its previous value. This enhancement differed fundamentally from his prior upgrade of Shadow Lurk. Not only did it amplify the damage of his ambush strike, but it also dramatically increased the potency of both Shadow Dagger and Laceration. Without exaggeration, should Qin Chuan clear the Vampire Bat lair once more, he would complete it in a fraction of the original time. Never imagined the first boss would drop the weapon I needed most. I hope the next two yield equally valuable spoils. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Under standard mode, without activating any special mechanics, the Crimson Catacombs housed 3 bosses. Even if each dropped only a single piece of gear, Qin Chuan stood to acquire 2 additional silver tier artifacts. Eager to test his newly equipped prowess, Qin Chuan wasted no time. Just then a bloodline thrall advanced, doomed to meet its end. With a flick of his wrist, he loosed a dagger. 18535. Critical hit before laceration could even take effect. The thrall collapsed into a lifeless corpse, tumbling across the floor to lie motionless in the corner. Dealing nearly 20,000 points of damage, this output was utterly beyond the endurance threshold of ordinary mobs. Within minutes of relentless one-shot eliminations, Qin Chuan stood before the second boss. The chamber stretched vast and barren, dominated by 2 towering stone statues, grotesque in form, deceptively serene in posture. Though outwardly tranquil, Qin Chuan knew well that any unwary player stepping forward would be ambushed by gargoyle sentinels. Simultaneous assault from 2 silver-tier gargoyles would overwhelm even seasoned players. Yet Qin Chuan, armed with precise knowledge of the dungeon's mechanics, committed no such novice error. He simply launched a dagger straight at the nearest statue. 9268. Critical hit. 9268. Critical hit. 2 identical damage figures flared above the heads of both statues in unison. At that instant, the statues' eyes snapped open, massive wings unfurled behind them, beating furiously as they launched themselves, one from the left, one from the right, toward Qin Chuan. A familiar sequence unfolded. Though their strikes shattered the floor beneath them, neither gargoyle landed a single point of damage upon Qin Chuan. Gargoyle twins, silver tier level 10, HP 200 DF skills, whirlwind surge, charged counter, physical damage reduction, shared vitality, description, gatekeepers of the Blood Baron, bound by telepathic unity. They slay all who dare intrude. Their shared health pool meant that despite appearing to possess only 2500 HP, their true collective vitality amounted to 500,000. Indeed, every blow struck against either twin transferred half its damage to the other, rendering their effective total health an imposing 500. Moreover, the gargoyle twins were a bane to physical combatants, boasting formidable innate defense. They further resisted 70 of all physical damage, an insurmountable barrier for assassins and marksmen alike. Yet assembling a magic-focused party would prove equally futile. The third boss wielded a magic immunity shield, demanding physical DPS to prevail. At level 10, players possessed modest base stats. The latter 2 bosses, meticulously designed to counter common builds, had long tormented solo adventurers. As for rotating team members mid-dungeon, that loophole was sealed. While open-world combat allowed full freedom, the Ascension Protocol forbade any substitution of party members during dungeon progression. To Qin Chuan, however, these supposedly despair-inducing twins posed no exceptional challenge. Their vaunted physical resistance crumbled before true damage, rendering it utterly irrelevant. Even as Qin Chuan evaded their onslaught, the laceration skill activated. 220. 220. Damage numbers bloomed simultaneously above both gargoyles, flashing thrice in rapid succession, accumulating over 1,000 total damage. Amplified by the sniper's gift talent, laceration pierced through their defenses, entirely dealing full, unmitigated damage. Not extraordinary, yet far from negligible. Bound by psychic resonance, the twins sensed each other's shock. Their pride, the impenetrable bastion of defense, had dissolved before this foe as if it had never existed. A single volley had stripped them of nearly 20,000 HP. 20 more such barges would suffice to erase their existence. With a thunderous ascent, the twins soared into the air, wings churning violent vortices that swept the chamber along curved, chaotic trajectories. This was their whirlwind surge, a sustained tornado attack inflicting continuous damage. And because they fought as a pair, 2 simultaneous cyclones manifested, demanding exquisite spatial awareness from any challenger. Qin Chuan faced no such constraint. His velocity defied mortal limits. 2 tornadoes held no terror, nor would 10 nor 20. As for their charge counter, a skill calibrated exclusively for melee adversaries, it held 0 relevance against a ranged assassin like himself. Ultimately, after enduring dozens of dagger strikes, the gargoyle twins reverted to inert stone, shattering into countless jagged fragments. Ding. Defeated level 10 silver tier boss gargoyle twins. Awarded 2000 experience points. Experience cap locked. Excess XP automatically deposited into the reserve pool. Hunting moment activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Current total 3. Hunting moment activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Current total 4. Though arduous to defeat, the gargoyle twins' dualinity nature yielded exceptionally generous evolution points. 1 boss yielding the reward of 2. 1 counted as 2. Qin Chuan stepped forward and retrieved the fallen gear. Gargoyle bracers, silver ear DF, 100 HP, 800 STR, 20 REQ. Level 10 STR, 60 dam. Qin Chuan sighed, faintly exasperated. He had previously consumed a might stone boosting his strength by 20, but even so he remained 1 point short of meeting the bracers requirement. To equip them, he would need to allocate his next attribute point solely to strength, or obtain another strength boosting artifact with no strength prerequisite. No matter, I'll hold on to them for now, he mused inwardly. He had no intention of trading this gear to Longting Tianxia. He would retain it himself. Not for immediate use, but as strategic leverage for future progression. Securing the bracers, he pressed onward. Only 1 boss remained between him and the hidden final adversary, the Blood Baron. Yet the Baron proved impatient, issuing another piercing shriek to summon fresh bloodline thralls to their deaths, while his voice resonated ominously throughout the catacombs. Well done, intruder. Your strength stirs my curiosity. Come to me, and I shall grant you eternal life. Qin Chuan recognized the trigger a branching narrative path had just activated. Ordinarily, the Blood Baron viewed any disturbance of his slumber with absolute unrelenting enmity. Exceptions existed, however, such as for warriors whose combat prowess defied conventional measure. In such cases, the Baron extended a choice. Seduced by the promise of immortality, players might pledge allegiance to the bloodline, and thereby unlock the hidden bloodline vocation along with a lifespan stretching centuries beyond mortal bounds. By comparison, the village elders offer paled drastically. Qin Chuan strongly suspected the elder had taken a cut, acting as an unscrupulous middleman. Otherwise, why would the elder dispense mere attribute points while the Baron offered transformative class evolution and literal immortality? I swear eternal enmity against corrupt intermediaries. Fueled by righteous indignation, Qin Chuan resolved to expose the elder's duplicity without delay. After clearing scattered minor foes and collecting several commoner items, he arrived at the deepest sanctum of the Crimson Catacombs, a sepulchral chamber adorned with exquisite murals. Vast beyond expectation, its length and width each exceeding 100 meters, the chamber echoed with hollow silence. Piles of treasure in the corners lay thick with dust and cobwebs untouched for centuries. At its exact center, dozens of heavy iron chains descended from the vaulted ceiling, suspending a colossal bronze sarcophagus in midair. Boom. The moment Qin Chuan crossed the threshold, the passageway behind him slammed shut, a massive stone gate sealing his retreat. Simultaneously, the bronze casket trembled violently, the sharp, grating claws scraped from within, casting a suffocating pall of dread. With a loud sound, the metal lid of the bronze coffin was lifted, and a decayed scent spread throughout the tomb. Inside the coffin, a figure dressed in an exquisite gown slowly sat up. Resurrected Moro's silver level. Level 10. Health 6,000. Attack 1600, 320. Defense 1600. Skills: Frenzied Blade, Magic Shield, Shadow Shift, Dinner Time. Description: You have awakened the master of this tomb. Are you ready to face its wrath? Qin Chuan curled his lips. Others might not realize, but he knew that this Moros was merely the steward of a bloodline baron. The reason he could sleep in such an extravagant bloodline coffin was a ruse to mask the baron's presence. Otherwise, someone of Moros rank would not be able to rest in such a high-class coffin. In deep thought, Moros fully awakened, leaping from the coffin and landing steadily on the ground, his sinister gaze sweeping across the tomb. His awakening indicated that intruders had arrived here. However, there were no enemies in sight. It was a stealthy presence. Qin Chuan waited in the shadows, not rushing to act. Moros was different from the previous 2 bosses. His perception was extremely keen. Moreover, due to the existence of Shadow Shift, he could instantly appear in another location and seamlessly connect with Frenzied Blade, causing widespread AoE damage. To defeat such a boss, one needs a bit of skill. Fortunately, Qin Chuan knew how. The answer lay in the surrounding pillars. For a player to solo Moros, they needed to make reasonable use of the circle of pillars, dodging behind them while launching attacks. This way, even if Moros used Shadow Shift to attack, he would be obstructed by the pillars, giving the player some breathing space. Of course, it sounded easier than it was to execute. The main issue was the attributes. Moros was too fast. If a player's agility was not over 150, they would find it impossible to evade his devastating double hit. But Qin Chuan had no such concerns. His agility was over 200, making it easy for him to dodge attacks. Sneaking to the side of a pillar, Qin Chuan raised his hand and launched a throwing knife. 18,535. Weak point attack. 440. 440. 440. Even after transforming into an undead creature, Moros still had a weakness. However, this weakness was not located in his head, but within the blood core in his chest. That was the core weakness of all bloodline beings. To fight against bloodlines, one must destroy the blood core to eliminate them completely. Moros, upon being attacked, showed no panic whatsoever. He directly activated a skill charging toward Qin Chuan with a speed invisible to the naked eye, wielding two white bone daggers that appeared in his hands, swinging them wildly. In an instant, debris flew everywhere. A 1-meter diameter pillar was immediately left with a large gash. After just 2 more strikes, it would shatter on the spot. This was also a challenge when soloing Moros. The tomb housed 12 pillars, each capable of withstanding 3 strikes of Frenzied Blade. Once all pillars were destroyed, the player would be completely exposed to Moros Blade. With the attributes of a level 10 player, even in top-tier gear, one could not withstand more than a few hits. Squishy classes would die with just 1 hit. Fortunately, Moros Shadow Shift combined with Frenzied Blade had an internal cooldown of about 10 seconds, preventing it from being used indefinitely. As long as players seized the gaps to maintain their distance, they could output damage from afar. However, for Qin Chuan, did he need to kite to deal damage? Not at all. What he needed to do was move to another pillar and wait for Shadow Stealth to cool down. 16 seconds later, Qin Chuan struck again. Moros launched another double strike, causing pillar fragments to scatter everywhere. After sneaking to a new pillar, Qin Chuan looked at the 2 short daggers in Moros' hands, feeling somewhat envious. This was a set of dual-wielded daggers, not only boasting high base stats, but also having set attributes. Their overall evaluation could even rival that of golden-level equipment. The only downside was their low drop rate. Qin Chuan knew that in his previous life, a marksman player farmed Moros for a month and still couldn't gather these 2 weapons, highlighting how difficult they were to obtain. If only they could drop at once, Qin Chuan thought to himself. After completing the initial job advancement, players had a preliminary release from job restrictions. Take the assassin as an example. After advancing at level 10, they could dual wield. Although the secondary weapon only provided a 70 attribute bonus, it was still significant. Moreover, after learning to dual wield, it wasn't limited to just daggers. Any one-handed weapon, such as one-handed swords and axes, could be used. In other words, Qin Chuan could use Moros dual daggers. I must strive to make them drop. Qin Chuan became increasingly excited, raising his hand for another throwing knife. Moros Shadow Shift followed by Frenzied Blade was ineffective. He did not rush to attack. Instead, with a contemplative expression, he said, "Intruder, your strength has impressed me. How about trying this move? Come forth, my brothers and sisters. Dinner time has arrived." With Moros' call, several figures gradually coalesced around him. Head Maid Serena, bronze level. Gardener Bob, bronze level. Butcher, bronze level. Coachman Haynes, bronze level. The second phase of the boss battle and righteous group attack. This was also the most challenging phase to handle. The innate damage was already quite exaggerated, and now he summoned 4 minions. If players were unprepared, they would be unable to withstand it. The only good news was that the minions summoned by Moros were all bronze level, not the same silver level. If they were 5 silver level minions, unless players had a full set of level 10 golden gear, they wouldn't hope to clear this dungeon. So the question arises, where could one find that much golden gear at level 10? The answer was to clear the special mode of the Crimson Tomb at Nightmare difficulty, defeating the hidden boss, the Bloodline Baron, to reliably drop a piece of golden level equipment. So how can one encounter the Bloodline Baron? First, defeat Moros. How to defeat Moros? Wear golden level equipment. A seemingly endless cycle emerged. Qin Chuan vaguely remembered many jokes that circulated around the Crimson Tomb in his previous life. For instance, players who graduated from the Crimson Tomb after its initial exploration. And there were those who said that if you hadn't graduated from the Crimson Tomb, don't bother going in. There were plenty of laughs. While pondering, the cooldown for Shadow Stealth finished, and Qin Chuan aimed a throwing knife at Moros. To capture the king, one must first capture the bandit. As long as Moros was killed, the remaining 4 mini-bosses would vanish, making it unnecessary to waste output on them. After all, these guys wouldn't drop equipment, so there was no need for special treatment. Of course, a normal team farming Moros would prioritize clearing the minions, otherwise the main tank would not survive. But for Qin Chuan, it was completely unnecessary. 18,535. Weak point attack. As the damage numbers soared, Moros had already closed in. Charging in simultaneously were the 4 minions. They unleashed various skills, completely enveloping the area where Qin Chuan had been. As a result, the pillars suffered additional damage, with the maximum endurance lasting only 2 more strikes before complete destruction. As the final boss of the Crimson Crypt, Moros possesses formidable combat power. His skill Shadow Shift combined with Frenzied Blades is enough to annihilate unsuspecting ranged attackers. However, this does not mean that melee fighters are safe. In the absence of ranged targets, Moros will also unleash Frenzied Blades, leaving very little reaction time for melee fighters. A moment's carelessness could result in instant death. The magical shield effectively counters magic-based professions. Coupled with the summoning of minions during dinner time, the main tank feels immense pressure, making Moros a quintessential rogue boss. Yet before Qin Chuan, even such a powerful boss was rendered helpless. There was no way around it. Qin Chuan's tactics were simply too crafty. After striking, he would vanish, leaving Moros furious and howling in anger, yet utterly powerless. This was the first time Moros had encountered such a troublesome foe. As time passed, Moros' health steadily declined, but the pillars in the crypt were also collapsing one by one under the combined assault of Moros and his minions. Fortunately, according to Qin Chuan's calculations, he could defeat Moros before all the pillars crumbled. "Master, I have failed." Moros let out a long sigh, collapsing feebly onto the ground. The 4 minions summoned stood frozen in place, their forms becoming ethereal before vanishing completely. Ding, you have killed the 10-level silver boss Resurrected Moros and gained 2 experience points. The experience cap has been locked, and any excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. The hunting moment has activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Current points 5. Unfortunately, the minions summoned by Moros do not count as independent bosses. Otherwise this would have been a significant windfall of evolution points. Though slightly disappointing, it wasn't a major issue. At the same time, Qin Chuan's attention was drawn to 2 glowing orbs of loot on the ground. Dropping 2 pieces of equipment at once was already an extraordinary occurrence. Even more surprising to Qin Chuan was that both equipment icons were weapons. No way did I really get a weapon set on my first kill. Qin Chuan found it hard to believe as the odds were exceedingly low. While he pondered the game, notification chimed again. Ding, you have cleared the nightmare level dungeon, the Crimson Crypt. This clear is the first in the entire server, granting an additional 1 experience points, 20 attribute points, and 10 prestige points. A public announcement will be made shortly. Do you wish to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer has cleared the nightmare difficulty of the Crimson Crypt, encouraging all players to keep up the good work. At the moment the server-wide announcement rang out, the Dragon Rising team had just defeated a wild boar. After hard grinding, they had successfully leveled up to level 3 and were not far from level 4. Dragon Rising cheered, "Let's keep it up. Once we reach level 5 we can equip new gear, making monster hunting significantly faster. And at level 10, we will have silver gear waiting for us." These words lifted the morale of the teammates. Why do people play games? Beyond investment, the most important aspect is the continuous accumulation and harvesting of rewards, which brings a great sense of achievement. However, before they could search for the next wild boar, the server-wide announcement sounded again. Dragon Rising wore a knowing expression and said, "I knew it, a Night Wanderer would definitely challenge the nightmare difficulty." The archer agreed. "As my rival, it's only natural for Night Wanderer to make such a choice." The holy priest Xiao Shui pondered for a moment and said, "Boss, should we ask Night Wanderer if he has any new equipment for sale?" Dragon Rising waved his hand. "No need for that. If Night Wanderer had this thought, he would definitely contact me. Since he hasn't mentioned anything, it's either due to lack of time or other considerations." After pausing, Dragon Rising added, "We're experienced players. We shouldn't always rely on Night Wanderer, understand?" The others nodded repeatedly. Yet in their hearts they couldn't help but complain. Who is really relying on Night Wanderer? At the same time, various novice villages were buzzing with discussions about Night Wanderer. There was no helping it. That name was simply too resounding. First he achieved the first kill of the iron level boss, and then he swiftly took down the silver level boss. Subsequently, he discovered hidden dungeons and was the first to reach level 10, unlocking the level leaderboard. On top of that, he was the first to clear the nightmare difficulty of the Crimson Crypt. Each of these accomplishments is worthy of great mention, yet they were all achieved by one person. Truly impressive. Moreover, the time intervals between these significant events were extremely short. While they were here hunting wild rabbits, Night Wanderer had already cleared the dungeon. Is the gap between players really this vast? Compared to the disillusionment of ordinary players, those with high talents were quite resentful. Especially a few with S and even S-level talents who were determined to bring Night Wanderer down from his pedestal. They had high talents and good classes. Why should all the glory be taken by Night Wanderer? Impossible. The Apocalypse server opened synchronously worldwide with not only players from Yin Country, but also from Beautiful Country and Stick Country. However, before the National War version, everyone played independently without interference. But this does not affect the server-wide announcements. Apocalypse is considerate and issues announcements in various languages. Meanwhile, in the novice village of Beautiful Country, a 3-person team, after enduring various hardships, finally reduced Moros to a sliver of health. Steady now, the boss is about to die. If it weren't for Richardson, who has an SS-level talent, we wouldn't have made it this far. No matter how strong the Yin Country's Night Wanderer is, he is just one person. While our team consists of 1 SS level and 2 S level players along with high-priced equipment, we will definitely secure the first clear of this nightmare difficulty dungeon. Hearing his teammates' flattery, the robed Richardson, holding a staff, wore a self-satisfied expression. He possessed the SS-level talent Heart of Winter, and combined with the hidden class Winter Mage balanced both damage and control. Even a boss would be rendered motionless before him, confident in claiming the title of the strongest in Apocalypse. Yet before he could unleash his power, all the first kills were snatched by a player named Night Wanderer, leaving Richardson quite displeased. Why should the other party have such privileges? The Yin Country has developed well over the years, and their players have become quite confident, but I will make them understand who truly rules this world. With a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, Richardson raised his staff, preparing to strike down Moros. However, before he could finish casting, the server-wide announcement rang out. Player Night Wanderer has cleared the nightmare difficulty of the Crimson Crypt, encouraging all players to keep up the good work. This is impossible. Richardson was shaken, causing him to miscast his skill. The uncontrolled Moros erupted, instantly slaying his 2 teammates. Had Richardson not reacted swiftly, he too would have been eliminated. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare difficulty of the Crimson Crypt. Richardson ignored the game notification. Even the golden level loot that dropped from the boss could not stir his interest. He had only one thought now. When the National War began, he would surely tear that guy named Night Wanderer to shreds. At the same time, not just players from Beautiful Country, but top players from other regions harbored the same intention. One day they would put Night Wanderer beneath their feet. With eager anticipation, Qin Chuan stepped forward and tucked the two spoils into his pack. Take a short dagger, main hand silver tier attack, 300, agility 15, required level 10 set 12. Fengshu stiletto, offhand silver tier attack, 300, agility 15, required level 10 set 12. Their baseline stats matched exactly those of Qin Chuan's Jishua Ji Rin blood siphoning blade. That was to be expected. Both were level 10 silver pieces. The sole distinction lay in the additional set bonus. That was the most fearsome trait of the Tiga Shuangren. The reason they could rival gold tier equipment. Set 22, attack 200. Activates Quangluan Chengxi Frenzy dash rapidly advance toward the target while unleashing a storm of blades dealing damage equal to 200 of attack to enemies along the path. Cooldown 30 seconds. It not only further boosted attack, but also unlocked a special active effect. Maluos's signature killing move Yixing Huanying combined with frenzied blades. This active equipment effect is unlocked once the Tiga Shuangren are complete, and it is the core reason the set is hard to replace in the early stages. What Qin Chuan coveted most was the Yixing Huanying effect. Although he could slip into seamless stealth if an opponent prepared and hurled wide area skills at likely emergence points, a barrage of overlapping attacks with sufficient coverage could simply pile on damage and kill him while he remained concealed. The Tiga Shuangren represented one of the few avenues by which Qin Chuan could gain mobility at his current stage. In truth, this plan had not been part of his original strategy. Equipment drops were notoriously random. If he remembered correctly, Maluos's drop table contained more than 20 pieces of gear. Even if each drop were unique by sheer bad luck, it would take dozens of runs to assemble both blades. Qin Chuan thought it not worth the time. Put plainly, the blade's dash was only a temporary substitute. Ultimately, he would rely on a proper mobility skill. Those abilities, however, were not accessible to low-level players. Thus, continuing to level up was the true path. Qin Chuan had been mentally prepared before the battle began. Finding the twin blades would be ideal, but if they did not drop or came unmatched, he would not insist. It would be unwise to halt his advancement merely to force the twin blades. He gathered himself and stowed the Tiga Shuangren away. He could not dual wield now, and equipping only the main hand Tiga dagger would be pointless. As he deliberated, the voice of the Shuizu Baron echoed through the tomb. You actually defeated Maluosi. Your strength astonishes me, the Baron intoned. Come to my side. Let us share eternal life. A system notification chimed. You have activated a hidden side quest. The difficult choice. Choice 1, slay the Shuizu Baron. Reward none. Choice 2, accept the Baron's proposal. Reward, depending on your attribute focus, unlock the special profession Xinghong Assassin. An additional 300 years of lifespan. Between the two, the second option was clearly far superior. For that reason, some players unaware of the truth would choose to join the Shuizu Baron's ranks. But Qin Chuan knew that behind such generous rewards lurked a plunge into the abyss. Before the Tianqi fusion with reality, players would feel no difference. Indeed, they would gain enhanced combat power precisely because of the profession's special nature. When the fusion began and the bloodline descended upon launching, everything would be turned upside down. Even if by then the Shuizu Baron had been slain, those players would already have been converted, reduced to blood thralls and instruments of untold slaughter. Qin Chuan understood this, yet could not prevent it. Even if he warned that the second option was a trap, why would other players believe him? It was only a game after all. Would strangers take his word? All he could do was post an anonymous warning on the Tianqi forum. He might save as many as he could. Stealing himself, Qin Chuan sneered, Baron, wash your neck and await death. A system chime confirmed his choice. The Shuizu Baron would become his implacable enemy. The notification flashed and disappeared. Qin Chuan paid it no mind, walked to the corner of the burial chamber, kicked aside scattered treasure, and exposed the floor tiles beneath. With a light step, mechanisms creaked behind the stone wall. Chains that held a bronze coffin began to loosen, and the coffin crashed down with a heavy impact. The floor shattered beneath it, leaving a fathomless pit. From its depths came wails, curses, and the sound of liquid flowing. A bloody stench of overwhelming intensity filled the air. Below lay the Shuizu Baron's lair, the blood pool. Those sounds were the tormented spirits of the sacrificed. Staring into the pitch-dark mouth of the pit, Qin Chuan found a protrusion and leapt, descending swiftly. After several dozen meters, he landed on flat ground. Ahead, there was only a single corridor leading to an entrance tinged with dark red. The Baron's voice trembled with barely contained fury. Intruder, this will be your grave. Let your blood fill this Suntoba parched pool. Having made his side quest choice, the Baron had readied himself for combat. Qin Chuan crept to the passage, hid behind a stone wall, and peered inside. In essence, it was a tomb, only more unnerving. The obsidian floor bore no dust. At the center lay a pool, its surface rippling with deep crimson. At the pool's edge, the Shuizu Baron sat with a look of indulgent pleasure. Beside him stood the Wolf King, already transformed into an undead wolf. Guniter Baron, gold tier, level 15 HP, 15 attack, 6,000 defense, 4,000 skills, Xinghong Qiyue, Shengming, Zhuanhuan Xiahong, Ji Qi Shui, Ji Chaoshi Du Xue. Winnie description: a bloodline baron awakened from slumber. Long rest has inevitably sapped some of his strength, yet he remains formidable. It is still possible to submit to him now. Revived Wolf King, silver, level 10 HP, 3,500 attack, 1,500 defense, 1,200 skills, Quangquanbing Jiming Xiao. Yexing Huan description: the Wolf King, who intruded upon the baron's sleeping ground and was resurrected by blood magic into a puppet loyally guarding his former enemy. Two bosses confront him. The Baron's health alone reached a staggering 1.5 million. Frankly, if not for Qin Chuan's sharpshooter talent, even with the Baron standing still, it would take ages to cut him down. For that reason, after players discovered the Baron, it took a long time before he was slain. His hit points were terrifyingly high and his level had broken the newbie cap, reaching 15. And that was while he was still weakened from a protracted slumber. Qin Chuan calculated that the Baron's true power likely exceeded the present one by an order of magnitude or more. Let alone the true prowess of a bloodline Baron, the mere presence of the one before Qin Chuan already weighed heavily on him. In contrast, whether it was the 3 silver bosses within the entire dungeon or Amos beneath the granite hills, they were all unworthy to even carry the Baron's shoes. With exceptionally high offensive and defensive attributes coupled with skills that have an extensive range, it was enough to send any elite team back in defeat. Not to mention, in this special mode, there was a silver-tier Wolf King lurking nearby ready to pounce. Qin Chuan swiftly contemplated his options and decided to eliminate the Wolf King first. The resurrected Wolf King was not a summoned creature. Even if the Baron were defeated, it would not perish. Moreover, with its incredible speed, if it preemptively ambushed Qin Chuan under the Baron's command, he would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, the Wolf King had low health and could be taken down in a few minutes. With this in mind, Qin Chuan raised his hand and threw a flying knife. The Wolf King let out an enraged howl, while Baron Gunnar's expression darkened, yet he made no further moves, not even rising from the blood pool. This was within Qin Chuan's expectations. This awakening was outside the Baron's plans. He had intended to continue sleeping for another 100 years before awakening. His slumber was interrupted by this unwelcome guest. Because of this, the Baron's condition had not returned to its peak and was currently in a recovery phase. However, this phase would not last long. The blood pool would greatly accelerate the Baron's recovery speed. Qin Chuan needed to reduce the Wolf King's health as much as possible before Baron Gunnar made his move. If he could kill it outright, that would be the best scenario. It all depended on whether he was faster or Baron Gunnar was. The Wolf King's health was steadily declining, and Baron Gunnar's face darkened like charcoal, his eyes glowing red as he fixed his gaze on Qin Chuan. In the distant ancient times, there was a saying, when hitting a dog, one must look at its owner. The Wolf King, resurrected by him, was now being beaten and left defenseless, causing its master to lose face. The Baron had already decided to personally kill this intruder, skin him to make a carpet, and use his skull as a wine cup. He wanted this human to pay for his actions today. Qin Chuan, however, did not care how terrifying the Baron's expression was. He only wanted to take down the Wolf King, and then the Baron. As soon as the Wolf King's health dropped below half, the Baron let out a roar. "Enough!" he exclaimed as he raised his arm to strike the blood pool. Countless droplets of blood surged upward, scattering like bullets in all directions. The cave walls were immediately showered with flying debris. As soon as the Baron raised his hand, Qin Chuan had already sprinted toward the cave entrance, using the wall to evade the attack. With a chance to catch his breath, the Wolf King approached the Baron, lowering its head with a low growl. The Baron pointed a finger, and a crimson sphere of light entered the Wolf King's body. "How?" The Wolf King let out an invigorating roar, instantly recovering 20% of its health. Qin Chuan cursed internally at the cheating, but could only watch. This was the Baron's skill life transfer. All he could do was continue attacking. The Baron's skill was not limitless. As long as his output was sufficiently high, he could forcefully drain the resurrected Wolf King's life. After its resurrection, the Wolf King lost its self-awareness, but the familiar flying knife made it restless. This damned deja vu, even in death, it could not find peace. When its health dropped to 15%, the Wolf King ran back to the Baron's side. The Baron angrily berated it as useless, but still used life transfer again, restoring 20% of the Wolf King's health. But this was futile. The Wolf King would not survive a third health restoration. The bad news was that Baron Gunnar's body had regained its fullness and strength. He was about to leave the blood pool. Boom. The blood pool erupted with a violent surge, and the Baron transformed into a crimson phantom, leaping from the pool, hovering in midair, surveying the surroundings from above with a cruel smile. "It's my turn now." Blood tide. From the Baron, as the center, dozens of red torrents surged outward. Whether it was the walls or the obsidian floor, they were effortlessly sliced through, as if meeting a hot knife in butter. Though he could not see the damage numbers, Qin Chuan knew that the damage from this one skill was no less than 10,000. Common players without sufficient means to protect themselves would be wiped out in the Baron's first wave of attacks. Naturally, Qin Chuan could only avoid the brunt of the attack, hiding outside the tomb, waiting for the right moment to strike. Once his shadow stealth was off cooldown, he slipped in and threw a flying knife. Then he immediately activated shadow stealth and retreated. The Wolf King let out a dying howl while the Baron shifted his gaze with a cold smirk, saying, "I've got you now." As he spoke, the Baron raised his hand and shot a blood arrow that struck the ground, erupting into white smoke and corroding deep pits into the obsidian floor. If that had hit him, Qin Chuan would have certainly died on the spot. Even activating the shield from his mountain heart ring would have been of no avail. The attacks from a golden tier boss were truly unreasonable. A strike against a fragile target would mean instant death. Utilizing his high agility, Qin Chuan dodged this blow. This caused the Baron's brow to furrow. "You actually dodged?" The Baron was somewhat taken aback, then praised. "You are strong with boundless potential. You will surely become a thorn in the side of my clan in the future. Unfortunately, you must die here today." Dark deathmatch. Dark as ink energy seeped from beneath the Baron's cloak, quickly enveloping the entire underground tomb, and continuously extending outward. A game prompt appeared. Ding, Baron Gunnar has activated the special skill Dark Deathmatch, sealing all means of retreat. Only one side's death can terminate the skill. Please note if you die during Dark Deathmatch, your character will be forcibly deleted. The prompt sent a chill down Qin Chuan's spine. He actually had this trick. In his past life, he had never heard of Baron Gunnar having the Dark Deathmatch skill. It could force players to delete their accounts. This was simply outrageous. What went wrong? Qin Chuan's mind raced. Was it the butterfly effect from his rebirth that caused this change? Or was it some hidden rule of the apocalypse? Or perhaps his sniper talent had caught the attention of the gods ahead of time. Qin Chuan quickly cast aside these distractions. Dark Deathmatch had already been initiated, and it was rapidly expanding, enveloping him. It was too late to retreat now. The only way to find a glimmer of hope was to kill the Baron. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan became calmer than ever before. He had once slain even deities, so how could a mere bloodline Baron pose a challenge? The situation appeared unfavorable for Qin Chuan, but he saw an opportunity for victory. That was Baron Gunnar could not break his stealth. Otherwise, the Baron wouldn't need to use a special skill like Dark Deathmatch to confine him here. Was he not worried he would slip away silently? In the shadows, a confident smile appeared on Qin Chuan's lips. Your stats may be high, but my tactics are unbeatable. Baron Gunnar's special skill caught Qin Chuan off guard. However, after calming down, Qin Chuan realized that his situation had not changed significantly. He was originally planning to take down the Baron unscathed. In that case, what difference does it make whether the Dark Deathmatch is activated or not? Of course, the most important point is that Qin Chuan had a substitute scarecrow in his possession. No matter how powerful Baron Gunnar's Dark Deathmatch was, it merely sealed the retreat, unable to prevent resurrection. At worst, he could die and return. After all, the sealing of the resurrection points by the Azura Hall had already declared failure, and they could not withstand the wrath of all the novice village players. Given this, what was there for Qin Chuan to worry about? Having an escape route was so liberating. His mood lightened, and he aimed a flying knife at the Wolf King. The battle plan remained unchanged. First, eliminate the Wolf King, then kill Baron Gunnar. Seeing the intruder in the shadows, who not only showed no fear, but also attacked his pet, Baron Gunnar's inner fury was beyond words. If he had to say something, it was that he nearly choked with rage. He had never seen someone so audacious. The Wolf King was also aggrieved. Why was it only being targeted? With confusion, the Wolf King took a few more flying knives, its health bar depleted, collapsing on the spot, as several silver-white orbs scattered across the ground. Ding, you have killed the level 10 silver-grade BOSS, the resurrected Wolf King, and gained 2 of his 0 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess experience will automatically go to the experience pool. Hunting moment activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Current points 6 foot. However, Qin Chuan had no time to collect the loot because the Baron's blood arrow was coming again. The Baron's perception was sharp. Even if Qin Chuan did not strike, he would still release blood arrows in the general direction. From the moment the Baron left the blood pool until now, it had only been a few minutes, yet the originally smooth and flat obsidian floor had been corroded into a bumpy mess, the acrid smell making Qin Chuan feel suffocated. Disable olfactory perception. Qin Chuan directly issued a game command, blocking the unpleasant odor, which made him feel a bit more refreshed. It was only possible to do this during the game phase of the apocalypse. In the later stages, how could one adjust perception? It would be a real fight. After dealing with the Wolf King, Qin Chuan turned his attention to Baron Gunnar. His gaze focused intently on the Baron's fingers. Qin Chuan remembered that Baron Gunnar had a storage ring in his drop list, which could greatly alleviate the issue of a small backpack. I hope it drops. Qin Chuan thought to himself. No, it will definitely drop. Having previously received the Bone Cutter twin blades, Qin Chuan felt that his luck should be quite reliable. How hard could it be to drop a ring? Although Baron Gunnar could not see Qin Chuan, he could feel the other's gaze, raising his right hand and sneering, greedy fellow, if you want my heirloom, then you'll have to pay with your life. Blood tide. A surge of energy erupted, the blood arrows bombarding the surrounding environment, once more causing many fragments to fall from above. Qin Chuan looked up at the ceiling. If the Baron kept bombarding, this underground tomb would likely collapse. He decisively unleashed the flying knife, dealing nearly 20,000 damage to the Baron. Baron Gunnar's expression was clearly one of shock, unable to help, but exclaimed, "Mortal, how could you possibly possess such power?" The Baron was not referring to a sharpshooter's talent, but to real damage. Even among various races, very few could wield such power. In terms of the blood race, one would likely need to be at least a count. Baron Gunnar could not afford to be so shocked. After all, he was worlds apart from a blood race count. Baron Gunnar became increasingly convinced that he had to eliminate this intruder, otherwise the blood race's conquest plan would surely face considerable obstacles. Fortunately, there is the Dark Death match, otherwise this intruder would most likely escape. Baron Gunnar's expression turned sinister as he calculated how to take action against the intruder. However, speaking of which, this intruder was of low level. Why was his stealth skill so superb that he could not find any flaws? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck the Baron's mind. Shadow power. After a brief moment of shock, the Baron became even more excited. He never expected there would be an additional surprise. As long as he killed this intruder and devoured all his flesh and blood, he would surely gain shadow power, and he would become the new ruler of the blood race. 18,535. Weak point attack. The high damage interrupted the Baron's fantasies. He suddenly realized something. It seemed that he had underestimated this battle. Would an intruder who mastered real damage and shadow power really die at his hands? The Baron became increasingly unsure, hesitating even in the release of his skills. Although Qin Chuan did not know the Baron's inner turmoil, a decrease in attack frequency was always a good thing. As the Baron's health dropped to 75, he appeared calm, stating that this was a minor matter. At 50 health, the Baron entered the second phase, significantly increasing speed and having the skill release interval. When his health dropped to 30, the Baron started to panic, but still felt the situation was under control. When his health reached 10, the Baron's expression began to crack as he looked around for an escape route. Unfortunately, the dark death match he initiated had yet to yield results, which also restricted his retreat. I was too hasty. The Baron regretted his earlier decisions. Reflecting on his mistakes, the Baron spoke, "Intruder, your strength has earned my recognition. I am willing to share the secrets of eternal life with you." Ding, you have activated the hidden side quest, Cornered Beast. Choice 1, kill the Blood Race Baron. Quest reward none. Choice 2, accept the Baron's suggestion. Quest reward, receive the Baron's title, gain the Crimson Knight title. Additional lifespan of 500 years. With nothing new to offer, Qin Chuan naturally stuck to his choice and interrupted the Baron's fantasies with a flying knife. At this point, did he still think of begging for mercy? Too late. Angered by the second rejection, the Baron screamed, "Just wait, my kin will trample your world." Qin Chuan could not be bothered to respond. Once his skill cooled down, he sent another flying knife that reduced the Baron's health to just over 30,000. With 2 more flying knives, the Baron would be left with an empty health bar, becoming his stepping stone. This long and arduous dungeon exploration was finally coming to an end. I really want to live another 500 years. Baron Gunnar uttered his last words, collapsing with a mix of unwillingness, regret, and confusion. As the Baron fell, a pile of gleaming golden loot burst forth, dazzling Qin Chuan's eyes. A big drop. A windfall. These were the spoils dropped by a golden grade BOSS, starting with golden grade quality. Whether items or equipment, they could be sold for exorbitant prices. The only downside might be the high level requirement for the equipment, which was level 15. But it didn't matter, leveling up was not a difficult task for Qin Chuan. As long as he went to the main city, there were plenty of high-level monsters in the wild, and the experience rewards from killing them at a higher level were quite substantial. Before that, he would first collect the loot to see what had dropped. As Baron Gunnar breathed his last, game notifications echoed incessantly. Defeated a level 15 gold boss, earning 500 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess experience will be transferred to the experience pool. Hunting moment activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Current points 7. This kill is the first in the server, granting an additional reward of 100 free attribute points, 10 skill points, and 50 prestige points. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you want to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer has achieved the first kill of the gold boss Baron Gunnar, encouraging players to strive further. Ding, your prestige points have reached 100, unlocking the prestige leaderboard. Do you wish to hide your announcement nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer is the first to reach 100 prestige points, activating the prestige leaderboard, encouraging players to strive further. As the announcement rang out, players worldwide paused their actions. What? They must have heard wrong. A gold boss. And it was defeated by Night Wanderer. This guy must be cheating. Protests must be made. As for the prestige leaderboard, it's just a list, it hardly matters. With the 2 announcements, even Long-Tongue Tianxia, who had great confidence in Qin Chuan, fell to shock. He had thought that Qin Chuan's first completion of the nightmare level dungeon made him invincible, but it seemed he could become even stronger. That was a gold boss after all. Previously, the silver level Amos had left him trembling, and now another gold level boss had appeared. Where could he voice his grievances? In the midst of his thoughts, another announcement chimed in. Player Richardson has achieved the first kill of the bronze boss Gale Wolf King, encouraging players to strive further. This was the first time he had seen a new ID on the server-wide announcement. A Long-Tongue Tianxia couldn't help but glance twice. From the name, it seemed he wasn't a player from their Yin country. Indeed, looking globally, there are many experts. We cannot slack off, Long-Tongue Tianxia advised. The members of the team nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Tianqi was an epic-making global game, the competition would be countless times more intense than in previous games. This was evident from Richardson's first kill of the bronze boss. Their Yin country had Night Wanderer, but other regions should not be underestimated. In the 9527 novice village, Luo Sha Dao Zhan logged back in and saw these messages, feeling quite uncomfortable. He hadn't expected that while he was offline to avoid the storm, that damn Night Wanderer had gotten even stronger. Not only had he first completed the nightmare level dungeon, but now he could also solo a gold boss. Absurd. Fortunately, with Richardson's first kill announcement, Luo Sha Dao Zhan's expression brightened, and he said to his subordinates, "In my opinion, Night Wanderer must have exploited a bug to kill the gold boss. The decline is already apparent." And Richardson's furious slaying of the bronze boss indicates he still has strength left. He will surely become a formidable expert in the future. His subordinates chimed in, "Yes, yes, yes." Passers-by mocked, "I have long heard that Luo Sha Hall is a bunch of spineless people. Today it seems to be true." Others agreed, "Indeed, a bear is strong alone, but a den of bears is weak. The guild leader is of such character. What future does this guild have? I used to think Luo Sha Dao Zhan was a tough guy. Turns out he's just another spineless character." Exactly when Night Wanderer was soloing the boss, that Richardson fellow didn't even know where he was. Is there any need to boast this much? I suspect Richardson's killing of the bronze boss couldn't have been done without help, unlike Night Wanderer, who completely relied on soloing. I support Night Wanderer. Night Wanderer is the best. Me too. As the news spread, many players had a very poor impression of Luo Sha Hall, particularly Luo Sha Daozhan. Subsequently, players dug up old grievances recalling how Luo Sha Hall camped at resurrection points, which immediately resonated with many, rallying them to find trouble with Luo Sha Daozhan. Outside the novice village, hundreds of players were having a blast fighting. Ultimately, Luo Sha Daozhan, hindered by their numerical disadvantage, was pushed back to the resurrection point. Luo Sha Daozhan was furious and in his rage logged off. Damn it, back to sleep. Qin Chuan was still unaware of the commotion outside. At this moment, he had allocated the attribute points he gained to agility, boosting his agility attribute to 350. Attributes: strength 39, constitution 14, agility 34-45, spirit 13. To be honest, Qin Chuan felt he was too specialized. But upon reflection, adding points to other attributes seemed meaningless. Increasing strength would raise his attack power, but did he lack damage? Absolutely not. Moreover, once he completed the class advancement to unlock dual wielding and equipped the bone-cleaving twin blades, his attack power would soar by several hundred points, far more effective than increasing strength. Of course, enhancing strength has its benefits, as it allows wearing heavier armor with higher defense. But as the saying goes, it's unnecessary. What good is it for an assassin to wear heavy armor? Can they withstand damage? As for constitution, it goes without saying. Qin Chuan was battling high-level bosses, as long as he got hit, it was basically a one-shot kill. Adding several hundred, or even 1,000 points of health was hardly significant. And spirit is a necessity for magic professions, which is completely irrelevant to him as an assassin. Overall, agility remains the most practical. Not to mention this time, when soloing the Crimson Tomb. Without the speed boost from high agility, he would have been swept away by the boss skills long ago. How could he have made it this far? I'll save the 10 skill points for now. The attributes of Shadow Stealth are already high. There's no rush to continue upgrading. It's better to save them for emergencies, Qin Chuan quickly planned. He was about to return to the novice village to turn in his quest, and then head to the main city for class advancement. Completing the class advancement would grant him new skills. If there were suitable skills, he could just use the skill points to enhance them. As for Richardson's announcement of the first kill of the bronze boss, Qin Chuan had heard about it too. He recalled that indeed there was such a player in his previous life who had been in the spotlight early on, subtly trending towards becoming the strongest player in Tianqi. However, after Tianqi began to merge with reality, there had been no news of Richardson. Most likely he had been soloed offline. As for Richardson's first kill of the bronze boss, it was very likely due to awakening an SS level talent. But Qin Chuan was not worried. Because there are still differences among SS level talents. His sniper talent would definitely surpass any talent of the same level. Full of confidence, Qin Chuan approached the Wolf King's corpse, gathering the spoils. Then Qin Chuan cut off the wolf's head and held it up to examine it, pondering whether this somewhat deformed head would be recognized by the hunter. If he couldn't complete the quest, it would be quite troublesome. He thought it should be fine. He also couldn't forget about the blood core of Baron Gunnar. This was a necessary item to reveal the true face of the village chief. By the time he finished these tasks, the blood pool had already dried up, revealing the magic array at the bottom. This is the teleportation array to leave, which can directly teleport him back to an abandoned house in the novice village. But he wasn't in a hurry to go back. Qin Chuan remembered that players who teleport back through this array without any blood clan aura would trigger the village chief's trap and be ambushed by ghosts. If he could exchange for 2 pieces of equipment to boost his health, that would be even safer. If it really didn't work, Qin Chuan was prepared to use shield stealth to return. After all the effort to take down the Baron, he couldn't afford to die at the hands of the village chief in a ditch. Unfortunately, the Baron was level 15 and the dropped equipment was unusable. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decisively looked at the spoils from the Wolf King. First, there was a gray cloak. Wolf King cloak, silver level, defense 50, health 800, agility 20, equipment requirement 10. The attributes of the Wolf King's cloak emphasize agility, which is a delightful addition for Qin Chuan. Better than nothing, he put it on immediately. A gray cloak appeared on Qin Chuan's shoulders, providing excellent warmth. This is also the hidden effect of the Wolf King's cloak, making combat in snowy environments much more comfortable. After examining the cloak, Qin Chuan continued checking the spoils. Wolfskin leggings, silver gray, defense 100, health 1000, agility 10, equipment requirement 10. Wow, what luck. Qin Chuan whistled with a look of delight. Swapping the 2 pieces of equipment significantly boosted his health. Moreover, his agility was further enhanced. Not bad, he felt more confident about returning to the village. He replaced his nearly worn-out novice shorts and hopped around in satisfaction. The wolfskin leggings fit perfectly, unlike the novice shorts, which were a bit tight and restricted his younger brother's movements. The 3rd piece of equipment was a great sword. Armor-piercing great sword, silver grade, 2-ended weapon, attack 600, strength 15, equipment requirement 10, strength 120. This is a warrior's weapon not suitable for Qin Chuan, so he put it directly into his backpack for later handling. The 4th piece of loot was not equipment, but an item. Wolf King's horn, silver grade item, summons a level 10 giant wolf to fight for you for 20 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. This item is somewhat optional for Qin Chuan. The giant wolf's attributes are slightly higher than those of wild monsters of the same level, but they are still limited. One cannot rely on it to solo a boss. However, it is a decent choice for leveling, especially for those struggling to level up. If one can gather a pile of summoning items, leveling efficiency will be quite impressive. In short, it can be sold for a high price. He would handle it all later. The Wolf King dropped 5 pieces of loot, and the final item was still an item. Wolf King's Blood Silver grade permanently increases agility by 15. When used, Qin Chuan's favorite items are those that enhance attributes, so he clapped his hands together and used it immediately. It must be said that since the Wolf King was promoted to Silver grade by Baron Gunnar, the quality of the loot dropped has significantly improved. If it had been of the original Bronze grade, it wouldn't have dropped so many good items. Of course, high rewards come with high risks. Without a certain level of strength, one could never defeat this Silver grade Wolf King. After examining the Wolf King's loot, Qin Chuan looked into his backpack at a few gleaming items. What came before was just an appetizer. The Baron's drops are the main course. The first item made Qin Chuan's eyes widen in disbelief. His luck had actually reached this level. Gunnar Family Emblem Gold Grade Ring increases storage space by 100 slots. Level requirement: none special effect items in the storage space will not drop. He actually got a storage ring. Though it does not add attributes, increasing backpack capacity is a coveted attribute for many players. Especially after the apocalypse officially descended on Blue Star, the ring's attribute became 100 cubic meters of storage space, making it extremely practical. Moreover, items placed inside won't drop, meaning that even if he is killed, he won't have to worry about losing precious items. Although there are many storage-type equipment in the later stages of the game, in the early to mid-game, the Baron's ring is basically the only option. It will even be hard to replace in the future. Who wants their hard-earned belongings to be dropped by others? Getting this item means at the very least he has great luck. Qin Chuan happily put it on, looking at it from left to right, feeling increasingly satisfied. Baron Gunnar is a good person, even contributing his family heirloom. Indeed, only dead blood clans are good blood clans. Filled with excitement, Qin Chuan looked at the second piece of loot, which was a piece of equipment. Crimson Robe Gold Grade Defense 100 Health 1500 Magic 2000 Spirit 50 a level requirement 15 Spirit 150 Special Effect Casting Speed increased by 15 a top tier item for magic users. Not only does it add a high amount of spirit, but it also speeds up casting. If this item were to be placed in the outside world, all magic classes would fight over it. The only pity is that the level requirement is quite high. Level 15 is not that easy to reach. Even for top tier players, it would take about a week. After level 10, a monster attributes increase, and the experience needed for leveling also rises, making it painful to level up. Qin Chuan estimated that he soloed a nightmare difficulty dungeon and enjoyed all the experience. Even so, he couldn't level up directly after advancing in class. This shows how great the difficulty of leveling up later is. Qin Chuan didn't mind much. Why should he care if others level up slowly? As long as he leaves the novice village, he can level up efficiently by fighting monsters above his level. He stored the crimson robe in the storage ring and looked at the next piece of loot. A skill book. Blood Tide Gold Grade active skill. After a brief charge, fires blood arrows in all directions, dealing magic damage 180-800 damage, consuming 10 of maximum health, cooldown time 30 seconds. Learning requirement: Spirit 300. Good news, a skill book has appeared, and it is even of gold grade. Bad news, it's not a universal skill book, but limited to magic classes. 300 spirit points can only be reached by magic classes. Of course, Qin Chuan could forcibly meet the requirement, but it would not be very meaningful. Blood Tide causes area damage centered on the user, has a limited range, and cannot be adapted to the sniper talent. Qin Chuan's evaluation was that it was inferior to a ranged basic attack. However, just because Qin Chuan doesn't want it doesn't mean other players won't. On the contrary, if this item were to be released in the outside world, those wealthy mages would definitely rush to pay Qin Chuan for it. Qin Chuan felt somewhat helpless. The previous equipment combined with Blood Tide could definitely be considered a massive loot, its value not inferior to platinum-grade equipment. After all, equipment will eventually be eliminated, but skills, especially those that have reached gold grade from the start, can be used well into the late game. But the problem is that all of this is useless for Qin Chuan. It feels like he didn't actually gain anything from defeating the Baron. Why do I feel like I benefited the mages by defeating the Baron? Qin Chuan fell into contemplation. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. The Baron was originally positioned as a magic class boss, and it was expected that the drops would primarily be magic equipment. To put it another way, even if he can't use this skill book, he can always exchange it for a physical range skill book of the same level. Or perhaps for other items of equal value. The world of the apocalypse is vast, and at every moment players are discovering new opportunities. Surely there will be something Qin Chuan needs. He placed the skill book into the storage ring and continued to browse through the loot. Blood-soaked boots, gold grade defense 100 health 1000 magic 1500 spirit 40 level requirement 15 spirit 200 special effect movement casting 30 efficiency. Qin Chuan felt frustrated. Another top tier item for magic users. Not to mention the base attributes, the special effect is what makes this equipment the most powerful. The meaning of that phrase is that after equipping, players can perform casting while moving at 30 speed, effectively alleviating the mobility issue of magic classes. Damn, I worked hard for half a day, and my improvement actually relies entirely on the Wolf King. Qin Chuan reached a conclusion that left him speechless. Fortunately, Baron Gunnar had one last piece of loot, and Qin Chuan couldn't help but pray in his heart. It must be useful. Qin Chuan saw something. In his past life, it was known as the source of all poisons, the blood plague. This thing was a monster-slaying divine skill. As long as one monster dies, the damage will spread out, and when combined with area attack skills, the leveling speed will soar, making it truly invincible. The method is very simple. First, find a monster gathering point, then lure over a dozen or 20 monsters. As long as you can take out one monster first, the spreading poison will continuously reduce the health of all the monsters. When it is about to disappear, just take out another monster to replenish the poison. After a few rounds, a large wave of monsters can be wiped out. For Qin Chuan, this method is also very suitable for him. Using Shadow Flying Blade to instantly kill monsters and spread the blood plague even under the enhancement of the sniping god, even if the wild monsters don't die immediately, they will still lose a lot of health. If you throw a few more flying blades, you can eliminate more than 10 times the number of wild monsters, and the leveling efficiency will absolutely soar. Qin Chuan was very excited. He learned the blood plague directly. It didn't matter that he didn't have area skills for now, the Shadow Flying Blade was sufficient for the time being. Moreover, the Longting Dynasty was already fully helping him look for relevant skill books. With the strength of the Longting Dynasty, he expected to have news in, at most, 3 days. By that time, Qin Chuan would transform from a ranged assassin into a ranged magic-type assassin, directly finding a pile of monsters to unleash his skill, and his experience points would definitely shoot up. Just thinking about that scene made his heart surge with excitement. With the blood plague, the frustration of previously obtaining a bunch of magic-type equipment was completely swept away. What more could he ask for? Thus, he finished checking all the drops from Baron Gunnar. Qin Chuan not only acquired an extremely rare storage ring, but also obtained a brand new golden level skill. He had worked so hard before only managing to evolve Shadow Stealth to bronze level. But now he had directly obtained a golden level skill. Fortunately, Qin Chuan maintained a calm mindset. Although the blood plague was excellent, it could not shake the position of Shadow Stealth. That was the foundation of his survival. After all, as the saying goes, one must stay alive to output. Moreover, he had collected 7 evolution points. After farming a few wild monsters, he could gain a bit more to unlock the next evolution of Shadow Stealth. Once Shadow Stealth evolves to silver level, his current stealth will be impeccable. Even the archers under the Blade of Rakshasa would not be able to see through his stealth, no matter how much they practiced with the flares. Furthermore, if Shadow Stealth evolves again, the base damage will see a new increase. Coupled with the class advancement that Qin Chuan needed to complete, unlocking dual wielding would lead to explosive damage. You hunt the wild rabbits, he hunts the wild boars, I take the first kill. Everyone has a bright future ahead. Qin Chuan muttered, turning to look at the teleportation array in the blood pool. Having checked all the drops, it was time to return. However, to avoid being taken out by the traps set by the village chief, Qin Chuan maintained his stealth while activating the shield effect of the ring. After equipping 2 pieces of equipment from the Wolf King, his health had already reached 2,540. With the added shield of 3,000, with such high health, he was confident he wouldn't die in the newbie village. With that thought, Qin Chuan decisively stepped onto the teleportation array. Ding discovered a sealed teleportation array. Do you wish to activate it? Activate. Teleportation array activated. Beginning teleportation destination, abandoned hut in newbie village. A flash of light, and Qin Chuan disappeared from his spot. At the same time, the village chief of newbie village No. 9,527 trembled, as if a storm was surging in his heart. The teleportation array set up by the master had been activated, but it was clearly not yet the agreed time. Remembering the master's furious roar earlier, the village chief felt a sense of unease rising in his heart. Village chief, here are the materials you wanted, I brought them back for you. A player's voice interrupted the village chief's thoughts. The village chief replaced his expression with a warm smile and praised, brave adventurer, you have excellently completed my task. Here is your reward, please accept it. The player couldn't contain his joy, repeatedly saying, thank you, village chief. Is there anything else you need my assistance with? The village chief's heart stirred, and with a worried expression he said, it seems a few of the abandoned huts in our village have been invaded. Can you help me take a look? Upon hearing this, the player patted his chest and guaranteed loudly, don't worry, village chief. Protecting the safety of the village is our duty. Brothers, grab your weapons. A group of players rushed out of the village chief's hut, heading towards the abandoned huts. At that moment, several players had only one thought in their minds. No matter who dares to invade the newbie village, they will ensure he does not return. Qin Chuan's gaze had not yet adjusted to the change in light when sharp sounds of air slicing through reached his ears. A semi-transparent ghost extended its claws and launched an attack into the air. From the trajectory of the attack, it was clear the ghost had not detected Qin Chuan. It was simply following its preset behavior, unaware of the Blood Clan's aura, and thus attacked. Qin Chuan easily dodged and ultimately did not strike back. If he remembered correctly, this ghost was an innocent villager who had been killed by the village chief. Since he had nothing to lose, he decided to let it go this time. Following the half-open wooden door, Qin Chuan left the waste and walked towards the village chief's residence. After confirming he was out of the ghost's range, he deactivated his stealth state and walked forward confidently. Before he had taken 2 steps, he saw several players excitedly running towards the hut he had just exited, chatting about the quest. Qin Chuan shook his head. These unfortunate souls, they couldn't come earlier or later, but chose to arrive just after the ghost had been activated. Wasn't this handing themselves over? Before this thought could fade, Qin Chuan heard frantic curses coming from behind him. Damn, what kind of task did that old village chief give? This monster just one-shot the captain. How could there be ghosts in the newbie village? Where's the village defense team? Help! Brothers, see you at the respawn point. Thud thud. Several players fell one after another, turning into white light and returning to the respawn point. Qin Chuan turned to look at the ghost that was gradually becoming invisible, but still did not make a move. If he remembered correctly, not killing the ghost and revealing the village chief would trigger a hidden quest. There wasn't any special reward, just a wooden comb with no attributes, a gift from the ghost's former lover. That dog village chief has caused enough harm today. I will expose your true form. Qin Chuan's heart brimmed with justice as he strode forward. Then he was blocked by a large number of players. Damn, the Night Wanderer. This exclamation swept through the entire newbie village like a nuclear explosion, spreading rapidly from 1 to 10 and then to 100. Countless players dropped what they were doing and rushed back, eager to witness the Night Wanderer, a figure that only existed in server-wide announcements. They wanted to see if the Night Wanderer truly had 3 heads and 6 arms, and why getting the first kill was as easy as eating and drinking. Seeing more and more players gathering, Qin Chuan's heart stirred, and he loudly said, I know you're all anxious, but please don't rush. Would you be interested in joining me for a hidden quest? If it were anyone else saying this, the players present would surely scoff. Who do you think you are to claim that there is a hidden quest? But when the one speaking is Yi Yushun, it is a different matter. Who is Yi Yushun? The recipient of first kills on major bosses, the solo conqueror of nightmare difficulty, the legendary player with the fastest leveling record. Does such a person need to joke with them? Thus, when Yi Yushun said there was a hidden quest, it must be true. With this in mind, an impatient player asked Yi Yushun, where is the quest you mentioned? Can we accept it now? What if we go and find nothing? Wouldn't that be a loss? It's not that the brothers don't trust you, but it's just that everyone wants to broaden their horizons. I don't really mind, after all, leveling is tiring, so I might as well treat it as a sightseeing trip. By the way, Yi Yushun, do you have any good gear from the nightmare difficulty Crimson Tomb? Yi Yushun, where did you get your hacks? Please tell us. The players were buzzing with discussion. Once it quieted down, Qin Chuan waved his hand and said, there are too many questions, and it's inconvenient for me to answer. I need to go do the quest now, of those who want to come can follow. After saying this, he pushed through the crowd and headed towards the village chief. The players still wanted to ask more, but seeing they had no opportunity, they could only follow along. Upon arriving, the village chief was already waiting at the door, flanked by the vigilant village guard. The moment he saw Qin Chuan, he sensed the aura surrounding him. It was the lingering resentment of his master at the moment of death. In an instant, the village chief realized that his master had been killed by this otherworldly resident standing before him. This person carries an evil aura. Seize him. The village chief pointed at Qin Chuan, issuing orders to the village guard. The guard paid no heed to the player's identity, immediately raising their weapons and shields to advance, attempting to surround Qin Chuan. The surrounding players were shocked and nearly jumped up. Goodness, this is the hidden quest that Yi Yushun mentioned. Isn't this leading them into a fire pit? Immediately a player shouted, Yi Yushun, you're not human. You're using us as cannon fodder. One word stirred 1,000 waves, and more players quickly joined in the chorus of condemnation. Many even recounted Yi Yushun's misdeeds, getting so emotional that they shed tears. Do you know how hard it was for him? First, he encountered a giant wild rabbit and barely managed to deal some damage, only for Yi Yushun to show up and take all the glory. Then he faced the silver-level boss, the giant Amos, and won again. He was killed by wild monsters 5 times on the way, relying solely on his incredible willpower to reach the destination. Yet before he could even strike, the boss sent him back to the resurrection point with a single rock. Reflecting on this series of misfortunes, it was all because of Yi Yushun. Coming to see this so-called hidden quest only to be treated as a target by the village guard made the players' indignation boil over. Yi Yushun, I'm truly furious with you. Other players may not have had such a tragic experience, but seeing the village guard closing in, they all stepped back in unison, putting Qin Chuan in front. Qin Chuan remained calm, taking out the Baron's heart from his backpack and displaying it before the guard, loudly declaring, this is the heart of the Blood Clan. I have eliminated the great crisis of the village. Is this how you treat a justice partner? The guard captain waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to stand by, and cautiously approached. After a moment of observation, he exclaimed in shock, this is indeed a Blood Clan heart, and it's fresh, clearly dug up recently. The captain hesitated, asking, where did you get this? I haven't heard of any Blood Clan activity around the village. Qin Chuan smiled and replied, you'll have to ask your village chief about that. Upon hearing this, the captain grew even more perplexed. What does this have to do with the village chief? Seeing the captain's actions, the village chief urged anxiously, Baru, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and capture this threat to the village. Captain Baru hesitated. If this young man truly killed the Blood Clan and extracted the heart, then he posed no threat to the village, but was rather a great hero. However, he could not disobey the village chief's orders. For a moment, Captain Baru found himself in a dilemma. Seeing this, the village chief urged again, Baru, do you want to betray the village? Baru pondered for a long time and finally made up his mind, saying, village chief, I think we should clarify the situation. He felt something was off about this matter, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Observing Captain Baru's actions, the village chief was filled with resentment. If it weren't for the many outsiders, he would have made this disobedient fellow into a ghost. As the village guard halted their advance, Qin Chuan approached with the Baron's heart, looking at the village chief and saying, village chief, I discovered the Blood Clan's secret base beneath the cliff to the north of the village. After a fierce battle, I eliminated the lurking Blood Clan Baron. What reward do you think I should receive? The village chief thought to himself, you still want a reward? I have already shown you mercy by not slapping you dead. However, on the surface, the village chief feigned a look of shock and said, what? There is a blood clan to the north of the village. This is truly unexpected. Brave warrior, come inside and tell me the details. He then waved to the village guard. You all go back for now. No rush. Qin Chuan smiled, saying, Captain, you might as well listen too. If the blood clan appears again, we can be prepared. Captain Baru considered this and thought it made sense. However, the village chief would never agree. He was planning to trick this otherworldly resident into the house to kill him, and if Baru came in too, it would be a dead giveaway. The village chief quickly said, Baru, take some people to check the cliff to the north. In case there are any remaining enemies, you can deal with them to prevent the village from being attacked. Baru thought it over and found some logic in it, patting his chest and saying, don't worry, village chief, I'll take care of it. Qin Chuan wouldn't let Captain Baru leave. He didn't bother to act with the village chief any longer, glaring fiercely and shouting, bold monster. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. As he spoke, he directly threw the blood clan heart away. The village chief instinctively lunged forward, barely catching the heart before it hit the ground. He stood up, glaring angrily at Qin Chuan, and screamed, foolish human, daring to offend the remains of my master. The scene fell silent. Captain Baru dug at his ears, doubting whether he had heard incorrectly, and couldn't help but ask the team behind him, did the village chief just say master? The questioned team member could only nod blankly, saying yes. Baru suddenly realized the seriousness of the issue. There was a traitor in their village, and it was someone colluding with the blood clan, the enemy of humanity. Baru raised his shield defensively, watching the village chief, warily asking, village chief, do you have anything else to say? The confrontation between the village chief and Balu left the surrounding players dumbfounded. What is happening? This game NPC is capable of interaction. It's incredibly intelligent. Truly a groundbreaking virtual reality MMORPG, indeed impressive. A clever player suddenly realized and said, I understand now, the Night Wanderer must have discovered the secret of the village chief's betrayal, which is why he returned to confront him directly. The crowd suddenly understood and exclaimed in surprise, so that's how it is. Even more players praised, I told you the Night Wanderer wouldn't engage in battles he wasn't sure of. Others mercilessly exposed him. You were the first to retreat when the guard team charged in just now. Other players began to think deeper. The current situation clearly indicated they were entering a storyline. Players gripped their daggers, tightly contemplating how to kill the village chief. On the other side, facing Balu's questioning, the village chief realized he could no longer clear his name. He decided to give up and laughed maniacally while holding his forehead. I never expected my 10 years of careful planning to be ruined by an outsider. After speaking, he passionately kissed the heart of the Baron in his hand, his face filled with obsession. Master, this is for your revenge. The players collectively shuddered. Some impatient players charged forward, shouting, I'll kill you, you old glass. Qin Chuan calmly took 2 steps back. These guys clearly didn't know the village chief's power. As this thought just surfaced, the village chief changed to a sinister expression, his body beginning to swell, stretching his clothes taut, staring at the charging players with a cold smile. If you want to die so badly, then I shall grant your wish. Blood arrow. A crimson arrow shot from the village chief's palm, easily piercing through a player's head. Thud. The player fell to the ground, transforming into white light and heading to the resurrection point. The village chief, with a frenzied smile, laughed, with such powerful strength, what do you have to resist? Suddenly a figure dashed forward. It was the guard, Captain Balu. In the next moment, Balu spewed blood and was sent flying back. At this moment, the village chief had already shed his human disguise, revealing his mutated true form. His skin turned purple-black, with bulging veins crisscrossing his surface. Not only that, the village chief underwent a second transformation, directly changing from a small, old man of less than 1.7 meters into a giant nearly 3 meters tall. This was the power the village chief gained by siding with the vampire clan. Captain Balu lay on the ground, his eyes filled with sorrow. How could they possibly resist such a formidable monster? Was the village destined to perish today? No. Captain Balu struggled to stand up, looking at the players with a pleading tone, adventurers, please help our village. Seeing this, the village chief also refused to back down, speaking in a coaxing tone, outsiders, do you wish to possess this kind of power? At the same time, all players present received a game prompt. Ding, you have triggered a special quest. Destruction and protection, please make your choice carefully. Option 1, assist the village chief in destroying the village. Reward, primary vampire factor, initially gain vampire abilities, increase attributes. Please note, do not let others discover your vampire identity. Option 2, assist Captain Balu in eliminating the village chief to protect the village. Reward, 10 prestige points. Judging purely from the task rewards, the second option was far inferior to the first. Prestige points sounded useful, but at this stage players had yet to discover their true use. They might as well choose the more practical attributes. In fact, during Qin Chuan's previous life, some players thought the same and made such choices. But Qin Chuan knew that once one chose to join the vampire clan, they would never escape. The reason he boldly brought the players along to do the quest was to minimize the number of people falling into the trap. While pondering, the surrounding players had already begun to discuss. While there really is a hidden quest, the Night Wanderer didn't deceive us. I always said the Night Wanderer is my idol. Now do you believe it? By the way, is there any difference between these two options? Yeah, I find the second choice a bit useless, but choosing the first seems to go against mainstream values. Why are we pondering this? Let's ask the Night Wanderer. You know what, you're right, that's indeed the case. The players agreed in discussion, turning their inquisitive gazes toward Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan didn't hide anything, saying straightforwardly, although the choice is in your hands, I still recommend the second one. As far as I know, prestige points will be quite useful after leaving the novice village, otherwise why would the game set up such a separate leaderboard? Everyone thought about it, it seems to make sense. So far Tianqi has only opened 2 leaderboards, the level leaderboard and the prestige leaderboard. This is enough to demonstrate the importance of prestige points. However, some players raised objections. Night Wanderer, even if prestige points are useful, with just 10 points I'm afraid we won't see much effect. The first option can still increase attributes. Some players echoed his words. Qin Chuan did not explain, but said assertively this task, depending on the choice, will divide players into different factions for on-site PK. I will choose the second option, you all think for yourselves. Qin Chuan's meaning was clear. Anyone who dared to choose the first would be opposing him. As long as he was there, they could forget about destroying the village to complete the task. The deterrent effect of the title Night Wanderer was significant. Many players indignantly declared they would definitely help Captain Baloo kill the traitor, the village chief. They despised betrayers the most in their lives. Yet there were still a few players who felt the village chief was so imposing and powerful that he might have hidden means to defeat the Night Wanderer. The truth is in the hands of the few. With this in mind, they secretly chose the first option and prepared to lurk among the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to act. To their utter surprise, just after making their choice, crimson light points flew out from the village chief, precisely embedding into their bodies. The surrounding players looked on. Oh, you want to cause trouble, huh? Brothers, let's give him a good welcome. Qin Chuan didn't hold back, raising his hand to throw a flying knife and instantly kill the player who sided with the vampire clan. Then the plague of poisonous blood broke out, sweeping away more vampire players as well. In the novice village, skills do not have damage determination. Unless in such special circumstances would there be any distinction between friend and foe. Qin Chuan did not need to worry that the plague of poisonous blood would harm the innocent. Even without the sniper enhancement, Qin Chuan's attributes could still deal 1180 points of damage, which is not a small number. At this stage, players generally had health values of around 2 to 300, which couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, the poisonous blood flowed freely, causing vampire players to cry out in regret. This broken game is too unfair. How can they mark their choices so obviously? Is there no sense of privacy left? This was actually part of Qin Chuan's plan. Option 1 had clearly reminded them in the text not to let others discover their vampire identity. If players handed over the task themselves, outsiders naturally wouldn't know whether they had joined the vampire clan or not. But Qin Chuan pulled the rug out from under them, laying everything bare. As a result, players who joined the vampire clan had nowhere to hide. Although it was still the game stage now, and killing them wouldn't have any effect. Their identities were already exposed, and when teaming up with other players later, others would receive a prompt. Please note a vampire infiltrator has joined the team. This way normal players would not want to play with these people, effectively striking against the vampire players. Qin Chuan did not expect to completely eliminate the infiltration of vampires, but reducing the potential harm in the future was still something he could do easily. As Qin Chuan made his move, he swiftly eliminated dozens of players who had secretly joined the Blood Clan, instantly filling the other players with relief. They were glad that they had not opposed the Night Wanderer, otherwise they would have been the ones to be taken down. However, what skill did the Night Wanderer just use? How did a single flying knife result in such devastation? Moreover, apart from the players who were attacked at the beginning, the others had kept a considerable distance from the Night Wanderer and had not seen anyone else get attacked. Indeed, the Night Wanderer who could solo the Nightmare Dungeon proved to possess mysterious and unfathomable techniques. Some players, still hesitating on their choices, immediately recognized reality and wisely chose to assist Captain Baruch. As most players made their decisions, Baruch, energized, shouted, "Adventurers, eliminate this monster." The mutated village chief also let out an angry howl, swinging his robust arms forward, ready to unleash a massacre. Players instantly became excited. We're about to engage. Quick tank players, step up. DPS, watch your positioning, and healers, precast your heals. Let go of that quest monster, let me handle it. I've always found the village chief quite intolerable. Today, let's show him why the flowers are so red. Defend our village. It's igniting, I can feel the flames rising, this is our bond. Damn. Accompanied by a gasp, the eager players displayed expressions of realization. Before them lay the corpse of the village chief. Just moments ago, the village chief hadn't even managed to run 2 meters before being struck by a flying knife, instantly depleting his health and resulting in his demise. This left the players who had prepared for a big fight feeling a bit disheartened. After all the build-up, you tell me it's over. Such a behavior of taking off without considering their feelings. What? It was the Night Wanderer who made the move. Then it's all good. He'll handle my own descent. The players clearly understood the situation, unanimously agreeing that the village chief as a traitor deserved to be eliminated. Qin Chuan emerged from the shadows, approaching Captain Baruch, solemnly, saying, "Captain Baruch, you have exposed the village chief's conspiracy, who I believe you should take over as village chief." He then turned towards the village guard. What do you say? The guard team had no reason to disagree, and they all expressed that Baruch was the ideal candidate for village chief in their eyes. Baruch was taken aback. The development of events had completely exceeded his expectations. How did a captain of the village guard suddenly become the village chief? He was completely unprepared for this. However, soon Baruch's expression turned calm, and his title changed to Village Chief Baruch. Thus, the entire quest was essentially concluded. The game notification arrived at an opportune moment. Ding, you have completed the special quest of destruction and protection, earning 10 reputation points. The players who received the notification were beaming with joy. They had done nothing but follow the Night Wanderer and had earned 10 reputation points for free, feeling quite pleased. Many bystander players began to change their perception of the Night Wanderer. It was said that the Night Wanderer was domineering and left no room for ordinary players, but it didn't seem so exaggerated after all. Compared to the notifications received by other players, Qin Chuan had a few extra ones. Dingyu took the lead in exposing the true identity of the village chief, thwarting the Blood Clan scheme, and earning the title of protector of the village. Dingyu reputation points have increased by an additional 10. Dingyu reputation with the Blood Clan has decreased to hatred. Qin Chuan glanced at the notifications and didn't pay much attention. Humans and the Blood Clan have always been in a state of enmity. Reducing the reputation to hatred first had no real impact. As for the title of protector of the village, it had no additional attributes, its significance being more in reputation than in substance. If one had to say, it meant that after the apocalypse merged with reality and the game content descended into Blue Star, he could receive extra assistance in the gathering places of alien races around the world. The premise being that the alien races in those gathering places were friendly towards humans. But that was a matter for the future, it was of little use now. Thus the entire Blood Clan quest chain in the novice village had come to an end. Qin Chuan planned to hand in the hunter quest, and then return to find Baruch to activate the teleportation array heading towards the main city to embark on a new journey. Taking advantage of the players still discussing, Qin Chuan stealthily vanished from the spot and headed towards the hunter's house. Upon arriving at the hunter's house, Qin Chuan saw a player standing outside the courtyard yelling, "Cripple, come out if you have the guts." Qin Chuan felt that this guy looked somewhat familiar. After recalling, he remembered it was the one who had been eliminated twice in the hunter's courtyard before. It was clear that this was a vengeful and clever fellow knowing to shout from outside the courtyard. However, this guy had evidently forgotten that the hunter was ranged. Whoosh. Thud. The player who hadn't yet finished venting his frustration went to the resurrection point. Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly, not bothering much, and deactivated his stealth to walk into the courtyard. Upon entering the house, the hunter was hanging bows and arrows on the wall. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, he did not hastily inquire about the Wolf King's condition, but instead asked about the earlier events. The village chief is dead. Qin Chuan nodded yes. The hunter sat in his chair pondering for a moment, then slowly said the former hand was full of passion, determined to lead the village towards prosperity. Qin Chuan did not respond. He knew this was the hunter reminiscing about the past. According to the game data, looking back over a decade, the village chief had been quite competent, and under his leadership the village had become prosperous. However, 10 years ago, after one of the village chief's outings, everything changed. The village chief, having unwittingly wandered into the Scarlet Tomb, was transformed into a servant by the Blood Clan Baron, lurking in the village as a pawn while secretly committing numerous heinous acts. Where do you think the blood in the Baron's blood pool came from? It was all the village chief's doing. The hunter knew this well, and quickly stopped reminiscing, turning to ask, "Did you bring back what I asked for?" Qin Chuan took out the Wolf King's head and handed it over. Hatred erupted in the hunter's eyes, but quickly faded, returning to calmness. The culprit behind his broken leg was now dead. Everything had dissipated. Qin Chuan also received a game notification. Ding, you have completed the hidden quest of slaying the Wolf King, earning 3,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, and 30 points of favorability with the hunter. The hunter placed the wolf's head into a jar, carefully sealing it with salt, then retrieved 30 silver coins from another jar and handed them to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan calmly accepted them, waiting quietly. After hesitating for quite some time, the hunter finally made up his mind, slowly saying, "Young man, being able to take down the Wolf King so quickly has made me see you in a new light. I have a friend named Lei Huao in Bailey City who is said to be teaching. Take my token to find him, and he will impart some skills to you." Ding, you have accepted the quest hunter's recommendation. Quest description: due to your performance, the hunter has developed an appreciation for your talent. Please head to Bailey City and deliver the token to my friend Lei Huao. Quest reward: random range skill book. Wow, what a pleasant surprise. Qin Chuan had never completed the hunter's hidden quest in his past life, so he was unsure if there were any follow-ups, mainly because that player in his past life hadn't mentioned it. He didn't know whether it had been hidden or if the triggering conditions had not been met. Qin Chuan was too lazy to investigate further, took the hunter's token and stored it in his ring, saying, "Thank you, I will go." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the hunter's cabin, returning to find the newly appointed village chief Baruch. It was time to head to the main city. Before seeking out Balu, Qin Chuan recalled something and turned his steps towards the abandoned hut equipped with a teleportation array. The former village chief had already passed away, and the villagers he had transformed into ghosts should have been liberated and ascended. As Qin Chuan arrived at the front of the abandoned hut, he happened to see a few players approaching in a cautious manner. "The monsters here are ferocious, brothers, be careful. Last time I wasn't prepared, otherwise it wouldn't have ended so quickly. Speaking of which, the previous village chief has been taken down. Even if we slay this ghost, who are we supposed to report the quest to?" "The new village chief, of course. We're all from the same village. After we eliminate the lurking ghost, he should thank us properly." "That's a reasonable point. Do you think it's possible that this ghost is connected to the new village chief? We could bring the ghost's head back and expose his true nature with righteous indignation, like the Night Wanderer." "Huashing, you've spotted a blind spot." Just as the group was discussing their next steps, a voice came from the side. "No need to think about it, the ghost here is already gone." A player turned back with an impatient expression and scolded, "Who the hell are you? Are you trying to rob?" Before he could finish, his expression changed dramatically. His teammates noticed something was wrong and also turned around stunned. It was the Night Wanderer. The player who had spoken earlier was trembling like a sieve, stuttering. Night Wanderer, please don't get me wrong, I wasn't cursing you. The teammates stepped aside to avoid any potential blood splatter on their faces. Qin Chuan waved his hand and said, it's fine. I mean no harm, I'm just here to inform you that the ghost has disappeared. A nearby player exclaimed, that can't be. There are no other players around, the ghost should still be here. Qin Chuan didn't elaborate, simply striding forward. The captain player anxiously warned, Night Wanderer, be careful. That ghost has high attack power. Creak. The dilapidated wooden door was pushed open and the players braced themselves for a fight. But nothing happened. Through the crack of the door they could see the interior, which was quite shabby. There was no ghost to be found. The players exchanged glances, some puzzled. Could it really be, as the Night Wanderer said, that the ghost had vanished? Why was that? Qin Chuan stood at the door, casting his gaze around and spotting a wooden comb in the corner, which he picked up. Seeing that Qin Chuan had not been attacked, the players confirmed that the ghost was indeed gone and felt quite bored, turning to leave. With the quest monster gone, what was the point of staying here? Moreover, they had just spoken disrespectfully to the Night Wanderer. If he decided to settle scores later, they would still have to visit the resurrection point. Qin Chuan was not that petty and paid no mind to the players heading off to find Baloo. Upon reaching the village chief's hut, he found Baloo already sweating profusely. He never expected that being the village chief would involve dealing with so many matters. Especially with the previous chief's identity being exposed, all the mess he left behind during his time with the Blood Clan had to be handled by Baloo, leaving him feeling weary. Soon Aunt Wong from the village came over, saying that 5 of her chickens were missing, surely taken by the former village chief, and she demanded an explanation from the village. Just as he managed to calm her down, old Lu arrived, claiming that the former village chief owed him 100 gold coins. Baloo was so furious that he felt like sending old Lu to the Crimson Tomb. With that ramshackle house of yours, you'd be lucky to find 100 copper coins, and yet you dare to ask for 100 gold coins. Even more villagers rushed over to inquire about the situation. How did the former village chief suddenly get involved with the Blood Clan? Also, would the Blood Clan come back for revenge? Should they consider relocating the entire village? All these questions made Baloo feel like he would rather not be the village chief. After finally calming the villagers down, Baloo finally had a chance to take a sip of water. When he looked up, he saw Qin Chuan approaching, quickly putting down the cup in his hand with a joyful expression and saying, "Hero, you've come." In Baloo's mind, Qin Chuan, who exposed the village chief's true nature and rescued him from the Blood Clan, was undoubtedly a hero, and his attitude was exceptionally cordial. Qin Chuan stepped forward and handed over the wooden comb, saying, "Village Chief Baloo, I found this." Upon seeing the comb, the joy on Baloo's face faded, replaced by a hint of sadness, and he sighed, saying, "This was a gift from Xiao Jie to Tai Dan." After saying that, he wore a reminiscent expression, muttering to himself, "Speaking of which, when Xiao Jie went missing, I also had my suspicions about the village chief, but I did nothing. When Tai Dan also went missing, I did nothing again. Hero, do you think I deserve to be the village chief?" Baloo's expression was very dejected. Qin Chuan said resolutely, "You can." Others might not know, but Qin Chuan was very clear that Baloo was a competent village chief. He was enthusiastic, brave, and full of courage. He had been tirelessly working to protect the village. Unfortunately, his ultimate fate was not a friendly one. He sacrificed himself during the dark turmoil. After a moment of silence, Qin Chuan said, "Village Chief Baloo, I have a request this time." Baloo put away the comb and said solemnly, "Hero, please speak. What can I do for you?" "I want to activate the teleportation array to Bailey City. There are many beginner villages, just as there are main cities. There are as many as 12 main cities available for players from the Yen Nation. Of course, the function NPCs in each main city are generally the same, and you can undergo class advancement wherever you go." The reason Qin Chuan wanted to go to Bailey City was because of the Hunter's Token. He was very interested in that random range skill book. If it were a general type, it would be even better. Even if it were limited to the archer class, he could still sell or exchange it for skills of the same level, which would always be beneficial. However, based on Qin Chuan's calculations, it should be a skill book that he could use. The rewards for hidden quests are prioritized to fit the player. Unless it cannot be matched at all, then the system would provide other rewards. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's request, Baloo enthusiastically said, "Hero, you came at just the right time. The village's teleportation array was just repaired a few days ago, and you were the first to use it." With that, he led the way. The teleportation array from the beginner village to the main city is located at the center of the village, guarded by several militia. Seeing Baloo approach, they all greeted him respectfully, saying, "Greetings, village chief." Baloo turned to Qin Chuan and asked, "Hero, do you know how to use the teleportation array?" Qin Chuan nodded, saying, "I know a bit." He then stepped forward, standing at the center of the teleportation array. "Ding, please select the main city you wish to go to. New Land City, Lin Yong City, Lingport City, Bailey City, Bailey City. Are you sure about your choice? Please note that the first teleportation is free, while subsequent teleports will incur a fee based on distance." Confirmed. Teleporting. The magical array beneath his feet emitted a white light, gradually enveloping Qin Chuan. When the light dissipated, Qin Chuan had vanished from the spot. Baloo watched the empty teleportation array, silently praying in his heart, "Brave foreigner, may the blessings of the great Haruka protect you." Once Qin Chuan adjusted to the light before him, he found himself in an entirely new area. The central teleportation array of Bailey City lay beneath his feet, made of smooth and even marble tiles, each 3 meters in length and width, extending out in a remarkably neat and grand manner. To the front, back, left, and right there were 4 broad main roads wide enough to accommodate 10 horse-drawn carriages side by side. These 4 main roads divided Bailey City into 4 distinct regions. To the north was the administrative district where the city lord's mansion and a series of official buildings were located. The south was the commercial area bustling with shops where one could find all sorts of strange and peculiar items. Once Qin Chuan had heard of players discovering broken semi-artifacts at stalls there which, though lacking even 1% of their peak power, remained formidable enough to astonish onlookers. However, such discoveries relied heavily on luck, and Qin Chuan couldn't force it. The east side was the noble district of Bailey City, where entry was restricted to those of certain status. The final area to the west was the commoner district. Outside the city, there were slums, black markets, and a series of other areas for players to explore. Standing at the teleportation array, Qin Chuan noticed many NPCs casting curious glances at him, while some elegantly dressed individuals looked on with disdain, as if viewing a country bumpkin. Qin Chuan was unfazed. The NPCs in the novice village lacked such high intelligence, but the main city was different, exhibiting a more human-like quality. Or rather, they retained a greater sense of self-awareness. Gathering my thoughts, Qin Chuan's mind raced. His first task was to find Lei Huao, to complete the hunter's letter task, and obtain a skill book. After that, he would seek out a career mentor to complete his first job advancement. The rewards for the advancement tasks varied depending on the difficulty. Naturally, Qin Chuan chose the highest difficulty to obtain the best rewards. Once these 2 tasks were completed, he would look to purchase a shop. Of course, a shop in Tianqi. This was also a step in Qin Chuan's plan. After Tianqi merged with reality, the main city in the game would eventually descend upon Blue Star, protected by the rules of Tianqi. Even gods would not easily attack the main city unless the deity it worshipped fell. However, in Qin Chuan's memory, until he perished alongside the arrow god, the 12 main cities descending upon the flame kingdom remained unscathed. Setting up a final safeguard here was considered a prudent measure. To secure a place after the main city descended, one had to plan ahead during the game phase and possess assets within the main city. Buying a shop was the most cost-effective choice. Qin Chuan could solo bosses and had a plethora of valuable items. Merely hanging them in the shop would surely lead to a flood of customers. Not only would this bring in more profits, but it would also lay the groundwork for future plans. However, shops were not available to everyone and came with certain prerequisites. Fortunately, Qin Chuan was well prepared. There are some matters to attend to, he mused, then stepped out of the teleportation array and headed toward the northern administrative district. Lei Huao, the hunter's friend, was a trainer, and there was only one place in all of Bailey City with a trainer, the city lord's guard. Upon reaching the edge of the administrative district, a soldier approached and asked, "What business do you have?" It was also due to Qin Chuan's reputation having exceeded 100, otherwise the soldier would have said, "Halt. You look like a spy." Qin Chuan knew that with his current status, he could not enter the city lord's mansion. Resolutely, he pulled out 2 silver coins from his pocket and handed them over, lowering his voice to say, "I was sent to find trainer Lei Huao." The soldier discreetly pocketed the silver coins, his tone softening as he replied, "The trainer is indeed here, but he's quite busy. I cannot guarantee whether he will see you." Qin Chuan was prepared and said, "Could you please relay a message for me? Just say that a hunter sent me." The soldier nodded. "Please wait here for a moment." Turning, he entered the administrative district. Qin Chuan did not wait long before a burly figure emerged from the city gate, quickly approaching him and extending a large hand. "Where's the item?" The newcomer, named Trainer Lei Huao above his head, was indeed the person Qin Chuan was looking for. Qin Chuan handed over the letter, and Lei Huao began to inspect it, his expression softening slightly. After pondering for a moment, Lei Huao said, "I did not expect my old friend to be living in the outskirts, and no wonder I couldn't find him. He's a proud fellow, and likely doesn't want me to see him in his current state." Qin Chuan felt quite helpless. The NPCs in Tianqi generally had a bad habit of reminiscing about the past for no reason. He waited quietly by. Lei Huao did not remain melancholic for long. Adjusting his mindset, he earnestly said, "Since it's a request from an old friend, I will not decline. However, my main focus is archery, and it may not be suitable for you." As Lei Huao paced back and forth, his eyes suddenly lit up as he said, "Although my teachings are limited, I know someone who can certainly teach you." As he spoke, Lei Huao called over a soldier to fetch paper and ink, quickly writing a letter and handing it to Qin Chuan. "Take my letter to Edith. She knows how to help you." At the same time, Qin Chuan received a game prompt. Ding, task updated. Task description: deliver trainer Lei Huao's letter to Edith. Task reward: random, universal range skill book. Qin Chuan initially complained about the NPC's intricate schemes, which even involved subcontracting tasks. However, upon seeing the reward, Qin Chuan wholeheartedly agreed. Trainer Lei Huao taking the time to consider him amidst his busy schedule was indeed a rare kindness. Although it was still a random skill book, the addition of universal made all the difference. It was a certainty that it would be usable by Qin Chuan. The only uncertainty lay in the skill's form. This was something Qin Chuan did not worry about, for he knew who Edith was. The assassin mentor. Qin Chuan had originally planned to deliver the hunter's letter and then find Edith to complete his job advancement. Now, with Lei Huao's additional letter, his task was even more certain. According to the rules of Tianqi, this task skill book would likely be tailor-made for him, maximizing its compatibility with his profession and talents. I did not expect the hunter task chain to have such a quality follow-up task. This is a huge win. Qin Chuan felt a wave of joy within. In his past life, he only knew that there were hidden tasks with hunters that could yield beast skulls. However, he had never heard of any subsequent tasks. It now seemed that the player from back then likely did not receive the follow-up, otherwise given the Tianqi player's penchant for showing off they would have already spread the news far and wide. In any case, many hidden tasks in Tianqi were unique. Even if the task's details were shared, others would not be able to complete them. Regaining his composure, Qin Chuan bowed respectfully to Lei Huao. Now it was time to find Edith to receive the job advancement task. If he wasn't mistaken, even with Lei Huao's letter, obtaining the skill book reward would not be easy, as it would likely be intertwined with the job advancement task. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. The NPCs in this game surely had deep schemes. To find the assassin mentor Edith, one needs a bit of skill. For this fellow is not in the city, but rather in the underground black market outside. This does align with the style of an assassin. However, it will catch many players who are used to looking for functional NPCs in the main city off guard. Moreover, with no task guidance in Tianqi and no friendly guards to inform you where to find people, many novice players will find themselves in an awkward situation after eagerly leaving the novice village. They wouldn't know where to find the professional mentors. Fortunately, players have high discovery skills and will soon find all the professional mentors, even uncovering quite a bit of insider information. For instance, the assassin mentor Edith in Bailey City appears to be a figure whose gender is indistinguishable due to a constant mask. Behind the scenes, however, she is the daughter of the city lord who became an assassin for unknown reasons, specializing in taking lives. Due to her exceptional skills, she was eventually recognized by Tianqi and became the assassin profession mentor. NPCs with multiple identities like this are countless in Tianqi. As he pondered, Qin Chuan exited the west city gate and headed towards the chasm outside the city. The chasm is located to the west of Bailey City, spanning hundreds of meters with a length that seems endless, as if it cleaved the earth in two. According to rumors among NPCs, this chasm was created by a divine strike. The chasm is riddled with countless underground branching caves, and its complex environment ultimately gave birth to the underground black market. The city lord of Bailey once attempted to eliminate it, but ended up losing troops and generals instead. Additionally, with the need for a place to settle the refugees, they simply chose to turn a blind eye. As Qin Chuan arrived at the chasm's entrance, two NPCs labeled Thug A and Thug B emerged from the shadows, blocking his path, their tone ominous. Little brother, you seem to have taken a wrong turn. If they were unfamiliar native NPCs, it was highly likely that they would drag players into the shadows of the black market. Players, however, had no such worries, as long as they did not initiate an attack, they would not encounter danger. In this regard, Tianqi is quite considerate of players from Blue Star. Qin Chuan wasted no time and directly stated him here to find Edith. The two NPCs hesitated momentarily, but did not clear the way, instead pressing, "Who are you, and what do you want with Edith?" Qin Chuan raised the token from Lei Huao, saying, "Instructor Lei Huao sent me." Although the underground black market is lawless, the name Lei Huao carries weight. The two NPCs no longer made things difficult and stepped aside, returning to their posts. Qin Chuan put away the token and began to descend underground. The entire chasm is actually divided into two parts. Near the surface lies the slums, where NPCs who cannot survive in Bailey City wander. Below the slums is the true black market. At this moment, Qin Chuan prioritized accepting the profession advancement task, having little interest in digging for missions in the slums. From what he knew, the slums also concealed many opportunities. Once I complete the profession advancement and secure a shop, I will come here to complete a couple of tasks. Qin Chuan thought to himself. He then turned the corner and activated Shadow Stealth. The slums are not as orderly as Bailey City, and with his level, wandering around could easily attract trouble. To avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to stealthily make his way to Edith's location. Shortly after Qin Chuan entered stealth, several burly NPCs stood at the alley entrance, exchanging puzzled glances. Where did that outsider go? They had intended to deal with that country bumpkin, but it seems they missed their chance. Qin Chuan watched as the NPCs left with disappointment, making no move. It wasn't that he had a particularly good temper, but rather that it wasn't yet time to clear out the black market. Simply put, the game hadn't reached that version. Putting the small incident behind him, Qin Chuan quickly traversed the slums and arrived at the true entrance of the black market. The iron gates, forged from black iron, were lined with barbs, and burly NPCs patrolled with hunting dogs. Qin Chuan estimated that with his bronze level LV4 Shadow Stealth, as long as he did not get too close to the hunting dogs, he would not be discovered. He immediately slowed down and proceeded cautiously. If he remembered correctly, there were additional benefits for assassin players who reached Edith's location without being detected. Of course, even if he simply walked in without stealth, it wouldn't be a problem. Players were under protection before the arrival of Tianqi. Unless it was an NPC from a hostile faction, most would only make things difficult for players without attacking. If it were other players, they might not bother with the hassle at this point and would simply walk in. Playing a game with so many intricacies can be exhausting. However, Qin Chuan was different. He understood the essence of Tianqi and was determined to strive for perfection regardless of how difficult or tedious it may be. Utilizing Shadow Stealth, Qin Chuan avoided several waves of patrols and delved deeper. At his current speed, he would reach Edith in just a few more minutes. From the state of the road, it was evident that today was a relatively peaceful day in the black market, with little street fighting and few corpses in the corners. Thanks to this, Qin Chuan successfully arrived at Edith's location, the Rose and Poison Tavern. This is her territory and is considered one of the few safe spots in the black market. Creek. The wooden door of the tavern swung open, but the entrance was empty. The NPCs inside the tavern immediately tensed up, clearly aware that a stealthy presence had arrived. To dare to stealth here either shows confidence or indicates trouble. NPCs placed their hands on their weapons ready for a fight. Soon Qin Chuan's figure emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing that it was an outsider, the NPCs cursed in unison, then relaxed their guard and resumed drinking and merriment. Qin Chuan tightened his cloak and approached the bar, tossing a silver coin and stating in a deep voice, "I'm looking for Edith." The tavern instantly fell silent. Many NPCs looked at Qin Chuan as if he were a corpse. To dare to call out Edith's name so openly, this outsider truly seemed to be courting death. However, the patrons did not wait for Qin Chuan to be torn apart. Instead, a black-clad guard descended from the second floor and approached Qin Chuan, saying, "Follow me." Such a turn of events left the NPCs in disbelief. What kind of background did this kid have to be able to meet Edith? Qin Chuan looked at the expressions on the NPCs' faces and smiled proudly within. This is the confidence brought by his identity as a player. No matter how strong Edith is, what's the worst that could happen? He could just go back to the resurrection point. Besides, as long as the player does not act out of line, Edith would not resort to violence, and Qin Chuan naturally would not make a foolish mistake. Following the black-clad guard up to the second floor, they stopped in front of a wooden door. The guard gestured for him to enter and then vanished. Qin Chuan remained calm. As the assassin mentor, Edith had a group of high-level assassins under her command. It was entirely normal for them to be able to stealth. He reached out and knocked on the door, and a voice of indeterminate gender came from inside. "Come in." Qin Chuan pushed the door open, and the light suddenly dimmed. The opulently decorated room was illuminated only by a single oil lamp on the wall, providing meager light. "So you are the one who wants to see me." A voice came from behind the table from a figure cloaked in a hood, reclining in a chair with feet propped on the table, sharp eyes focused on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan did not respond, but looked at the shadows under the oil lamp and said, "Edith, is this how you treat your guests?" When an ordinary person enters this room, their first reaction is to assume that the person sitting in the chair is Edith, but in fact it is not her. This is just one of Edith's subordinates. Edith had been lurking under the oil lamp, observing everyone who entered the room. At this moment, seeing Qin Chuan speaking towards her direction, Edith felt a twinge of surprise. This foreigner seemed to know her well, or perhaps it was merely a coincidence. With this thought in mind, Edith decided to observe a little longer. Although she was a mentor to assassins, she was not a mindless robot. She possessed a certain level of self-awareness and would respond differently based on the player's performance. Qin Chuan was well prepared, and he spoke again. "Mentor Edith, I have brought a token from Instructor Lei Huao. Don't you want to see what Uncle Lei has written, my lady, the daughter of the city lord?" Swish. Thud. A gleaming dagger appeared on the head of the figure in the chair, and their bodies slumped to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Qin Chuan remained remarkably calm. Edith was notorious for her ruthless nature, not to mention that the NPC in the chair was just her subordinate. Even her own father, the Lord of Bailey City, had ultimately been killed by her. What a ruthless character indeed. Where did you hear this news? A woman's voice emerged from beneath the oil lamp, and shortly after a figure hidden under a cloak materialized with only her eyes visible, glaring at Qin Chuan with an unfriendly expression. Qin Chuan smiled and replied, "There is no such thing as absolute secrets in this world. Only the dead can keep secrets, can they not?" Edith nodded in agreement and walked over to the table, clapping her hands. Two pale-faced, ghostly maids emerged from the shadows, disassembling and devouring the corpse on the ground, then bowing before disappearing. This was Edith's second profession, a necromancer. The two maids were crafted by her own hand. Unlike the players at this stage, the native NPCs in Tianqi could master multiple professions. Of course, players could also achieve this later on, but it required a tremendous amount of effort. Seeing Qin Chuan's expression of non-surprise, Edith felt increasingly unable to see through this foreigner. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. Edith extended her hand. "Where is the token?" Qin Chuan handed over the token, and Edith quickly opened it, her expression softening slightly. Before speaking, Edith sniffed a few times, somewhat surprised the scent of shadows. Qin Chuan directly activated Shadow Stealth, and then deactivated it. A hint of regret flickered in Edith's eyes as she sighed. "I once used all my power to seek the power of shadows, yet I never expected to find it in you, foreigner. What do you desire?" At this point, Qin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had preliminarily passed Edith's test. Who would believe that he was outsmarting an NPC? Ordinary players would probably be too lazy to go through all this trouble and would simply approach Edith to receive their advancement task. But Qin Chuan had been navigating Tianqi for 10 years and knew that this broken game could not be understood through common sense. To progress further in Tianqi, one had to be prepared from the very beginning. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan said, "I want to undergo a job advancement." Edith immediately adopted a formal expression and said indifferently, "I have several options. Which one do you choose?" "Ding, you have triggered the job advancement choice task. Please make your choice wisely." Difficulty 1, kill 20 raging centaurs. Reward, ordinary grade weapon 1, attribute growth 1, agility growth 2. Difficulty 2, kill 100 raging centaurs alone within half an hour. Reward, black iron grade weapon 1, a black iron grade armor 1, attribute growth 2, agility growth 4. Difficulty 3, kill the centaur chieftain alone. Reward, silver grade weapon 1, attribute growth 3, agility growth 6. Special difficulty, assassinate the owner of the wild arena and escape unscathed. Reward, gold grade custom skill book 1, attribute growth 5, agility growth 10. When players reach level 10 and complete their first job advancement, they will receive different attribute point bonuses based on the difficulty. Before level 10 players gain 1 for secondary attributes and 2 for main attributes upon leveling up. After job advancement, they will receive additional attributes on top of the original basis. For example, in difficulty 1, after completing the task, the upgrade will result in 2 for secondary attributes and 4 for agility, and so on. The same applies to other professions. Ordinary players can receive tasks up to difficulty 3 at most. However, Qin Chuan was different. He could trigger hidden difficulties. This was not only due to his shadow assassin profession, but also because he had passed Edith's test. Qin Chuan replied coolly, I have always enjoyed challenging high difficulties. I choose to take down Iron Hook Jack. The owner of the Wild Arena was once a pirate who lost a hand in battle and replaced it with an iron hook, thus earning the nickname Iron Hook Jack. The reason for the special task to take him down was due to a dispute between him and Edith. It could also be seen as a form of personal revenge. Please note that once the special difficulty is accepted, it cannot be abandoned. Do you confirm your choice? Yes. Then you have accepted the special difficulty job advancement task. Please complete it as soon as possible to break through the level limit. At this moment, Edith also returned to normal, approvingly saying, I knew that the inheritor of the power of shadows would not disappoint me. I will wait for your good news here. With that, she struck a pose to see him off. Ding, the task has changed. The token task from Lei Huao has merged and synchronized with the advancement task. Qin Chuan thought to himself as expected. Just now, after Edith read the token, she crushed it into powder and did not mention it again, clearly not intending to offer any additional rewards. Fortunately, this had long been anticipated by Qin Chuan. Otherwise, the special difficulty advancement task would not reward a gold grade skill book. At most, it would have been a silver grade. Merging the two tasks into one enhanced the rewards, but also increased the difficulty. As the owner of the Wild Arena, Iron Hook Jack not only had numerous henchmen, but also possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to maintain control. If Qin Chuan was not mistaken, he was a level 20 gold grade boss. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan glanced at the information above Edith's head. Edith, assassin mentor level. No wonder she was recognized as a professional mentor in Tianqi. This woman was simply unfathomable. It was just that she had not attacked him inadvertently, otherwise Qin Chuan would have been sent to the revival point the moment he entered the room. After accepting the task, Qin Chuan did not rush to leave, but asked, I want to learn dual wielding. Where should I go? Edith replied, there is a weapon master at the tavern. You can seek him for lessons. After a pause, Edith took out a seal, saying, take my seal there. He will teach you for free. This was the benefit of gaining recognition. Normally, learning the dual wielding skill would cost at least 50 silver coins. He saved money. Qin Chuan took the seal and walked down the stairs, locating the so-called weapon master. But the unkempt beggar hiding in the corner and picking his toes seemed worlds apart from the image of the weapon master he had in mind. To defeat Iron Hook Jack, one must at least unlock dual wielding and equip the bone-cutting twin blades. Otherwise, it will be difficult to evade his merciless hook. That iron hook is not merely a decoration, it is a sophisticated weapon. With Iron Hook Jack's attributes once hooked, it will certainly lead to instant death. However, the weapon master introduced by Edith doesn't seem very reliable. The beggar on the ground seems to have noticed Qin Chuan's doubts and angrily said, hey kid, what kind of look is that? Do you believe I can jump up and hit your knee? Qin Chuan expressed his belief and took out the seal from Edith. The beggar's anger dissipated instantly. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, replaced it with a flattering smile, and said, oh, so you are a friend of Lord Edith. Speak, what do you wish to learn? With a mindset of giving it a try, Qin Chuan said, I want to learn dual wielding. The beggar waved his hand nonchalantly. I thought it was something else. Turns out it's just this. Here you go. As he spoke, he pulled out a skill book from Waknoshir and handed it over. Dual wielding passive skill allows equipping two one-handed weapons simultaneously. The secondary weapon possesses 70 of the attributes. Wow, this really is a weapon master. Qin Chuan took the skill book and felt a blur before his eyes. The seal in his hand had unexpectedly transferred to the beggar's. The beggar cheerfully whistled, headed straight for the bar, and boldly shouted, give me the strongest drink. Qin Chuan received a game notification. Ding, you have obtained the dual wielding skill book. Ding, you have lost the Edith seal. Qin Chuan was indifferent. He couldn't keep the Edith seal, at least not at this stage. With the skill book in hand, Qin Chuan used it directly. He then equipped the long-awaited bone-cutting twin blades, and his attack power skyrocketed. He glanced at the panel. Nickname Night Wanderer, class Shadow Assassin, talent Sniper, SSS, grade LV1, level 10, locked attributes, strength 39, constitution 14, agility 35955, spirit 13, attack 749, defense 184, health 2540, mana 340, equipment bone-cutting dagger, attack 300, agility 15, bloodletting dagger, attack 210, agility 10, rabbit skin armor, defense 20, health 200, heart of the mountains ring, health 200, mana 200, wolf skin leggings, defense 100, health 1000, agility 10, wolf king's cloak, defense 50, health 800, agility 20, skills shadow stealth LV 4, bronze grade, enter stealth state. The first attack with stealth deals attack 140, 800 damage, consumes 5 mana, cooldown time 16 seconds. Shadow dagger LV1, use shadow energy to create energy daggers, dealing attack 110 damage, consumes 5 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. Shadow strike LV1, launch a powerful melee attack, dealing attack 110 damage, consumes 5 mana, cooldown time 5 seconds. Tier LV1, black iron grade, passive skill deals D What does being invincible mean? This attribute looking across the entire Tianqi is uniquely outstanding. To exceed 400 agility at level 10 is something many players might not even achieve by level 30. This is still under the circumstance that Qin Chuan's equipment is incomplete. If he were to equip a full set, his attributes could continue to rise. It must be noted that the equipment Qin Chuan deems valuable must be at least bronze grade, and in the future finding more high-level bosses silver grade may not even catch his eye. Immersed in hope, Qin Chuan received a private message. Night Wanderer, someone else has reached level 10. Qin Chuan glanced at the leaderboard, and unsurprisingly, it was Richardson. He could basically conclude that this guy must also possess SS level talent. I need to pick up the pace, Qin Chuan thought. As someone left the tavern, he tightened his cloak and vanished from the spot, slipping out through the door. Now it is time to take down Iron Hook Jack. As for the combat plan, Qin Chuan already had an idea. The Wild Arena is located across the chasm, essentially facing off against the Rose and Poison Tavern. Qin Chuan stealthily made his way to the outskirts of the Wild Arena. Inside, various shouts could be heard. There were cheers, jeers, and dying wails. This place is a paradise for battle enthusiasts and the last option for those in desperate straits. As long as one can survive and leave the arena, they can not only reap substantial wealth, but also receive an invitation from Iron Hook Jack to officially join the Wild Arena, shedding their lowly status and becoming someone of importance. Even those who once carried great trouble, Iron Hook Jack would step in to resolve it. But it is precisely this that led to his opposition with Edith. Once someone erupted in killings at the Rose and Poison Tavern and then fled into the arena, ultimately emerging alive. Edith demanded Iron Hook Jack hand over the murderer, but he refused. Thus began the accumulation of conflict between the two parties. Just as Qin Chuan appeared wanting to complete his class advancement, Edith conveniently sent him to take down Iron Hook Jack. The entire process was seamless, leaving no room for criticism. This is also where Tianqi differs from traditional online games. Quests are not fixed, but vary based on player actions, leading to different quest modes and rewards. The reason for this is that Tianqi is not just an online game, it is a real world. Qin Chuan looked at the thugs coming and going around the arena, his brows slightly furrowing. With the shouting from inside, as well, he could be certain that as long as he attacked Iron Hook Jack, he would be swarmed by countless thugs. Even with stealth and the bone-cutting twin blades, he could not ensure absolute safety. Therefore, he needed to create some chaos first to distract the arena thugs. As for the method, Qin Chuan had long been prepared. Previously, when he killed the Wolf King, he obtained the Wolf King's horn, which could summon a giant wolf. If a wolf suddenly appeared in the audience and attacked recklessly, do you think the arena would be thrown into chaos? After reviewing the plan, Qin Chuan decisively avoided the patrol team and stealthily entered the arena. He stealthily made his way to the audience seats, observed for a moment, and then activated the Wolf King's horn. How? A massive gray wolf appeared out of thin air. The audience, who had been excitedly waving their betting slips, were suddenly dumbfounded. Where did this thing come from? Bang! The gray wolf butted its head, sending several spectators flying. Even worse, a hapless fighter blinded by rage fell into the arena and was torn to pieces. Under the bloody chaos, the scene grew even more tumultuous. Soon an angry roar echoed throughout the arena. Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? This furious roar naturally came from Hook Jack. At the same time, it startled the thugs in the Wild Arena, who scurried out from the corners and charged towards the giant wolf. Qin Chuan glanced around, and there were more than 30 of them just within his sight. Their levels were around 15. With Qin Chuan's stats, taking them out in an instant would be no problem, but he couldn't act just yet to avoid revealing himself too early. With a thought, the giant wolf rampaged through the audience section, sending spectators flying and further escalating the chaos. Many in the audience could no longer focus on the battle within the arena, frantically searching for an escape. The thugs pushed against the tide of people, making their advance particularly difficult. After much effort, they finally caught up, and the giant wolf leaped, appearing on the other side of the audience. Another round of chaos ensued. Hook Jack's roar echoed again. You bunch of fools, what are you doing? Bring me the head of this beast, or it will be your heads. The black market does not care for human rights. To Hook Jack, the thugs in the arena are merely expendable. Hearing their boss command, the thugs immediately steeled themselves. Anyone blocking the way was no longer treated with patience, they were simply picked up and tossed aside. After all, the audience members were mostly nobodies, the true VIPs had private boxes. The thugs felt no psychological burden as they acted with impunity. Even if they were to run into some big shot, that would be a problem for the boss, not for them. Embracing the core philosophy of the boss, troubles are not my troubles, the thugs quickly grasped the situation and wielded their weapons to carve a path. However, the giant wolf wouldn't just stand there waiting for the thugs to approach. Under Qin Chuan's command, it fully utilized its speed advantage, bouncing back and forth around the audience. Then, seizing the opportunity, it made a dash for freedom. Hook Jack's furious voice echoed in the arena, chase after it. The thugs immediately obeyed, starting to run with all their might. The massive crowd surged out of the arena, causing yet another chaos outside. Amidst the confusion, Qin Chuan stealthily advanced, crossing over 3 layers of buildings, reaching the top level of the arena. In a huge domed room surrounded by transparent crystal panels, the entire arena was visible. Here, Qin Chuan spotted his target, Hook Jack. Hook Jack, gold level 20 health, 1-800-0-0-0-1-800-0-0 attack, 5,000 defense, 3,000 skills, deadly hook, cunning gunfire, negotiation, call for bombardment. Description: once a pirate captain, he abandoned ship for unknown reasons and now operates the Wild Arena in the black market. Just from the attributes, one can only say he is on par with Baron Gunnar from the Crimson Tomb. This still holds an advantage in level. In terms of equal levels, Hookjack would not be able to defeat the Baron, but that is to be expected. Hookjack is an ordinary human with initial attributes and growth potential far inferior to that of Gunnar, a genuine vampire baron. In fact, the differences between races in the apocalypse are quite significant. If it were a dragon, a top-tier bloodline, its attributes at birth would be enough to look down on all others, reaching heights that many indigenous people of the apocalypse could never achieve in their lifetimes. Regaining his focus, Qin Chuan continued to observe. True to his pirate background, Hookjack remained calm and composed in the face of events. Although he sent his thugs to pursue the giant wolf, he still had 3 trusted subordinates with him. 2 were human, and 1 was a minotaur. A rather peculiar combination. One-eyed first, mate silver, level 15 health, 500000500000 attack, 2500 defense, 2200 skills, Blackwater sword art, throwing specialization, enhanced vision, agile footsteps. Description: Hookjack's first, mate with considerable ambition. Redbeard second, mate bronze, level 15 health, 250000 attack, 2200 defense, 2000 skills, fiery spirits, bad blood disease, trip, binding net. Description: the younger brother of the one-eyed first mate, but this seems to be unknown to the outside world. Heavy fist third, mate bronze, level 15 health, 400000 attack, 2800 defense, 3500 skills, thick skin, resilience, mighty strength, charge, hammer strike. Description: a lost minotaur who fortuitously joined the wild arena, eager to return home, but not knowing the way. A terrifying combination of 1 gold level boss, 1 silver, and 2 bronze. This scene felt even more oppressive than when Qin Chuan faced the Crimson Tomb. Not only were there more bosses, but their levels were also higher. Yet Qin Chuan saw an opportunity. The first mate had ambition, and the second mate was his hidden brother. Wasn't this a clear sign of betrayal? When the Real fight broke out, these two would definitely hold back. If Hookjack were to fall behind, they might even turn on him and seize his position. As for the Minotaur third mate, based on Qin Chuan's understanding of the Minotaur race, he was likely deceived by Hookjack with food. Minotaurs are not keen on combat and slaughter. Their presence in the wild arena is likely coincidental. Moreover, there aren't enough wild areas around Bailey City for hunting minotaurs, and since this is human territory, Heavy Fist would find it challenging to fill his belly. Hookjack probably recognized this point, which is why he successfully kept Heavy Fist in the wild arena. But Qin Chuan guessed that Heavy Fist's stance was neutral. As long as his life was not threatened, he didn't care who the boss of the wild arena was. In fact, it didn't even matter if he was present in the wild arena. Thus, this battle was both difficult and simple. Surviving under the combined attacks of these 4 bosses would not be easy. However, it was also straightforward. These 4 bosses were not united. As long as Hookjack was eliminated, the remaining 3 would certainly not fight to the death with Qin Chuan. With this in mind, Qin Chuan formulated a plan. Just as Qin Chuan was observing the situation and contemplating strategies, Hookjack sensed the unusual atmosphere in the air. His wolf-like gaze swept across the room, but found no target, and he immediately arrived at a conclusion. It was Edith who sent you, wasn't it? Hookjack's voice dripped with sarcasm. That woman only sends her lackeys to die while hiding in a safe corner. Do you think that's appropriate? Qin Chuan secretly nodded. Hookjack was quite perceptive, understanding the need to sow discord first. If he were an indigenous person of the apocalypse, he might have had some thoughts. Unfortunately, he was a player and Hookjack was his mission target. This alone made their relationship one of life and death. Qin Chuan didn't want to waste any more words. With the thugs chasing the giant wolf, now was the perfect time to act. The shadow energy in his hand gathered, and the shadow throwing knife shot out. As he made his move, Qin Chuan also shouted, Hookjack, your first mate and second mate are brothers. Do you know that? You think you're the only one who can sow discord? I can do it too. The effect of Qin Chuan's shout was evident. Iron Hookjack had originally locked onto Qin Chuan's position, ready to haul him over and kill him in an instant, but his mind was shaken, making him forget to attack. The first mate and second mate's expressions changed drastically. This secret was known to no one but their long-deceased parents. How did this hidden figure know about it? Could it be that the captain heard some rumors and deliberately staged a play to test them? Yes, it must be that way. The first mate subtly signaled the second mate not to act rashly. The second mate understood. Their combined strength was still no match for Iron Hookjack, so they couldn't afford to break the facade unless absolutely necessary. As for the third mate, the simple-minded Minotaur hadn't a clue about what was happening. He was still pondering what to eat next. Seeing Iron Hookjack show signs of concern, Qin Chuan immediately knew he had successfully aroused the other party's suspicion. Qin Chuan decided to stoke the fire further, activating Shadow Stealth to move behind a pillar, and shouted, first mate, haven't you always wanted to take down Iron Hookjack and become the boss of the arena? Let me help you. The one-eyed first mate was conflicted. This was indeed his inner thought, but the problem was whether the current situation was too coincidental. First, a giant wolf disrupted the audience, leading the henchmen away. Then a killer appeared, aiming to make a move on Iron Hookjack. It seemed advantageous to them, but who knew if this was Iron Hookjack fishing for trouble, trying to draw out those with ulterior motives. This tactic had proven effective before. Previously on the ship, Iron Hookjack used this method to eliminate the former first mate and second mate. The two brothers only became the first and second mates after that incident. It was hard to say if Iron Hook Jack would use the same method again to eliminate dissenters. Thinking of this, the one-eyed first mate put on an angry expression and shouted, "My loyalty to the captain is unquestionable. Don't think you can sow discord here." The red-bearded second mate also pledged his loyalty. "Me too." The third mate, the Minotaur, scratched his head in confusion. What was happening? Qin Chuan observed the reactions of the bosses, feeling relieved. The situation was indeed progressing as he had predicted. The seeds of suspicion had already been sown in Iron Hook Jack's heart. Regardless of whether the first mate and second mate were brothers, he would remain wary of these two subordinates. This significantly reduced Qin Chuan's pressure. Meanwhile, Iron Hook Jack also knew it wasn't the time for infighting. He wasn't weak. The candles hanging from the ceiling had a concealment effect, yet until now he still couldn't truly pinpoint the intruder. The opponent's stealth skills were astonishingly refined. They were probably on par with Edith. When did such a troublesome character appear in the black market? Feeling wary, Iron Hook Jack decided to temporarily set aside his suspicions and unite with the first mate and second mate to first deal with the intruder. However, after this, he would definitely have to investigate the backgrounds of these two subordinates thoroughly. If they truly were brothers, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Iron Hook Jack disdainfully said, "Just a mere attempt to sow discord. Do you really think we would fall for your tricks?" One-eyed red-bearded. "Surround this guy and flush him out." The one-eyed first mate and red-bearded second mate exchanged glances and secretly sighed in relief. Iron Hook Jack had no intention of pursuing this matter, which was a good thing. But Qin Chuan would not let Iron Hook Jack have his way. He ominously said, "One-eye, do you think that after today you will still have peace? You know very well what kind of person Iron Hook Jack is." This statement undoubtedly struck a chord within the one-eyed first mate. Indeed, while Iron Hook Jack spoke sweetly now, once the intruder was dealt with and the henchman returned, the situation would fall back into Iron Hook Jack's control. At that point, it would be hard for them to escape alive. Many things, if genuinely investigated, cannot be hidden. Once the fact that he and the red-bearded second mate were brothers was exposed, Iron Hook Jack would never let them off. No, there wouldn't even need to be concrete evidence. Based on his understanding of Iron Hook Jack, the seeds of suspicion in the other party's heart would undoubtedly take root and grow strong, ultimately consuming the two brothers. Thinking of this, the one-eyed first mate had different thoughts. Perhaps he should take this opportunity to eliminate Iron Hook Jack. The one-eyed first mate gave a look to the red-bearded second mate, who understood and slowed his pace, reluctant to encircle Qin Chuan. Seeing this opportunity, Qin Chuan added, "This wild arena is truly a great place. Oh, just the ticket sales alone are a continuous source of income. I heard Iron Hook Jack's bedroom is made of gold. He must have made quite a fortune. Mr. One-eye, my employer is willing to support you brothers in taking control of the wild arena after Iron Hook Jack's demise." Whether Edith said this or not was unimportant. In any case, the one-eyed first mate wouldn't really confront Edith. Even if he did, Edith would likely give an ambiguous affirmative response. From Edith's standpoint, Iron Hook Jack was difficult to deal with, but the one-eyed and red-bearded were much easier. Seeing this, Iron Hook Jack could tell what the one-eyed was thinking and immediately sneered, "Indeed, a wolf that won't be raised." After saying this, he raised his hand, and the hook in his hand shot out, aimed directly at the one-eyed's only remaining eye. The one-eyed first mate awkwardly dodged the attack and steeled himself. "If you are not benevolent, do not blame me for being unkind. Brothers, attack." The one-eyed roared and grabbed a wooden barrel at his feet, hurling it toward Iron Hook Jack. The red-bearded second mate grabbed a nearby wine glass, took a big gulp, and his fingers ignited with flames, shooting a several-meter-long fire tongue at Iron Hook Jack. The betrayal of the two bosses instantly turned the situation around. However, Iron Hook Jack was of a golden class with all-around superior attributes, easily dodging the combined attack of the one-eyed and red-bearded, pulling out a firearm from behind and shooting at the first mate. Blood splattered, and the one-eyed first mate's health visibly dropped. This made the one-eyed regretful. He hadn't expected Iron Hook Jack to be this strong. This was hasty. The one-eyed shouted, "Hidden guy, why aren't you making a move?" Just now he had seen Iron Hook Jack display a painful expression after being hit by a flying knife, indicating that the intruder in the shadows was no weakling. To eliminate Iron Hook Jack, they needed the other party's help. As the saying goes, once you draw the bow, there is no turning back. Since they had decided to tear off the facade, they could only proceed down this dark path. Naturally, Qin Chuan would not sit idly by and watch the one-eyed and red-bearded get killed. He still relied on these two to hold back Iron Hook Jack. With shadow stealth cooling down, Qin Chuan decisively threw out a shadow dagger. 30,065. Weakness attack. The terrifying damage number floated above Iron Hook Jack's head, causing the pirate leader, who dominated the seas, to change his expression dramatically. In the next second, the effects of tear and toxic blood plague activated simultaneously. 850. 2,000. After the damage from the tearing and toxic blood plague had accumulated to over 10,000, Qin Chuan could deal more than 40,000 damage with a single strike. This was nearly double the damage dealt during the time in the Scarlet Tomb. This is the benefit brought by upgrading equipment. The increase in damage is visibly apparent. Moreover, this is with Qin Chuan's equipment still incomplete and without any additional means to increase attack power. Otherwise, dealing 50 to 60,000 or even more damage to Iron Hook Jack would not be a problem. Even with the current amount of damage, Iron Hook Jack's nearly 200,000 health points cannot withstand Qin Chuan's attacks for long. Not to mention that the current situation is favorable for Qin Chuan. With the betrayal of the one-eyed first mate and the red-bearded second mate, Qin Chuan not only faced fewer enemies, but the intensity of the counterattacks also decreased significantly. Without being surrounded, he could move freely in this room without too many worries. Of course, Qin Chuan knew it wasn't the time to let his guard down, because the Iron Fist third mate had not yet made a move. Although this Minotaur has low attributes, wielding a massive two-handed hammer gives it a huge attack range. If he swings his hammer wildly across the map, Qin Chuan's movement would be greatly restricted. Moreover, the Minotaur's strength attribute is extremely high, and its attacks are powerful enough that even the one-eyed and red-bearded mates do not dare to take them heed. Iron Hook Jack naturally understands this principle and loudly shouts, "Iron Fist, eliminate the invader." Iron Fist initially did not want to engage, but recalling the food provided by Iron Hook Jack, he felt he could not stand by and watch Iron Hook Jack get killed, and decisively picked up his weapon to join the battle. Boom! Iron Fist charged forward and struck with his hammer, sending the Redbeard flying against the wall. The one-eyed mate initially wanted to help, but was pulled over and beaten up by Iron Hook Jack's hook, unable to care for his brother. After knocking the Redbeard away, Iron Fist tightened his grip on his warhammer and strode through the room, his nose twitching as he attempted to pinpoint Qin Chuan's location. After a moment, Iron Fist scratched his head in confusion. He clearly smelled the invader's scent, yet could not determine where he was. This was quite strange. Iron Hook Jack felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He had thought that with the Minotaur's sensing ability, they would be able to find the assassin, but he never expected it would fail. This was absurd. Could it be that this enemy possesses stealth skills even more profound than Edith's? There had been no reports of such a master. Suddenly, Iron Hook Jack remembered something and shouted, "Outlander, how much benefit did Edith give you?" "He'll offer double. From now on, the position of the one-eyed mate shall be yours." Iron Hook Jack realized that the opponent was an outlander, which explains such extraordinary stealth abilities. To the indigenous people of the apocalypse, all Blue Star players who had just entered the game were outlanders. As a level 20 golden boss, Iron Hook Jack possessed more intelligence and was aware of more rumors circulating in the game. Being able to name Qin Chuan's identity was not surprising. After Iron Hook Jack shout, Qin Chuan received a game notification. Ding, mission choice triggered. Please choose wisely. Choice 1, kill Iron Hook Jack. Reward, career advancement. Choice 2, spare Iron Hook Jack. Reward, 2 random skill books, position of the Wild Arena Manager. To be honest, if not for the fact that killing Iron Hook Jack was crucial for career advancement, Qin Chuan would have preferred to accept a peaceful resolution. 2 skill books would indeed be wonderful. Unfortunately, he could not do that. If he spared Iron Hook Jack, he would never be able to complete his career advancement and would forever remain at level 10. Even if he gathered a full set of level 10 equipment and added a bunch of skills, what use would that be? The upper limit would still be locked. Thus, Qin Chuan directly threw out a shadow dagger using action to replace his response. Iron Hook Jack also knew that the opponent would not abandon the assassination just because of a few words, so he was always prepared for both scenarios. At this moment, when Qin Chuan made his move, Iron Hook Jack immediately locked onto his position, and the hook on his arm shot out, leaving a trail of afterimages. At the same time, the Minotaur Iron Fist exhaled, lowered his head, and charged. The joint attack of the two bosses immediately put Qin Chuan in a precarious situation. However, he was well prepared, activating the equipment effect of the Bone Cleaver. A storm of sharp blades swirled around him as he shifted sideways for more than 10 meters. At the location where Qin Chuan had originally stood, a pillar was pierced by the hook, splinters flying everywhere. Iron Fist also charged up close his hammer, smashing down heavily, creating a large pit in the floor. This maneuver exceeded Iron Hook Jack's expectations, causing his attack to miss. The one-eyed first mate seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. The Redbeard also got up from the ground, engaging in a tussle with Iron Fist. Entering stealth mode once again, Qin Chuan felt a bit of fear. To be honest, if it weren't for the Bone Cleaver avoiding Iron Hook Jack's hook just now was already the limit, and he would not have been able to dodge Iron Fist's pursuit. Although he currently had over 2,000 health points and a shield from his ring, it still couldn't withstand Iron Fist's attacks. That combination of charge and hammer strike could take down a whole bunch of players, including heavily armored classes. Given the previous situation, Qin Chuan was determined to wait until the Bone Cleaver cooled down before making his move. I still need to obtain a movement skill book as soon as possible, Qin Chuan thought. The Bone Cleaver is indeed useful, but it occupies both main and offhand weapon slots. As levels increase, these two pieces of equipment will eventually be replaced. Even with the Sniper God, it would be the same. Additionally, the Bone Cleaver's movement effect has a drawback: it breaks stealth. Qin Chuan could only activate the equipment effect at the same time he strikes. These two downsides determined that the Bone Cleaver was merely a transitional piece of equipment. If he truly wanted to be secure, he still needed a movement skill, preferably one that does not break stealth. Fortunately, as far as Qin Chuan knew, such skills do exist. As for how to learn them, it requires a bit of effort. If he remembered correctly, he needed to raise the favorability of the career mentor to above 80. Or perhaps it would be a matter of luck farming bosses for skillbook drops. With this in mind, Qin Chuan recalled another matter. He wondered how the skillbooks collected by Longting Tianxia were progressing. Considering that the server had only been live for less than half a day, it likely wouldn't have progressed too well. Fortunately, the career advancement task would provide a customized skill book, which should enhance his range damage capability. While pondering, the effect of the Bone Cleaver cooled down, and Qin Chuan decisively made his move again. Iron Hook Jack had also been waiting for Qin Chuan to attack while fighting the one-eyed mate. Both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. One side threw out a dagger, while the other side swung a hook. Given Qin Chuan's previously demonstrated movement ability, this time Iron Hook Jack was prepared and pulled out a firearm shooting at Qin Chuan's left side. Meanwhile, the Minotaur Iron Fist charged toward Qin Chuan's right side. The two bosses once again joined forces, blocking Qin Chuan's escape in 3 directions. With their attack power, as long as Qin Chuan took a single hit, he would definitely be killed instantly. High-end hunters always appear like their prey. Iron Hook Jack has stood firm in the black market for so many years, and he cannot be easily dealt with. Though he cannot see through Qin Chuan's stealth, his rich combat experience has equipped him with countermeasures. Especially after Qin Chuan uses displacement, once Iron Hook Jack feels more confident. If he is not mistaken, this foreigner's displacement is not perfected and cannot control distance freely. In other words, as long as he limits the opponent's movement with attacks, the opponent's retreat route can be calculated. Iron Hook Jack alone cannot seal off the foreigner, but what if he adds the bull-headed man's heavy fist? With their pincer attack, this foreigner will surely meet his demise. It must be said, Iron Hook Jack's judgment is very precise and his coordination with the heavy fist is seamless. However, Qin Chuan is not fighting alone. The One-Eyed and Redbeard have also realized that this battle must rely on this foreigner. The two of them alone cannot defeat Iron Hook Jack. So when Qin Chuan is besieged, the One-Eyed charges forward at full speed, using his flesh and blood to shield Qin Chuan from Iron Hook Jack's gunfire negotiations. Amidst the splattering blood, the One-Eyed gritted his teeth and said this is the last time. His strength is significantly inferior to Iron Hook Jack's, and helping once is already his limit. If this foreigner does not perform well in the subsequent battles, he will immediately take his brother and flee. No matter how enticing the wild arena is, it is not worth his life. Qin Chuan understands this principle well. In the upcoming battles, he must be even more cautious. But honestly, even without the One-Eyd's cover, he could have dodged this attack. The breakthrough point lies with the heavy fist. Although the double-handed hammer is immensely powerful, it significantly reduces agility. Even if the heavy fist is a bull-headed man with high strength attributes, he still cannot fully control it. Qin Chuan has already calculated his retreat route. As long as he dashes in front of the heavy fist, relying on his agility attribute, he can lean back to avoid a fatal blow. However, with the One-Eyed voluntarily blocking the gunfire, he is naturally happy to conceal his own weakness. Once again entering stealth, Qin Chuan observes the situation around him, planning several attack routes. Yet deep down, Qin Chuan remains on guard. He remembers that Iron Hook Jack has hidden a pirate ship beneath the wild arena. Calling for bombardment is not just for show. Once the cannons on the ship start firing, the One-Eyed and Redbeard will likely lose their ability to act temporarily. Fortunately, after the cannon fire, the wild arena will become a wasteland, rendering Iron Hook Jack's hook attacks practically useless. With just gunfire negotiations, he cannot seal off my movements. Qin Chuan's mind races. If it weren't for his rebirth, he probably wouldn't have been able to guard against Iron Hook Jack's hand. Who would have thought that Iron Hook Jack could bring a pirate ship to the distant Bailey City? Iron Hook Jack's health steadily declines. As it approaches 50%, Qin Chuan rushes toward the exit while reminding the One-Eyed brothers. The cannon fire is coming soon. If you don't want to die, hurry and leave here. The One-Eyed and Redbeard look confused while Iron Hook Jack's expression changes drastically. What information does this foreigner possess? Why does he know such top-secret details? But at this point, there's no turning back. Iron Hook Jack steps back to evade the One-Eyed's attack, producing a horn from somewhere and blowing it loudly. The deep sound of the horn reverberates throughout the arena. The One-Eyed finally realizes what the foreigner meant by cannon fire. He is all too familiar with this horn. Back when they were at sea, Iron Hook Jack would blow this horn when commanding the gunners to attack. Then a new question arises in the One-Eyed's mind. This is not the sea. Where is the ship coming from? Just as the One-Eyed is puzzled, a dull sound of rolling gears emanates from beneath the arena floor. The floor slowly cracks open and a massive shadow rises from below. The One-Eyed's peripheral vision catches it, and his expression turns horrified. The Black Whale. This is the Black Whale, the ship they used when they were pirates. But they are hundreds of miles away from the coast. How did the Black Whale appear here? Could it be that this ship can fly? Before the One-Eyed can figure this out, a violent cannon fire causes his eardrums to ache. Boom. The roof is smashed open, and a red-hot cannonball falls down, piercing through the floor without any obstruction. Quick! Before he can finish the word run, the One-Eyed is blasted away by the shockwave of the explosion, his body uncontrollably flying backward. Then come the second, third, and fourth cannonballs. Amidst the continuous sound of cannon fire, Redbeard is blown away, and amidst the smoke and flames, he first becomes Blackbeard, then ends up beardless. Even the burly, bull-headed man's heavy fist cannot withstand it, rolling out over 10 meters on the floor before crashing against the wall and coming to a stop dazed. Iron Hook Jack had left the upper room before the cannonballs fell, rushing quickly toward the Black Whale. However, before he could move, a flying knife precisely strikes his body. Iron Hook Jack looks at the fleeting figure in the distance, his expression becoming increasingly grave. Who is this foreigner? Not only has he exposed the brotherly relationship between the One-Eyed and Redbeard, but he also understands his tactics thoroughly. He even predicted the Black Whale's cannon fire attack. Why didn't that bastard get blown up earlier? Iron Hook Jack is filled with anger. He can see that whether it is the One-Eyed Redbeard or the robust heavy fist, all have been seriously injured in this round of cannon fire, struggling to even get up. As long as he can return to the Black Whale, he can completely turn this place into ruins. It doesn't matter if the wild arena is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. At worst, he can flee to another place and start anew. But the premise is that he can safely return to the Black Whale. As it stands, that foreigner probably won't let him have his way. Qin Chuan's voice drifts through the ruins. Captain Jack, why rush to leave? Why not chat a while longer? Iron Hook Jack smirks coldly and replies, if we are to talk, let's talk on the ship. Qin Chuan would not fall for it, directly exposing Iron Hook Jack's plan. I don't want to be surrounded and beaten by the ghostly sailors on the ship. Iron Hook Jack can no longer hold back, shouting, who are you? How do you know so many secrets? The Black Whale, transformed into a ghost ship along with the dozens of ghostly sailors aboard, is Iron Hook Jack's last resort. Yet before this foreigner, it's as if it were completely transparent with no secrets at all. Could there be a traitor? Iron Hook Jack speculates. But then he feels something is off. The transformation of the Black Whale was arranged entirely by him. Those who knew were either fed to the fish or turned into ghostly sailors. There is no possibility of a leak from either side. The only one left who knows is himself. So did I leak the secret? Iron Hook Jack reaches a conclusion. Jack the Hook swiftly dismissed all distractions from his mind. The battle remained undecided. Divided attention meant certain death. From the onset of combat to this moment, he had endured blow after blow, failing to mount a single effective counterattack. Even his best opening had been thwarted by the one-eyed man. At that thought, Jack the Hook recoiled inwardly. Was this foreigner sent here specifically to hunt him down? Otherwise, why was he so utterly outmaneuvered at every turn? For now, retreat was the wisest course. Seizing the brief lull as his opponent poised for another strike, Jack the Hook turned and fled without hesitation. As a golden tier boss, Jack the Hook possessed extraordinary base attributes. Within mere breaths, he had already sprinted over 100 meters, drawing ever closer to the Black Whale. Qin Chuan longed to intercept him, but lacked both means and margin for error. Though Jack the Hook fled in disarray, any reckless attempt to confront him head-on would only send Qin Chuan hurtling back to his resurrection point. It seems I must board the ghost ship after all, Qin Chuan murmured, inwardly quickening his pace in pursuit. Though the ghost ship was Jack the Hook's stronghold, Qin Chuan would storm even a dragon's lair or tiger's den. To fulfill his mission, no peril could deter him. All in all, the battle had unfolded precisely as Qin Chuan anticipated. Whether the initial tactical dispersion, the timely withdrawal to evade cannon fire, or the subsequent boarding assault, each phase had been meticulously prepared. Through the ruins, Jack the Hook surged forward while Qin Chuan gave relentless chase. Their silent understanding clear the ghost ship would be the stage for their final confrontation. Even as he pursued, Qin Chuan continued launching shadow daggers to erode Jack the Hook's vitality. Yet as ever, plans rarely survive first contact with chaos. Boss, we're here. A raucous clamor erupted from afar. The arena enforcers had arrived. They had failed to catch the colossal wolf and feared retribution upon returning, only to hear thunderous explosions echoing across the district. Instantly, a lieutenant grasped the truth. They'd fallen for a diversionary ruse and raced back in urgency. Jack the Hook's face erupted into manic glee. He bellowed arrogantly, foreigner, you spurned my mercy once. Now even if you grovel at my feet, your life is forfeit. I'll flay you alive. Qin Chuan remained perfectly calm. The wolf was a time-bound summon. Its purpose was never to delay the enforcers indefinitely. Their return had always been part of Qin Chuan's design. Timing too aligned precisely. He resolved to answer Jack the Hook's taunts, not with words, but with action. Glancing briefly at the enforcer's stats, a faint smile curled Qin Chuan's lips. His shadow dagger flashed forth, striking the lead enforcer dead on the spot. Jack the Hook's laughter grew richer, more unrestrained. He had long suspected the foreigner's low attack frequency was deliberate, a trade-off to enhance stealth capabilities. Now distracted by the enforcers, the foreigner had no room left to track him. Even if you slaughter them all, what then? This black market teems with desperate souls. They are legion. While you scatter your strikes, I am safe. Once I reach the Black Whale, your end is sealed. His gaze turned glacial. But what followed would sear itself into Jack the Hook's memory forever. From the slain enforcer's corpse oozed viridian poison blood, splattering onto nearby comrades, and instantly a cascade of damage numbers bloomed across their forms. Their health plummeted at visible speed, less a decline, more a freefall. 2 seconds later, another enforcer collapsed lifeless upon impact. The same scene repeated. Green poison blood arced once more toward adjacent enforcers. Had it been a single wave, many might have endured. Yet each resurgence of the toxic blood plague reset its duration, renewing its full 5-second lethality. 3 seconds later, another enforcer fell, dying not just in agony, but as a new vector spreading contagion anew. That became the final straw. As the third and fourth enforcers toppled, the damage spiraled further. Most critically, they had returned in tight formation, everyone squarely within the plague's transmission radius. Their faces turned sickly green, their health bars hemorrhaged downward. Meanwhile, system notifications flooded Qin Chuan's awareness. Ding. Defeated level 13 arena enforcer. Gained 1300 experience points. Bonus for defeating a foe 3 levels higher, 390 experience. Experience cap reached. Excess automatically diverted to reserve pool. Ding. Defeated level 14 arena enforcer. Gained 1400 experience points. Bonus for defeating a foe 4 levels higher, 560 experience. Experience cap reached. Excess automatically diverted to reserve pool. Ding. At first the chimes came steadily, but as the toxic blood plague cycled repeatedly, their tempo exploded exponentially. Within mere seconds, over half the returning enforcers lay broken and still. The survivors were left grievously wounded, unable to withstand the plague's lingering toll. Annihilation loomed imminent. One subtle detail bore noting. Those infected later stood farther from Qin Chuan. Yet under the sniper god's blessing they suffered far greater damage than their earlier counterparts, utterly defenseless. One wretched soul, already scarred by the wolf's claws, succumbed to the plague in less than a second, exploding into a fresh reservoir of venom, dragging his comrades into oblivion with him. The tide turned again. Jack the Hook had intended to retreat safely aboard the Black Whale, to observe the battle at leisure, perhaps even tend his wounds. If the enforcers slew the foreigner, all the better. If not, he would unleash the ship's cannons, reducing the entire arena to rubble, and surely obliterate his foe. He never imagined their return would deliver not salvation, but a plunge straight into the foreigner's lethal trap. That ceaseless spatter of viridian blood consigned enforcers to graves, and sank Jack the Hook's heart deeper still. More crucially, he sensed something unfamiliar in the air. Such devastating poison blood could not stem from mundane toxins. It pulsed with a cold, veiled energy resonance. Jack the Hook's eyes widened in dawning horror. Vampires. It was unmistakably vampiric power. Suddenly the battlefield made no sense. Vampires in the black market. Yet reason intervened. Belly City was shielded by ancient wards. Vampires could not cross its threshold. So where had this foreigner acquired such power? Recalling the foreigner's uncanny nature, Jack the Hook's realization struck like lightning. He nearly ground his teeth to dust. These accursed beings enjoyed special dispensation. They could wield vampiric arts without becoming vampires themselves. Was there justice left? Any law remaining? Were Qin Chuan privy to Jack the Hook's inner turmoil, he would offer only a quiet apology, so long as the divine awakening had not yet descended upon Blue Star players held absolute sovereignty. With the enforcers eradicated, Qin Chuan turned his gaze fully upon Jack the Hook. Now, this battle would end. Jack the Hook could not locate Qin Chuan's position, but he could sense the other's gaze. It was the gaze of a predator viewing its prey. Jack felt insulted, his face flushing red as he ran toward the Black Whale, without looking back. Those who know the times are the true heroes. Without any underlings to restrain him, the enemy could attack him freely. He would not foolishly stay here to be beaten. Moreover, even if he were to die, he would die on his own ship. A pirate ship cannot lose its captain, just like in the West. Seeing Jack the Hook's somewhat flustered figure, Qin Chuan remained calm inside. In his past life, he had exchanged blows with the god of arrows, having experienced great battles. How could he be troubled by the current fight? Speaking of which, I seem to be the first on Blue Star to replace a deity. Could this be the reason for my rebirth? Qin Chuan pondered silently, continuing his movements as he threw a shadow dagger, reducing Jack the Hook's health by over 30,000. Along with the subsequent bleeding and toxic plague, the total damage exceeded 40,000. Jack the Hook ran even faster. What the hell? How could this foreigner be so strong? Edith really found a good helper. Jack the Hook vaguely felt that the structure of the black market might undergo tremendous changes. Whether he would witness that day remained uncertain. Swish. Another flying dagger struck, further reducing Jack the Hook's health. But after such a run, Jack had already reached the underside of the Black Whale. Grabbing the descending ropes, Jack the Hook jumped up onto the deck. Upon returning to the Black Whale, Jack's aura changed dramatically, as if he had transformed back into the formidable pirate captain commanding the seas. Behind him, eerie bones emerged from the shadows with the sound of clashing. Undead sailors dressed in tattered uniforms appeared in every corner of the deck, their eye sockets ablaze with flickering blue flames. Not only that, but after Jack the Hook boarded the Black Whale, seemed to find its backbone, the cannons on the side turned and began to fire at the ground. A rain of cannonballs fell, smashing the hard stone floor into disarray. Qin Chuan was struck by several fragments, losing several hundred health points. With such a dense barrage of debris, there was no way to avoid it. He could only try to minimize the damage. If he hadn't changed a few pieces of equipment, this round of injuries could have cost Qin Chuan his life. Qin Chuan knew he had to reach the deck as quickly as possible, otherwise he would be swept away by the cannon fire. Taking a deep breath, he activated the effect of the bone-removing twin blades, while throwing out shadow daggers, charging forward. Based on the distance, he would reach the cannon's blind spot within, at most, 3 rounds of fire. This task is not something just anyone can do. Qin Chuan silently complained. Withstanding the splintering debris as he rushed to the bottom of the ship, he still had over half of his health remaining. This was thanks to activating the ring's shield. Otherwise, he would have collapsed halfway. The main issue was that Jack the Hook still had an ace up his sleeve, having secretly set up a few more cannons. Fortunately, the most dangerous stretch was over, and now it was time to face Jack the Hook and his undead sailors directly. This was actually not difficult. How he dealt with the underlings before he could replicate to eliminate the sailors on the ship. The trouble was that these sailors could resurrect. They had already merged with the Black Whale. Unless he could blow up the Black Whale, there was no way to stop their resurrection. Qin Chuan needed to continuously deal with the resurrecting sailors while attacking Jack the Hook. The process was even more challenging than before. The only good news was that the sailors' resurrection had a cooldown, so it wasn't continuous. As for the one-eyed man and the red-bearded fellow, they were not to be relied upon. Those two probably hid in the corner to watch the show, waiting for the final result. If Qin Chuan won, they would jump out to reap the rewards. If Jack the Hook won, there would be nothing to say, they would just run away. The toxic blood plague was the absolute MVP of this battle. A single shadow dagger sent the leading undead sailor to his demise, followed by an outbreak of the toxic blood plague, taking the remaining sailors with it. Although Jack the Hook did not expect the undead sailors to hold out long, having them all taken out in one encounter seemed a bit excessive. A minute and a half later, the undead sailors stood up again. Throwing out shadow daggers once more cleared the field. Jack the Hook recognized the downside of the toxic blood plague, its limited infection range. But the problem was that even if he realized this, it was of no use. The sailors were all melee classes, and to attack that foreigner, they had to surround him. That way they would enter the range of the toxic blood plague. If they did not surround him, they could only stand by as spectators without being able to interfere. The situation was different from what Jack the Hook had anticipated. Wasn't the black whale supposed to be his turf? Why did the enemy seem to thrive here? As his health dropped to 600,000, he sent another request for peace, hoping Qin Chuan would reconsider carefully. As it fell to 400,000, Jack the Hook lowered his stance, asking Qin Chuan to spare him, offering to present all his treasured riches collected over the years. As it reached 200,000, Jack the Hook began to reminisce, feeling that he should not have opposed Edith. When his health hit 0, the battle completely ended. The black whale, having lost its captain, began to tremble, its hull peeling away from the keel. The undead sailors on the deck fell over, their bodies decaying into ash, dissipating between heaven and earth. Boom. Black mist erupted from the ship's bottom, swiftly rushing toward the deck. A warning flashed in Qin Chuan's mind. He couldn't bother to pick up the dropped items, directly activating the effect of the bone-removing twin blades. He dashed to the edge of the deck, then leaped, initiating free fall. After landing steadily, Qin Chuan turned to look back. Under the black whale's hull, a void crack appeared, the chilling aura completely enveloping it. Just standing nearby made his hands and feet feel icy. If he stayed inside, he would probably restore health points in the blink of an eye. From the black mist came a chilling laughter and murmur. "Now you are mine." Qin Chuan could see from the corpse of Jack the Hook a translucent figure being drawn out by an invisible force. It was Jack the Hook's soul. This former pirate captain, the master of the black market's arena, now wore a look of terror, struggling to escape, but to no avail, helplessly watching himself being engulfed by the black mist. A delicious soul. A satisfied sigh came from the black mist. Then the black mist began to dissipate. Along with the black whale, it vanished into the air as if it had never existed. As someone who had been through it, Qin Chuan understood immediately what had happened. Jack the Hook's current power was clearly obtained through a deal with the Harbinger of Death. As a condition, at the moment of his death, the Harbinger would take away his soul. While it was a pity he couldn't pick up the items Jack the Hook dropped. After all, it was golden level loot, quite valuable. But Qin Chuan did not want to rob anything from the Harbinger of Death. He was not keen on facing the wrath of the Harbinger. At least not right now. While pondering, the game notifications began to broadcast. Hunting moment activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Ding, you have killed Jack the Hook. Completed the job advancement task. Level cap has been unlocked. Ding, you have completed the job advancement task. Growth value has been synchronized. Ding, you are the first to complete the job advancement task and will be announced. Do you wish to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer is the first to complete the job advancement, hoping all players will strive harder. When the announcement echoed throughout the server, Long Tongue Tian Xia, who was chopping wild boars in the novice village, straightened his back, pride evident on his face. This is the power of the great player Yi Yushan. They are still in the novice village while others have completed their class advancement tasks. Moreover, Long Tongue Tian Xia has inquired and no other players have accepted Yi Yushan's friend request. In other words, he is most likely the only friend of the great player. What an honor. Long Tongue Tian Xia gathered the team members and looked at Xiao Shui, asking how's the collection of skill books going. We can't keep Yi Yushan waiting too long. Xiao Shui replied, honestly, not very optimistic. The players are all at too low a level. Even if a skill book drops, it would be of ordinary grade. We promised to collect at least black iron grade skill books. Long Tongue Tian Xia waved his hand. We need to raise the standard at least to bronze grade. If we can find any silver grade or higher, we must acquire it at any cost. Xiao Shui nodded, I understand. He'll relay the instructions. Long Tongue Tian Xia knew very well that Yi Yushan's potential is far beyond this and would definitely become one of the strongest in Tianxi. To maintain a friendship with such a powerful player, one must demonstrate their own value. The assassin in the team said previously Yi Yushan cleared the Crimson Tomb, so he must have obtained quite a bit of equipment, but he didn't seek out the leader. Either he intends to use the equipment himself, or he has other plans. Long Tongue Tian Xia said solemnly, it is also possible that Yi Yushan thinks we are unworthy of that equipment. Our leveling progress is still too slow. The atmosphere grew somewhat silent. In fact, others shared this thought, but were hesitant to voice it. At that moment, Long Tongue Tian Xia's expression suddenly changed, and he jumped up from the ground laughing uproariously. Yi Yushan has sent a message. Xiao Shui and the others instantly perked up. This was indeed good news. No wonder the boss was so flustered. Long Tongue Tian Xia glanced at the reply message somewhat puzzled, and said Yi Yushan wants us to pay attention to the guild token news. Now, even the strategist Xiao Shui was at a loss, curiously stating from Yi Yushan's style, he is a typical lone wolf player. Moreover, with his playstyle, he wouldn't need the help of teammates to defeat bosses. Why would he need a guild token? The assassin analyzed, just because he was a lone wolf before doesn't mean he will always be one. Oh, perhaps Yi Yushan has recognized the value of a guild. The archer who had been listening countered, the likelihood is low. Yi Yushan doesn't seem like someone who would bother managing a guild. Long Tongue Tian Xia, however, had a different thought, saying, could it be that Yi Yushan has acquired a guild token and wants to understand the market? Xiao Shui adjusted her non-existent glasses deep in thought. If that's the case, we need to prepare in advance. If nothing goes wrong, the first guild will definitely have a server-wide announcement, which is crucial for establishing a reputation. Long Tongue Tian Xia fully agreed, waving his hand with determination. Xiao Shui, acquire gold coins with all your might. If Yi Yushin truly intends to use the guild token, no matter the price, we must secure it. Alright, boss. The reason for informing Long Tongue Tian Xia about the guild token news was that Qin Chuan vaguely remembered that news about the guild token should be coming soon. The intention behind having Long Tongue Tian Xia pay attention to this information was to spread the news, making more people aware of it. For example, Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan. In his previous life, the first guild token was bought by Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan using the server-wide announcement to gain notoriety, rapidly expanding the scale and making the Luo Sha Hall one of the top guilds. However, in this life, Qin Chuan would not allow Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan to have it so easy. The guild token in his hands was deliberately reserved to surprise the other party. But now is not the time. Let's go back and complete the quest. Qin Chuan left the arena without looking back. The mess here would be taken care of by someone else. The wild arena has fallen, but a new arena would soon be established. The black market is never short of ambitious individuals. Returning to the tavern entrance, Qin Chuan deactivated his stealth. Before he even reached for the door, a servant inside opened it wearing a flattering smile and respectfully saying, "Lord Edith has instructed that you may go directly to the second floor to find him." Qin Chuan nodded and strode into the tavern. The NPCs in the tavern all turned to look, their eyes flickering. They were not fools. The commotion from the wild arena was so loud that anyone who wasn't deaf could hear it. This outsider single-handedly destroyed the wild arena, which had been entrenched in the black market for years. It was truly shocking. How did he accomplish this? Not to mention Iron Hook Jack's strength, just the hundreds of thugs under his command were not easy to handle. The NPCs present questioned their ability to achieve such a feat, so their gazes toward Qin Chuan had shifted from disdain to recognition and admiration. The black market has no laws. The only rule is that the strong are respected. Qin Chuan ignored others and made his way up the stairs. Upon re-entering the room this time, there was no unfortunate soul sitting in the chair. Edith leaned against the table, looking at Qin Chuan with great interest, asking, "How did you come to know that the one-eyed and the red-bearded man are brothers?" Qin Chuan replied with deep meaning, "Everyone has their own channels of information, don't they?" Of course, he wouldn't say that it was Tian Qi that informed him. The boss attributes were clearly written down. However, he would never disclose this to Edith. Edith did not press further, but instead took out a skill book and handed it over, saying, "This is something I obtained during my early adventures. I originally intended to master the power of shadows before studying it, but unexpectedly, it ended up being a gift for you. The Shadow Assassin is unique and Edith will no longer have the chance." Moreover, after Qin Chuan accomplished what seemed like an impossible task, she finally made up her mind to present this skill book. Qin Chuan reached out to take it. Dark Erosion Rain Golden Grade active skill summons Dark Erosion in the target area. Coalescing Arrow Rain to attack enemies up to 15 times damage each, causing attack power 50-100 damage. Cost 50 mana, cooldown time 30 seconds. Learning requirement exclusive to Shadow Assassins. Seeing the attributes, Qin Chuan had only one thought in mind. Incredible. If all 15 instances of damage hit, the total damage of Dark Erosion Rain could reach a terrifying attack power 750-1500. With his current attack, even if he cast the skill at close range, the damage would easily exceed 7,000. If he is further away with the assistance of the sniper, the damage would be extraordinarily exaggerated. Moreover, Dark Erosion Rain does not limit the number of damage instances on the same target, meaning if there is only one target, it would absorb all damage, likely resulting in instant death. It should be noted that the Blood Tide, also a golden grade skill, has a single damage output of only magical damage 100-8800, which is quite a bit lower. However, the Blood Tide also has its advantages. While the single damage is low, it can deal damage to all enemies within the skill's range. If enemies are densely packed, the total damage could even surpass that of Dark Erosion Rain. Both skills have their strengths and weaknesses with different focuses. Dark Erosion Rain balances area damage and single target burst, while Blood Tide is purely AoE. In comparison, Qin Chuan favored Dark Erosion Rain more. Additionally, Dark Erosion Rain has one aspect that Blood Tide could never compete with. That is, it does not break stealth. This has its pros and cons. The downside is that Dark Erosion Rain will not benefit from the damage bonus of breaking stealth. But in Qin Chuan's view, this hardly counts as a drawback. In fact, it is an advantage. Because compared to damage, Qin Chuan cares more about his survival ability. After all, he still has Shadow Dagger. As long as he wishes, he can always execute a strike that breaks stealth. The characteristic of Dark Erosion Rain, not breaking stealth, translates to absolute safety. Just imagine if he had Dark Erosion Rain during the fight against Iron Hook Jack. He wouldn't have to go through such trouble with schemes. He could simply hide in a corner and throw skills right at Iron Hook Jack's head. A great skill, absolutely a great skill. Reborn Qin Chuan is acutely aware of one thing: only by living can he make a difference. The boss he currently faces has no means to counter his stealth, but that does not guarantee that future bosses will be the same. To put it another way, even if the native bosses are weak, there are still the gods. In the presence of those terrifying beings, even a momentary lapse can be fatal. He is no longer the heavily armored warrior of his past life, capable of taking damage hidden. If a deity seizes an opportunity, he might be taken away without a second thought. The emergence of the Reign of Corruption gives Qin Chuan more options in battle. If the enemy is not strong, then he can use the Rain of Corruption in conjunction with shadow daggers to swiftly eliminate the foe. If the opponent is formidable, then he can hide and unleash the Rain of Corruption, ensuring maximum safety. Moreover, the Rain of Corruption has another hidden advantage. That is, it has no trajectory. The enemy cannot deduce his location from the skill's path. This is something that shadow daggers cannot accomplish. As his level increases, enemies can trace Qin Chuan's movements from the trajectory of the daggers. Additionally, using shadow daggers breaks stealth, giving the enemy a chance to counter. But he no longer needs to worry about that. Acquiring this skill book was worth the relentless struggle against Ironhook Jack. It was definitely worth the effort. With a clap of his hands, he directly learned the Rain of Corruption. Once there's no one around, I'll enhance it with skill points. After defeating Ironhook Jack, I've gained evolution points. Combined, that's 8 points, enough for Shadow Stealth to continue its evolution. I can still improve. Qin Chuan felt quite satisfied. Now that the mission was complete, he could actually leave directly. Edith would not proactively give out tasks. However, Qin Chuan had another matter to attend to: purchasing a shop in Bailey City. The funding issue is actually easy to resolve. The 30 gold coins obtained from Lungting Tianxia can serve as a down payment to knock on the door of the main city's commercial supervisor. There's no pressure for subsequent purchasing funds. Selling just 2 pieces of equipment will suffice. This plan works in any main city. But if there's a simpler method, why not take it? The breakthrough point lies with Edith. Let's not forget she holds another identity as the daughter of the Lord of Bailey City. Previously, there wasn't much interaction between them, but after defeating Ironhook Jack, Qin Chuan had already gained Edith's recognition. In gaming terms, this means his favorability has increased, unlocking more options. Seeing that Qin Chuan had not left, Edith asked, "Is there anything else?" After a moment's thought, Edith replied in surprise, "Do you want to take over the Wild Arena? Frankly speaking, even if you defeated Ironhook Jack, it won't be that easy." Qin Chuan waved his hand. "I'm not interested in the arena. I have another business proposal to discuss with Miss Edith." Edith became intrigued, though few dared to do business with her. Edith asked, "Is it a matter of killing someone?" She quickly dismissed that hypothesis. "It shouldn't be. After all, with your strength, you could handle it yourself." So the business partner you're after isn't just Edith, but also the Lord's daughter. Am I right? Qin Chuan gave a thumbs up. Clever. Edith continued to deduce, as a foreigner who traveled thousands of miles to Bailey City, your primary need is a place to stay, therefore you require property in Bailey City. If you were to seek out the commercial supervisor Angus, not only would you be extorted, but you would also have to wait several months, which I'm sure you can't afford to do. Her reasoning laid bare Qin Chuan's intentions. Qin Chuan was not surprised. High-level NPCs like Edith possess very high intelligence, often surpassing that of regular players. Since Edith had guessed his thoughts, Qin Chuan did not hide it, and said frankly, "I need to purchase a shop." A hint of pride flickered in Edith's eyes as she felt she had gained a victory. In fact, buying a shop was a trivial matter for her, merely passing along a message. But Edith would not help for free. Her relationship with Qin Chuan wasn't that strong yet. Qin Chuan was aware of this. He took out the Wolf King's horn from his backpack. The Wild Arena was destroyed, and it all began with a giant wolf that appeared suddenly. If someone were to appear at this moment holding this item claiming they had defeated Ironhook Jack, do you think the obstacles to rebuilding the arena would be diminished? Furthermore, if that person were to be Edith's hidden pawn, wouldn't it aid you in better controlling the black market? Or even the entire Bailey City? As mentioned earlier, the Wild Arena has exploded, but a new arena will soon emerge. The black market as well as Bailey City needs a place like this to vent violence. And since Edith orchestrated the entire affair, she won't just sit back and let others reap the benefits. She understood that Qin Chuan as a foreigner could not stay in the black market to manage the arena, thus she never saw him as a competitor. However, her own people taking over would face significant resistance. After all, her influence was already formidable, and adding an arena would likely keep other black market leaders awake at night. Originally, Edith was contemplating how to intervene for maximum profit. Now Qin Chuan has laid the solution before her. Edith fixed her gaze on Qin Chuan, her eyes sharp, as if trying to see through the person before her. Qin Chuan remained calm. Just this. He dared to confront the arrow god. How could he be overwhelmed by Edith's aura? Noticing this, Edith reigned in her presence and said pleasure to cooperate. She was a smart person, knowing how to maximize benefits. Swapping a shop for control of the black market was undoubtedly a bargain. A piece of parchment appeared in Edith's hand. This was the land deed. Once registered with Bailey City's commercial department, she would officially own the corresponding shop. Qin Chuan handed over the Wolf King's horn. "Ding, you have lost the Wolf King's horn. Ding, you have obtained the Bailey City shop deed." After receiving the horn, Edith played with it for a moment before putting it away. She walked over to the oil lamp, activated her stealth, and assumed a posture indicating it was time to leave. Qin Chuan was not upset. He put away the deed and left the room. Once the shop was secured, he could continue leveling up. On the leaderboard, both he and Richardson were at level 10. It seems the other party is also undergoing a class advancement. If Richardson also possesses an SS level talent, his advancement is likely a 3-star or even hidden difficulty quest. Now is not the time to relax. Upon returning to Bailey City, Qin Chuan noticed the NPC pedestrians moving hurriedly. Guards were still patrolling the streets. Although the battle against Ironhook Jack took place deep in the black market, the cannon fire in the latter half surely reached the surface. Bailey City is likely in chaos. Here Qin Chuan saw a familiar face, instructor Lei Huao. Lei Huao also spotted Qin Chuan, instructed his subordinates to stand by, and walked over saying meaningfully, "Have you seen Edith?" Qin Chuan nodded thought for a moment, then took out the deed to show Lei Huao, saying, I did a small favor for Edith, and she gave me this. Lei Huao's eyes nearly bulged out, his expression incredulous, as he said, you defeated Ironhook Jack. Qin Chuan quickly waved his hands. You can't say that. It was a mysterious person controlling a giant wolf who did it. If you don't believe me, you can ask Edith. Qin Chuan's response was impeccably cautious. He was not very familiar with the situation here, as he had chosen a different main city in his past life. He only remembered relevant information about major NPCs, like Edith. As for Instructor Lei Huao, the details were not as clear. However, he vaguely recalled that this fellow knew Edith's true identity. Nonetheless, this was Bailey City, and with guards nearby, they couldn't discuss matters too deeply. They had to keep it brief. Lei Huao understood this and did not pursue the previous topic. He glanced at the land deed in Qin Chuan's hand and said, this shop is located on Violet Street, a prime spot. It seems Edith is quite pleased with you. Qin Chuan smiled with satisfaction, and after a moment of thought said, Instructor Lei, when I open for business, I hope you can honor me with your presence. Tianqi is not just about fighting, but also about social connections. To establish oneself in Bailey City, one must cultivate good relations with various factions. As the instructor of the city lord's personal guard, Lei Huao had significant influence. If he were to attend, many troubles would surely vanish. After pondering for a moment, Lei Huao replied, no problem. He would certainly attend, especially considering Edith's favor. Additionally, Lei Huao was curious to learn more about this foreigner who had defeated Ironhook Jack. He had a premonition that the existing structure of Bailey City might change with the emergence of this person. With this in mind, Lei Huao felt a stirring in his heart and said, I've received word that a group of goblins is causing trouble outside the city, disrupting trade routes. Can you help me take a look? Ding. Mission triggered. Troublemaking goblins. Mission description: goblin sightings have appeared to the east of Bailey City, severely affecting the safety of merchant caravans. Please proceed to eliminate them. Mission requirements: destroy the goblin nest. Mission rewards: 5,000 experience points, 50 silver coins, 10 favorability, with Lei Huao. Qin Chuan did not expect this to trigger a mission. In any case, he needed to level up, so whether it was goblins or anything else, it didn't matter. Plus, it could enhance Lei Huao's reputation, so why not? He immediately replied, it is my duty to assist Instructor Lei in resolving troubles. Lei Huao wore a satisfied expression and took out a seal from his pocket. After you resolve this issue, come find me. With this token, you can enter the administrative district. Ding. You have received Lei Huao's token. Qin Chuan felt a surge of joy. He did not expect to obtain a pass so quickly. The administrative district is a great place filled with hidden quests that offer substantial rewards. Most importantly, it is the key to unlocking the upper echelons of Bailey City society. Since he had chosen Bailey City as his starting point, Qin Chuan would be active here for a long time. This token was crucial. Qin Chuan took the token and strode towards the city gates. He wasn't in a hurry to register his shop just yet. Even with the land deed in hand, he would inevitably be extorted by the commercial supervisor. However, if Lei Huao was leading the way, that would be different. Not only would there be no extra fees, but the efficiency would also be remarkably high. Upon reaching outside the city, Qin Chuan first opened his skill panel, preparing to evolve his Shadow Stealth. This evolution consumes 8 evolution points. Do you want to evolve Shadow Stealth? Qin Chuan was taken aback, as it was not 4 points, but had doubled to 8 points. As a reborn individual, Qin Chuan could guess the reason. Across the entire Tianqi continent, there has long been a saying: 3 is a pitfall, 6 is a peak. Ordinary black, iron, and bronze. These 3 grades essentially have little difference, as they are at the bottom. However, transitioning from bronze to silver is considered a significant chasm. The difficulty of improvement is immense. There are countless creatures in Tianqi, and a large portion of them cannot break through the bronze level in their lifetime. The same applies to skills. Fortunately, he had enough evolution points, so it wasn't a major issue. Yes, Ding. Shadow Stealth has evolved. Quality upgraded from bronze to silver. Shadow Stealth LV4 silver grade. Enter stealth state. The first strike deals additional damage of attack power 160. 1600 consumes 20 mana. Cooldown time 14 seconds. The cooldown time is now only 14 seconds. This meant that Qin Chuan's attack frequency would increase again, allowing for a higher total output. After evolving Shadow Stealth, he faced 2 choices. He had previously received 10 skill points from the first clear of the Crimson Tomb and hadn't used them, so he planned to use them all now. However, how to allocate these 10 skill points left Qin Chuan in a bit of a dilemma. If he invested all of them into Dark Erosion Rain, he could raise it to level 4, further increasing its damage. On the other hand, Qin Chuan also wanted to continue upgrading Shadow Stealth. However, 10 skill points were not enough to upgrade both by 2 levels. If he only upgraded 1 level, the remaining 5 skill points would only allow Dark Erosion Rain to rise by 2 levels, leaving 2 points unused. After thinking for a moment, Qin Chuan decided to upgrade Shadow Stealth first, then raise Dark Erosion Rain by 2 levels. The remaining skill points could be saved for later use. His means of survival depended on Shadow Stealth, so investing additional resources into it was worthwhile. Dark Erosion Rain had already reached the golden grade, and with high base attributes, raising it by 2 levels would do justice to its rank. With his decision made, Qin Chuan acted decisively. Ding. Shadow Stealth level increased from LV4 to LV5. Shadow Stealth LV5 silver grade. Enter stealth state. The first strike deals additional damage of attack power 160. 2000 consumes 20 mana. Cooldown time 14 seconds. Ding. Dark Erosion Rain level increased from LV1 to LV2. Ding. Dark Erosion Rain level increased from LV2 to LV3. Dark Erosion Rain LV3 Golden Grade active skill summons Dark Erosion in the target area, forming arrow rain to attack enemies up to 15 instances of damage, each dealing attack power 5300 damage. It consumes 50 mana, cooldown time 30 seconds. Another round of upgrades. I wonder if the goblins in the nest can withstand this. Qin Chuan thought to himself. After walking along the path for a while, he could smell the foul odor in the air along with low muted roars. It was goblins. With a rustle, short figures leaped out from the bushes wielding shabby weapons and wearing fierce expressions surrounding him from different directions. Goblin Thief level 11 health, 3200 attack, 220 defense, 165 skill clubbing. Qin Chuan was all too familiar with these monsters. In his past life, he had defeated countless of them. Their characteristic is that they prey on the weak and fear the strong. Qin Chuan intended to exploit this trait to locate the goblin nest and complete the mission in one fell swoop. With a flick of his hand, the shadow flying knife shot out. To lure the goblins out, Qin Chuan did not use stealth. Yet, even without the damage bonus of the first strike, he still dealt over 6,000 direct damage. This was the power of a sharpshooter. Such high damage cleared the goblin's health bar in an instant. The next second, the plague of toxic blood erupted, infecting the surrounding goblins and causing them to lose around 2,000 health. Most of the nearby goblins were around level 10, with health ranging from 3,000 to 4,000. They simply could not withstand the 5 seconds of the toxic blood plague. Thud thud. The continuous sounds of falling bodies rang out, signaling the failure of the goblins' assault. The few remaining goblins were so frightened that they let out shrieks and turned to flee. This was one of the classic tactics of goblins, fleeing to lure the enemy. If they couldn't win, they would run for their lives. If the enemy didn't pursue, they would save their own skin. If the enemy did pursue, they would lead them to their nest to have their larger group ambush. Either way, they wouldn't lose out. This tactic has often led to many Tianqi natives suffering great losses. It was always the case with female knights and priests that they would mysteriously fall into their traps. One could only wonder who the real prey was. The fleeing goblin occasionally glanced back, realizing that the terrifying enemy was following closely behind, and immediately let out a series of varying cries to alert its companions. Set traps in the lair and eliminate this enemy. This was precisely what Qin Chuan had in mind. Previously, he could have wiped out all the goblins, but saw no need to. If he killed them all, who would lead him? The trade route to Bailey City was too long, and the surrounding terrain was intricate. Searching for the goblin lair alone would take considerable effort. However, if there was a goblin to guide him, it would be much easier. Yet there were significant risks involved. In the goblin lair, there existed not only numerous ordinary goblins, but also goblin shamans, goblin archers, and other unique individuals. With both ranged and melee capabilities in abundance, they would be formidable opponents. If he couldn't withstand the siege, even a small team could easily fail. Qin Chuan was naturally unafraid. Worst case, he would activate stealth and unleash the Shadow Erosion Rain. Even a golden tier boss could not see through his stealth, let alone mere goblins. More goblins emerged from the corners, screeching as they launched their attack. Qin Chuan retaliated with throwing knives, managing to kill dozens each time under the spread of the toxic blood plague. His experience bar steadily increased during this process, having reached around 70 to 80%. He expected that upon destroying the goblin lair, he would level up. During the battle in the wild arena, Qin Chuan was reminded of the power of the toxic blood plague. As long as the monsters were dense enough, allowing the plague to spread continuously, even the most numerous enemies could be whittled down. In this expedition against the goblin lair, Qin Chuan was relying heavily on the toxic blood plague as his ultimate weapon. After all, goblins were notoriously numerous. A single lair housed at least hundreds of goblins. Relying solely on shadow knives and shadow erosion rain, even with instant kills, it would still take a considerable amount of time. After chasing the goblins for nearly half an hour, the surrounding scenery became increasingly desolate, with a thicker stench and smell of blood permeating the air. The goblin lair was not far off. Just as he thought this, numerous figures appeared on the slope ahead, with dozens of goblin archers aiming at Qin Chuan's position, releasing a barrage of arrows. At the same time, on the other side of the slope, a dozen goblins with staves appeared, casting lightning arrows. While this lair is quite impressive, having so many goblin shamans, Qin Chuan was somewhat astonished. This was not far from Bailey City, and a large lair like this was quite absurd. What was the Bailey City army doing? Had they not sent anyone to patrol regularly? However, this was not something Qin Chuan needed to worry about. There was no need for excessive concern. The real headache lay with the higher-ups of Bailey City. As a player, all he needed to do was wait for the mission. What mattered now was to eliminate the enemy before him. It must be said that these goblins were quite clever, launching their attacks from 70 to 80 meters away. This distance was very deliberate, a statistic born from their desperate escape. They had realized that the enemy's attack range was around 50 meters. So standing at 70 to 80 meters, they believed they would be safe from harm. The goblins had a good plan. Unfortunately, Qin Chuan had a trick up his sleeve. His current attributes were enough to support shadow knives hitting targets 100 meters away. Previously, he had kept the distance at 40 to 50 meters just to confuse the enemy. Moreover, he had the Shadow Erosion Rain. This skill had an even greater range. Faced with attacks from two directions, Qin Chuan activated Frenzied Charge, breaking through the blockade, while targeting the area of the goblin archers to unleash Shadow Erosion Rain. Dark energy materialized above the goblin archers, quickly condensing into arrows that rained down from the sky. Over 5,000 damage instantly eliminated the targets. The goblin archers standing far away ended up suffering even greater damage. Then came the second and third arrows. By the end of the 15th attack, none of the goblins under the shadow erosion rain could stand. Even the goblin archers that had miraculously survived were infected by the toxic blood plague, rapidly losing health. In just a few seconds, the goblin archers were completely wiped out, contributing a rich amount of experience. The goblin shamans on the other side fared no better. After being hit by a shadow knife, they followed the same fate as the goblin archers, being eradicated by the toxic blood plague. Caw, caw. From behind a rock, a goblin screamed in terror. Had their carefully prepared traps been so easily broken? Didn't they say the enemy's range was only 50 meters? How did it suddenly increase to 70 or 80 meters? The enraged goblins tore their fleeing companions to shreds. Damn it, I told you to report accurately. Qin Chuan exclaimed regretfully. That was all experience. However, his plan had already been accomplished, so he wasn't overly concerned about these few. At the edge of Qin Chuan's vision, there was a cave half hidden by weeds. That was the goblin lair. Before he could explore further, several green figures appeared at the cave entrance. Goblins with better equipment appeared. Compared to the previous ones wearing rags and wielding wooden sticks, these goblins were now equipped with iron gear, with higher offensive and defensive attributes. But it didn't matter. Before the sharpshooter, all beings were equal. The shadow knife struck, instantly annihilating the goblins that had just lined up at the cave entrance. Even more goblins waiting in the cave to engage in battle were caught up in the attack. This was the horror of the toxic blood plague. As long as they could not withstand the damage, they would become new sources of infection, spreading death continuously. Game notifications rang out incessantly, unable to be silenced, as over 50 goblins were eliminated in an instant. Yet this was far from the full strength of the lair. For just a few seconds after the toxic blood plague ended, new goblins appeared, even greater in number than before. However, this time, they had learned they maintained a considerable distance from each other. Though this would reduce the power of a collective charge, it was better than being wiped out in one go. Qin Chuan was naturally prepared. He unleashed shadow erosion rain, easily wiping out 15 goblins. Not being able to eliminate them all was a bit regrettable, but it was not a major issue. He would just wait for the skill to cool down. Shadow erosion rain not only had a long range, but also automatically targeted enemies. Unless the goblins were separated by several meters, they couldn't escape annihilation. Seeing that their meticulously prepared tactics had yielded no results, the goblin leader in the lair was furious, continuously howling to urge the goblins to fight. Caught between a terrifying enemy and their own leader, the goblins had no choice but to bravely charge out of the cave, contributing wave after wave of experience. Outside the lair, Qin Chuan couldn't help but grin widely. These goblins were so polite. They were afraid he would level up slowly, coming in groups to deliver experience. You have leveled up to level 11. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You additionally receive 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the exotic beast is activated. You additionally receive 5 free attribute points. Hunting moment is activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Hunting moment is activated. You gain 1 evolution point. In just a few minutes, over 200 goblins were eliminated, allowing Qin Chuan to level up while also accumulating 2 evolution points. What surprised Qin Chuan even more was that goblins were still popping out of the cave. Bring it on, just let me level up to 20 directly. Qin Chuan's spirits lifted and his gaze toward the goblins softened. These were not the detestable goblins, but rather they were money-bringing fortune boys. Even the largest goblin lair could not possibly supply enough experience for Qin Chuan to level up directly to level 20, unless he had somehow discovered the subterranean goblin kingdom. In fact, after Qin Chuan reached level 11, the number of goblins emerging from the lair noticeably dwindled. The earlier battles had already wiped out over half the goblin population within the nest. Even the chieftain's cries grew subdued. At that moment, he desperately wanted to know which wretched fool had led this slaughterer back into their den. This was no prey. It was a seasoned hunter, fully prepared and utterly deliberate. But it was already too late for regrets. With only one exit from the lair, survival meant charging forth and slaying the enemy. A deep, muffled horn echoed from the cavern's depths, followed by rhythmic, heavy footsteps, thud, thud, thud. Amidst the thunderous beat of war drums, a squad of hulking goblins emerged at the cave mouth. They stood nearly 2 meters tall, powerfully built. No ordinary goblins, but evolved greater goblins possessing elite-tier base attributes. Their armaments were equally formidable, full iron plate armor, and even crossbows. These were no crude imitations. They bore the refined precision of military-grade equipment. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow in quiet astonishment. The appearance of goblins outside Belly City was no coincidence. It felt deliberately orchestrated. As for motive, beyond disrupting Belly City's commerce, they likely targeted certain nobles. After all, the city's true commercial heart lay in the south. Its trade routes converged there. The east, by contrast, housed noble estates and served noble merchant caravans exclusively. That the goblins chose this sector, of all places, was deeply telling. There was far more to this than met the eye. Fascinating, Qin Chuan murmured, realizing he had inadvertently stepped into the inner machinations of Belly City. Yet if navigated shrewdly, this entanglement promised both substantial profit and a firm foothold within the city. As he pondered, a new contingent appeared behind the greater goblin ranks. A dozen goblins heaved a comically ornate palanquin. upon which sat a goblin nearly 3 meters tall crowned with iron. Unlike common green-skinned goblins, its hide was russet brown. Goblin Chieftain Bronze rank, level 15 HP 3 OTK, 1 is ODF, skills, Feign Death, Rallying Roar Trap Mastery Boomerang, throw description, a paragon among goblins, cunning, treacherous, and exceedingly dangerous. On the continent of Tianqi, common goblins ranked among the lowest tier monsters, their sole advantage being sheer numbers. Once evolved into greater goblins, however, they became forces to be reckoned with, and should one ascend further to become a goblin chieftain, its power surged dramatically, rivaling even mid-tier races. Beyond that existed goblin heroes, legendary individuals capable of slaying dragons. To Qin Chuan, however, such distinctions held little meaning. They were merely additional skills to dispatch. Now, with the goblin chieftain leading his entire force into the open, Qin Chuan could not have asked for a more favorable engagement. Had they remained holed up inside, he would have been forced to descend deeper, methodically clearing each chamber step by step. But now, gathered together like this, there was no need for hesitation. Annihilation in a single wave. Shadow Corrosion Rain. Shadow Dagger. 2 skills launched in unison, cutting down over a dozen greater goblins instantly. Even their elite tier evolution offered no defense against Qin Chuan's overwhelming damage output. Yet before the venomous blood plague could spread, the surrounding greater goblins recoiled en masse, retreating just beyond the skill's radius. Roar! Roar! The goblin chieftain bellowed, and instantly his kin's eyes flared crimson. Their battle fervor soared, fear evaporated entirely. They raised their crossbows and unleashed a torrent of arrows thick as monsoon rain. Ducking and weaving, Qin Chuan observed. The arrow barrage showed no sign of relenting. Then he saw it, and swore under his breath. Damn it, repeating crossbows. Qin Chuan was speechless. Who in the name of chaos was trafficking military hardware? Selling repeating crossbows, such audacity was staggering. Repeating crossbows demanded far greater craftsmanship than standard crossbows. They were rare, even among regular armies. Yet here they were wielded by goblins. It defied all reason. Without some grand conspiracy, Qin Chuan refused to believe it, and that disbelief ignited a fierce thrill within him. He could already scent the presence of a hidden quest. First obliterate this lair, then await Lei Huaio's follow-up mission. Qin Chuan reflected quietly. Since Lei Huaio had personally dispatched him here, it stood to reason the instructor had already uncovered vital clues. His task was clear: complete the current objective, and wait for what came next. Meanwhile, the goblin chieftain watched in mounting dread as repeated volleys of repeating crossbows failed to fell Qin Chuan, and as the insidious venomous blood plague struck again and again. After struggling so hard to evolve to this point, could it all end here? Impossible. Desperate for survival, the chieftain leapt from his palanquin and hurled his massive boomerang straight at Qin Chuan. Trapped under relentless arrow fire, Qin Chuan's mobility was severely restricted. Facing the incoming boomerang, he countered with a shadow dagger while activating chaotic dash to evade, then melted into the shadows waiting for his chance. The assault was simply too dense. Without mobility, sustaining pressure was grueling. Chiefly those repeating crossbows were the real problem. Dozens of goblins firing in concert delivered firepower rivaling an entire battalion. While waiting for chaotic dash to recharge, Qin Chuan did not idle. Another shadow corrosion rain felled another dozen greater goblins. Though they had scattered, preventing the plague's spread, their individual demise was inevitable. And because shadow corrosion rain did not break stealth, Qin Chuan faced no risk of counterattack. The goblin chieftain grew increasingly horrified. Everyone knew that rogues exited stealth upon attacking, yet this foe did not. What arcane principle enabled this? Why would such a peerless warrior deign to hunt mere goblins? Where was the dignity of a true master? With such strength, why not challenge dragons instead? The chieftain's inner anguish was unspeakable, condensed into one final guttural roar. Then he turned and fled. Was he mad? If victory was impossible, why remain and die? Survival demanded retreat. Qin Chuan stiffened. Letting this creature escape would certainly compromise the mission's optimal completion and jeopardize the triggering of subsequent objectives. Worse still, the entire quest chain might collapse. Without hesitation, he surged forward, launching a shadow dagger that struck the chieftain with devastating force. The chieftain endured the searing pain and, unexpectedly, whirled, hurling his boomerang in a lightning-fast feint. But what he witnessed left him stunned. The enemy executed a sudden Stopan backlian, evading the boomerang by less than a hair's breadth. That display of agility left the chieftain dumbfounded. Just as Qin Chuan prepared to press the advantage and end the battle, the chieftain let out a deafening cry and dropped to his knees, surrendering outright. Spare me, and I shall surrender all my treasures. At that very instant, a system chime resonated. Ding. A branching quest has been triggered. Choose wisely. Option 1. Spare the goblin chieftain. Reward all treasure from the goblin lair worth 100 gold coins. Option 2. Slay the goblin chieftain. Reward 5 favor with instructor Lei Huaio. Upon evolving to the chieftain rank, even the lowliest goblin attains remarkable intelligence. Speaking the common tongue of the Tianqi continent is but a trivial matter. Desperate to survive, the goblin chieftain offered an exceedingly generous bargain: 1,000 gold coins, a staggering sum. At current guild acquisition rates, this amounted to roughly 40 or 50 million yen kingdom credits. In his previous life, Qin Chuan, the consummate gold farmer, would most likely have spared the goblin chieftain and retired on the spot. But now that option held no allure whatsoever for him. He still possessed several golden tier pieces of equipment and a golden tier skill manual, all far exceeding 1,000 gold coins in value. Was he truly in need of money? To Qin Chuan, the 5-point boost in Li Huao's favor was infinitely more valuable. It would directly influence the unfolding quest chain. He gazed at the goblin chieftain with a benevolent smile and teased, "Even if I kill you, the treasure remains mine." The goblin chieftain's expression froze. "You're far too clever." Yet he had anticipated this and prepared accordingly. The goblin chieftain burst into hearty laughter. "Do you truly believe I'm like those witless goblins who store their hoard inside the lair? I've hidden the treasure elsewhere." Qin Chuan raised a thumb in admiration. "Truly worthy of an evolved goblin. Your intellect clearly surpasses your kin by several orders of magnitude." Sensing Qin Chuan's hesitation, the goblin chieftain pressed his advantage. "Spare my life, and not only shall you claim the full treasure, but I'll also introduce you to a powerful figure guaranteeing your swift rise to prominence in Bailey City." Qin Chuan's heart stirred. This goblin incursion was indeed orchestrated from within. And as he'd suspected, this lair was merely the prelude. More goblins would soon follow. What this implied, Qin Chuan understood better than anyone, a sprawling multi-tiered quest chain. At that moment, the system chimed again. Ding. The choice quest has updated. Choose wisely. Choice 1. Spare the goblin chieftain. Reward: full wealth of the goblin lair valued at 1,000 gold coins. Cloak of the pretender grants access to clandestine gatherings of Bailey City's shadowy organizations. Choice 2. Slay the goblin chieftain. Reward: 10 favor with instructor Li Huao. With the chieftain's added incentives, the quest rewards had shifted once more, revealing ever so subtly the vast submerged iceberg lurking beneath Bailey City's darkness. This goblin chieftain likely hadn't even glimpsed the threshold of that secretive organization, let alone known its true name. In other words, accepting his offer would never grant Qin Chuan genuine entry into the organization. Instead, it would sow irreparable discord with instructor Li Huao, the ultimate loss disguised as gain. Qin Chuan reached his decision. His wrist flicked. Shadow daggers shot forth in perfect unison, striking the goblin chieftain with lethal precision. Frenzy blazed in the chieftain's eyes. If he could not live, then neither would his foe. "My minions, attack!" With a thunderous roar, the pursuing goblins surged forward en masse. In the blink of an eye, Qin Chuan's position vanished beneath a storm of arrows and lightning bolts. Though no single strike could fell him outright, such relentless barrages, if sustained for even 3 hits, would ensure instant annihilation. Meanwhile, the goblin chieftain loomed nearby, boomerang poised and ready, waiting for the perfect opening to strike. Rather than activating his frenzied dash, Qin Chuan unleashed the full might of his 400 agility, dashing at blinding speed, trailing afterimages in his wake. The goblin chieftain's eyes bulged in disbelief. This foe still holds hidden reserves. His earlier speed was not his peak. His frustration deepened. What rotten luck, to be cornered by such a foe. There will be no honorable end today. Under the onslaught of shadow daggers and corrosive rain, the remaining goblins crumbled within 3 rounds, utterly annihilated. Only the goblin chieftain remained. Eliminate him, and the quest would conclude. To avoid unnecessary complications, Qin Chuan abandoned subterfuge, launching a decisive, overwhelming assault to end the chieftain's life. Hunting moment activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Ding. The goblin lair has been eradicated. Quest completed. Report to Li Huao to submit. Ding. Reputation with the clandestine organization has plummeted to hatred. A cascade of notifications flashed across his vision. Qin Chuan glanced briefly, then dismissed them without hesitation. Beyond the chieftain's rare drops, the rest of the goblins yielded only common-tier gear, modest spoils of little value. The chieftain's loot consisted of 3 bronze-tier armaments, level 15 strength-oriented. Qin Chuan had no intention of equipping them himself. He'd display them in his shop later purely for prestige. After securing all spoils within his ring, Qin Chuan set off toward Bailey City, simultaneously allocating the free attribute points earned from his recent level up. Since completing his special ascension quest, each level up granted him substantial gains, particularly in agility, where he earned 12 per level, leaving other players far behind. With agility now firmly secured, Qin Chuan could distribute his free attribute points more evenly. Long before entering the game, he had already charted his progression strategy. Early on, he would pour every point into agility, enhancing reaction speed to solo bosses flawlessly. As a sniper, damage was never his concern, a survival came first. This method proved highly effective, earning him numerous first kills and generous surpluses of free attribute points. Consequently, his agility soared past 400 early on, further investment yielding diminishing returns. Other attributes now demanded attention. In-game hyper-specialized builds were not only viable, they often enhanced gameplay experience. Yet considering the imminent descent of the Tianqi Cataclysm upon Blue Star, imbalanced stats would hinder synchronization between avatar and self. Especially during the latest Divine Descent phase, transcending mortal limits required mastery across all 4 foundational attributes: strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. None could be neglected. Strict specialization remained possible, but post-fusion the dominant stat's maximum potential would remain unrealized. I now gain 15 free attribute points per level up. Beyond agility, I'll distribute the remainder equally, 5 points each to strength, constitution, and spirit. Combined with gear bonuses, this will sufficiently narrow the gap. Qin Chuan settled on his plan. Applying this method, each level up would yield 11 to strength, constitution, and spirit, and 12 to agility, a perfectly balanced growth trajectory. Such distribution wasn't rigid. Early on, maxing agility was optimal, enabling flawless boss soloing without injury. Once that foundation was secured, reinforcing secondary attributes became paramount. Even spirit seemingly irrelevant for assassins. Many late-game bosses wielded mind control and illusion-based abilities. Insufficient spirit would render one utterly defenseless. Ordinary players constrained by limited attribute points prioritized only 1 or 2 stats. During fusion, those weaknesses would become fatal constraints. Qin Chuan, possessing the means to cultivate all attributes, would leave no opening for enemies to exploit. Distributing the attribute points evenly among strength, constitution, and spirit, Qin Chuan's panel was updated accordingly. Attributes: strength 50, constitution 25, agility 37145, spirit 24. There are still shortcomings that cannot be denied, but they are gradually being compensated. Qin Chuan was not in a hurry. With his current method of allocating points, by the time his agility surpassed 600, the other 3 attributes would also reach around 200, and the gap was not insurmountable. According to the rules of the advent of the celestial, as long as the gap between primary and secondary attributes does not exceed 3 times, it will not affect the character's integration with reality. Based on Qin Chuan's calculations, by the time the first phase of integration began, his attribute gap would be up to standard, leaving no worries. Moreover, Qin Chuan had alternative plans. So far, he had only achieved his first kill at the golden level, with dark gold, epic, and legendary levels still to come. The rewards for first kills at these 3 tiers of boss were substantial enough to make Qin Chuan salivate. Coupled with other special events, he could at least gain several hundred free attribute points to bridge the gap. Additionally, the game also produced various items that increased attributes. While they were unattainable for ordinary players, they were far too easy for Qin Chuan to acquire. The simplest way was to buy them with money. Therefore, Qin Chuan had never been overly anxious about attribute issues. He had plenty of ways to solve them. Qin Chuan turned back to the goblin lair. Although the goblin leader claimed the treasure was elsewhere, based on his understanding of goblins, that guy must have hidden part of it in the lair. Moreover, judging from the previous military crossbow, the lair likely contained a significant amount of military equipment. If he could take it, he should not miss out. Following the passage down, aided by the dim oil lamps on the walls, Qin Chuan successfully arrived at the deepest part of the lair. Here, a dozen side chambers had been excavated, each serving different purposes. Some were used for food storage, while many were cluttered with weapons and equipment. From the quantity, it was enough to arm several hundred people. Including the gear on the big goblin, the total count reached 1,000 sets. He picked one up to examine. Standard chest armor, ordinary level defense 30, health 100, equipment requirement 10. Beside it were matching leg armor, arm guards, gloves, boots, helmets, and even weapons including long swords, daggers, and hand crossbows, truly armed to the teeth. Wow, what kind of hidden organization is this that they managed to obtain so many standard equipment? Qin Chuan exclaimed in amazement. Bailey City is one of the main cities, yet such large-scale military equipment smuggling happens behind the scenes, indicating that the internal spies in the city hold significant positions. But so far it had little to do with Qin Chuan. As always, he just needed to level up while waiting for tasks. He didn't have to worry too much about other matters. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are paper tigers. Moreover, Bailey City has its own ways, and as an outsider, he should not interfere. However, these pieces of equipment were not to be missed. Unfortunately, there were simply too many. Even if Qin Chuan filled his rings, he couldn't carry them all, and could only select the ones that looked good. Even so, he still filled the rings to the brim. Once Qin Chuan thought that owning a barren ring was already impressive, but he had clearly overestimated himself. These pieces of equipment are not very suitable for placing in a shop, Qin Chuan pondered, stroking his chin. These are standard military gear. Putting them in a shop would be purely asking for trouble, likely to be seized on the spot once the store opens. While shops in the game belong to players, the official authorities of the main city have the right to confiscate them. Although it wouldn't result in losing the property deed, it would still be a significant loss. If the shop can't open, what's the difference from cabbage? Qin Chuan would not make such a rookie mistake. He had already thought of how to handle it. He immediately opened his friends list, intending to send a message to Longting Tianxia, but just as he was about to do so, a message from the other party arrived first. Night Wanderer, I received a skill book. Blink bronze level active skill, blinks in the direction of the target, maximum distance 15 meters, consumes 30 mana, cooldown time 60 seconds. Goodness, Qin Chuan exclaimed in surprise. The displacement skill he had long sought after had unexpectedly appeared without warning. Moreover, it was a blink. This was a rare universal displacement skill. Although it was only of bronze level, in Qin Chuan's eyes it was worth as much as a golden level. Unlike the Berserker's Twin Blades, Frenzied Charge blink directly appears at the target location without any movement process. This point is crucial. If there is a visible movement trajectory, it can be anticipated. If one cannot stop in time, one would crash head-on into the enemy's attack. The final result would be that I killed myself. But blink is different. Unless the enemy anticipates the landing position, they won't be able to intercept halfway. If one were to nitpick, the only downsides might be the short distance of the displacement and the long cooldown time. In Qin Chuan's eyes, these were not issues. At worst, he could evolve it a couple more times. While thinking, Longting Tianxia sent another message. Boss, which main city are you in? Once we reach level 10, I'll deliver the skill book to you right away. Longting Tianxia didn't mention how much he had spent to acquire this skill book. Because it was unnecessary. What good would it do to say it? Did he want to make Night Wanderer feel indebted to him? That would only backfire. Don't forget he had previously pre-ordered 2 pieces of silver-level equipment. At that time he had promised 2 skill books, but now he had only managed to get 1. If anything, it was their low efficiency. Seeing that Night Wanderer had not replied, Longting Tianxia nervously said, "Boss, we initially agreed on a ranged skill book, but I boldly hypothesized and cautiously verified that I think you might find this skill useful, so I took the liberty to ask. If you are not satisfied, I can have someone look for another one." Qin Chuan replied, "I am very satisfied. The value of this skill is far higher than 2 ranged skill books." After acquiring the Dark Erosion range, Qin Chuan had lost much of his obsession with ranged skills. Instead, he needed the displacement skill even more. Relying solely on the Berserker's twin blades was not a long-term solution. Now that Longting Tianxia had sent good news, how could Qin Chuan not be satisfied? Since the other party was so proactive, Qin Chuan could not be stingy, and he sent another message. "Where is this skill book located? I will go pick it up myself." As for the previous conditions, this skill book had already met them, so there was no need to look for another ranged skill book. Of course, if you have any extras, I can buy them at market price. By the way, I happen to have something to ask you. I have some level 10 equipment here, all ordinary level with average attributes. If you need to take it, it'll give you an 80 discount. A series of replies made Longting Tianxia even more delighted. Look what is called the pattern of a boss. Not only did he waive a skill book, but he also offered equipment. He couldn't use ordinary level equipment, but with so many guild members, someone would surely need it. The drop rate in this game is too low, and many players still wear the beginner's 3-piece set. Looking at the screenshot sent by Qin Chuan, Longting Tianxia was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Do you call this nearly 100 pieces of equipment in a backpack some? Indeed, he is a boss. This sense of quantity is truly different from others. In Longting Tianxia's original expectation, the equipment Night Wandering God mentioned would amount to no more than a dozen pieces at most. Yet the screenshot he sent was brimming. Roughly 70 or 80 items filled the frame. Longting Tianxia couldn't help but wonder, was this quantity truly appropriate? And more perplexingly, what kind of backpack did you possess that could hold so much? Wasn't every player's starting backpack limited to 10 slots? Longting Tianxia fell into deep contemplation. His assassin teammate beside him asked curiously, "Boss, what's with that expression? Does Night Wandering God dislike the blink skill?" Xiao Shui shook her head. No, he wouldn't reject it. Mobility skills are indispensable for all players, and Night Wandering God is no exception. Moreover, since he prefers solo boss raids, precise positioning and damage evasion makes such skills even more vital. I suspect Boss has another reason entirely. Longting Tianxia snapped back to attention and praised warmly Xiao Shui. "You truly know me." He paused briefly before adding, "Night Wandering God himself confirmed he's highly satisfied with the blink skill. It can be valued as 2 skill books." The ranger raised a thumb in admiration, "Truly worthy of being my archrival. Magnanimous to the core." The assassin squinted sideways, bluntly retorting, "What tier are you even in? Daring to call yourself Night Wandering God's archrival?" The ranger's mouth twisted in fury. "You little brat, don't log off and run. Just wait till I get my hands on you." Longting Tianxia waved his hand, halting their bickering, then continued, "Night Wandering God wishes to offload some gear through me." The assassin immediately pressed, "Any gear suitable for me." Longting Tianxia's expression froze. He hadn't actually asked for specifics. The assassin instantly wailed, clutching his chest in theatrical despair. "Ah, how heartless you are. After all these years of brotherhood, have you forgotten everything?" The ranger delivered the final blow with a cold chuckle. "Ha, he's an assassin himself. Why would Night Wandering God have spare gear for you? Boss, any ranger gear available?" Longting Tianxia remained silent. The ranger collapsed beside the assassin, both sobbing uncontrollably. It was over. They'd fallen from grace. Longting Tianxia reluctantly messaged Qin Chuan. "Senior, do you happen to have gear for assassins or rangers?" At that, Qin Chuan recalled. He indeed held 2 weapons he'd recently replaced. A level 5 rabbit tooth dagger and a level 10 bloodsucker blade. He'd originally intended to list them in the marketplace, but since Longting Tianxia had asked, he decided to sell them directly. He replied promptly, "No ranger gear, but 2 assassin weapons are available." He sent over their detailed attributes. Longting Tianxia glanced at the assassin with unmistakable envy. Lucky bastard. Why oh why was a Night Wandering God a warrior? The assassin, spotting Longting Tianxia's expression, rubbed his palms together eagerly. "Good news, right?" Longting Tianxia posted the item stats in the party chat. The assassin exclaimed repeatedly, "Thank the heavens, I chose assassin. I'll soar just by equipping Night Wandering God's castoffs." He added proudly, "Wielding the same gear as Night Wandering God means I'm virtually him, so our strength stands perfectly balanced 5 out of 5. The entire party raised thumbs in unison. "You're nothing short of a genius." Once laughter subsided, Longting Tianxia messaged Qin Chuan again, "Senior, would returning from the capital city to Newbie Village inconvenience you greatly?" The skill book wasn't in his possession. It had been received by his deputy, who wasn't stationed in the same Newbie Village. Night Wandering God insisted on retrieving it personally, yet Longting Tianxia felt uneasy imposing such trouble upon a senior player. Qin Chuan, however, paid the matter little mind. Teleportation incurred a fee, but it paled in comparison to the value of the blink skill book. More critically, if they waited for Longting Tianxia's party to reach level 10 and travel to the capital themselves, it would take 1 or 2 days, an unacceptable delay. Having confirmed the skill book's location, Qin Chuan decisively departed the Goblin Cavern. he never located the goblin chieftain's treasure. That cunning creature had kept its word, stashing the hoard elsewhere entirely. A remarkably clever goblin. Still, a full backpack of gear represented no trivial reward. Qin Chuan planned to return first to Belly City to complete his quest with Lei Huaiyou, then teleport to Newbie Village 10086 for the skill book, and finally to Newbie Village 9527 to transfer the gear to Longting Tianxia. Meanwhile, he instructed Longting Tianxia to gather gold coins. Back in Belly City, calm had fully returned. The earlier commotion from the black market had not spread beyond its immediate vicinity. The NPCs showed no lingering concern. After all, in their collective memory, explosions rattled the black market every few days. So long as Belly City itself remained unthreatened, they saw no reason to intervene. If even the city lord remained silent, what weight carried their opinions? Qin Chuan headed straight to the North District's administrative quarter and gained entry smoothly after presenting Lei Huaiyou's official token. Guided by a guard, he found Lei Huaiyou overseeing new recruits' training. Lei Huaiyou didn't recognize him at first and casually remarked, "Didn't locate those goblins. No need to fret. I've dispatched my own men for days, yet progress remains scarce." Qin Chuan produced the goblin chieftain's severed head and its boomerang weapon, replying calmly, "Mission accomplished. The lair has been utterly destroyed." Lei Huaiyou's words lodged in his throat. Yes, he'd already judged this foreigner exceptionally capable. After all, he'd passed Ides' trial and slain Ironhook Jack. But to locate and obliterate the goblin lair with such astonishing efficiency made Lei Huaiyou feel rather inept. Fortunately, he bore no petty grudges and swiftly composed himself, praising warmly, "Excellent. A flawless execution." He summoned his adjutant, who handed Qin Chuan a heavy pouch. "Here, your bounty." A chime echoed, "Quest completed. Gained 500 experience points, 50 silver coins, and 10 favor with Lei Huaiyou." Another chime followed, "Choice quest completed. 10 favor with Lei Huaiyou." Lei Huaiyou then inquired about the battle details. Upon learning of the military-grade repeating crossbow, his expression hardened with gravity. After a moment's reflection, he said firmly, "Keep this matter confidential, for now. I'll dispatch investigators immediately." Qin Chuan nodded. As instructed, instructor. Lei Huaiyou added, "Further arrangements will follow once the investigation yields results." Relief washed over Qin Chuan. All was secure. The next phase of the quest was assured. After brief discussion, Qin Chuan took his leave. He still needed to visit the Newbie Village. At the city's central teleportation array, he stepped forward onto the platform. Teleportation to Newbie Village 10086 costs 50 silver coins. Confirm. Confirm. A radiant flash enveloped him, and he vanished. When vision returned, Qin Chuan saw a dozen players approaching, each bearing the prefix Longting. "Are you Knight Wandering God Senior?" The leader introduced himself as Longting Guan Tianjing. That was him, the Longting Guild's deputy who'd secured the Blink skill book. Qin Chuan displayed his ID to verify identity. Guan Tianjing initiated a trade window and placed the skill book upon it. He'd already received instructions from the guild master. Knight Wandering God would teleport in personally to collect the book. He simply hadn't anticipated such swiftness. Upon completing the transaction, Guan Tianjing hesitated, then gathered his courage. "Senior, may I add you as a friend? Rest assured I'll never disturb you unnecessarily." Qin Chuan didn't refuse. According to Longting Tianxia, this deputy had played a pivotal role in acquiring the Blink skill. Truthfully, Qin Chuan had assumed a black iron tier skill book would be the absolute ceiling, given the Newbie Village's scarce resources. Moreover, with players' levels universally low, high-quality drops were exceedingly rare. Yet an actual bronze tier book had emerged, proving this deputy possessed no small measure of fortune. Qin Chuan sensed more surprises lay ahead. Guan Tianjing felt slightly disoriented. Had he truly added the legendary Knight Wandering God as a friend? He checked the ID in his friend list repeatedly before finally confirming it was real, and immediately messaged his guild leader, "Chief, I've added the senior expert as a friend." Longting Tianxia felt a sharp pang of envy. He had been first, yet it was the deputy leader who succeeded. Still, this was undeniably good news. Until now only, he had maintained direct contact with the expert, always an uncertain arrangement. What if one day the expert grew displeased and blocked him outright? That would be disastrous. Reflecting on this, Longting Tianxia replied to Guan Tianjing, "Now that the connection is established, cherish it dearly. Under no circumstances must you provoke the expert's ire, or else I shall be deeply displeased." "Understood." Guan Tianjing confidently responded, "Don't worry, Chief. I'll never bore or offend the expert." After pledging his solemn commitment, he turned to Qin Chuan and said, "Senior expert, please issue your commands. I am at your service day or night. I'll assign tasks through your guild leader when needed. I'm off now." With that, Qin Chuan turned and returned to the teleportation array. "You hold the title Village Defender. Free teleportation to other novice villages is granted. Destination Novice Village 9527. Confirmed teleportation." Qin Chuan was mildly surprised, unaware that the title he'd earned earlier concealed such a benefit. Alas, it did not reduce teleportation fees between the capital city and novice villages. Still, it saved a considerable sum. At current exchange rates, 50 silver coins were no trivial amount. Only someone as extravagantly wealthy as Qin Chuan could afford repeated teleports. For ordinary players, reaching the capital via the free novice village array was already the absolute limit. Teleport. When Qin Chuan materialized in Novice Village 9527, Village Chief Baru sprinted over instantly face alight with excitement, shouting from afar, "Hero, you've returned." Players mid-quest barely registered a blur, then realized the chief had vanished. Their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. He'd spent hours unclogging every toilet in the village. Was this old man about to renege? Unacceptable. The player dashed after him, only to see a figure emerge from the teleportation array, filling him with bewilderment. The Novice Village teleportation array required level 10 to activate. So who was this? A moment's thought sent him shouting, "Holy hell, it's the Night Wandering God." Is that true? Isn't the Night Wandering God in the capital? How could he be here? Don't trust your eyes. Rumor has it imposters are rampant these days. Don't even get me started. I just lost 10 copper coins to someone named Night Wandering God. Shameless, really. Infuriating. How exactly did you get scammed? Tell us. We need to brace ourselves. He claimed he was founding a guild lacked startup funds and promised me the deputy leadership if I donated. You absolutely deserve that. As word spread, more players gathered eager to verify whether the Night Wandering God truly stood before them. Verification was effortless at this stage. Only the Night Wandering God wore full gear. Everyone else still sported the standard novice trinity. Soon Longting Tianxiao arrived with his team, bowing profusely. "Apologies, senior expert. We've inconvenienced you with an unnecessary trip." Qin Chuan waved dismissively. "No trouble at all. It was convenient." After all, teleportation between novice villages cost him nothing, making the journey posed no burden whatsoever. Moreover, Longting Tianxiao was a vital partner, deserving of due respect. Once pleasantries concluded, Qin Chuan stated, "Regarding these items, I'll ask no more than 500 per piece. 80 pieces total." Level 10 common gear held even greater intrinsic value, the game's drop rate being notoriously low. Yet Qin Chuan remained indifferent. These items were essentially found treasure. Selling them for 40,000 yuan was already satisfactory. True worth lay in the higher tier equipment. Longting Tianxiao meanwhile wept tears of elation. The senior expert truly remembered his loyalty. He knew well that though these level 10 items ranked lowest in rarity, they were far from worthless. On the contrary, they carried immense value. Upon reaching level 10, players faced monsters with drastically enhanced stats. Even one extra piece of gear accelerated leveling significantly, its cumulative return dwarfing mere coinage. With 80 such items, Longting Tianxia could assemble 4 or 5 elite squads through strategic supplementation, then use their spoils to equip the broader guild membership. This virtuous cycle would catapult the Dragon Ascension dynasty's power to unprecedented heights. Hearing the number nearby, players' eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Has the Night Wandering God hacked the system? How can his drop rate be so absurdly high? They'd been slaughtering rabbits until their starter daggers dulled, seeing nothing but fur. Yet the senior expert appeared and delivered 80 items outright. Preposterous. And what kind of inventory does he possess? How can it possibly hold so much? But even greater astonishment awaited. Qin Chuan drew forth the rabbit-toothed dagger and the blood-siphoning blade, saying, "You've reviewed their attributes. What's your offer?" Longting Tianxia and his team had already discussed pricing and proposed cautiously. The rabbit-toothed dagger is iron tier. 20 gold coins seems fair. The blood-siphoning blade is silver tier, though its level requirement is steep. Might 200 gold coins suffice? At current market rates, 200 gold equaled roughly 10 million yen kingdom coins, a premium price indeed. But the blood-siphoning blade warranted it. Equipped at level 10, an assassin's offensive power surged dramatically, making both leveling and class advancement markedly smoother. Especially for class advancement, completing a higher difficulty quest yielded returns far exceeding 10 million. This valuation also aligned perfectly with Qin Chuan's own expectations. After all, commerce demands objectivity. Qin Chuan expected no inflated offers born of flattery. Transactions should remain pure fair price mutual acceptance. Deal sealed. There was no need for contrived indebtedness or the pretense of granting favors. After brief consideration, Qin Chuan declared, "That price is acceptable." Unwilling to dawdle, he initiated the trade, receiving 220 gold coins. The remaining 40,000 yuan transferred directly into his virtual account. As the transaction concluded, Qin Chuan paused, puzzled. "Why are you only level 4? Longting Tianxia fell speechless. "Senior expert, might I gently remind you that most players here hovered around levels 1 or 2. Level 4 is actually exceptional." Yet upon seeing Qin Chuan's own level 11, Longting Tianxia conceded the point. His own progress paled in comparison, stirring quiet shame. Longting Tianxia sighed wryly. "Senior expert, it's not that I don't wish to level faster. I simply cannot. Your level 5 gear remains beyond my reach, and grinding monsters alone is painfully slow." Qin Chuan pondered. Indeed, the logic held. Recognizing Longting Tianxia's indispensable role in his future plans, he resolved to lend assistance. "Naturally, not without compensation. For the next hour, I'll guide your leveling. How far you ascend depends on your fortune. 50,000 per person. Reasonable, wouldn't you agree?" Longting Tianxia blinked, thinking he must have misheard. It wasn't that he found the price of 500,000 for one person exorbitant, but that the renowned Night Wanderer was actually willing to lower himself to help him level up. Longting Tianxia looked at the assassin and murmured, "Pinch me, ooh, I can't be dreaming." The assassin was quite earnest and pinched him hard enough that Longting Tianxia almost flew up. This confirmed that he hadn't misheard. The big shot truly was willing to spend an hour leveling him up. Long Tongue Tian Xia hurriedly said, "That sounds reasonable, absolutely reasonable. Big shot, I need positions for 4 people. Do you prefer cash or gold coins?" He wasn't selfish. Hearing about such a good opportunity made him think of his old teammates immediately. Mainly leveling up alone wouldn't be of much use. He wasn't the Night Wanderer. Without teammates, having levels wouldn't yield much leveling efficiency. Instead, bringing his teammates' levels up together would result in faster leveling. Once they reached level 5, their party could change several pieces of equipment, making it a significant upgrade. Even if the big shot didn't continue to help them level afterward, their efficiency would be several times faster than now. If they reached level 10 and switched to the silver-grade equipment they had previously acquired, their efficiency would soar like a cow on a plane. Of course, compared to the true big shot Night Wanderer, there was still a significant gap. Qin Chuan was not surprised by Long Tongue Tian Xia's choice. The current 4-member team had fought together through thick and thin, developing deep bonds. Even when the apocalypse arrived, they continued to fight side by side. After pondering, Qin Chuan said, "Let's go with cash." With the gold coins he had collected this time, he now had 250 coins, a rather delicate number sufficient for the current stage, and any more wouldn't hold much significance. Buying a shop originally required quite a bit of gold, but through his transaction with Edith, he achieved his goal at a minimal cost, saving up a considerable amount of coins. It would be better to take some Yingua currency and buy a house after logging off. How wonderful that would be. The surrounding players were left dumbfounded. 100,000 for one person. That would be 2 million for 4 people. Such an exorbitant price was merely for Night Wanderer to level up someone for an hour. In other words, was the hourly wage 2 million. Goodness, is the world of the rich really this extravagant? One player began counting on his fingers. "I currently earn 3,000 a month, which means I can afford to have a big shot level me up for 21. 6 seconds. If that's the case, I'm even stronger. I can have a big shot level me up for 30 seconds. I just want to ask, can the big shot level me up for 10 seconds? Did I say 5 seconds? Wow, I can't believe it. Brother, where do you work that you're getting so little? That's so tragic. A bunch of noobs. I can have the big shot level me up for 2 minutes. Hiss. Earning 16,000 a month, you're also a pro. I originally thought so too, but now I feel like a poor beggar. Can we please change the subject? It's exhausting. Your time is extremely valuable. Come on, let's calculate how long Night Wanderer can level you up. I also want to be a big shot. I also want an hourly wage of 2 million. Time to sleep." While the players calculated how many seconds they were worth in a month, Qin Chuan led the Long Tongue team out of the novice village, heading towards the wolf plains. It wasn't that they couldn't take on wild boars, it was that wild wolves offered better value. Although the Wolf King had just been defeated, the wolf pack was quite resilient and would continue to fight. With the level of Long Tongue Tian Xia's team, as soon as they entered the wolf plains, they would be like a light bulb in the dark, attracting monsters without needing to draw them. They just had to wait for the wolf pack to come. And that was exactly what Qin Chuan wanted to see. What he needed to do was throw out a flying knife, and then sit back and wait for the toxic blood to perform its show. Player Long Tongue Tian Xia invites you to join the team. Do you agree? Agree. Player Night Wanderer has joined the team. As soon as he entered the team, Qin Chuan received a warm welcome. Wow, it's the big shot. I'm going to take a screenshot and post it on the forum to make those sour grapes jealous. Mom, I teamed up with Night Wanderer. I've made it. Long Tongue Tian Xia actually knew the 3 core teammates, but that was from his past life. Now, without any foundation, he did not dare to chat casually, and only said lightly, "Everyone is too kind. I'm just an ordinary player." Xiao Shui smiled wryly and said, "If anyone else said this, I would think they were just showing off, but the big shot's tone is so calm that I feel he truly believes it." The assassin said, "The big shot is too humble. If you're an ordinary player, then are we living in the sewers?" The archer, with a mix of anticipation and nervousness, asked, "Big shot, may I ask if you play shooting games in real life?" Qin Chuan casually replied, "Not really." The archer breathed a sigh of relief. Well, in terms of real-life shooting, he definitely surpassed Night Wanderer, so he still felt he was equal to Night Wanderer. Seeing Night Wanderer chatting and laughing with his teammates, Long Tongue Tian Xia felt relieved. He was genuinely worried that these guys might say something inappropriate and offend the big shot, which would be a huge loss. Fortunately, at the moment, the big shot didn't seem to be putting on airs. Instead, he was very down to earth. The few of them chatted and laughed, quickly arriving at the wolf plains. A woo, a woo. The howls of wolves echoed from all directions. Only then did Long Tongue Tian Xia realize an important issue. Night Wanderer had very high attack power, and killing monsters was not a problem. However, his attack intervals seemed quite long, and his skills were all single-target damage. Would this work? It wasn't that he was worried about wasting 2 million, but if the big shot failed to level up, would they be silenced? While pondering, Long Tongue Tian Xia heard Qin Chuan say, "Get the money." "Oh, okay. Xiao Shui, send the money." Long Tongue Tian Xia instinctively chimed in. Xiao Shui was also very straightforward and transferred the money directly. Hey, spending money that isn't your own is indeed less painful. With 2 million credited, Qin Chuan didn't waste any more words. He raised his hand and aimed at the wild wolf 30 meters away with a shadow-throwing knife. 3,757. Weak point attack. Qin Chuan was not in stealth mode, so he couldn't deal critical hidden damage. But over 3,000 damage was already enough to kill the wild wolf. Good. Long Tongue Tian Xia cheered loudly, clapping continuously. Just as he wanted to praise the atmosphere, he saw a plume of dark green blood mist erupt from the corpse of the wild wolf, drifting towards the nearby wolves. In the next second, damage numbers began to pop up in unison. In the blink of an eye, those few wild wolves also died on the spot. A familiar scene unfolded with the green blood mist erupting and infecting new wild wolves. Wild wolves dropped dead, continuing to release blood mist. Before long, Tung Tianxia could regain his senses. The eruption point of the blood mist had spread over 70 to 80 meters. Looking again, at least more than 100 game prompts were flooding the screen. At the same time, his experienced bar jumped forward significantly. At this rate, they would likely reach level 5 in less than 2 minutes. Just as he was thinking this long, Tung Tianxia felt a jolt in his body. As more blood mist erupted in the distance, he leveled up. Long Tung Tianxia fell into contemplation. The assassin archer and priest Xiao Shui were also deep in thought. What exactly was going on here? Longting Tianxia never imagined that leveling up could be such an easy and simple task. Before this, their small team of 4 had braved the thorns and worked hard battling wild boars with wit and courage, finally reaching level 4. Although they could not compare to top players like Yi Yushun, they were undeniably highly efficient compared to ordinary players. Even when compared to elite teams from other guilds, they maintained a solid advantage. There was still a hint of pride in their hearts. However, after experiencing the rocket-like speed of leveling up, a strange thought began to form in their minds. Why not ask the expert if they could get a yearly package? Returning to grind levels the hard way might be too much to bear. The psychological gap would be too great. But what was this skill that could automatically eliminate monsters in an instant? A thought suddenly occurred to Longting Tianxia. Could it be that Yi Yushun was really cheating? Should he ask if the cheat was stable? While pondering, priest Xiao Shui voiced the team's curiosity. Expert, what skill is this that can spread without limitations? Qin Chuan waved his hand, saying, it's not unlimited, there are distance limitations. The wolf pack just happened to be close enough to meet the conditions. As for what skill it is, I don't mind telling you. It's called Poison Blood Plague, a drop from the final boss of the Crimson Tomb, special mode. Qin Chuan paused for a moment, then spread his hands. The special mode of our novice village's Crimson Tomb has been cleared by me. It no longer exists. The Crimson Tomb as a dungeon is permanently available. However, the special mode is only available once. Specifically, each novice village only has it once. The Blood Clan hasn't become wealthy enough to assign more barons to the Crimson Tomb. Unlike regular games, many monsters in Tianqi are one-time only. Particularly named bosses like the Blood Clan Baron are killed one and gone. This also makes the Poison Blood Plague skill exceptionally rare. In his past life, Qin Chuan, as one of the top 10 players worldwide, never learned this skill, highlighting its scarcity. There's no way around it. The conditions to obtain this skill are too harsh. First, you must clear the Nightmare difficulty Crimson Tomb special mode. As a novice village dungeon, the entry level cap for Crimson Tomb is only level 10. At this level, many players don't even have a set of ordinary equipment to tackle the Nightmare difficulty. Even if they somehow gather the gear to clear the Nightmare difficulty, they would still need the special mode to do so. If they were to be a bit lucky and clear the special mode, whether they could obtain the Poison Blood Plague skill book would still be a question. At this stage, looking globally, there might only be Qin Chuan who possesses the Poison Blood Plague skill. Moreover, for a long time, he would be the only one. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the Longting team pondered thoughtfully. They were self-aware. Unless they could gather a full set of level 10 silver or gold equipment, they would not be able to clear the special mode. Even if they had the equipment, they might still not be able to win. They couldn't achieve the ability to avoid damage indefinitely, so they could only envy in their hearts. They couldn't learn Yi Yushun's operations. Qin Chuan reassured them. While there aren't many similar skills, there are some. Oh, just pay attention in the future. Longting Tianxia nodded. The expert is right. As they spoke, the spread of the Poison Blood Plague reached its conclusion. The wild wolves that had surrounded them were completely wiped out. Qin Chuan said decisively, let's move to another place. The wolf plains were vast, and while the wolves in this area had been taken care of, there were still others in different regions. Longting Tianxia had already spent 2 million. He couldn't let it be for nothing. Qin Chuan still had the integrity to get things done for money. Naturally, Longting Tianxia was more than happy about this. In fact, even if Qin Chuan didn't want to move, he wouldn't oppose staying put and waiting for the monsters to respawn. Reaching level 5 was already sufficient. Equipping those few black iron gears would speed up the leveling process significantly. After walking for a few minutes, the howls of wolves around them grew dense once more. The tall grass swayed as the wolf pack surrounded them from both sides. Longting Tianxia exclaimed, what clever wild monsters. The wolf pack might not know the characteristics of the Poison Blood Plague, but they were still testing. Since one direction didn't work, they would attack from both sides simultaneously. Qin Chuan calmly said, the monsters in the novice village are just that. If we're talking about cleverness, it's the monsters that appear after leaving the novice village that are truly clever. Upon hearing this, Longting Tianxia was even more astonished. If even the expert said the wild monsters were smart, they indeed must be clever. What kind of game is this, fighting against players at every turn? Doesn't the developer want to make money anymore? Oh, this game doesn't have a recharge channel. Then it's fine. Longting Tianxia suppressed his thoughts and asked, expert, do you need our help? In Longting Tianxia's view, even if Yi Yushun instantly killed the wild wolves on one side, handling the other side would likely be problematic. Just right, he had reached level 5 and equipped the rabbit bone shield, which would certainly allow him to show off before the expert. Qin Chuan casually replied, no need, I can handle it. Shadow Flying Knife. Shadow Erosion Rain. The two skills flew out from left and right, initiating a new round of slaughter. The wolf pack had intelligence, but it was limited. The poison blood plague spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye wiped out all the wolves from both sides. The massive experience points dropped, causing the Longting team to level up simultaneously. At this point, less than 10 minutes had passed since their last level up. Longting Tianxiao sighed to the heavens. This 2 million was absolutely worth it. He never expected that the expert would bring him along to level up in such a manner. This was not just leveling up, it was like soaring to the heavens. His 3 teammates were also in a daze. With the expert's intervention, leveling up was so simple that the hardships they endured before felt utterly meaningless. Just as Longting Tianxiao was about to speak, he received numerous private messages. All were from familiar guild leaders. Longting, did you cheat? How did you level from 4 to 6 in the blink of an eye? Honestly, did you buy cheats from Yiyu Shan? Can you get one for me too? You old codger, I'm reporting you for cheating. Brother, did you find a bug location? Share it, and I will definitely reward you. At the same time, players from various novice villages noticed that there were 4 names on the level leaderboard that were rapidly rising so fast that it made people question their eyes. Did I see that correctly? Did someone just level up twice in a row? I think I saw that too, and it wasn't just 1, it was 4. The name Longting Tianxia sounds familiar. Isn't he the leader of the Longting dynasty? Yes, that's him. The other 3 are key members of his guild. The question is, how did this happen? The last one to level up that quickly was Yiyu Shan. Alright, case closed. Longting Tianxiao must have bought cheats from Yiyu Shan. If you have cheats and don't share, I'll report you. I'm reporting Longting Tianxiao for cheating. The discussions among other players were somewhat unclear to Longting Tianxiao. He had just finished replying to the inquiries from other guild leaders, feeling immensely proud. Take a good look at what it means to be cared for by an expert. Having Yiyu Shan personally guide him in leveling. Do you have this kind of treatment? Back in the day, if he hadn't mustered the courage to ask for a friend slot, he probably wouldn't be enjoying today. Wait, wasn't this game only launched today? Never mind. Regardless, his current achievements were all due to his own efforts, plus a little bit of capital. It is quite exhilarating to have a powerful ally to level up with, but Longting Tianxia still felt a bit uneasy and asked, Master, will bringing us along to level up delay your own training? Longting Tianxia added, what I mean is that guy named Richardson, he's already level 10 too, and he might catch up at any moment. His team was already collectively level 6, and after equipping new gear, taking down wild boars would be much easier. Spending 2 million to level up twice was already worth it, and they couldn't let the master be surpassed. While searching for any overlooked prey in the field of vision, Qin Chuan casually said, don't worry, I know a leveling spot, and we'll head there shortly. For Qin Chuan, a short delay in leveling wasn't a big deal. Moreover, training Longting Tianxia here wasn't without its rewards. Setting aside the 2 million for the power leveling fee, just from killing monsters, he had already accumulated another 3 skill points in just over 10 minutes. Adding to the previous ones, that made a total of 6 points. According to his calculations, once he finished leveling with the Longting team, acquiring another 4 or 5 evolution points wouldn't be a problem. As long as he accumulated 16 points, he could continue to evolve Shadow Stealth and upgrade it to a golden level. Additionally, his current level was 11, and the wild wolves here range from levels 5 to 10, still providing experience points. Although there would be a reduction in experience, it wouldn't be a complete loss. With the Longting team leveling up by 2 levels, his experience bar also increased a bit. Most importantly, Qin Chuan needed Longting Tianxia to help him with something. And for that, he needed the other party to reach level 10 and go to the main city. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decided to inform Longting Tianxia, saying, have you made any progress on the guild token I mentioned before? Longting Tianxia felt a bit ashamed and replied, Master, I've already sent people to inquire extensively and arrange for other guild members from different novice villages to assist in the acquisition, but so far there hasn't been any news. Qin Chuan nodded. That's normal. After all, the guild token is a rare item. It can only drop from bosses, so we might have to wait a while longer. While this was logical, Longting Tianxia still felt a bit embarrassed. It was a rare opportunity for the master to assign him a task, and if there were no developments, it would be disappointing. The priest Little Snow interjected, Master, are you looking for the guild token to establish your own guild? Qin Chuan replied, non-committally, not confirmed yet. This was the truth. One reason was that Qin Chuan had no interest in management, and another was that his rapid development made it impossible to keep up without S-level talent. Looking across the entire apocalypse, those with S-level talents were exceptionally rare. However, considering the upcoming world fusion, it was likely that a guild would need to be established sooner or later. The guild members could also be slowly scouted. He certainly remembered quite a few skilled players. If there were opportunities, he could try to recruit them. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan said, as for the guild token, just keep an eye on it when you have time. Once we reach the main city, we can post information on the notice board to let more people know you're looking to acquire the guild token. By the way, has there been any news from the Azura Hall? Longting Tianxia took note and replied, to be honest, our Longting dynasty and the Azura Hall are old rivals. I've heard that upon learning of my guild token acquisition, the Azura Hall has already offered double the price outright. If a guild token really dropped, it might not be so easy to obtain. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, just do your best. With the reputation of the Longting dynasty, even if we are not the first to establish a guild, we can still attract many players to join. The Azura Hall has already made their move, now it's just a matter of waiting. Longting Tianxia straightened his posture. Having the master recognize the Longting dynasty was a great honor. As they spoke, the group switched to another area to continue leveling up. This time the wolf pack was even smarter, launching attacks simultaneously from 3 directions. Long Tongue Tianxia exclaimed, wow, it's like a 3-0 situation. Is there a strategist behind the wolf pack? They've even come up with tactics. The priest Little Snow suggested, Master, you handle the enemies on the left and right, and well hold back the wolves in front. Previously, when the wolf pack attacked from the sides, Qin Chuan had used 2 ranged skills to end the battle, but according to Little Snow's calculations, he shouldn't have more ranged skills left. While waiting for the skills to cool down, their team was just in time to step in. The assassin and archer gripped their weapons tightly, filled with fighting spirit. Finally, it was their turn to strike. They had to show the master their strength. However, Qin Chuan waved his hand and calmly said, I can handle this myself. It's just an attack from 3 directions, it's nothing to worry about. Even if it were an attack from all sides, he had ways to deal with it. Before Long Tang's team could continue speaking, Qin Chuan raised his hand and unleashed Shadow Flying Dagger combined with Shadow Erosion Rain, effortlessly taking down the 2 leading wild wolves and letting the plague of poison blood begin to spread. The wolves in front were unafraid and continued to approach. Qin Chuan activated Frenzied Charge, a whirlwind of blades swirling around him easily, slashing down several wild wolves ahead. With his current stats, the dual-wielding effect could deal 1,500 damage, easily killing level 10 wild wolves. In the blink of an eye, the attacking wolf pack faced a devastating disaster. The terror of the plague of poison blood was once again vividly displayed. Anyone who came into contact with it would surely perish. There was no other possibility. Long Tang's team stood still, a golden light flashing around them. They leveled up. At the same time, Qin Chuan successfully earned 2 evolution points plus some experience. The only regret was that after killing several hundred wild wolves, he didn't drop anything worthwhile, just a few pieces of ordinary equipment, which Qin Chuan naturally disregarded, instructing Long Tongue Tianxia to buy them for 500 each. This drop rate made Long Tongue Tianxia unable to help, but complain, I've played so many games, and this is the first time I've encountered such a low drop rate. Qin Chuan calmly responded, you'll get used to it. He had previously destroyed a goblin nest, taking down 200 to 300 goblins, and still didn't get anything good. Perhaps he had been too ruthless. After the next half hour, Qin Chuan could clearly feel that the number of wild wolves had decreased. By the end of the hour, the Long Tongue team ultimately remained at just over level 8. Qin Chuan also reaped considerable rewards. His evolution points had reached 10 and his experience bar accumulated a third. As for the ordinary equipment dropped during the process, he sold it for over 20,000. The Long Tongue team was now fully equipped, with each member having a set of gear. Although it was all ordinary level, the combined attributes were not to be underestimated, effectively doubling their overall combat power. If they then went to take down level 5 wild boars, they would finish in no time. Long Tongue Tianxia remarked, with the master's intervention, we've saved at least a day's worth of time. Little Snow calculated for a moment and added, not just that, with our current experience at over level 8 and having equipped new gear, we can reach level 10 and head to the main city for our class advancement quest in at most 3 hours. By then our strength will be significantly enhanced, allowing us to outpace the main forces. Long Tongue Tianxia understood this logic while looking at Qin Chuan with gratitude. Although he had spent 2 million to have the master assist him in leveling up, others wouldn't even have a chance to spend that money. After leading the Longting team, Qin Chuan was ready to return to Bailey City. This trip had been quite rewarding, netting over 200 gold coins along with more than 2 million in cash. Both in game and out, he felt confident. Longting Tianxia was perceptive, not wasting words, but stating seriously, boss, if you ever need assistance in the future, feel free to ask. The Longting dynasty will fully support you. Qin Chuan nodded, saying, I will seek you out if needed. I'm leaving now. After exchanging a few words with the priest Xiaoxua and others, he turned back towards the novice village. However, before he could reach the teleportation array, he was surrounded. Several guild leaders approached him, asking eagerly, boss, are you still offering to level up? Don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you. I heard you charged 500,000 per hour for leading Longting Tianxia. I will pay double. Me too. Boss, we're all from the same novice village. You can't be biased. I wish I could level up 4 levels in an hour. I just hope for a chance from you. I have drifted through half my life lamenting the lack of a wise master. Now that I see you, the god of night, it feels like rain after a long drought. Please allow me to call you my adoptive father. These guild leaders understood well, Tianxi was destined to explode globally. As long as they could gain an advantage, the current expenses would return tenfold or more. Not to mention the Longting team, which had all leveled up to level 8, ranking high on the leaderboard. There were numerous benefits to this. First and foremost, they had made a name for themselves. Currently, there are 2 leaderboards in the game, the level leaderboard and the reputation leaderboard. Appearing on either would allow countless players to see them, greatly enhancing their fame. Similarly, in 2 guilds, one leader is known on the leaderboard while the other is unknown. It's clear which one the casual players would choose. The benefits do not end there. A higher level means the ability to wear higher tier equipment, defeat monsters faster, and naturally level up quicker. Leveling up quickly increases attributes, enabling the defeat of higher level bosses. In this virtuous cycle, the leading advantage will only grow larger. The profits here are not something a mere few million can compare with. So upon hearing that the god of night was returning to the novice village, they hurriedly followed. As long as the boss agreed to help them level up, they would pay even 1 million for an hour, not just 500,000. None of them present were not billionaires. They were not afraid of spending money. Qin Chuan realized that they were looking for him to help level them up. While this business was indeed lucrative with high returns, he had already reached his limit with 1 hour of leading the Longting team. There was no need to go beyond that. Moreover, he led Longting Tianxia to better set up a trap for Luocha Yudaizhen. He was not just idle. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decisively refused everyone and stepped onto the teleportation array to return to Bailey City. In his heart, he pondered that since Longting Tianxia had leveled up to 8, Luocha Yudaizhen must be unable to sit still now. As it turned out, Qin Chuan was right. Luocha Yudaizhen had finally managed to settle the issues at the resurrection point, gaining an opportunity to level up in peace only to see Longting Tianxia's level soar like a rocket. Upon inquiring further, he discovered that it was the god of night leading the leveling. Luocha Yudaizhen felt a surge of anger. He had not yet avenged being publicly killed by the god of night, and now his sworn enemy Longting Tianxia had surpassed him in level. The god of night is too much. Luocha Yudaizhen's expression was fierce. However, realizing that no matter how many harsh words he uttered here, they would not harm the god of night in the slightest, he immediately felt deflated. At that moment, a guild member rushed over shouting, "Boss, good news, great news." Luocha Yudaizhen responded irritably, "Spit it out quickly, what is it?" "Boss, our brothers in the 5246 novice village just sent a message saying that someone there has dropped a guild token." "What?" Luocha Yudaizhen straightened up, questioning, "Is it really a guild token? Don't fool me." "Boss, how could I dare to deceive you about such matters? It's absolutely true." "Huh. Heaven helps me." Luocha Yudaizhen laughed heartily. No matter how fast Longting Tianxia leveled up, he was determined to secure the first guild. Relying on numbers in this game, what use was it for one person to be strong? "Once I establish the guild, I will gather a team to monopolize all the wild bosses, and Longting dynasty can just wait to eat dirt." Imagining the scene of Longting Tianxia suffering, Luocha Yudaizhen was as happy as a monkey that had just eaten a banana. Seeing Luocha Yudaizhen's excited expression, his subordinate hesitated and said, "Boss, the player who dropped the guild token said he plans to auction it in the main city, going to the highest bidder." "What?" Luocha Yudaizhen's laughter abruptly stopped, angrily stating, "Did you not tell him that I would pay 10 million for the guild token?" "I mentioned it, but we were close to finalizing the deal when Longting dynasty interfered." Longting dynasty again. Luocha Yudaizhen wished he could lead his people to take down Longting Tianxia right then and there, but he ultimately held back. He was not afraid if it was a whole guild against him. Longting dynasty was a top-tier guild, and so was Luocha Temple. However, now the guild members were randomly distributed across various novice villages, and the number of people who could gather was limited. Moreover, Longting Tianxia had already reached level 8, upgraded their equipment, and combined with his hidden profession, their defense was remarkable. If a real fight broke out, the outcome was uncertain. Luocha Yudaizhen thought back and forth, realizing that aside from leveling up quickly to reach the main city, he had no better options. The same news reached Longting Tianxia, and he quickly messaged Qin Chuan, "Boss, we have news about the guild token." Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. In his past life, the first guild token did not appear this early. It was about several hours ahead. Of course, the true first guild token was still firmly in his hands. It seemed that due to his rebirth, it had indeed caused a certain butterfly effect. A bit of influence was nothing major. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan began to devise a strategy on how to dig a deeper trap. "Luocha Yudaizhen, I hope you won't disappoint me," Qin Chuan thought to himself. In his past life, Luocha Yudaizhen had practically sold everything to buy the first guild token, almost even parting with his underwear. This time should be no exception. Longting Tianxia sent another message, "Boss, as you instructed, I've had my underlings stir things up." The player who dropped the guild token realized its value and is preparing to sell it in the main city. Many guilds are currently buying gold and raising cash, preparing for a big move. Qin Chuan replied, "That's normal, as it is the first guild token. It will definitely trigger a scramble. Without 200 or 300 million, it might not be obtainable." He knew that the first guild to be established would not only receive a server-wide announcement, but also unlock the guild leaderboard. In the early stages, there would likely only be one guild on the entire leaderboard, and the promotional effect would be extraordinary. However, since players' levels were still low, it would likely take another day or two before the guild token truly started to be auctioned. Qin Chuan planned to add fuel to the fire, chatting a few more words with Longting Tianxia before seeking out Lei Huayao. Seeing Qin Chuan arrive, Lei Huayao was somewhat surprised and asked, "Have you made any new discoveries?" He was naturally referring to the goblins. Although their lair had been destroyed, Lei Huayao knew that the matter was far from over. He had already dispatched someone to investigate how that batch of military supplies ended up in the hands of the goblins, but he had yet to receive a response. Lei Huayao also understood that it would not be easy to uncover the truth. Those were brand new military supplies, and his subordinates had hardly been equipped with them, yet the goblins had used them first. It was absurd. The darkness within that situation was likely unimaginable. Qin Chuan shook his head and replied, "No, that group employs very covert methods, and we couldn't find more information." Disappointing, Instructor Lei. "As for whether there is information, I'm actually not certain. I didn't seek out the goblins, or instead I returned to the novice village to acquire the Blink skill book and earned a few million in the process." However, since Lei Huayao inquired, he answered casually. His response couldn't be deemed incorrect, as according to Qin Chuan's calculations at this point in time, the event's progress had not moved forward, and it was certain nothing could be uncovered. Lei Huayao waved his hand and said, "No worries." He then asked, "Did you come to find me for something?" Qin Chuan replied, "Instructor Lei, I plan to register a shop under my name, but since I am new here, I am unsure of the regulations, so I came to ask." Lei Huayao suddenly understood it was this matter he had overlooked. To truly own a shop in Bailey City, besides obtaining the land deed, one also needed to register with the commercial department. There were many intricacies involved. Not to mention a foreigner, even residents of Bailey City, might struggle to navigate it. Recalling that Qin Chuan had helped him clear the goblin lair and brought back important clues, Lei Huao felt it necessary to lend a hand, saying, "Just so happens I have nothing to do right now, so I'll take you there." Qin Chuan quickly said, "Thank you, Instructor Lei." Lei Huao called a few guards and took Qin Chuan to the commercial department. The commercial department in Bailey City was not far off. They arrived in just over 10 minutes. Many NPCs passing by were astonished to see Qin Chuan. This foreigner was actually accompanying Instructor Lei. One had to wonder about his background and stay to observe the situation. With Lei Huao leading the way, Qin Chuan smoothly reached the registration desk. Normally, for a player to register a shop besides the land deed and regular fees, they also had to offer considerable benefits to the head of the commercial department, otherwise they would have to wait patiently. This was how real Tianqi was. Under Lei Huao's supervision, the registration process went unusually smoothly. Soon Qin Chuan received a game notification. Ding, you now officially own a shop in Bailey City. This is the player's first acquisition of in-game property and will be announced. You may include a message of no more than 30 characters. Unlike the usual server-wide announcement, shop announcements allow for a single advertisement. As for what to say, Qin Chuan naturally had a plan ready. Player, Night Wanderer, has acquired a shop in Bailey City located at 5 Violet Street. Below is the message from player, Night Wanderer. The shop is now open, featuring several pieces of golden grade equipment for sale, and auction space is also available. These two notifications shocked the players. What? One could actually buy a shop in the game. Could they please open the recharge channel? They also wanted to buy a house. Moreover, they couldn't have heard wrong, golden grade equipment. While the big shots were indeed big shots, they hadn't even managed to acquire ordinary grade equipment, and the big shots had already started selling golden grade gear. In an instant, millions of players sent friend requests to Qin Chuan. Long Tongue Tianxia also messaged him, "Big shot, when did you acquire the golden grade equipment?" Qin Chuan replied, "I got them earlier from the Crimson Tomb, 2 pieces of magic type gear that I can't use, so I decided to sell them in the shop." Long Tongue Tianxia was left speechless. After pondering for a moment, he messaged Big Shot, "Could you hold on to those 2 pieces of equipment for me until I gather some funds? Golden grade magic type gear would be perfect for equipping Xiao Shui. As a hidden class, the Divine Fire Priestess, her upgrade could empower the entire team." Of course, Long Tongue Tianxia also knew that acquiring golden grade equipment this time would definitely require a significant expenditure. Other guilds receiving the news would certainly not sit idly by. Especially those whose guild leaders were also magic type characters, they would undoubtedly spend lavishly. Most importantly, Long Tongue Tianxia understood that since the Big Shot Night Wanderer chose to advertise in the server-wide announcement, it indicated he wanted to attract more buyers' attention. Thus, he would not request Night Wanderer to sell the equipment directly to him. Instead, he would opt to gather more gold coins and obtain the equipment through strength. While pondering, Long Tongue Tianxia saw that Qin Chuan had sent another message. The previous advertisement had character limits, and there's one more thing I didn't mention. I also have a golden grade magic skill book. Long Tongue Tianxia fell silent, and after a long while he slowly typed out 4 words. "Big shot, you are amazing." He never expected that Night Wanderer would have such an impressive item. In comparison, the Blink skill book they found was utterly insignificant. A golden grade skill? How powerful that must be. With such exquisite items on display, the Big Shot shop would undoubtedly become the center of player discussions. Bailey City would also become the main city chosen by the most players. Even if they couldn't afford golden grade equipment, it would still be good to go take a look. After chatting for a bit, Qin Chuan asked what was the name of the player who dropped the guild token. After running such an advertisement, if the other party couldn't provide connections, he had nothing more to say. Long Tongue Tianxia replied, "The player is called Shuizhong Yijianxia. From what I heard from my guild brothers, this person seems to be a hidden class, likely with a high talent level. This guild token was dropped by him when he soloed the Wild Boar King in the Novice Village." Qin Chuan recalled that he seemed to have heard this name in his past life. Initially, he was indeed quite formidable, but subsequently, he had no further impressions, clearly not surviving to the Divine Descent stage. In his past life, after Tianqi merged with reality, many top players suddenly vanished. Beyond those who were defeated by monsters in unexpected situations or erased by special items, a significant portion was taken down in offline solo kills. This was also the reason Qin Chuan planned to change residences. His rental place in this city was simply not safe. With the name, Qin Chuan opened the friend request section and quickly found Shuizhong Yijianxia and chose to accept. At the same time, far away in the Novice Village, Shuizhong Yijianxia, who was hunting wild boars, also received a notification and opened his friend list to send a message. "Big shot, I have long admired your name." Qin Chuan humbly replied, "You're too kind, it's just an empty title. How do you plan to handle that guild token?" Shuizhong Yijianxia responded, "Naturally, I plan to sell it at a high price using the Big Shots venue. Since you specifically mentioned the auction in the server-wide announcement, I assume you have this intention as well." Qin Chuan was quite satisfied. Conversing with a smart person was indeed easy. He immediately replied, "I can reserve a spot for you in my shop, and I won't charge you any handling fees. I only have one request: you cannot sell the guild token in advance. For a swordsman in the snow, selling the guild token in advance brings no benefits whatsoever." Initially, he was unaware of the value of this item, for in previous games establishing a guild was never a difficult task. So when the Azura Palace offered 10 million, he was shocked. Such a sum was enough to improve his family's living conditions. However, before he could agree, representatives from the Dragon Rising dynasty arrived and directly offered 12 million. The swordsman in the snow clearly remembered how furious the players from the Azura Palace were, their faces turning green as they hastily raised the bid to 15 million. At this point, even the swordsman in the snow realized the value of the guild token and immediately decided to observe further. The two guilds had raised the price to 15 million and neither of their guild leaders was present. If more guilds gathered, could the price not go even higher? As it turned out, the swordsman in the snow's thought was not wrong. Subsequently, several more guilds contacted him attempting to acquire the guild token in his possession, each offering a higher price, ultimately raising the bid to 30 million. The swordsman in the snow could no longer contain himself. He consulted a few friends for advice, and they unanimously agreed that he should wait and see at least until the first-tier players reached the main city where the major guilds would gather to determine the true value of the guild token. To this end, the swordsman in the snow resolutely accelerated his leveling pace, preparing to rush to level 10 and head to the main city. However, before he could reach level 10, he received a server-wide announcement. A message from Night Wanderer brightened the swordsman's eyes. In fact, he had the same idea. To sell the guild token for the highest price in auction would be the most suitable. But there were several issues. First, was there an auction house in the main city? If so, would they allow him in, and once inside, would he be at risk of being cheated? These were all matters to investigate. For now, he didn't need to think too much. He could just find Night Wanderer and decisively send a friend request. Once the request was accepted and they exchanged a few words, the swordsman in the snow felt reassured. We are going to make a fortune. With Night Wanderer as a living advertisement and the groundwork of golden tier equipment, there would definitely be plenty of guilds attending the auction in Bailey City. I might be able to sell it for 50 million, he thought with a sense of longing. Such a large sum of money would be impossible to spend entirely. As for Night Wanderer's conditions, the swordsman in the snow felt they were not an issue at all. Unless a second guild token appeared, he would be out of his mind to act prematurely, and he immediately assured, rest assured, I won't act recklessly. However, the swordsman in the snow had his concerns and thought for a moment before messaging boss. Let's set the record straight. If someone else gets a different guild token and wants to act first, I can't hold back. Qin Chuan replied, of course. He wasn't worried about this point as the drop rate for guild tokens was quite uncertain. Excluding the one in his possession in his past life, the first guild token appeared several hours later than this time, but at least it dropped on the same day the server opened. The second guild token, however, did not drop until 3 days after the server launch. By then, the first-tier players had already gathered in the main city with more bosses available to hunt, which finally led to the appearance of the second token. This illustrates the rarity of guild tokens. Therefore, the swordsman in the snow's concerns were hardly significant. Once they reached an agreement, Qin Chuan closed the chat panel and turned to Lei Huao, saying thank you for your help this time. Lei Huao waved his hand indicating it was no trouble and asked, when are you planning to officially open your shop? I need to prepare. Qin Chuan calculated and replied, the day after tomorrow morning. With the players' enthusiasm for leveling, the first-tier players would start reaching level 10 tomorrow. Opening in the morning of the day after tomorrow would be about right. Lei Huao nodded, sounds good, I will definitely support you then. He had a premonition that the goblin incident was far from over, and there would be many more places where this foreigner would be needed. Building a good relationship in advance could never be a bad thing. Additionally, the fact that he passed Edith's test was worth noting. Qin Chuan would naturally not refuse. With Lei Huao supporting him, the ruffians in Bailey City would think twice before causing trouble, and even the nobility of Bailey City would have to reconsider. Once the shop was registered and the advertisement was out, the basic matters were settled, and what remained was to level up. Alongside that, he also needed to hunt a few bosses to update his equipment and prepare more stock for the shop. Upon careful consideration, there were still many things to do. After bidding farewell to Lei Huao, Qin Chuan left Bailey City through the east gate. Actually, it didn't matter where he leveled up, as there were still many leveling spots outside Bailey City. However, there were goblins in the east, and if he could find a clue, he could trigger the quest more effectively, which would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After walking for about 10 minutes, Qin Chuan thought of a problem. Relying solely on his 2 legs was a bit slow. He needed to find an opportunity to get a mount to speed things up. Beast-type bosses have a small chance of dropping corresponding mounts. If I encounter one, I will take it down. Qin Chuan thought to himself. After acquiring Shadow Erosion Rain, soloing bosses could be described as easy and enjoyable. There was hardly any threat, just Shadow Flying Knives plus Shadow Erosion Rain. For those that posed a threat, he would simply avoid them using Shadow Erosion Rain. However, this also made Qin Chuan realize a problem: his range skills were still insufficient. Especially after learning Blink, he had more output space, and relying solely on Shadow Flying Knives and Shadow Erosion Rain was not enough. He needed to keep working hard. Leveling up a few more bosses to get some universal skill books would be good. I also need to find time to visit the black market and complete a few quests to increase Edith's favorability. I will have to rely on her for future class-specific skills. The NPCs in the tavern also have many quests that can be uncovered. While he pondered, a few goblins popped out from a distance, shrieking as they launched an attack. Shadow Erosion Rain. The goblins fell dead on the spot. The appearance of the goblins confirmed Qin Chuan's guess. In the wilderness east of Bailey City, there must be a super large goblin nest, perhaps even a settlement. If he could find it and unleash a plague of toxic blood inside, wouldn't the experience points soar? Thinking this, Qin Chuan simply gave up stealth and walked boldly. Given the nature of goblins, they would undoubtedly come. As it turned out, Qin Chuan's guess was exceedingly accurate. Just after dealing with the first batch of goblins, several more emerged from another side. Shadow flying knives. Thud thud. Under the plague of toxic blood, these goblins couldn't last more than a few seconds and contributed experience points. In the distant bushes, deep growls echoed as more goblins with their crimson eyes surrounded him. No wonder they are the most prolific of minor monsters. Qin Chuan remarked as he sent forth shadow flying knives. The goblin race may be lacking in many aspects, but their reproductive power was indeed formidable. Eliminating one batch only led to the emergence of a new one. They simply could not be killed off. This was precisely what Qin Chuan needed. The more goblins, the faster he leveled up, and the more evolution points he accumulated. Furthermore, with more goblins, it meant that larger goblins and even goblin leaders would appear. The loot from those monsters would be far superior. In his past life, there was a widely circulated saying among players: if you want to get rich, kill more monsters, and if you're going to kill monsters, choose goblins. With Qin Chuan's current damage output, even elite-tier goblin brutes could not withstand him. Ordinary goblins stood no chance at all. He slaughtered them without pause, wave after wave, especially the venomous blood plague, which proved repeatedly invaluable during leveling. With a single shadow dagger throw, dozens of experience notifications would float upward. Many goblins perished before ever entering his field of vision. Qin Chuan's experience bar surged visibly upward. Ordinary goblins ranged from level 10 to 15. Even without bonus modifiers, their experience yield was consistently maximal and exceedingly generous. The sole bottleneck to Qin Chuan's leveling speed was monster density. Though goblins were plentiful, they rarely appeared in groups exceeding several dozen. I must locate a goblin lair. Qin Chuan reached this conclusion. The scattered goblins roaming the wilds were merely appetizers. The true bounty lay within the lairs. Based on goblin behavioral patterns, wherever one lair existed, another was invariably found within a faveli radius. That second lair became his target. Cutting down every foe in his path, Qin Chuan returned to the lair he had previously destroyed, now reoccupied by fresh goblins, still unorganized, numbering only 60 or 70 in total. Not a single goblin brute, or even a goblin chieftain, was present. A pity perhaps, but Qin Chuan missed none of them. He eliminated them all, gaining experience and 2 common grade pieces of equipment, which he planned to offload at a merchant stall later. His greatest gain, however, was evolution points. 2 more accrued along the way, bringing his total reserve to 12. 4 more points and Shadow Lurk will evolve again. Qin Chuan awaited it eagerly. If his intuition held true, evolving Shadow Lurk to Golden Tier would grant it innate skill traits, just as Shadow Erosion Rain had done. As for why Venomous Blood Plague, a Golden Tier skill, had yet to unlock such traits, the distinction lay in its acquisition method. One was a class-specific skill, the other a universal skill, naturally governed by different rules. In his past life, though Qin Chuan had never obtained the Beast Skull Relic, he had evolved skills through alternate means, and thus understood these distinctions intimately. Universal skills required higher-tier evolution to unlock traits. That was precisely why he had refrained from evolving Venomous Blood Plague, partly due to scarcity of evolution points, and partly because Shadow Lurk offered superior cost efficiency. He prioritized its evolution. Of course, given opportunity, he would inevitably evolve more skills. Doing so would not only amplify damage, but also unlock further innate traits. Take Shadow Dagger for instance. Qin Chuan theorized that upon evolving with traits, it might gain area effect capabilities, either striking all enemies along its trajectory or ricocheting to nearby foes for secondary damage. Though speculative, his reasoning was sound, nearly certain. Thus, tallying carefully, he realized he had many skills yet to evolve, and felt all the more urgent to locate a goblin lair. Minor mobs plus bosses would yield at least 3 or 4 points. Should he uncover the subterranean goblin kingdom and trigger a full-scale outbreak of venomous blood plague, then he would soar. Hundreds of evolution points in a single surge were entirely possible. This urgency was among the chief reasons he took this quest so seriously. Tracing goblin clusters was infinitely more efficient than aimlessly scouring the wilderness. Leveling in Tianxi demanded intellect, not brute force. In his Na fireball streaked across dozens of meters, trailing incandescent flame straight toward Qin Chuan. With extraordinary agility, he evaded effortlessly, no positional shift required, then retaliated instantly with a shadow dagger. Over half an hour had passed since he began hunting goblins. Goblin numbers had surged markedly, and flame goblins, a mutated variant, now appeared. To Qin Chuan, the implication was unmistakable. A goblin lair must lie nearby. And how? How? In the dying shrieks of goblins echoed across the wasteland, drawing ever more of their kin into view. Goblin raiders charged, brandishing crude wooden clubs. Goblin archers loosed stealthy arrows. Goblin shamans occasionally conjured crackling lightning arrows. And now flame goblins too. Qin Chuan had every reason to believe this lair dwarfed the last in scale. Who dares invade my domain? A thunderous roar rolled from afar. A crimson-skinned goblin emerged, flanked by a retinue of underlings. Flame demon goblin, bronze, Tyran level 15 in HP. In attack. 1-3 in defense. 1-2-5 in skills. Chain fireballs, blazing shockwave, geothermal surge, flame, lance in description. A mutated goblin adept in pyromancy. Beside the flame demon goblin stood several unusually prominent goblins in. Goblin shaman iron tier level 12 in, giant strength goblin iron tier level 13 in, iron hammer goblin iron tier level 13 in. Qin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, remarkable. A jackpot. 4 boss-tier goblins materialized at once, alongside over 60 elite-tier goblin brutes. Beyond them stretched an endless sea of ordinary goblins, 300 at the very least. Most players would tremble at the sight. Normally, assaulting such a force would require 2 or 3 coordinated parties, dividing aggro and sharing tanking duties. A single tank, or even 2, could never hold the line. Yet for Qin Chuan it changed nothing. With one decisive Shadow Dagger cast, he declared his intent, then activated Shadow Lurk and vanished. Hesitation, even for a single second, would be a grave insult to his own survival. And boom, boom, and dozens of fireballs detonated, carving craters half a meter deep into the earth. Simultaneously, volleys of arrows blanketed a radius of over 10 meters. Had he lingered, he'd have been either vaporized or transformed into a pincushion. Previously, he might have chosen to lurk in shadows and erode them slowly with Shadow Erosion Rain. Now, wielding Blink, he could strike boldly. First, he unleashed Shadow Erosion Rain, slaying 15 goblins instantly while seeding the venomous blood plague. Caw, caw, and squawk. In the flame, demon goblin roared, and instantly its minions scattered, spacing themselves over 10 meters apart, nullifying the plague's reach. Qin Chuan remained unruffled. He had anticipated this. The plague's weakness was obvious, and easily countered with careful observation. Evolving to bronze tier, the flame demon goblin possessed intelligence rivaling that of any human. The moment Shadow Lurk cooled, Qin Chuan struck decisively, launching a Shadow Dagger at the Iron Tier Goblin Shaman. 45555. Critical weakness strike in a staggering damage number soared into the air, instantly depleting nearly 1/4 of the shaman's health bar. Simultaneously, bleed and venomous blood plague took effect, stripping away another 10,000 HP. In a single strike, over 30% of the shaman's health vanished. Recall, this was an Iron Tier boss, not some common wilderness mob. Yet even so, it was utterly outmatched before Qin Chuan. 2 more strikes, and the shaman would fall. Gravely wounded, the shaman's face contorted with palpable panic. Even the flame demon goblin recoiled in stunned disbelief. This was meant to be a routine skirmish, yet they faced a prodigy of terrifying caliber. Where had this man emerged from? And how could his damage possibly be so monstrous? The fire magic goblin was unaware of where the enemy had emerged, but it knew that today only one side would leave alive. As Qin Chuan broke through the stealth attack, it conjured a fireball to throw while commanding its subordinates to launch an assault. Blink. Qin Chuan was prepared. After taking 2 steps, he activated Blink and successfully dashed out of the area covered by enemy fire. Thanks to the skill's form, he didn't have to worry about crashing into the ability, ensuring much higher safety. The sudden displacement exceeded the fire magic goblin's expectations, and all its attacks went awry. Qin Chuan re-entered stealth mode to seek the next opportunity to strike. I still don't have enough skills, Qin Chuan thought to himself. If he had a dozen ranged skills, he could have taken the opportunity to deal damage before going into stealth, and it was even possible to kill the goblin shaman directly. But for now, he could only wait for his skills to cool down. While waiting, Qin Chuan didn't remain idle. After finding a safe spot, he opened his friend list and sent a message to Longting Tiantian, please keep an eye out for ranged skill books. I can trade items or buy them with gold or cash. When he previously obtained the Blink skill book, Qin Chuan viewed it as 2 ranged skill books, and they settled the transaction. Now acquiring another skill book would require additional payment. Longting Tiantian naturally wouldn't refuse this request, although their guild needed it too. When a big shot asked, they had to get the job done. Longting Tiantian readily replied, don't worry, I'll keep an eye out. I'll ask the guild leaders I know if there are any suitable skill books, and I'll help you secure one. Qin Chuan replied, okay, if you find one, I'll give you 2 pieces of equipment later. For Qin Chuan, acquiring equipment was no trouble at all. Not to mention, just the current combination of the bronze and 3 black iron goblin bosses could yield at least 10 loot items, making it easy to find 1 or 2 for warriors. Longting Tiantian responded, you're too polite, there's no need for gifts. How about a 20 discount? Qin Chuan, not one to be difficult, replied, that works. He still had a silver-grade armor-piercing greatsword and an obsidian plate armor. If Longting Tiantian found the skill book, he could offer it to him at a discount. As they spoke, the skill cooldown finished. Qin Chuan struck again, bringing the goblin shaman to the brink of death. Meanwhile, he avoided damage through frenzied charge and began shadow stealth. After entering stealth, he unleashed another Shadow Erosion Rain, taking down 15 goblins. This combat style drove the fire magic goblin into a rage, causing it to roar incessantly. If you have the guts, come out and challenge me unknown. Human, I advise you to leave quickly, or you won't like the consequences. Minions forced the enemy out. Qin Chuan paid no heed to the fire magic goblin's shouts. However, he couldn't help but think, why did this guy have an accent? With a thud, the goblin shaman's health bar hit 0, and it fell to the ground, filled with resentment and disbelief. It didn't understand why, despite the presence of hundreds of goblins, including several boss-level ones, it was the target of the attacks. Was there no justice left? There is a saying that where there is one, there is two. Soon the other 2 black iron goblins followed the goblin shaman's fate, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, the ordinary goblins fared no better, being picked off one by one by the Shadow Erosion Rain, showing signs of breaking down. Yet the fire magic goblin did not issue a retreat order. These goblins could only grit their teeth and continue fighting. Qin Chuan glanced from afar and saw that the 3 black iron goblins had dropped 8 loot items, but none were of a higher grade, all were black iron. It was a bit disappointing, but not a major issue. Qin Chuan had already received a wave of interest, which was the evolution points. With 3 bosses and the ordinary goblins he had taken down, Qin Chuan's evolution points had reached 16, enough to evolve Shadow Stealth to Golden Grade. Finding a safe place to hide, Qin Chuan decisively initiated the evolution. Consuming 16 evolution points, Shadow Stealth has evolved. Quality upgraded from silver to gold. Shadow Stealth LV5 Golden Grade Enter Stealth Mode, dealing an additional attack power 180-4000 damage with a strike from stealth, consuming 30 mana, cooldown time 12 seconds. Ding, your class skill has evolved to Golden Grade, unlocking skill characteristics. Qin Chuan glanced around, a satisfied smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Characteristic increases movement speed by 30 while in stealth, just as expected after evolving to Golden Grade. Shadow Stealth indeed unlocked a skill characteristic. It didn't increase damage, but the effect was what Qin Chuan needed. His agility had surpassed 400 points, and even at full speed, he could leave after images. With an additional 30% on top, how fast could he be? Qin Chuan couldn't even imagine it. One day, I will become the Apocalypse Lightning Man. Qin Chuan was filled with confidence. He felt assured saying this because the increase in movement speed from Shadow Stealth's characteristics was a percentage boost. The higher the agility, the greater the benefits. This was very advantageous in battle. The speed boost after stealth was enough for him to avoid more damage, and combined with Blink, his survival ability reached a new level. The outcome of the battle was entirely expected. To prevent the ordinary goblins from escaping, Qin Chuan deliberately left the fire magic goblin for last. After all, he was fast enough and was not afraid of the fire magic goblin fleeing. The only pity was that the goblins were too scattered. Even though he could kill them in an instant each time, it still took a considerable amount of time to wipe them all out. After such a slaughter, the immediate result was that Qin Chuan leveled up. You have reached level 12. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering, and you have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. The Beast's Blessing has activated, and you have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Distributing the 5 points across Strength, Constitution, and Spirit, Qin Chuan turned his attention to the Fire Magic Goblin, preparing to eliminate this last enemy. At this moment, the Fire Magic Goblin, now left alone, realized it would not be leaving alive today. In fact, it had tried to escape earlier, but the enemy hidden in the shadows was far too fast, and it couldn't shake them off. The damage was frighteningly high as well. After taking 2 skills, its health dropped rapidly like a dam bursting. The Fire Magic Goblin made a decision that betrayed its ancestors. It would fight to the death. It couldn't let itself, the leader, become cannon fodder to exchange for the ordinary goblin's survival. That wasn't right. At the very least, it had to let those weaklings die in front of it. Now all its companions were dead, leaving only itself. But the Fire Magic Goblin showed no signs of panic. It still had a final resort. Amidst a cacophony of cries, the ground began to glow dark red as the goblin's blood, guided by an invisible force, moved across the ground, eventually forming a magical array. Death's Messenger, I beseech your power. The principle of summoning reinforcements when one cannot win is a universal truth, even in the realm of Tianqi. The Fire Demon Goblin knows very well that it cannot defeat the stealthy enemy. Previously, even with an army in the nest, it could do nothing against the opponent, let alone now, when it is left alone. However, to die in such a humiliating manner is simply unacceptable. Resolute, the Fire Demon Goblin decides to ally with the Death Messenger. Although this will cost it its soul, the power it would gain in return would be unimaginably terrifying. As long as it can eliminate the enemy, it is worth it. Moreover, it hears that the Death Messenger is a reasonable entity who will not charge interest before death. Gain power to eliminate the invaders, then recruit more goblins to rebuild the nest. The Fire Demon Goblin's ambitions ring clear. It even has grander aspirations. If it can turn the tables on the enemy, then rebuilding the nest is just the beginning. Establishing a settlement could even be possible. I've heard that the Death Messenger loves souls. Once I return, I will wage more wars and offer more souls, so I will definitely earn greater rewards. The title of Goblin King seems quite appealing. The more the Fire Demon Goblin thinks about it, the more excited it becomes, and its fear of the Death Messenger completely vanishes, replaced by exhilaration. The ground begins to tremble, and a thick black mist surges from the magic circle, while a chilling, terrifying breath resonates throughout the area. I smell death. Goblin, are you calling me? The voice from the black mist fills the Fire Demon Goblin with joy, and it quickly exclaims, "It is I, esteemed Death Messenger. It is I who summoned you." The black mist coalesces into an amorphous form, with only a pair of emotionless eyes looking down at the Fire Demon Goblin. Offer your soul, and I shall grant you power. Without a hint of hesitation, the Fire Demon Goblin bites its finger and lets its blood drip onto the magic circle. Very well, I accept your soul. Now receive this blessing. The eyes within the black mist vanish. Without restraint, the black mist flows into the Fire Demon Goblin through its ears and mouth. The Fire Demon Goblin lets out a pained howl, feeling as if little snakes are writhing beneath its skin, ultimately converging on its forehead. A pitch-black mark appears on its forehead, only to disappear shortly after. Originally, the Fire Demon Goblin had dark red skin, but after absorbing the black mist, it began to turn black. Qin Chuan has been watching from the sidelines, remaining passive. The Death Messenger is not one to be trifled with. With its current strength, intervening carelessly in the contract could lead to a backlash, which would be very undesirable. Once the Fire Demon Goblin completes the contract, the Death Messenger will leave, and then it will not be too late to act. Qin Chuan knows that the Death Messenger is quite busy. It won't linger after the contract is completed and will leave immediately. Only if the contract subject dies will it reappear. In the distance, the black mist begins to recede. The goblin corpses that had been strewn about the ground have mysteriously vanished. If it weren't for the scattered spoils of war, one might doubt whether several hundred goblins had ever been present here. As the black mist completely dissipates, the fire demon goblin reappears in a new form. Its flames have transformed from the initial red to the current black mist form, flickering sporadically while howling skeletons drift around it. Flame Wraith Goblin Silvergrade. Level 15. Health 600. Attack 2500. Defense 2200. Skills Barrage Fireball Death Strike Soul Devouring Flame Death Aura. Description: a goblin that sacrifices its soul to the Death Messenger to gain formidable power. Beware of its flames, they will scorch your soul. The fire demon goblin's health had already dropped by a third, yet a single ritual of sacrifice not only restored its health, but also added an extra 2000. Qin Chuan is not overly concerned. With such little health, defeating it with a few shadow flying knives is no problem. Although the fire demon goblin is at full health now, it has also advanced to the silver grade, meaning the spoils dropped will be significantly better. Calculating it all, it is clear that the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. The Death Messenger has just passed through and will not return immediately. This means Qin Chuan will have time to collect the spoils after defeating the Flame Wraith Goblin rather than returning empty-handed like with the Iron Hook Jack. The biggest difference lies in the grade. A silver grade Flame Wraith Goblin is not enough to draw the Death Messenger's full attention. It is too busy to concern itself with every transaction subject status. Invader, come out and taste my newfound power. The Flame Wraith Goblin feels invigorated and shouts provocatively. However, it clearly does not know of Qin Chuan's past victories. If even a golden grade boss like Iron Hook Jack can be defeated, what chance does it have as a silver grade? With a swift motion, a shadow flying knife is thrown. 70,121. Weakness attack. The damage of the stealth attack has significantly increased after evolving to the golden grade. Even with the Flame Wraith Goblin possessing 600 health, its health bar still plummets significantly. Coupled with the continuous damage from rending and poison blood plague, the total damage exceeds 800. Such damage startles the Flame Wraith Goblin. However, having advanced to the silver grade, its reaction speed has increased considerably. As Qin Chuan strikes, the Flame Wraith Goblin's fireballs arrive, simultaneously bombarding the ground and leaving it in ruins. Moreover, the black flames upon touching the ground do not extinguish. Instead, they begin to consume the soil as fuel, growing ever more intense. Trees that come into contact with the black flames are reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Qin Chuan, naturally uninterested in testing his limits, decisively activates stealth to escape. With the aid of his new abilities, he easily creates a safe distance. He doesn't even need to use blink. Thus, the upcoming battle carries little pressure. A shadow erosion rain strikes with all 15 hits landing, dealing 500 damage. Together with the rending and poison blood plague, the total damage exceeds 600. In just a few seconds, the two skills have dealt over 100 damage to the Flame Wraith Goblin, leaving it bewildered. It has gone to great lengths to offer its soul to the Death Messenger only to receive such results. It seems it hasn't improved much from before. In fact, it might be worse. The terrifying thought of its soul being harvested by the Death Messenger makes the Flame Wraith Goblin want to cry. This is not how the script should unfold. Qin Chuan pays no mind to how the Flame Wraith Goblin's script is written. After waiting for his skills to cool down, he strikes once more. In just 2 minutes, the Flame Wraith Goblin's health is completely drained, leaving it motionless on the ground. With a crash, several silvery orbs explode, scattering across the ground. A quick glance reveals there are at least 5. The previous 3 black iron grade goblin bosses dropped 8 pieces of equipment, yet this time the silver grade Flame Wraith Goblin directly dropped 5. This disparity leaves Qin Chuan at a loss for words regarding his luck. Is this a stroke of good fortune or misfortune? Regardless, it is undoubtedly wise to collect the loot while the Death Messenger is not present. He quickly moves to gather all the spoils into his backpack. Before he can even check, he senses a familiar aura faintly rising. The Death Messenger is back. Black mist appears, and the soul of the Flame Wraith Goblin is forcibly pulled from its body. However, this time the Death Messenger does not leave immediately, but instead stares at Qin Chuan for several seconds before vanishing. It also leaves behind a phrase. Shadow power. It seems I haven't seen that in a long time. Interesting. The words of the Death Messenger plunged Qin Chuan into contemplation. His shadow assassin profession seemed to hold much more to explore. Both Edith from before and the Death Messenger this time mentioned a specific term. The power of shadows. According to the rules of the revelation, being bestowed with such a title signifies the presence of a deity behind it. It might even represent an entire pantheon. The issue lies in the fact that Qin Chuan reached the stage of divine descent in his past life, but had never heard of any deities of the shadow system. Of course, it's also possible that they hadn't descended at the time of his death. After all, he didn't fully reach the end of the divine descent stage. Nevertheless, this matter certainly needs to be kept in mind, and he must seek out Edith for answers. When Edith previously presented the Reign of Dark Erosion, she mentioned it was obtained during her early adventures. At that time, she was devoted to acquiring the legacy of shadow power, but ultimately Qin Chuan seized it first. To learn more about the power of shadows, consulting Edith is undoubtedly the right choice. However, just thinking about her personality makes Qin Chuan feel a bit overwhelmed. That assassin mentor doesn't care about goodwill. To obtain anything, one must pay an equivalent price. If Qin Chuan wants to gather information about the power of shadows from Edith, he would at least have to assist her in a challenging task. Where there's a will, there's a way. I'll deal with it when I have clues. Qin Chuan's thoughts became clear, setting this problem aside for now. First, he would check the spoils from this battle. In this battle, he had taken down 1 silver level and 3 blackburn level SSS, along with approximately 500 goblins. He gained substantial experience points and quite a few evolution points. In addition, he had a full backpack of equipment, 23 pieces of ordinary level equipment. The drop rate had increased. 8 pieces of blackburn level equipment, including gear and attribute enhancing items. Unfortunately, there were no skill books. Iron Warhammer blackburn level 2-handed hammer attack, 100 strength 10, equipment requirement 10. Bloodied stick blackburn level staff spell power 100, spirit 10, equipment requirement 10. These 2 weapons were dropped by the Iron Hammer Goblin and the Goblin Shaman, and for a player just leaving the novice village, they were akin to artifacts. For damage-dealing classes, they can go without any armor, but they absolutely cannot be without weapons. When sold in a shop, they will surely fetch a high price. Next came some armor pieces. Odorous Apron blackburn level defense 50, a magic power 100, spirit 10, equipment requirement 10. This was dropped by the Goblin Shaman, and looks like a rag wrapped around its waist. Considering that goblins don't wear undergarments, Qin Chuan wouldn't want this piece even if it were given to him. Fortunately, Revelation can currently disable the sense of smell, so he could probably sell it at a discounted price. I hope the buyer isn't a germaphobe, Qin Chuan muttered to himself. Tattered Cloak blackburn level defense 20, health 100, agility 10, equipment requirement 10. A cloak, but Qin Chuan already had the Wolf King's cloak, which far surpassed this rag, so he could only pack it for sale. Having received 4 pieces of equipment that he couldn't use, Qin Chuan felt a bit helpless, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Fighting bosses is like this: the battle process is one aspect and the loot drop is another. With good luck, 2 bosses could yield all usable equipment. If luck runs out, he might grind forever without any. He just needed to keep a calm mindset. Giant's Arm Guard blackburn level defense 50, health 200, strength 5, equipment requirement 10. The attributes are average, but at least it's usable, so he equipped it right away. It felt a bit heavy, but it wasn't too much of an issue. With his sniper god talent correcting his movements, he didn't need to worry about the weight of the arm guard affecting his feel. Having an SS level talent is that extravagant. Old plate armor blackburn level defense 100, health 100, strength 10, equipment requirement 10. A rusted breastplate. Qin Chuan deliberated for a long time, but ultimately decided against equipping it. The arm guards were manageable with an overall light weight. However, this plate armor was at least half a centimeter thick, looking very heavy, and wearing it would definitely affect agility. There was no need to torture himself for such a slight increase in attributes. Of course, the main reason was that Qin Chuan noticed unspeakable stains on the inner lining of the armor. This thing should be left for someone who truly needs it. After all, Qin Chuan couldn't afford it. Besides the 6 pieces of equipment, the remaining 2 loot items were attribute-enhancing items. Goblin Shaman's creative idea blackburn level permanently increases spirit by 10 upon use. Goblin Training Manual blackburn level permanently increases strength by 10 upon use. Nothing much to say, just use them directly. These 8 pieces of blackburn level loot are just appetizers. The real treasures must come from the Fallen Flame Goblin. Those are silver level. Scanning his surroundings. Gem-studded stick silver level spell power 450, spirit 30, equipment requirement 15. A magic type boss dropping magic type equipment is quite reasonable. He stuffed it into his ring, planning to sell it in the shop later. Fallen Flame Mask silver level defense 20, health 500, spirit resistance 20, equipment requirement none. Qin Chuan let out a soft gasp, somewhat surprised. He unexpectedly obtained equipment that increases spirit resistance, which is somewhat rare. In Revelation, spirit resistance is a highly practical attribute, effectively blocking various mental attacks such as charm, mind control, and fear. Moreover, this Fallen Flame Mask is a rare novel equipment, meaning Qin Chuan can use it right now. There's nothing more to say, he put it on directly. Although its name contains flame, the Fallen Flame Mask did not feel hot when worn. Instead, it felt cool, refreshing his mind considerably. I fear I might not pass security checks now, as my will is as solid as steel. Qin Chuan muttered a cold joke and glanced at the 3rd piece of equipment. Fiery Headscarf, silver level defense 50, health 500, magic power 1000, spirit 30, equipment requirement 15. A typical magic type equipment which he directly tossed into the ring. This scene seems familiar to me. Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, lost in thought. When he defeated Baron Gunnar, he felt just like this upon seeing the magic type equipment drop. It dropped, but it also felt like it didn't drop. However, there's no helping it. The Fallen Flame Goblin is a standard magic type BOSS, and expecting it to drop physical equipment is quite unreasonable. But the next moment, Qin Chuan felt he had spoken too soon. Fallen Flame Ring silver level health 400, agility 30, equipment requirement 15. A magic type boss wearing an agility ring. Qin Chuan found this combination a bit confusing. Unfortunately, he couldn't equip it for now and could only store it in the Gunnar family insignia. Among the 4 pieces of equipment, 2 could be used by himself, so Qin Chuan felt there were merits to the Fallen Flame Goblin. The last drop was an item. Goblin Settlement Invitation. Please arrive at coordinates 1552, 1679 before midnight tonight to participate in the Goblin Settlement Gathering. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. A goblin gathering. No, an experience point buffet. This time Qin Chuan went out to level up, originally thinking that finding the second goblin nest was the limit, but unexpectedly, there was a surprise in store. A goblin gathering is nothing extraordinary, but if it includes a settlement, that changes everything. To be called a settlement, there must be at least over 1,000 goblins. Considering he had already discovered 2 nests, Qin Chuan had reason to believe that the scale of this settlement far exceeded 1,000 goblins. With so many goblins gathered together in a completely unguarded festive state, the damage caused by the poisonous blood plague is truly unimaginable. Qin Chuan had a premonition that defeating this gathering could at least allow him to level up twice. If fortune favored him, he might even leap straight to level 15 and equip more gear. Moreover, the nests had already produced bronze-level goblins, so the settlement must surely have silver-level goblins stationed within. This time I should encounter a physical-type boss. Qin Chuan mumbled with resentment. He had a pile of gear in his ring, more than a dozen pieces, all of which were useless for him. Half of them were magical-type gear, and the rest all had strength requirements. Truth be told, the gear he had seemed somewhat shabby. He could only hope that this goblin gathering would be generous and drop a few agility items to improve his situation, otherwise he would truly be in trouble. After putting away the invitation to the gathering, Qin Chuan opened the map to find the coordinates. It was still located east of Bailey City, but further into the wilderness. In a straight line, it was a distance of 50 kilometers from Bailey City. Considering the undulating terrain, it was even farther. It's no wonder Lei Huao couldn't find any useful information. The distance was vast, and coupled with the insider's obstruction, finding the goblin settlement was nearly impossible. Thinking of Lei Huao, Qin Chuan recalled something else. Should he return to disclose some information to trigger subsequent quests? After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan abandoned that thought. Lei Huao had plenty of tasks to take on, so he would surely receive assignments. However, goblin settlement gatherings were not easily encountered. If he returned and spoke of this, the insider would likely sabotage the gathering. If the gathering fell through, how would Qin Chuan progress? At worst, I can take some evidence back and have Lei Huao issue the rewards again. Qin Chuan made his decision. With the specific location of the gathering in hand, the next step was to rush over there. At the current stage, there was a 12-hour difference between the game and reality. The game opened at midnight, and when players logged in while in a sleep state, it was daytime in the game, precisely noon. 5 hours had passed since the game started. It was just past 5 in the morning in reality, while it was evening in the game. To arrive at the gathering spot by midnight, he would need to hurry. To avoid alarming the goblins, Qin Chuan decided to sneak over. The combination of shadow stealth and increased speed made the journey much more convenient. Along the way, Qin Chuan frequently encountered goblins heading in the same direction. Counting roughly, there were about 100 goblins in just this one direction. Adding up from other directions would yield an astonishing total. Good heavens, this can't even be called a settlement, it should be renamed Goblin Kingdom. Qin Chuan was secretly astonished. With a little calculation, he could roughly guess that the goblins attending this gathering would definitely exceed 2,000. Such a large gathering of goblins would not go unnoticed. Yet there was surprisingly no reaction from Bailey City, which was rather puzzling. After thinking for a moment, Qin Chuan slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten that? It was still the early stages of the game's launch, and the 12 main cities had not yet developed to the scale seen in his previous life. They needed player activity to expand. This also meant that the number of guards in Bailey City was limited, making it understandable that they couldn't locate the goblin settlement. Looking at the entire Tianqi aside from him, the only one who had teleported to the main city was probably Richardson. The other players were at most level 9, still a bit away from leaving the novice village. Speaking of levels, Qin Chuan glanced at the leaderboard. The name Longting Tian prominently appeared in the top 100. Although still at level 8, it wouldn't be long before he leveled up. At this rate, in 2 or 3 hours, the Longting team should be able to head to the main city. However, based on Qin Chuan's understanding of Longting Tiantian, that guy would definitely go for the Crimson Tomb. He would at least need to complete an adventure difficulty run to gather some gear. This was also the choice of most players. They aimed to tackle higher difficulty dungeons, as having gear was essential for completing class advancement tasks. With this in mind, Qin Chuan glanced at his storage ring. Arm-breaking greatsword, silver level, two-handed weapon, attack power 600, strength 15. Equipment requirement 10 strength, 120 obsidian plate armor, silver level, defense 300, health 1000, strength 10. Equipment requirement 10 strength, 50 obsidian necklace, silver level, health 100, mana 300, spirit 20. Equipment requirement 10 spirit. 53 pieces of silver gear from clearing the Crimson Tomb were prominently listed. When he returned to the novice village earlier, Qin Chuan hadn't given them to Longting Tiantian. He had planned to leave them in the shop to create a stir and thus determine who held the guild order, setting a trap in the process. However, just as he left the novice village, Longting Tiantian messaged him saying he had found the guild order. Forget it, even without these 3 pieces of gear, the Longting team can still clear adventure difficulty. Qin Chuan thought. Longting Tiantian was backed by the top guild Longting dynasty, so gathering gear would be easy. Moreover, all the members of his team were hidden classes boasting strong combat power, so conquering the adventure-level Crimson Tomb wouldn't be difficult. Of course, the main reason was that Qin Chuan needed to head to the goblin gathering to stake out the area, find the routes for attack and retreat, and he didn't have time to return to sell gear. If everything went well this time, his level would soar, and reaching level 15 was a real possibility. In comparison, selling gear was a trivial matter that could be postponed. With his high agility and the additional speed from shadow stealth, Qin Chuan covered dozens of kilometers in just over an hour, arriving at the designated area. Avoiding the surrounding goblins, Qin Chuan stealthily climbed to a high vantage point to survey the terrain below. This was a valley with towering mountains extending to both sides, resembling the arms of a giant, embracing a fairly regular oval-shaped area. It was about 2 kilometers long and approximately 700 to 800 meters wide. By now it was already past 7 in the evening in the game, with moonlight cascading down, illuminating the scene in the valley for Qin Chuan. Goblins. Countless goblins. There were dozens of campfires scattered throughout the valley, and around each campfire at least 10 goblins gathered. Just with these there were several hundred goblins. In the adjacent open areas more goblins were playing and chasing each other. Roughly estimated there were at least 1,500 goblins in the valley. And this was not the entirety. Many more goblins were still on their way. Qin Chuan had reason to believe that there would be over 3,000 goblins attending this gathering. Qin Chuan pondered a question: how to kill more goblins in the shortest time possible. With his current attributes, ordinary goblins would be utterly unable to withstand the full damage of the poison blood plague. Once a goblin dies, the poison blood plague will continue to spread. If the goblins react slowly, they might even be wiped out in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but reality is harsh. Based on Qin Chuan's understanding of goblins, these cowardly creatures would instinctively flee when faced with the mass death of their companions. If they were in a den with a leader present, the fleeing phenomenon would be somewhat alleviated. But this time is different. This time it is a goblin gathering, and judging by the direction they came from, they hail from different nests. Once chaos ensues, the little ones won't be able to find their leader, and the leader won't find the little ones, leading to a high probability of them running off in all directions. The spread radius of the poison blood plague is 10 meters. At the speed of goblins, they could escape in the blink of an eye. In the face of death, goblins can unleash their full potential, transforming into sprinters. This means it will be challenging for Qin Chuan to capture all the goblins present. Since that's the case, he can only find a way to maximize his benefits. If I can catch the goblins in the densest area by surprise, I could probably take out hundreds in one go, thus interrupting the spread. After surviving the initial chaos, the remaining goblins will launch a charge attack. This will be the second outbreak point of the poison blood plague. However, after this outbreak, the remaining goblins should lack the courage to advance further. At this time, those boss-level goblins will join the fight, rallying the goblins on the brink of collapse. This will be the final opportunity for the last outbreak of the poison blood plague. 3 rounds of transmission could potentially wipe out around 70% of the goblins, roughly estimated at 2,000. With such heavy casualties, ordinary goblins will lose their last shred of courage and completely collapse. However, my combat objectives have mostly been achieved. 2,000 goblins, even if they are just ordinary small monsters, would provide enough experience points to allow me to level up consecutively, not to mention the substantial evolution points. Furthermore, those boss-level goblins. After this batch has taken out the evolution points I have, could surge past 30 in one go, enough to complete the evolution of a golden level skill. Alternatively, I could evolve a professional skill directly to golden level, unlocking its characteristics. Just thinking about it made Qin Chuan's blood surge. He could hardly wait to charge into the valley. But he knew that the time had not yet come. To maximize his benefits, he must patiently wait. Wait for more goblins to enter this death trap. With this thought, Qin Chuan's heart stirred. At this scale of gathering, it is highly likely that there are not just silver-level goblins, golden-level goblins could very well appear. After so many of their kind have died, if they summon a death messenger and sacrifice numerous souls, they could very likely ascend to dark gold level. If he could take down such a boss, the rewards would make Qin Chuan's heart race. Dark gold level equipment, each piece is a tremendous boost to attributes. If luck is on his side, and he obtains a skill book or a rare item, it would be worth a fortune. Unfortunately, the server has only been open for a short time and skill books are hard to come by. Otherwise, I would definitely learn over a dozen ranged skills to wipe out these goblins in one go. Qin Chuan felt somewhat helpless. He had already entrusted Long Tongue Tianxia to collect skill books, but there had been no news so far. It wasn't that Long Tongue Tianxia was ineffective, it was just that these items were simply too rare. Moreover, most players capable of dropping skill books would prioritize their own use, leading to even fewer skill books circulating. This problem is unlikely to ease even in the mid to late stages of the game. In fact, it might become more severe. After all, by that time, having an additional skill would mean one more assurance of survival, and no one would be willing to part with it easily. The waiting time was undoubtedly tedious. Qin Chuan was even bored enough to count the number of hairs on the goblin beside him. Yes, there was a goblin 3 meters to the right of Qin Chuan. It seemed to be on lookout duty. Apart from this goblin, there were traces of goblins appearing at various high points in the distance. It was clear that the goblin organizing this gathering had some brains and knew to take precautions. Unfortunately, it would never occur to them that a player at this moment would possess golden level stealth skills. With these ordinary goblins alone, they would be utterly oblivious to the presence of a person hiding here. While waiting, Qin Chuan wasn't completely idle. He contacted Long Tongue Tianxia to inquire if there were any updates on the guild tokens. This was crucial for him to ensure that he could successfully bait the boss and extract blood without any mishaps. He was reassured that publicly, apart from the guild token in the hands of Shui Zhong, Jianxia, no other guild tokens had appeared. However, just in case, Qin Chuan still asked Long Tongue Tianxia to stay vigilant and communicate any news promptly. Long Tongue Tianxia readily agreed. After ending the conversation, Qin Chuan continued to wait, while trying to recall the development route of the initial main city. Although he had experienced it in his past life, it had been a long time. From the launch of Tianqi to his rebirth, a whole decade had passed, and the game had undergone several major updates, with the main city constantly expanding. In contrast, he didn't remember the situation in the early main city very clearly. Moreover, the main city he chose in his past life was not Bailey City, so the things he could recall were even more limited. However, he did remember a few classic quest chains. Additionally, there were some wild encounter quests that he needed to find time to complete. It's truly busy, Qin Chuan thought to himself. As time passed, the number of goblins entering the valley began to dwindle, with new goblins arriving only every few minutes. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 at night. Nearly all the goblins that could come had arrived. Qin Chuan also roughly counted the number of goblins in the valley. 3,500. A bit more than expected. Not only that, but Qin Chuan also spotted several silver-level goblins arriving in the valley from outside, being guided deeper into the valley. Due to the dim environment, Qin Chuan couldn't see what was deeper in the valley, but he could basically confirm that there were golden-level goblins there. Otherwise, why would those silver-level goblins be so obedient? They would have long started to pick on each other to establish dominance. Among silver-level bosses, none would submit to the others. To maintain order, there must be at least one golden-level goblin present. Just as Qin Chuan continued to observe in the shadows, cheers erupted from within the valley. More and more goblins joined, creating a deafening wave of sound that even caused the ground to shake. Boom boom. The war drums were sounded, and over 100 goblins bearing grappling hooks emerged from the shadows, their iron chains connected to a cart made of bones. On the cart stood a giant goblin over 4 meters tall, clad in heavy armor and wielding a warhammer. Wow, what a massive goblin. Qin Chuan glanced over, taking in the boss interface. Bone Crusher Gada, golden level. Level 20. Health 1900. Attack 6000. Defense 4500. Skills: Earth-Shattering Strike, Heroic Leap, Charge, Thunderous Stomp, Bone Break, Inspiring Aura. Description: a warrior of the Goblin clan, having experienced countless battles, possessing the potential to surpass the limits of bloodline. Qin Chuan's expression turned grave. This is a goblin with a charge skill. Heroic Leap, commonly known as the Great Jump, is a skill he is all too familiar with. In his past life, he was able to defeat the Arrow God precisely because of this skill. With the aid of equipment and skill bonuses, his Heroic Leap could be unleashed 7 times in a row, combined with a triple charge, successfully closing the distance to take down the Arrow God. Qin Chuan was well aware that Heroic Leap not only allows for rapid movement, but also creates a shockwave upon landing, dealing damage to surrounding enemies. Moreover, this Bone Crusher Gada not only possesses Heroic Leap, but even has charge as well. This means it can execute a 2-stage charge, launching a continuous pursuit against its target. Given the attributes of the Bone Crusher, a single blow would be unbearable for Qin Chuan. The margin for error in this battle is 0. If he gets hit, even once, he will be directly returned to the respawn point without any chance for escape. Although Qin Chuan has a decoy scarecrow with him, it is utterly unnecessary in this situation. Minimize the chances of making a move as much as possible. Qin Chuan made his decision. His combat plan remained unchanged. First, launch a wave of surprise attacks, aiming to eliminate as many ordinary goblins as possible. But the subsequent actions would depend on the situation. He must create enough distance from the Bone Crusher before he can strike. After the first wave of damage, look for an opportunity to test the limits of the Bone Crusher's charge. Qin Chuan decided to take a slight risk. There are simply too many goblins here, and their allure is too great. If he were to abandon his original plan because of one Bone Crusher, he might as well go home and wash up for the night. Having experienced countless battles in his past life with foes far more formidable than the Bone Crusher, he would not flinch at this moment. Noticing that the goblins had not yet fully gathered, Qin Chuan decided to continue observing the situation. The moment the Bone Crusher appeared, the goblins in the valley immediately became agitated, raising their weapons high and emitting incomprehensible shrieks. Boom. The warhammer in the Bone Crusher's hand fell heavily, sending bone fragments flying from the cart. A nearby unfortunate goblin got hit by 2 pieces and died instantly on the spot. However, this did not incite panic among the other goblins. Instead, it made them even more exhilarated. Power. Unmatched power. The ultimate strength belonging to their goblin clan. Looking at the Bone Crusher, the goblins below seemed to see a vision of their future selves. They too wanted to become such great beings. Meanwhile, the goblins pulling the cart felt their fatigue vanish into thin air. To serve such a powerful being was their honor. In the frenzied atmosphere, several silver-level goblins pushed past their obstructing brethren to stand before the cart. The voice of the Bone Crusher echoed through the valley. Roar, do you wish to challenge my status? These few silver-level goblins naturally lacked the courage to do so. Not to mention individually, even if they teamed up, they were no match for the Bone Crusher. Thus, after a brief hesitation, the silver-level goblins lowered their heads, speaking respectfully. We do not dare. We are willing to serve you as King Lord Bone Crusher. The Bone Crusher let out a boisterous laugh. He was gathering nearby nests not for show, but to establish a small goblin kingdom. At that point, he would be able to advance further and gain even greater power. Quack. You speak well. I shall reward you. Bring forth the prey. With a wave of his hand, a group of goblins approached, carrying wooden sticks. Atop the sticks dangled terrified humans. Of course, these humans were not players. They were natives of the apocalypse. Qin Chuan was not surprised. Goblins are omnivorous. Their diet includes not just berries and beasts, but also humans. Sometimes they would even kill a few of their own for a feast. As for where these humans came from, it was of no importance. Next to Bailey City is the black market where a large number of slaves disappear daily. Qin Chuan lurked in the shadows, having no intention of rescuing these humans. If he recklessly intervened now, it would only put him in danger. There was no need for it. Having witnessed too much death in his past life, a few NPCs would not stir any emotional turmoil in Qin Chuan. Eat them. Eat them. The goblins howled, their terrified faces causing the humans bound to the sticks to turn pale. Some of the more timid ones even wet their pants. However, with the bone crusher present, the surrounding goblins did not rush to act, but waited for orders. Even if they were to eat, it had to be after the bone crusher had eaten first. That was the rule. The bone crusher, however, did not hasten to have the goblins roast the prey over the bonfire. Instead, he called for several large vats to be brought in and began heating water. The surrounding goblins looked puzzled. What is this process? But under the bone crusher's imposing presence, they dared not voice their questions and could only patiently heat the water. The bone crusher said, I have heard that humans always process their prey before roasting it, removing the skin's impurities, cleaning the entrails, and marinating with spices before finally roasting it over the fire. I have tasted it a few times and it truly has a unique flavor. I intend to promote this in my kingdom. The goblins understood at once. So that's how it is. No wonder the bone crusher is so knowledgeable. Meanwhile, the bound humans upon hearing this rolled their eyes and fainted. This goblin is too terrifying. He is simply a demon. Qin Chuan did not expect the bone crusher to have such a knack for food. This also confirmed that there were individuals in Bailey City colluding with the goblins. Otherwise, where would the bone crusher have gotten processed roasted meat? At that moment, one of the bound humans struggled to spit out the rag in his mouth and shouted, Let me go, you filthy, ugly creatures. Do you know who I am? My father, the Viscount, will not let you go. Bang. The bone crusher swung his hammer, and the speaking human's head exploded on the spot, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Licking the blood and flesh residue off the hammer, the bone crusher wore a wild grin. Who are you? You are the prey of the bone crusher. Qin Chuan felt a tinge of regret. If the Viscount's descendant could be saved, he would likely gain considerable rewards. Unfortunately, the bone crusher acted too quickly, not even giving the chance for the rescue mission to trigger. But then again, Bailey City should not have a Viscount now, so where did this guy get captured from? What a stroke of bad luck. In the valley, the bone crusher saw the headless corpse on the ground and waved his hand, a reward for you all. The surrounding goblins surged forward, tearing at it with claws and teeth. A few silver-level goblins also looked eager, but ultimately held back. What level were they, and how could they compete for food with ordinary goblins?